In a cruel world where only force ruled, Yunjae had to go through many obstacles to reach his cherished goal. He lost his wife and daughter in an accident, but thanks to the Holy Grail, he would be able to meet them again. The Holy Grail was the reward for completing the game. Yunjae was going to get the first place and definitely become a powerful player. After losing his family, the young man literally lost the meaning of life. Because of his bad mood, he left work early in order to return home as soon as possible. This didn't happen to him often, so the boss stepped in and let him go home. The boy needed to rest today. It's been a long time since the tragedy, but the guy's getting better. At least he started joking and sometimes appeared at corporate events. Hearing the whispering, the boss shouted loudly and forbade any discussion behind his back. He ordered all the employees to mind their own business. The death of his wife and child was a great blow to the hero, but he came every year to buy flowers on his beloved's birthday. It was already an unchanging tradition. He also bought 150 grams of meat for seaweed soup. The gentleman wanted to make everything beautiful on his beautiful wife's birthday. All the gifts were quite real, but the young man returned to the empty apartment. It was dark, quiet, and didn't even smell of his favorite wife at all. Yunjae had gotten used to this kind of environment over the years. After putting the gifts away, he began to make seaweed soup to please his beloved. The birthday party was quiet. The young man set the table and placed a picture frame in front of him to make his wife's presence felt at least a little. The hero talked to her as if she was sitting across from him like she used to. He apologized for not being able to make dinner tastier on such a memorable day. Since the day Yoongyong passed away, his life has never been the same. The only thing left to him after his wife's death was her diary. That evening, the hero opened his diary and decided to write a message of congratulations for his wife. Only in this way he could convey his thoughts and feelings to her. Yunjae wrote that he came early today as promised to make soup. He looked at the picture frame and posted whatever was on his mind. The pain of loss made his lips clench tighter and tighter to keep from crying. His heart was cracking at the seams, but he continued to tell his wife everything. A depressed Yunjae wrote that he bought his wife's favorite flowers and bought a teddy bear for Mina. In his notebook, he asked his daughter if she liked the gift. The boy wrote and asked his family questions for a long time, but he didn't hear the answers in voice, didn't feel the warmth in breath. The memories hurt him deeply. The hero remembered with horror his wife's smile and Mina's gentle voice. He remembered how he had been happy not so long ago, but now every day had lost its meaning. The boy longed to feel the warmth of his relatives at least once more. He missed them very much. Now the notebook was filled with his feelings, and tears blurred the ink. Never had his life been so empty and lonely. He felt the presence of his family everywhere, and it broke his heart forever. In the end, the message for his wife looked more like scribbles. The young man couldn't cope with his strong emotions, so he made a mess in his notebook. Suddenly, something unbelievable happened. It resembled quite real magic. The notebook suddenly glowed, and letters surrounded the boy from head to toe. When the glow stopped, the hero immediately grabbed the notebook to check the contents. But after flipping through all the pages, he saw that the notebook was empty. On one page, it was written that the family could be brought back. The young man's heart froze, and time literally stopped around him. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was a real miracle. For many years, the guy had dreamed of bringing his wife and daughter back, but it was all too amazing. A few days later, Yunjae asked to leave work early again. He promised that it wouldn't happen again, so the boss let him go. His thoughts were restless. The diary had disappeared all the entries he had kept for more than half a year. And starting from the first page, it was filled with new entries. The young man thought about throwing the diary away, but he couldn't do it. He started keeping it on September 14th, and all the incidents, accidents, and dead people were written down in it. Everything written in the diary was coming true. But more importantly, the family's return could be true. On September 18th, at 10 o'clock sharp, the first departure to the other world was to take place. It was the last chance for the hero to meet his family. Having lost his wife and child, the boy would not be able to move on with his life, so he decided not to miss the opportunity. Holding his breath, he waited impatiently for the time. As soon as the hand of the clock struck 10 o'clock, everything changed. A magical whirlwind began, turning the room into chaos. This strange phenomenon teleported the boy to another place. Just a moment later, he found himself on a sports field in the forest. The hero wasn't the only one here. The guys were scared and looked around. It was clear now that the message in the notebook was true. No one understood what this place was or why it was like this. In fact, they were all here for a reason. Training was about to begin. The hero found himself in another world, the basis of which was a game. Everything was exactly as it was described in the book. Now he had to pass many obstacles. The boys were ordered to present their desired weapon in 1 minute. Otherwise, they were automatically given a sword. Many immediately thought of a gun, but for some unknown reason they were not provided with them. Instead, the boys were given a wooden bow and arrows. From that moment on, the training began. The first task for the heroes was to unite and destroy the oncoming pack of bloodthirsty zombies. Yunjae didn't know anything about this world. He suspected that the diary was a record of the future. But neither this world nor the real world was his present. Facing the Walking Dead in person wasn't that dangerous, only a little scary at first, but the young man didn't want to be in a fight with them. The longing in his heart and the desire to meet his family again still made him spill the blood of living corpses. With tears in his eyes, the boy rushed into battle. To stop the endlessly attacking zombies, it was necessary to cut off their heads. The heroes swung their sword mercilessly without a second thought. Once the dead man was killed, Yunjae was praised as the first to stop a zombie. The achievement was obtained and all stats were increased by 2 points. This made the hero very happy, and he rushed into battle. Since the stats were increasing, he decided to immediately kill all the nasty zombies to win, while others were struggling hard to protect their own lives. The brave hero was gaining experience points and increasing his physical strength at a great rate. The boy had no time to think about others. He needed to become stronger himself, so he handled the ball as if he had been born with it. By eliminating the largest number of zombies, the kid gained honor and 100 experience points. Thanks to his efforts, his weapon became sharper. After the battle, Yunjae was very tired and decided that it was because of the stamina stat. The information itself appeared in his head. The foundation of the world was the game. The brave hero did well in this task and gained 14 mana points, which was not a bad result. The diary said that magic was the most important stat, but right now, the boy needed agility or strength to get stronger. There were 198 survivors on the mission, and the second phase of training had begun. The survivors would be those who, after 3 days, would be in the top 100 with the most stats. It was a true game of death. The players were incredibly scared that they would have to part with their lives if they lost. Only half of the participants would be able to come out alive. The bold Yunjae wasn't scared at all. He realized that he was definitely the only one who had gotten the diary. There were 2 ways to get skill points. In the first way, the player had to fight and get rid of the monsters of this world. The second way was even easier than the first. When killing another person, the hero could get half of his points, which could create real chaos in the game. The second stage of training was open, but now the players had a different attitude. They were like possessed and desired each other's blood and points. Players took the easy way out so that there would only be 100 people left, so they started killing each other instead of fighting monsters. Yunjae couldn't watch this bloody war, so he stopped the players. He told them to kill monsters and earn points so they wouldn't die. One of the players got very angry and said that the boy just knew how to fight well against monsters. But in reality, the hero would fight against humans the same way. He said that during their training, they should join forces and face the monsters together. By killing each other, they wouldn't get out of the game. It was impossible to foresee that at the end of the battle there would be 100 men left. But at the end of the mission, they would definitely need to work together. In fact, the hero knew that a large number of people would be needed in the next training. For the sake of it, many people could not be allowed to die. The young man urged everyone to stop the fight and make an effort to get stronger and stay alive. There was no advantage in killing each other now. To save the family could not be allowed to make mistakes, so the guy decided to set out to survive. But suddenly a young girl caught up with him. Young Yu-Ra wanted to go along with the hero. She said she could help him, but the young man flatly refused. He was sure the girl had never killed a zombie, just hid and watched other people kill them. It was survival behind other people's backs. The young warrior didn't need such partners, so he sent the girl back. This time, she chose the wrong target, and the boy wasted his time. On the third and final school day, someone discovered the cave. It was a person at the side of the steep cliffs. The area was so narrow that only one person could fit through it. The hero was just in the neighborhood, and on top of that, he was able to get in. But the monsters inside the dungeon were much stronger than simple zombies. If he had entered it on the first day, he might have died. But the people who entered the cave were becoming stronger than anyone else. Yunjae didn't have time to doubt. He needed to become strong faster. Right at the entrance, the hero was attacked by a terrifying creature. The guy had time to react and swung his sharp sword to wake the monster in two. The first monster encountered in the cave was a carnivorous insect. The brave player was awarded 10 experience points for killing the insect, and damage reflection was increased by 1. If he knew in advance, he would persistently save them from the beginning. After completing the training, depending on the points gained, the reward would be changed. Even the hardest road was not an obstacle for Yunjung. He only thought of his wife and daughter. He had to get a meeting with them by any means necessary. Moving forward, the guy could feel the improvement of skills with his body. It was hard at first, but as he increased his stats, he became more and more accustomed to combat. The moss on the walls spoke of the presence of moss ants. These were the monsters the hero met after the carnivorous insects. Alone, they looked weaker than the frugivorous insects, but were dangerous in that they never traveled alone. An imaginative young man noticed that the ants were attracted to the bread. He used it to attract the attention of the monsters, and then finished each one off. As soon as the ants were distracted by the bread, the boy swung his sharp sword and lunged at the nasty cave creatures. The monsters died one by one. There were only 6 moss ants left. But that wasn't the limit of the hero's abilities. He wielded his weapon perfectly and easily cut through the monsters' bodies. The boy was very focused and determined. He was very focused and determined to win, but suddenly one of the ants stung him in the back. Even a bite didn't stop the brave warrior, and he continued to fight. Only the sound of sharp swords and monsters' heads flying from their shoulders could be heard across the cave. The three cave creatures were about to pounce on the boy, but with one sharp movement, he jumped aside and the three monsters collided forehead to forehead. Yun pulled off an incredible maneuver, and it allowed him to kill the last of the creatures. The hero's courage and true purpose helped him in this difficult ordeal. Finally, the hero got experience points, strength, and the skin of a moss ant. It was luck. Catching Imho for the first time in the ant, he got a skill. He found out later that it was nearly impossible to get such a skill during the training. Not to mention getting E-class experience for 2 parts of the training. Thanks to this, 5 stats increased. The higher the degree of skill, the stronger the effect became, so this skill was very important. The diary said that other people were supposed to come to this cave tomorrow. There was no more information, no other pages to turn. The hero had already come a long way, but he still didn't realize what this diary was. He began to suspect that it was all written by him in the future. There had to be a reason to turn to the past if someone else from the future wrote it. Yunjae really wanted to know what was on the next page. The contestant in second place was very unhappy that the cocky kid was holding on to the first place. Kim Do-hyun wanted to get the young man off the front row as soon as possible. Young Yu-ra was ready to tell where Yunjae had gone. In return, she demanded that the young man who was to be killed be given to her. Meanwhile, the brave lad continued to explore all the dark corners of the cave. He encountered the nasty moss ants time after time and killed all in his path. It hadn't even been 2 weeks yet since the beginning of the training. Mana was increasing quite slowly, but it was enough. Although the creatures in the cave were monsters, they had the same characteristics as ants. This meant that the queen of the moss ants had been discovered. At this time, that very scary creature was already standing around the corner. It looked like a real ant, but it was the huge size of a real monster boss. The hero found himself in a real trap. He didn't know anything about the queen, and there were a lot of the usual moss ants. He wanted to hunt them for a while, get more stats, and then attack the queen. But people were going to come here soon. Today was about day 2, so they should be here tomorrow. Normal people had about 10 game points each, but Yunjae had twice as many. He decided to try to carry out his plan at all costs and not miss the boss. Suddenly, the game panel reopened in front of him. According to his ranking, he was given a 3-day supply of food and 8 stats randomly accrued. Strength, health, agility, and mana were also increased. Now the boy had enough bread for bait, so he easily lured all the monsters into one place. With deft movements of his sharp blade, he dealt with another gang of moss ants. After the minor bipeds came the most crucial moment. The hero was waiting for the queen. She was practically motionless and seemed to be used to acting on her own. Suddenly, 2 furious monsters swooped down on the kid from the back to tear him apart. Yunjae already had a great skill in fighting them. He swung his sword and chopped them into 2 pieces. The problem was the constantly gathering moss ants. Thanks to his skills and abilities acquired during the 2 tasks, the hero could resist even 100 ants. Without a second thought, the brave warrior pounced on the steel monsters. Swinging his sword in all directions, he severed their limbs and then cut their bodies into several pieces. It was a tough battle and the ants were getting bigger, but the points and stats gained were like welcome rain in a drought. His strength was running low and the boy could barely hold on. If it wasn't for his skill, it would have been dangerous. He couldn't give up on obtaining a D-class skill, a skill that could be possessed by defeating the Ant Queen. There was no time for doubts. It was necessary to act as quickly as possible to defeat the queen. It took only a few seconds for the hero to make his best effort and scatter the gang of monsters. As soon as the warrior was done with the smaller enemies, he sprang from his seat and attacked the queen. With a deft movement, he jumped on her head and drove a sharp blade straight into her skull. Meanwhile, Kim Do-hyun, Jung Yu-ra, and the other participants of the game were already in the cave. It was a very confusing path in that place, but they still went on because they knew that someone had already entered it. The cave gave more points than the monsters outside the cave, but it wasn't comparable to catching people. So Kim Do felt bad for wasting his time. The enraged lord was going to catch the bastard Yunjae, who had single-handedly massacred all the monsters here. He had fought alone in the cave, so he was bound to be tired. The cruel Kim's eyes were filled with bloodlust and revenge. He wanted to catch the boy no matter what it took and take first place in points and rankings. The queen was destroyed, all achievements were obtained. As a reward, the hero received an active skill that could save a life in a dangerous situation. The power of the skill increased in proportion to mana. The higher the mana points were, the more powerful the skill became. This skill alone was already an achievement. The power of this world could be divided into 3 groups, with points being the main ones. As a result of their increase, those in this world could become true superhumans. Skills were magic that was controlled by such people. Thanks to mana, they used superpowers beyond the control of the normal body. The last group were items that, when possessed, gave the ability to not only raise stats, but also to use new skills. Even as an ordinary person, it was possible to gain superhuman strength through items. This was what made them valuable, so they were the hero's real goal. At this time, following the corpses of the moss ants, Kim-doo finally reached the right place. He couldn't believe that he was too late, and his enemy had already killed all the ants and the bloodthirsty queen. At this moment, the culprit of the slain monsters showed up in the cave. Yunjae realized that he had acted differently, so the future in the diary changed. His enemies shouldn't have come this early. When the Lord saw the boy unharmed, he was furious. He didn't want to believe that the young boy had killed all the creatures and wasn't tired at all. Someone who increased stats by killing monsters was more dangerous than others. Kim Do-hyun had no personal problems with the young boy, so he had to let him go. The boy was no longer the ordinary person everyone had seen before. Now it was clear that collecting experience points was a stupid idea. To get to the top, the gentleman needed to kill monsters in the cave and increase his stats. Now he was determined to catch the kid by all means. There were 148 survivors left from this point stage. 2 training was complete. The first 100 people in the points ranking had to continue in stage 3. There was a real battle between the players, where they earned places with their own blood. Literally in a moment, everything around changed. The survivors of the second stage found themselves in a new place. The hero saw completely new faces in front of him, among which were not his enemies. Finally, the third stage of training began, and the players were given 3 doors of different colors. Only 10 people could enter the scarlet door, 5 could enter the blue door, and only 1 could enter the white door. Each player had to step behind the chosen door and continue learning. Even though the scarlet door was designed for 10 people, the difficulty level was very high. There was no guarantee that the guys would be able to complete the training. Compared to the scarlet door, the difficulty level of the blue door was lower. But by entering the last white door, the training for the players would be over. After hearing this, one of the game participants couldn't stand it and took off towards the white door. All the players immediately tried to stop him, but the door did not open so easily. In fact, the order in which the doors were chosen was determined according to the number of points. The person with the most experience points had to choose the door first. To the players, it seemed like an unfair decision, but with these conditions, the choice obviously fell on Yunjung. The strongest person in first place chose the scarlet door, which dumbfounded the other players. The guys were puzzled and decided that all 10 people could survive. The next participant was Park Joo-ho. He was really selfish and chose the white door. He didn't think about the lives of the other participants because there was no guarantee that they would do the same thing. Despite other people's displeasure, what was more important to the young man was that if he chose the white door, he would definitely be able to survive. He didn't think he should have given up that chance. The young man said that the strongest contestant had acted rather foolishly, even though he was already ahead of everyone from the second stage. Yunjae thought his decision was right and replied that even the blue door was better than the white door. 1 person was to go to the white door and 5 to the blue door. Due to occupancy, all remaining participants were allocated to the scarlet door. Participants were given 10 minutes to go inside. One of the boys was very frightened. He thought that he would definitely die if he went through the scarlet door. Before time ran out, he decided to enter the white door, but he immediately received a kick from Park Joo-ho. The doors were supposed to close in 5 minutes. There was no more time, so Park Joo had no choice but to stop fighting and walk through his door. It was time for the others to take their seats as well. When the young hero walked through the door, he was immediately transported to the old village. It was completely silent and empty, but suddenly 2 more participants of the game came up. Yu Jong-gyu's clothes were stained in blood, and as soon as he introduced himself, Yoon-jae started to shout loudly. He said that the pathetic guy went up killing people because the stains on his clothes didn't look like the blood of monsters. In fact, it was true, and the young man killed some people in order to rise up. However, rising by killing people was better than being a coward and a fool. Twice a day for a total of 20 times, monsters were summoned to the village. The time of summoning was not defined. When monsters appeared in the village, the heroes had to block them. If the stone in the middle was broken, the player would lose. No more than 1 person was to remain in the village. If there was no one left, participants from outside the village would be automatically called up depending on the distance to the village. It was safe outside the village, and from that point on, Phase 3 of the training began. There would be no cohesion between the players in this task. In such a situation, someone would usually run away. Even if all 10 people were to take this training, more than 1 person would leave the village. One would be followed by the others, and the hero would end up having to take the training with a small number of participants. In the event that Yu Jong-gyu had escaped, he would have been brought back anyway. He said that there was no point in escaping, and the likelihood of his team members dying would have been much greater. Because there were too few people, perhaps no one would leave. Yunjae said that the three of them needed to stay in the village and fight to survive. Here, when killing monsters, the stats of the heroes increased, and in proportion to this, they became stronger. Since there were 3 players in the team, the number of monsters they had to hunt was also increased. That was the reason why the guy needed to choose the Scarlet Door at all costs. Anyway, when Stage 3 would end, the players would have to start going through Stage 4. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet shook. Because of the violent shaking, huge cracks began to appear in it, from which a whole crowd of devil goblins crawled out. Yunjae was the strongest and bravest in his team. He ordered the 2 players to protect the stone so that it wouldn't shatter, and he rushed into battle. The goblins were made of living flesh, which meant that they would be a match for the hero's sharp sword. The devilish creatures were attacking from all sides. They were not such weak opponents. The situation was heating up. The players were surrounded and fought as hard as they could. In such a battle, they might not survive. The brave warrior was literally torn into several pieces. While he was killing some goblins, others were attacking him from behind. There were too many opponents, and the guy didn't have time to fight them off. When the hero was already looking his death in the eyes, a real miracle happened. The fortification suddenly activated, and the rapid mana consumption strengthened his body. The cursed goblin thrust his sword into his back, but the protective barrier prevented it from penetrating. Soon the bloody battle with the devil goblins was over. Everyone was left alive, but young Yunji was badly injured. Blood was flowing from her shoulder. If the situation worsened, the hero would have to do everything alone. After the fight, Yu Jung-gyu was very upset. He didn't really want to kill people. He confessed that he killed the man not because he wanted to, but because the man attacked first. Guilt tormented the boy from the inside after all. He was still too young to bear death easily. Yunjae tried to support him, but suddenly they noticed that the young girl had disappeared somewhere. After a long search, the boys never found her. The young man decided that Yunji was badly injured, so she was scared of her death and ran away. This was not a situation in which he could think adequately. Now the guys were puzzled. If there were fewer of them, then the number of monsters should have decreased as well. The situation wouldn't change from talking, so the hero tried to at least think optimistically. The difficult path of Stage 3 the guys had to continue with just the 2 of them. Yunjae ordered his partner to take on 10 monsters to face the other 10 on his own. After gaining strength, the brave heroes went into battle. They had to try hard to stay alive, because the number of goblins exceeded their capabilities. Thanks to the heroes' new skills, the goblins seemed to be nothing but weaklings. Players fought hard and pounced on the creatures with extreme ferocity and strength. Compared to when the kid was catching moss ants, the points had increased greatly. Now he knew he hadn't made a mistake in choosing the Scarlet Door. The training was completed when the stars were already shining brightly in the sky. The heroes had cleared the village perfectly. There were still 9 days to go, and everything had to be as written in the diary. The first day gave 1 random stat point, the second day 2, the third day 3, and so it was every day. Unlike the Blue Door, the Scarlet Door training lasted for 10 days, so even just by surviving you could get 55 points. Yu Jung-gyu received the E+ class Devil's Bargain skill. When activated, strength and agility increased by 5 points, while health and physical defense decreased by 2. All this time, Yunji was not far from the village. She took some bread and water with her and hid behind a large rock, occasionally watching her team. It was already the 4th day of battles, but the guys didn't give up. Jung-gyu thought that he was only fighting against the devil goblins, but the further he went, the worse it got. The young man saw moving trees, huge rats, orcs and other creatures mangling his body for the first time in his life. The heroes had to gather their last strength in their fists to finally finish the ordeal. Jung-gyu wasn't allowed to die. His younger ones would be left to fend for themselves. They wouldn't be able to go to school by themselves, eat lunch on time, and would definitely cry if their older brother died. It was the 10th day of the 3rd stage of training. On this day, no monsters had appeared once, and this made the players very worried. It made them even more anxious, and they thought that the system had given them a rest. The 2 players had an even harder time dealing with the monsters. They had hoped to the last that the girl would come to their aid before the final attack, but suddenly the stone cliff shook. A strange vibration was felt in the air. The rock shook with all its might and glowed with a bright light. After a few seconds, the rock turned into 2 sharp towers. The seal of the stone was broken. At this moment, something incredible happened. The stone gate opened, and the monster sealed in the stone was released. The boss demon Lychee came out. Along with the demon, his little servants were summoned. They were the skeletons of previously fought warriors. The boys found themselves alone with their fears. Now they had to really fight back to back. The huge monster looked exactly like the skeleton of a slain buffalo, but only the demonic eyes were still alive in it. Yunjae's main goal was to survive, so Yunjae attacked the beast without a second thought. A devil's bargain had been made between the players while the hero dealt with the boss. Jung-gyu was to focus on the smaller creatures. The young man fought like a true warrior. He held his sword tightly, which was sticking out of the devil lich's back. Soon, this monster would have to cast off its hooves, so there was no time to lose. It took a little effort to win, but suddenly the buffalo became angry and threw the boy back with force into the stone. The beast smashed the stone barriers and disappeared from sight. A moment later, it appeared before the hero with new strength, its wound glistening like a Christmas tree. Yunjae immediately realized that the beast could regenerate its wounds. Meanwhile, Yoonji decided to come back because she thought the guys couldn't do it without her. She was literally petrified when she saw what her team was capable of. Biting her nails into the blood, she began to feel strongly that the boys must have wanted revenge for her escape. Strong doubts crept into her head. The fear of death was stronger now. Yoonjae knew about the monster's regeneration, but it still wouldn't help him. Swinging harder, he chopped off the beast's tail, which immediately began to glow and regenerate. Bloodthirsty Lychee was invulnerable, his strength was simply incredible, and his infinite recovery helped him to be invincible. The hero had no choice but to continue fighting. The boy was sure that the monster must have had a weak spot. He sprinted and jumped high into the air, and with one swipe of his sharp sword, the daredevil struck the beast hard in the skull. The buffalo's head immediately lit up and a bright spark came out, illuminating the entire space. A strong explosion enveloped everything around, blinding the jeers. The guys barely had time to cover themselves with their hands from the strong pressure of the explosion. At this moment, the ferocious Lychee burst out of the smoke and pounced on the hero with great force. The boy used his fortification skill to defend himself, but the monster's strong horns pinned him against the wall. Without the skill that the young man had learned on the 5th day of training, he would have been hit much harder. Suddenly, he noticed a rock on the monster's head, which could be that vulnerable spot. After a while, the carcass of the abominable Lychee lay lifelessly on the ground, his body of bones falling apart. Jongyu looked at the remains with horror and waited for his partner to appear. When Yunjae came out from under the heavy bones, a loud scream was heard. Yoonji picked the right moment and stabbed the boy with a sharp blade, and the bloody boy fell to the ground. The girl was clearly obsessed with the idea of her death. She thought that the guys were definitely going to kill her, so she decided to get ahead of them and kill them first. For her, it was not murder, but just self-defense. The girl wasn't going to die in a place like this. The game had turned her into a monster. Swinging her sword, she wanted to kill Yoonjae to get their experience points. She thought the young man was near death, but she was sorely mistaken. At that moment, the hero raised his sword and cut off her arm in a second. The girl paid for her betrayal. Yoonji had acted foolishly, for which she was punished and deprived of any chance at life. The sharp blade of the sword neatly cut off her head. Time was short. The injured Jungyu was breathing his last breath. He shouldn't be dying because he hadn't seen his juniors yet. So Yoonjae poured the contents of the magic vial on his wound. The low-level elixir instantly penetrated the young man's skin and began to literally sew up the wound. It was diluted and the effectiveness was greatly reduced, but it could be an excellent medicine. Jongyu survived and his wound healed quickly. His savior had gotten it after defeating the Ant Queen. In a dangerous situation, it could be his backup life. The guys fought hand in hand for a long time. Only by working together could they survive. Protecting each other, they became true brothers, so Yoonjae couldn't do otherwise. As of this moment, the 3rd stage of training was completed. The hero received 40,000 experience points, 10 random stats. The most pleasant bonus was an additional reward in the form of Jahar's shackles. Now the boys could move to the location of the next training session by going through the door that had appeared at the location of the stone. An even more interesting adventure awaited them behind the door. After going through the door, the guys came out at the place where there were 3 doors before. It didn't matter which door they passed through. Stage 4 started for everyone at the same time. At this moment, 2 lousy guys who wanted to kill Yoonjeng came out of the door. He realized that they had probably cleared the Scarlet Door by themselves, or killed all the partners. There were 56 survivors in Phase 3. Stage 4 of the training consisted of a rivalry between camps. From this point onwards, all the players who were there were grouped into one group. Now they had to compete with other participants in a different training location. The winner was to be the camp that killed the most monsters and would get the most team points. The group with the most team points would be able to complete the last training. Accumulating team points was quite easy. They were awarded to players who hunted monsters behind the white door. Behind the black door, you could upgrade stats and get individual points. Depending on the individual points obtained behind the back door, different items were given out every day at midnight at this very spot. On command, players could return to the original location, which was saved automatically. Even after losing in the team competition, the 10 players with the highest individual scores would be able to complete the final training. The level of monsters in Stage 4 was too different from those in Stage 2. Park Ju could barely get away from the 2 huge cyclops and couldn't even handle one of them. The ugly creatures were already catching up to the guy, but suddenly Jungyu and Yoonjae appeared in the forest. They came to the rescue and slew the two mythical creatures in a matter of seconds. Park Ju couldn't even say a word. He was literally boiling with anger. He felt helpless because his enemy was stronger and more experienced. Until midnight came, the heroes were going to go deep into the forest. Jongyu said that Jae looked happy enough as he examined and tested the bracelet. The shackles created by King Jahar from a part of his soul increased the strength of the wearer by absorbing his mana. They added attack power, increased the protection of armor, and bypassed the mana-enhanced defense of opponents. Thanks to the shackles, it was much easier to use the skills. Moreover, when pumping it up, the armor of opponents could be disregarded. With constant development, the hero could significantly increase his potential. The first day of the 4th stage of training had been completed. Yoonjae once again took the top spot in the individual points ranking. No one but him earned team points. After the individual scores were tallied, the hero was given a reward of 12 coins. The coins could be exchanged for desired items and skills on the last day of training. Yoonjae proposed a plan for the players to survive together, but Kim Do-hyun was against it. He said he could survive without collecting team points. The boys' plan was simple. Everyone had to earn a certain number of team points. And after that, everyone could earn individual points or go to bed. Most of the guys were thinking along the same lines. But Kim Do-hyun was the only one who wasn't happy. He wasn't going to believe in the boys' good intentions without a single piece of evidence. Behind the back door was a dark forest inhabited by sinister, huge creatures. There, the hero earned individual points by fighting monsters. His bracelet helped him a lot, making his case and weapons much stronger. His bracelet helped him a lot, making his work and weapons much stronger. The result was good, but the spirit did suck mana. The warrior lost half of his mana in one hit. He needed to save mana even if it would take longer to fight. The monster's body was like a rock. It was hard to even cut it. Jongyu was amazed that his partner was able to slay such a monster in one blow. The young man was sure that Yoonjae's goal was not just survival. In fact, the hero really did have a goal for which just staying alive wasn't enough. It was something like returning to the normal world. It was already getting dark outside, and the boys had gone far enough into the forest, so they decided to go on. But suddenly, they noticed something familiar on the hill. On the last day of the 4th stage of training, a rumor reached the guy that someone had discovered a golden goblin in the thicket of the forest. At first, he didn't believe that the goblin dwelt in a forest inhabited by orc-like monsters, but now he saw it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, the players in the forest had a meeting. Things got complicated. 10 people had to make it to the next stage, which meant that one of them had to die. The boys wouldn't be able to beat the 4 leaders on individual points, so they wanted to win the joint battle, but they doubted their abilities. Kim Do-hyun heard an interesting topic of conversation and came out to the players with a suggestion. He always looked for a benefit where there was an opportunity. At this time, Yoonjae and Jong Ji-wyu were chasing after the goblin from the last of their strength. He was a clue to stage 4, but was purposely running so that the guys would bump into monsters along the way. The players only had 3 days left, so they decided to return. The book said that the goblin was the essence of the stage, so Yoonjae wanted to catch it by all means. The second day of stage 4 was completed. The ranking was updated, and now there were 0 results on the scoreboard. 9 people did not keep their promise. During the 2 days of trials, Mr. Do-hyun coaxed the other guys into not earning points, because they weren't that important. This made the hero very angry. The players might not have considered everyone around them as a team, but because of this decision, others just might die. The boy was just furious and suggested that the players kill him. The argument could have turned into a fight. But suddenly, one of the guys jumped into the conversation. He told Yoonjae to get into their situation and give some time to earn individual points first, and then group points. The boy was actually very cunning. He revealed that Yoonjae knew all about influencing people. It definitely wasn't a battle of 2 against 9, so everything was planned. The hero wouldn't care if the players just kept collecting individual points. That's exactly what the diary said. One team of 6 people disappeared. They massacred people to take their coins and individual points. The ones who passed the red door and became strong enough were Park Sung-soo's team. They would definitely continue killing people for coins and points. Yoonjae and his partner couldn't win in the team competition if they didn't do anything to Park Soo's team. It was dangerous, but now the guys needed to kill people instead of monsters. When the 3rd day of training came, the brave hero continued his hunt for the Golden Goblin. He used different techniques to catch it, but he kept running into monsters. The ugly goblin lured the guys to the huge creature, hoping that it would kill the guys right away. The monster screamed throughout the forest and tore out a tree from the root to crush the enemies. The guy had only one attempt to take down the bulky man. He abruptly snapped out of his seat and cut the monster in 2. Now the Golden Goblin's defenses were broken. Hide and seek was over. The little goblin immediately tried to escape, but Yoonjae slammed a sharp blade into it without a second thought. Now he finally managed to get his hands on the real key to unraveling the mysteries of Stage 4. Meanwhile, in the forest, the first blood of innocent players was spilled. Kim Do-hyun was not joking and was determined. He had no feelings. He was just attracted to other people's coins and glasses. The guys were begging for mercy. They were ready to give all their coins. If they stayed alive, things would get more complicated, because killing other players could earn them individual points. The bastard Kim Do-hyun felt invincible. All the players were under his power. He pulled out his sword and was ready to kill everyone because it was the right thing to do. The goblin's bag was a kleptomaniac's paradise. Weapons, excellent armor, and many more valuable items shimmered in the sun. It was worth it for the hero to come all this way. The goddess tears were the most valuable item for Yunjae in the goblin's bag. The vial contained one of the 3 goddess tears that had a good effect. Once applied, it permanently increased the mana volume and recovery rate by 20%. After the goddess's beautiful tear, the boy felt just fine. He had restored mana, its volume had increased. He had also gotten back all the mana he had just spent on the ogre. Yu Jong-gyu selected a passive swordmaster skill from the bag he had gotten from the magic book. When he used mana, it exalted a coating on the blade of the blade, increasing its cutting power. The sword that killed warriors also went to Yunjung. The sword could increase cutting power and reduced mana consumption. The ring allowed the hero to use the mana concentrated in it as his own. Helpless players managed to survive. Many were hurt, but the brave warrior came to the rescue in time. He could not just leave such nasty deeds out of his sight. He had only one life, but he had something to look forward to. He was a master of his weapon, and he could handle even the strongest of creatures. His enemies were not much different from the bastards of the forest. Now it was a battle between good and evil. The swords of the heroes came into contact in battle. Kim Do-hyun was simply furious and tried to destroy his enemy with all his might, but Yunjae was stronger and pushed his sword away. The boy pushed the ugly bully away with force, but his team immediately stepped in. They surrounded him from all sides, but he was strong enough to handle them. Not everyone would come out of the battle alive. Both sides were strong and trained. The 4th stage turned out to be quite different from what was stated in the conditions. The training forced people to be real monsters. Kim Do-hyun couldn't let the small boy win. His ego and desire to be first made him pounce on his opponent with even more vigor. The battle was gaining momentum. The master didn't even have time to approach his enemy and was already in the air. He received a strong kick to his chest, after which Yunchung used a signature move and chopped off his arm. Even the most vile bastards deserved a last chance. Putting his sword to his throat, the hero allowed the villain to apologize to those he had killed and wounded, but he flatly refused. Under the pressure of the sharp sword, the head of white hair flew off his shoulders in a flash. Kim Do-hyun was shamefully killed for his deed and helped the hero to get rid of his remorse. One of the killers managed to escape. He was going to make everyone beg for mercy. The guy wandered too far into the forest where he came across a huge ogre. He was hard to defeat even with a whole team. To begin with, he wanted to just run away to survive, but suddenly he froze in place with surprise. Someone behind him cut the monster's body with a long blade. The guy thought he was saved. Yunjeng's search was finally over. He punished everyone who went against him. The brave warrior didn't even listen to the murderer's excuses and took his life forever with a single swing of his weapon. The players were incredibly surprised that their saviors had killed 9 people. Plus, all the people killed were close to the top 10. On the other hand, the number of people had decreased, and now the team competition became more difficult. The heroes hunted for over 10 hours, exploring every room. They killed the most incredible beasts and monsters. Without this, they would not have been able to win. The last day of the 4th stage of training was completed. Yunjae and young Gyu had been trying for a long time and had done their best. All the participants were tense because the game promised that only 10 people had to survive. With a small margin of 2,000 points, the team won! There were loud shouts of jubilation. The players couldn't believe the victory and rejoiced like children. Suddenly, the best team score was recorded. The protagonist was praised for his just actions. He found himself in a strange place, as if there was only space around. The kid did not try in vain. All stats were increased by 4 points, and he was awarded 63 coins. From that moment on, he could choose the desired item within an hour with the available coins. There was nothing in the store that could raise stats, but the boy had plenty of items. He decided to use the coins to buy a mana source for Jahar, as it could be in addition to the bracelet. Learning the skill was almost without a trace. The hero was surrounded by magical energy, which penetrated even into the bracelet. From that moment, the 5th stage of S-Class training began. A huge door appeared in front of the young victor, behind which something completely new was waiting for him. It could be dangerous, but the boy was only going to clean up the mess. When he passed through the door, he immediately found himself in a strange place. It looked like a tower surrounded by knights. The boy could not yet understand where he was, but suddenly one of the guards called out to him. All the soldiers were hustling and fighting off enemies. The hero was not like them at all, so he attracted a lot of attention. The guards had no time to deal with this. The task of the game was to defend the cursed fortress from the dead. The skeletons were too many, surrounding the tower at a furious speed. The armed soldiers fought hard and closed the shutters and entrances to the fortress, but their strength was not enough. The heavy wooden doors barely yielded to the guards' pressure. The dead resisted and tried to force their way inside. Yunjae had always been known for his bravery. He decided to break out and handle it on his own. The walking dead could not resist the master's sharp sword, their bones flying in all directions. The young man deftly wielded his weapon and utilized his well-honed striking techniques. Suddenly, one of the skeletons grabbed the boy's shoulder, pain piercing his body, and he killed the nasty creature instantly. The bony hand was left hanging from his shoulder, burning through his skin to the bone. The hero realized that the monsters' bodies were made of poison, but they were slow and weak. He had to be very careful that everything went easily, for the dead were supposed to disappear with the dawn. The young man was confident in his abilities. He crushed a whole crowd of skeletons, and the rest disappeared at dawn. The beginning of his new challenge was upon him. The tower guards didn't know the guy, but Max thanked him for his help. He was responsible for leading the warriors of the Sloth Fortress. Without the stranger's help, the tower would have been in the possession of the skeletons long ago. Max was confused by the unusual name of this man, who had suddenly appeared and started scattering these piles of bones. No doubt he was grateful, but it all seemed too strange to him. Yunjae couldn't tell the whole truth, so he didn't want to discuss it. He said that there was no way he would be a nuisance to the fortress, and Max had nothing to worry about. For more than 10 days, the dead had been attacking the fortress. They were killed, but after a while they reappeared. This went on nightly, and there was no end to the skeletons. The person in charge of leadership said that it was known that the skeletons came at sunset and left as the day progressed. No one knew where the corpses came from or who they really were, but there was hope for the fortress. Help was due to arrive in 10 days, but it had to hold out. The problem was that the guards were not sure of their strength. The hero thought it was strange. It wasn't like an S-class difficulty level. Standing 10 days against skeletons was too easy a task suitable for lower classes. Max asked the young man to stay only 10 days to help the fortress. Without his support, the guards would not be able to cope on their own. The hero agreed, but before that, he had to leave. As night fell, the uninvited guests from the bones came to the fortress again. Yunjae still hadn't returned, so Max thought he had escaped and sent his troops to defend the fortress. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted loudly. Someone near the tower was already fighting against the skeletons. The heroes couldn't fool the poor people and leave them in trouble, so they went back. It was raining heavily, the clouds were covering the sky, and the skeletons were breaking through the tower more and more. Suddenly, the young man left his post and ran inside the tower, the guards immediately closing the gate behind him. Max was just furious, and was sending the boy back to fight against the dead things, but the hero had come for a reason. He found the reason for their appearance. It turned out that there was a group lurking in the forest wasteland, summoning the dead. The tower warriors said that the kid should have gotten rid of them immediately as soon as he found their lair. The young man led the guards into the forest, but Max didn't want to leave such an important task to an outsider. This time, he wanted to end it completely, and took the best warriors with him. The warriors of Sloth Fortress were already almost there. No one knew what was ahead, so Yunjae wasn't sure if he could protect the people. He decided to focus on completing the last stage. In the forest, they found a group of people who hid their faces under black robes. A magic circle was drawn in the middle of the forest, through which the skeletons were summoned. The magician said to let the tower guards ride all they wanted in the sunlight. But as soon as darkness fell, the dead would kill them all. Ignoring the warriors, the mages continued their ritual. They needed power. They were well protected by the magic dome, but the guards were desperate to break it. The hero had a bad feeling. He needed to deal with everything as soon as possible. He was sure that mages could not summon skeletons and, using his sharp sword, destroyed the protective dome. The brave tower guards broke through the barrier, but as soon as they stepped into the magic circle, the unbelievable happened. The strong magic surrounded their bodies, and they began to dissolve into thin air. Strange feelings were penetrating their bodies through and through. The people turned into strange substances that were disintegrating into pieces. They needed to retreat as quickly as possible. At this moment, demonic energy came out. A huge monster appeared on the circle. It was as black as tar, and its eyes were glowing with red light like the devil's. The monster wanted to know the reason he had been summoned. One of the mages said he was disturbed by the hero, and then the bloodthirsty warlock grabbed him as hard as he could. The huge monster did not spare the mage and devoured him whole. No one was allowed to disturb the warlock for nothing. Suddenly, he noticed that the young boy was carrying mana. The brave guy decided to confront the monster. He had no choice but to pour mana into the shackles and defeat it with a single blow. It worked with the ogre, but it was a completely different opponent. Before Yunjae could even take a step, the warlock teleported from one place to another. He landed a devastating blow, but the boy escaped his clutches. There was no point in stalling. The warrior needed to finish this battle before the sun set. He used half of his mana at a time and chopped the monster's paw with his sharp sword. The young man didn't strike with full force, but it worked. He could win if he struck next time at a vital point. The monster wasn't too upset about losing a paw. To stay alive, the hero had to try hard. The monster was huge enough and had incredible power to easily destroy a simple man. Just as the monster wanted to grab the boy, he stopped the huge paw with his sword. The demon's strength was so immense that the blade fell apart. Now the young boy was in danger. The sword couldn't withstand the pressure and burst. The warlock immediately slammed onto the ground with crushing force. Yunjae abruptly jumped aside and didn't let himself die. He realized that the sword had split because it had accumulated damage from the battle with the dead. The monstrous warlock could teleport, so he was invulnerable and took the boy by surprise. He was going to tear his flesh and chew it up, and turn his soul into a pitiful ghost. The hero decided to act. Otherwise, he would know death in all its beauties. He jumped into the air, dodged the blow, and got as close to the enemy as he could. In one motion, he cut off the devil's limb. The devil creature had the advantage of being able to teleport. In a second, it was already behind the man's back and was about to eat him. Cutting off the limbs had no effect, so the brave boy decided to act quickly and aim straight for the throat. He swung the ball at the monster's neck, hitting it hard. After receiving 2 blows, the bloodthirsty warlock could no longer feel the mana from the man. He decided to finish the young man once and for all. It seemed to be the end. At the most unexpected moment, the hero used a mana saving ring that allowed him to use the concentrated mana as his own and deal critical damage. Death was near, but the brave warrior did well and slaughtered the fearsome monster. Now the evil was done, and the warlock's huge carcass crumbled to the ground with a thud. Max couldn't believe his eyes, for even a team of guards couldn't handle such a humongous monster. The hero said he was just lucky. The monster had been summoned in an imperfect form and was getting harmed by the sun. At this moment, the monster said that there was no way he would have succumbed to such a guy if he had a different shell. He thought that the price to pay for his sudden power would be great. The youth didn't listen to his victim's stupid talk. He told the monster to shut up and stabbed the sword point into it. The S-class training was complete, the pass rate reaching 100%. The warlock could have gotten the fortress in big trouble. He was the god of death, a demon that feeds on the living and dead. On that note, the training came to an end. Beyond the door lay a path that gave the hero a chance for one more encounter. Yunjae found himself in a place that was surrounded by pink clouds. Everything around resembled a real paradise, and suddenly the hero reached a place where he met a huge man. He resembled a god. The man introduced himself as a vassal of the king. His name was Arian. He saw the lost bracelet on the boy's hand and wanted to know how it had gotten here. The boy replied that he didn't know exactly how it had gotten here. The hero walked past a place shrouded in mist, and then he saw the temple and went inside. It didn't seem like a lie, so Arian handed the boy a favor from the king. When a great power was finally offered to Yunjae, he undoubtedly agreed to accept it. But even if he were to safely take possession of this great power, it would be followed by an equal-sized responsibility. The boy didn't know what that power was, but he was willing to take that share. There were those people he really wanted to meet, and for their sake he was ready to do anything. The king's vassal touched the boy with his finger. An intense pain shot through his body. The pain was deadly, but if the hero truly desired strength, he needed to endure it. The boy fainted from the pain, but then rose again and crawled forward. He was almost unable to cope with the savage pain, but he was driven only by the desire to see his beloved wife and daughter again. When the young man ran out of strength, his only thought was to be killed and end this torment. Suddenly, he heard a voice from above asking him the real reason why he had to survive. His wife and sweet Mina were the only reason he wanted to wake up every day. The heroes couldn't die. He needed to survive and meet them again. After the vision, the guy woke up abruptly. He managed to survive. Now in his body sat the heart of the king, but in fact everything was not so simple. It was time to leave. Arian said that the shackles, the mana source, and the heart were gifts from the king. The Lord said goodbye to the boy and teleported him to another place. The training was completed. All the players immediately found themselves amongst the high cliffs. They were transported to the village of beginnings Melon, but had absolutely no idea where they had gotten to. There were many foreigners around, but you could understand what they were talking about. All the heroes were talking excitedly about what was happening, but suddenly they stopped talking. A stern gentleman in armor came out to them. There were people here. Not only those who had come from past stages, but also those who had come long ago. Alvin Walker was a participant who had been in this world a family of years ago. The people were frightened because they did not understand what was happening. They attacked the young man with accusations that he had created a transparent wall through which it was impossible to get out. Yunjae was surprised that this person had gotten there earlier. because there were no traces of disappearances left on the ground. There were a lot of people missing at that time. It was the girl Lois who put up the obstacle in the players' way. Alvin figured the players were confused, didn't realize what the world was, and thinking it was over, never made it home. Hearing this, the players were simply furious. They were sure that this young man had brought them to this world, so they blamed him and demanded their freedom. Unable to stand the loud barking of the participants, Alvin shouted loudly and ordered everyone to be quiet. In fact, people had no idea what this world was built for or why they were here. He told me that the wall was created for their protection. This place was so dangerous that the players would remember the training as a funny joke. The wall was meant to keep them from foolishly venturing into a difficult location. The young man recounted the next steps on the way. They were all heading for the village of the beginning of Melon, and trouble awaited them on the other side. But even on the way there were monsters that were much stronger than the ones the guys had met before. The road was long. It led to huge mountains, behind which the angel and demon dwelt. Alvin had told them that they were the ones who posed the danger. The angel and demon were far superior to the other monsters, but the players didn't need to know that yet. The first village of the world, where the boys were to live from now on, looked amazing. From then on, lodgings and basic food in Melon were free for them, but only for 10 days. After this time, finding bunks and professions would become their personal concern, but players were still enthralled by the size and beauty of the village. All these amenities and protection were taken care of by the Skyscraper clan. The village was so huge, and the rooms were as small as nose boogers. The players realized that the Skyscraper clan didn't have the means to have better housing. There were even people in the clan who liked to do charity work, so it was possible to make a good living here. It could also mean that it was hard to survive without such help. Free accommodations and food were only provided for 10 days, so during this time, Yunjae decided to do something about it and return. But coming back was a secondary goal for him. The most important thing was to see Yoongen and Mina again, without whom he could no longer imagine his life. When the hero decided to reopen his dead wife's notebook, he found that pages that had not previously been turned were now scribbled. What he read made him reconsider everything that had happened. Now the boy had a rough idea of how to proceed, but there was no information about the angel and the demon in the diary. Even with the diary, there were too many unknowns. In the middle of the night, the heroes were suddenly awakened by a strong knock on the door. The unknown man asked to open the door for a while and said he had some valuable information. He wanted Yoonjae, but this situation was not described in the book. The hero immediately tensed up. The unknown frightened him. He gripped his sword and listened. The stranger at the door introduced himself as Dean of the Bram clan and came to recruit the boy. Dean said the boys shouldn't have worried. Anyway, they were under the protection of the Skyscraper clan, but conflicts in the village between members were forbidden. When the boys did let the stranger in, he told them that there had long been a rumor that Yoonjae had proven himself in training. The big clan's job was to find people who were especially gifted. Dean motioned for the young man to discuss the offer to join the clan. The clan leader was already waiting outside. He was smiling broadly, but something made him show up so late. It was suspicious, because there would have been time during the day. The Lord's words did not convince the hero. He didn't know what the Bram clan was, but he sent Dean back. If necessary, he was going to find the clan himself. The refusal made the Lord very angry. His expression immediately changed. He said for the guys to just stomp after him in a nice way. In fact, the Bram clan was just a lie. Yoonjae immediately recognized the intruder. The clan was a collection of petty thugs. If he hadn't read about this clan in his diary, he would have agreed. Scum luring unknown newcomers and killing them for items was unforgivable. The hero was very savvy and saved himself from death. Dean offered to give him all the items in return for salvation, but the boy was not going to bow out. He threatened the stranger with a sword and violence. At this point, the nasty Dean pulled out his weapon and pounced on the hero. He was very agile and fast, so it was hard to keep up with his movements. The enemy was peerless. He was excellent with his body and weapons. Using various techniques, he struck the two heroes with force. Jongyu barely had time to fend off the powerful blows with his sword. At this moment, Yunjung managed to catch the moment. He grabbed his knife and rushed into the fight. With a sharp movement of the weapon, he delivered a crushing blow, but the enemy suddenly disappeared abruptly. It was as if he possessed the skill of teleportation. Dean realized that the newcomer wasn't just on the level of a standout in training. Fighting the boy was more tedious than he'd realized. But it had to be over quickly, so the master released demonic energy and disappeared. The intruder was now truly invisible. From now on, the players couldn't see him as he blended into the mist. He was going to kill the two young boys without them even noticing. As soon as he crept up on the hero and wanted to attack, the boy immediately thrust a sharp sword into him. It was simply incredible. With his abnormal mana level, he even recognized the stealth skill. The situation was getting too dangerous. Dean needed to get out of there immediately. He tried to quickly sneak to the door to get out, but the hero immediately struck him with his sword. Dean Alidor had spent a full 2 years in the game. He was known as an outlaw, attacking newly arrived newcomers, and was a member of the Assassin Clan. The rumor of his massacre spread throughout the village, and Alvin Walker came to the heroes. Opening the wanted book, Alvin said the reward for the guy was 30 gold pieces. The bastard Dean had been on the wanted list all this time, and according to the severity of the crime, the reward was set, which now went to the heroes. Suddenly out of the blue, Walker suggested that the guys join the Skyscraper clan. He had never seen such guys snatching someone like Dean before, so the gentleman thought Yunzheng was a real diamond. There was no way to miss such an opportunity, and for a newcomer, the offer to join the clan was a great chance. Moreover, if it was the Skyscraper clan, there was nothing to think about. The members of the Skyscraper clan marveled at how the guys managed to capture Dean, since they were completely inexperienced. They had no challenger yet to take a newcomer as a member of their clan. Alvin was absolutely serious about recruiting. He was sure the young hero had caught Dean by no fluke. Malloy arrived at a rather interesting. It was best for newcomers to just join the clan without question, but Yunjae refused. Alvin was shocked by the refusal, and realized that the boy had better options. The hero wasn't a newcomer just coming into this world. The reward was due by evening, so Alvin asked the lads to pay for their lodgings first thing. In parting, he said that the boys could always find him in the Skyscraper clan if they changed their minds. By evening, the boys had received a reward of 30 gold pieces, a harvest even greater than they had anticipated. One such coin would be worth 1,000,000 won in Korea. Jong-gyu revealed that he refused to join the clan because he didn't deserve it. Dean Alidor was caught by his partner, so the guy didn't want an empty thanks. The hero had one idea in store, though he didn't know if it was better than joining the Skyscraper clan. He suggested to his friend and associate that he meet with the High Wizard, because he was already on his way there. In Melon Square, there was a huge white portal guarded by the High Mage. You had to pay 50 gold pieces to use the portal. The old man didn't help for free. The heroes didn't have enough coin to use the portal, and when the mage was about to leave, the hero suddenly told him his offer. He promised to find the location of the laboratory. The old man was wary. This was not known to anyone but him. He wondered who the two men were, but Yunjae said that they had just decided to help find the lab. Because of this one vow, Mr. Abram could not leave the place. He promised to reward the heroes properly if their search was successful. However, the old man was no fool. At parting, he decided to tell the boys that he would let them taste pain worse than death itself if they decided to plot something. In any case, finding the lab was better than joining the Skyscraper clan. Yunjae learned about the lab from village rumors. It was said that an old man used to use it before. He used to kill people and use them for magic ingredients. The Supreme Magician was nicknamed the Human Butcher. This news scared Jong-gyu to death, and he began to panic and fear death. In fact, there was no reason to worry because the old man couldn't get out. After a while, the heroes still found what they were looking for. In front of them was a huge rock, in which there was an entrance to the laboratory in the form of a hole. It seemed that it was impossible to find the laboratory in such a place. According to the diary, the discovery of Abram's lab made a lot of noise in Melon, as it had never happened here before. And the discovery itself was right in a rock near the village. However, it wasn't even the mere fact that this game area had been discovered that was significant. The main attention was attracted by its main reward. It was a collection of experimental material studied by the Supreme Magician Abram for years. The Skyscraper clan concluded that its effect must have been tremendous because its level height was immeasurable. Meanwhile, the heroes boldly explored the new location of the lost laboratory. Yunjae was sorry to refuse the offer of the Skyscraper clan, but by contacting them, it would be more difficult to snag the first-rate bounty. On the way, the hero said that the mage could not find the laboratory himself because he had lost all his memories. It could happen because of some powerful spell, after which he became a portal keeper. Moving further into the cave, the boys stumbled upon some very strange things. These searches kept secret. Suddenly they froze as if frozen in stone. Ahead of them, they saw a whole bunch of dead people. At that moment, a vibration was felt in the air. The ground shook, and a violent creaking of bones was heard. The dead men rose from their knees as if they had been sleeping sweetly all this time. Now it was clear why the cave was so quiet and empty. There was a real secret in there. A pack of cave creatures immediately lashed out at the guys. They were very aggressive and violent. Without hesitation, the brave heroes rushed at them in response. Young Yunjae was not only excellent with his weapons and techniques, but he also had incredible skills that allowed him to scatter several dead people in a matter of seconds. It had gone better than he had expected. Only the mood was bad now. The hero had quickly dealt with a whole gang of cave creatures, and a real monster had turned them into such monsters. In one of the corpses, the hero found a brightly colored chimera mana diamond. The mana stone used by the High Magician Abram when creating the chimera contained an impressive amount of mana, the energy of which made the chimera move. It had been several days since the heroes had traveled through the cave. Their strength was running low. This was not the place to rest. After a short break, they finally came to the last door. Inside and there was a reward for the first person to find the place. When the heroes finally squeezed inside, they froze. In front of them was the same lost laboratory, which was hidden from the eyes of strangers. At this time, screams were coming from the Skyscraper clan. They had been searching for Abram's location for 2 months now, but all to no avail. Alvin was furious. The Skyscraper clan, which consisted of only elites, had been of no use during this time. Even the bastards from the Assassin clan rampaging through Millen were beyond their power, so the Lord ordered his assistant to get away and find out anything about the lab. Abram's laboratory was of unbelievable size. A lot of information was stored there, and obviously terrible experiments were being conducted. In the middle of the room stood a huge flask with a man in the liquid. The boy looked around a bit and finally found the collection of the results of Supreme Mage Abram's research. The blue and red flasks were stored behind the door of a cupboard that looked like a bookcase. Among them was one purple vessel, which was not mentioned in the diary of the hero's dead wife. Despite that, the kid took everything that was there. The goal was achieved. It was time to return. At that moment, the boys noticed that the man in the flask was slightly opening his eyes. They realized that he was obviously alive and decided to break the glass immediately. The Supreme Magician was extremely surprised that the heroes had found the location of the laboratory. Before telling about this place, the guys wanted to know what experiments the old man was conducting there. The master only remembered doing research in the lab, and he had no memory of what or where exactly it was. He only wanted to find the lab because it belonged to him. Yunjae told Abram about the location of his secret laboratory, and he rewarded the boy as promised. The first reward was a teleportation scroll that allowed the hero to travel to the desired village. The second prize was a ring of 198 B-class properties, the fruit of a high magician's work. The ring was under a special spell, the powers of which were capable of granting the desired property. Abram immediately vanished, but the young hero wasn't worried about letting him go so easily. In the guy's hands was a possible reason why the old man was looking for the lab. After half a month at the location, the guys had saved up the portal fee and got themselves a decent room. They were going to take a breather, and then look at the Skyscraper plan to get a decent reward for finding the location. Yunjae gave his partner a fragile life potion and a refined mana potion, and told him to drink first the red one and then the blue one. It was supposed to pump his body, so the boy immediately drank the contents. The heroes' bodies were immediately filled with wild power. They felt a frantic burst of energy that quickly spread throughout their bodies. Their health, agility, physical defense, and strength were increased by 1. The young man was beginning to question whether it was worth it to drink it all at once. He took these potions because they were supposed to make his body level up, but they seemed to burn him from the inside out. It took quite some time, but the guys did a great job. Jongyu almost saw a prodigy, but eventually his stats, health, and mana increased. Abram was actually a true genius for creating such a miracle. The page of the notebook had not been turned before, but now the young man could see what was written there. As he read through the entries, he realized that things had gone wrong. Taking his sword with him, Yunjae rushed to the Skyscraper clan as fast as he could. Every second counted, so he pounded loudly on the door, and when they finally opened it, he said he wanted to see Elvis urgently. Elvis was not the kind of man you could meet just by brazenly knocking on his door. There was some kind of procedure. When the gentleman heard that the matter was at Abram's location, he was immediately interested. Walker himself came out to the loud noise. He was just thrilled to hear the news about the found lab. Yunjae told him that Abram was about to attack Melon in a new body. It sounded simply unthinkable, and the clan members could not believe their ears. At that moment, something even more amazing happened. The heroes saw a real miracle in front of them. Abram appeared before them in a completely new guise. Now his body looked exactly like the body of the man from the laboratory. The heroes could not harm him, but they had to destroy the vessel. Possessing a new body, the Supreme Mage gained incredible abilities. In a matter of seconds, he immediately attacked and unleashed a single blow at the protagonist. The boy reacted in time and managed to dodge. Yunjae said that if the old man came to get the potions, they were already gone. Abram could easily make them again since he didn't plan to stop. He wanted to take away the boy's shackles and could easily take away his arm. The old man in the new body was not much of a talker. He wanted to finish what he had started as soon as possible. Using his skills, he directed dozens of sharp stones at the boy, which flew with great speed. Now the hero had to do something urgently. When Yunjae's life was on a knife edge, the brave Alvin suddenly covered him with his body. Thanks to his magic powers, he managed to make the sharp stones crumble to pieces. Seeing that the man who couldn't leave the village was suddenly gone, Walker thought Abram was gone. He couldn't understand how the old man was able to break the curse and get a new body. Yunjae couldn't stand the old man's insolence and snapped out of his seat to destroy him. Abram used his skills and thousands of bright lightning bolts burst out. They were beyond the strength of ordinary rookies. This could be the hero's last battle. The young man was fearless. He was not afraid of anyone. With one swing of his sword, he dealt the enemy a crushing blow. The whole secret of his strength was in the magic ring given by the Supreme Magician. A strong blow fell upon the old man in a second and only touched his cheek. His ring was quite useful in the hands of his opponent, so he wanted to punish the boy. At that moment, one of the members of the Skyscraper clan flew up from the back and wanted to destroy the nasty old man with one punch. The mage had a good reaction and managed to dodge, so the gentleman hit the ground with his fist. Lois arrived just in time to grab the old man with her magical powers while he was still jumping. She created protective walls around him to keep him from moving and held him in the air so he wouldn't escape. The Skyscraper clan was too easy prey for the High Magician, but Yunjae and Zhang Jiyu were too dangerous for him. The old man made the decision to retreat. He used his teleportation abilities and slowly moved away. The heroes had to let him go. Now the decision was made to just catch him. But for now, Alvin had something he wanted to discuss. He was sure the boys knew what was going on. The heroes gathered the four of them to talk about what had happened. Zhongyu immediately expressed his displeasure about drinking potions that were actually made with hundreds of people's lives. Alvin said that if the hero's strength and magic were the result of those potions, it was still understandable. No matter how you looked at it, the guys weren't newbies anyway. Abram actually wanted to use potions after changing his body. He planned to drink them to become more powerful. These potions would increase his power and magic to an incredible level. It was known that Abram had a strong disdain for humans for some unknown reason. Yunjae knew that the old man would definitely try to vent his rage and get the ingredients he needed. For a long time, the mage was cursed, which is why he guarded the portal in the village. Somehow he managed to escape. But more importantly, the young hero needed to make new potions. That's what he came to ask the clan for help for. In Alvin's opinion, it was rather shameless to do so after the boy had stolen the potions. He knew the old man had to show up in Melon soon. Suddenly, the Lord was alarmed by the fact that the young man knew too much information. A newcomer couldn't possibly know that much. Yunjae told too much information, but it was too dangerous to show his wife's notebook. At that moment, one of the clan members who was in charge of tower defense came running into the room. He was frightened and brought bad news. A horde of monsters was coming from outside. It was simply unthinkable. The bloodthirsty monsters rushed forward at full speed, demolishing everything in their path. Their numbers could not be counted, and they looked invincible. The players were very scared and defenseless against such creatures. They defended themselves as best they could. Suddenly, one of the monsters pounced sharply on a human, but immediately hit his face against the wall. It was the Skyscraper clan's protective barrier. An emergency had been declared in Melon, and Lois had fenced off the village with a protective barrier. The clan's main goal was to protect the town and the chimeras that needed to be dealt with. The heads of each district had to follow the instructions of the Skyscraper clan. Lois's voice echoed throughout Melon, and young Gu felt less cool than the others. Everyone was very cool in his eyes, and he still had a lot to learn. The boy was sad, but he realized that Alvin Walker had been right to leave him in the village. The brave heroes went into battle. As fighters of an elite unit, they had to finish off the monsters as quickly as possible. Then they could stop the attack and save the whole city. Without a second thought, Yunjae immediately rushed into battle. He had excellent weapons skills, and was one of the best in the team. Surprisingly, the wild monsters were weak, and the boy had no trouble fighting against them. A whole army of chimeras was coming at Melon at breakneck speed. Their appearance was unknown, but a real team of titans could easily deal with them. A clash was inevitable. Each team member had their own personal ability that had destructive power. Alvin Walker didn't move. It was as if he cut the air with a single sweep of his hand and chopped several monsters apart. The master was an incredible person. Meanwhile, Abram had already taken possession of his laboratory. The souls were not being collected fast enough. He planned to have hundreds of thousands of souls by now. There was too little time. Soon the bastards in his way would be showing up. The old man needed to hurry. He decided to create at least one elixir. By this time, the Skyscraper clan had already entered the cave that led to the lab. It had taken Yunjae a whole week to reach the end of the cave, but now the heroes needed to make it in 2 days. The hordes of chimeras were already on their way. Lois decided to simply destroy the monsters. She used a mass skill that shot a stream of fire towards the cave. This created an incredible explosion that consumed the entire space. It was clear now that the boys were of a different caliber. The girl had done well, and she'd incinerated a gang of creatures even Abram would have had trouble with. Inside the chimeras were monostones that allowed them to move. The stone was rather weak, so it was obvious that it was only a temporary solution to keep the blood circulating in their bodies. What was more important was that these devices were still in the monsters. That meant that the old mage had been preparing all this for a long time. Walker finally realized that Abram was planning to attack Melon. On their way, the guys met many more monsters. All were of different sizes and differed in strength. For the heroes, it was not a problem, but just another opportunity to show resilience and patience. Jongyu was so obsessed with fighting against the monsters that he sometimes let his guard down. One of the chimeras was eager to attack him from behind, but Lois was able to stop it in time. This was a team fight. Lois noticed that the young man was very tired and offered him a break. He had always wanted to follow Yunjae, so he fought on par with the people who had been here for 2 years, even though he had arrived only recently. Upon arriving at the lab, the skyscraper clan saw a horrifying picture. Abram felt like a fish out of water. In his lab, he was going to finish off his enemies for good, and he looked like he was possessed. At that moment, the old man began his deeds, and in a second he managed to make the boys fall face down into the ground. The old man began his deeds at that moment, and in a second he managed to make the boys fall face down on the ground. The magic circle was the creation of a supreme mage. It was capable of taking human souls. The attack on Melon was just a way to get more ingredients. By reducing the range, the bastard had increased the power of the circle, and could now take the soul of even a living being. He was going to use all the resources to carry out his plan. Alvin was amused by the fact that the high mage had to rely on the magic circle. This spilled the old man badly, and he directed all his fiery energy at the young man to take his life. Suddenly, the old man felt a great pain. Yunjae managed to shift and gave the mage a powerful blow that drew his blood. This was something the supreme mage didn't expect to see. After activating the deadly magic circle, the hero felt nothing. He was protected by Jahar's shackles, heart, and magic formula. At that moment, Alvin noticed that the boy could move and tried to buy time. As long as Abram didn't look in his direction, Yunjae decided not to miss the opportunity and used the only potion. The old man's magic and attention were too focused on the magic circle. But if he left it, Alvin would immediately attack him. Abram decided to deal with the shackled guy as quickly as possible. The protagonist saw the right moment and immediately attacked. In one move, he cut his enemy in two, and the old man's head immediately flew off to the side. It was simply unbelievable. But Abram immediately disappeared as if he hadn't been killed. He possessed a crazy energy that teleported him behind the hero's back. Now the young man was in real danger. The mage immediately struck a devastating blow, a violent blast of fire pushing the boy away. At the very last moment, he managed to use his hardening to shield himself from the blow. The clan members were in no condition to fight, but the brave Yunjae was on his feet and ready to fight. The lives of the team were now in his hands. Abram controlled the circle and used spells simultaneously. His magic was matchless. At such a pace, the hero was getting tired quickly, but he escaped from the enemy's blows with his last strength. Suddenly, the experienced mage decided to end these games and catch the young man like a mouse in a mousetrap. He shackled his legs in magical shackles, which deprived the boy of the ability to move. When the old man wanted to destroy the boy once and for all, his magic circle was suddenly destroyed. He fell to the ground with a clatter, his soul consumed. At this point, he noticed that the soul-sealing potion was almost used up. He wanted to leave himself the option of returning to his old body in case there were any side effects. The hero got ahead of the old man and decided to borrow the potion. There was no way to make Abram drink the potion, so the boy applied it to his blade. The mage's soul would have tried to return to its old body, but thanks to the magic circle, it didn't happen. The situation turned against the supreme magician. First, he needed to stop the magic circle, but he was powerless in this state. To stop it and return to his old body was his main goal. From his last strength, Abram asked to carry him to the circle to stop him. It could have saved the hero's comrades, but the boy swung his sword and cut off the old man's arm. It was too dangerous to trust the supreme mage after all. He had already shown his true colors. Yunjae couldn't allow himself to be fooled. He abruptly snapped out of his seat and prescribed a crushing kick to the old man's belly. Soon the hero independently took care of his comrades and led them to a safe place. It was humiliating for them, but the boy was going to cope on his own with the chimeras and the nasty mage. Finally, it was time for the truth. Yunjae was curious about who helped the mage get his memories of the lab back. He wanted to hear the answer, but the old man refused to cooperate and was getting hit hard for it. Abram claimed that he had no idea how the old memories had come to him. He said that a stranger in a robe handed him a piece of paper and left immediately. Now the old man had to answer how he knew about the shackles, or he would be physically assaulted. He had no choice but to say that he had seen the bracelet before. The man who had dragged the mage into this wore the exact same shackles. Yunjae asked his last question. He wanted to know why the old man killed the people whose bodies were in the cave. Because of the fear of death, the old man had to tell him that he didn't really want to take so many lives. He needed test subjects. Originally, the Supreme Magician had no thought of using humans in his experiments. But then, they came and ruined everything, which made him become a cruel monster. Bloodthirsty Abram started taking human lives to gather ingredients, and then he enjoyed killing them. He also believed that the Holy Hero was also a killer, and took just as many lives on his way to the lab as well. The brave warrior took people's lives, but only those who deserved it. For his deeds, the nasty old man was punished and received a severe blow to the head. It was fair, for everyone who died at his hands had a family and enjoyed life. There was no point in letting such a scumbag live. He deserved the cruelest punishment. The hero became his judge and sent the old man straight to hell with a final blow. The news of Abram's death spread quickly throughout the area. It reached the men in black robes as well. It happened much faster than they expected. The magician didn't even manage to kill a couple thousand people. Abram was old, but really strong. Even that didn't save him. For the men defended better than he had counted on. They had strong fighters in their ranks. The men in robes realized that someone had interrupted him. There was nothing more for the strangers to do here. To return without any results was a disgrace, but they had no choice. They had better opportunities in the future. Meanwhile, something amazing happened in the village of Melon. Young Gyu fiercely fought against the cruel monsters, but suddenly, it was as if they changed. The chimeras stopped fighting and ran away as if they were afraid. After the brutal massacre, the clan lost about 20,000 people. Most of them were new recruits, and due to their lack of experience, they had the hardest time. A member of the Skyscraper clan said that the village's district heads had agreed to buy the mana stones extracted from the chimeras. Most likely they would be useful to them and would come down as a reward. Alvin was very upset that he decided to take his assistants with him. The master was not hurt in any way, but Yeshiho was unconscious, as if she no longer had a soul. The main character had finished all their business in Melon and decided to head off to another village. Lois was upset that now the boys wouldn't join their plan, so she invited them to visit. Yunjae was going to go to Darkmume. Usually every village had a clan in charge of security, and in Darkmume it was the Assassin clan. Lawlessness reigned there. It was the area with the highest crime rate. Alvin gave the players their reward. It was the most useful thing he had found in the lab. The teleportation rings were needed to rebuild the portal, so the clan had given the boys something else. The 98A class clockwork mechanism was the fruit of a supreme magician's work. It allowed to regulate its own time, consumed the accumulated mana depending on the skill level. Using a teleportation spell, the brave heroes were transported to the village of Darkmume. The assassin's village was twice the size of the previous one. It was very gloomy and foggy, as if the place was from a detective story. The young man chose this place for a reason. He didn't need a showdown with monsters. This mysterious village could be the one who killed his family, so this was the boy's only chance. That terrible day changed the hero's life forever. That evening he was at work as always, but on that particular day he was a little late. Suddenly the work was interrupted by a phone call. When the boy picked up the phone, he was happy to tell his wife that he had too much work to do today. But in the receiver, he heard a quiet plea for help. Yoon Jae too immediately snapped out of his seat and ran to help. His wife's voice was spinning endlessly in his head. His heart was pounding frantically in his chest and seemed like it was about to jump out. At that moment, the young man woke up abruptly. He realized that it was all a dream. Nightmares had plagued him for a long time, but he'd never had one like this before. He decided to go into his wife and daughter's room, thinking they were still asleep. The boy happily opened the door, but the picture in the room shocked him. The whole room was covered in blood, and his wife's lifeless body was lying on the floor. It seemed like Yoon Jae was going crazy. He ran out of work and ran as fast as he could to save his family. What he saw made his soul freeze in place, his breath catch, and the lump in the city was so huge that the boy couldn't breathe. Tears streamed from his eyes. The young man bowed his head in front of Wongen's shredded corpse. In his mind, he heard the loud laughter of the killer who had slaughtered the poor bodies of his daughter and wife with great pleasure. At that moment, the hero couldn't contain his emotions. He was screaming at the top of his lungs so hard that the capillaries in his eyes were bursting. He refused to believe that some bastard had slaughtered his innocent family, who had recently been by his side. Since that unfortunate day, the boy had been tormented by terrible nightmares. He woke up with a wild scream. It was all just a dream, but it caused the young man terrible torment. The next day at noon sharp, the boys gathered at the square in the center of the village, where the entrance exams were held for all newcomers who wished to join the assassin clan. Now they had to defend their own lives, if they cared for them. The people had already arrived, so finally, Harold Shipman of the assassin clan spoke to the crowd. He was called the Psychopathic Assassin, and he was pleased with the large number of badasses who had joined the clan this year. The Lord was cruel and said that members of one clan were protected by a ban on killing comrades, though some members had come here specifically looking for that rule. Harold didn't care. When the opening test finally began, the gentlemen scattered thousands of flyers with a picture of a person on them. It was simple enough. The players had to bring the head of the person depicted on the leaflet. Only those who brought their heads along with the mission sheet would be able to pass through. Finding a person in a large city was problematic, and in addition it was unknown who was after the heroes. This assignment had a twist. In addition to the test participants, there were faces of people living in Darkmume in the photo, so the heroes had to look carefully. One of the enraged participants was literally seething with anger. He was smashing everyone in his way and taking the papers from them. He wanted to collect a stack of them so that at least one of the people depicted would be caught. It was dangerous to stay in a place like this. The heroes decided to just bail. Jongyu couldn't believe that the bastard was taking other people's assignments and killing people to increase his chances. There was nothing to be surprised about. That was what the test was designed for. Yunjae speculated that the murderer he was looking for might have also participated in this test. A lot of people came here, and in reality, people were left in the dark. When people entered this world, the reality stopped remembering their existence. After the death of his wife and daughter, the hero started work and searched for the culprit like a madman. But at some point he dropped everything and returned to the company. It was as if he had unwittingly resigned himself to the fact that he would never find the killer. It was unbelievable that for some reason the guy still had memories of him. Now he decided that he had to catch the culprit, no matter what it cost him, even at the cost of his life. On speculation, Yunjae might not have been able to find the assassin due to the fact that he had entered this world. Every year at this time, the assassin clan held a test, so there was a high probability that this creep had participated. However, if the characters were just looking for that guy, they didn't have to take the test themselves. Jongyu didn't want to kill innocent people for the test. Passing the assignment was a separate matter, and the reason why it had to be done. The guys were talking so much that they didn't notice that they were surrounded by a gang of thugs. And I didn't need to know why, they just wanted to kill the guys. But the heroes weren't cowards either. Yunjae wasn't scared. He decided to ask the bad guys if they knew about the killer who left the X mark on his victims. The armed bastards attacked the young man. A sharp knife at high speed was too close to the hero, but suddenly the hero used his fantastic skills and dodged the blow. The opponent threw a few more blows, but it was all useless. Yunjae's speed was amazing. The brave warrior was unfazed. He could repel any blow from his enemies and easily dealt one bad guy a strong blow with his sword. The man flew aside with force. At that moment, the second opponent flew up to the boy at great speed and wanted to stab him. His body immediately froze, and the sharp blade stopped right in front of the hero's nose. The guy had an incredible ability that saved him. He acquired the skill of controlling time. The flow slowed down only from his point of view. The clock mechanism allowed him to regulate his own time. The enemies completely froze. Now the limit of this time was about 2 minutes. Due to excessive mana consumption, the hero couldn't use it for a long time. However, his foot object gave stunning capabilities. Swinging with all his might, the boy dealt critical damage to the frozen foe. The petrified body was immediately thrown back. Yunjae had dealt with everyone in the back alley, but he still wanted to squeeze the most information out of the bad guys. He grabbed one of them by the throat and demanded the truth about the killer. At the time, the man was also living in Anyan, home to a serial maniac who was leaving an X mark. But he was in this world before the killer stopped. The bad guy was willing to tell everything to stay alive. Now the hero finally learned that the culprit was now in Darkmume. He too had gotten into this world and had been after the kid all along, which is why he had hired the assassins in the alley. The gentleman said he had already been to the place where the killer had stopped. There was a mountain of corpses marked with an X. After hearing this, the boy was going to go there immediately. At this time, a real horror was taking place in an abandoned building. A gentleman tied 2 people by the hands and abused them. They were exhausted, tormented, and begging for mercy, but the man was too cruel to let them go. After some time, the heroes finally got to the building where the maniac was operating. There was only one chance to meet him. The guys had no right to make a mistake. When the heroes wanted to go inside and had their backs turned, the bad guy from the alley suddenly became furious and attacked them from behind. The guys were in danger. His knife was already too close. Yunjae immediately turned back and managed to hit the young man. He wanted to beat his enemy to death, but the assassin abruptly grabbed his arm and pulled him towards him. At that moment, the unbelievable happened. The man's eyes glowed even brighter. His body began to radiate wild energy. When he was already at his limit, the streets of the village were filled with a huge, fiery explosion. One of the players chose a good tactic and climbed onto the roof where he had a great view. Suddenly, he saw a big explosion and realized that he was getting excited too quickly. On his assignment paper was a picture of Youngyu. He found the rookie right away, but after such an explosion, his head was probably turned to ashes. The wanted killer noticed that the player looked worried, so he climbed up to his roof. He immediately offered the kid to join him. Stupid weaklings with bad temper attracted him. The maniac could see the power level perfectly and knew that the young man was weak. He grabbed him by the throat, and the devilish strength began to seep in. It was a soul subjugation skill that was able to control someone who was weaker. After taking control of a few people, the assassin ordered to give the guys in the alley a few clues. Yunjae fell for it too easily, and the explosion swallowed him whole. It was impossible to survive in such a fire. He actually wished he had done things differently. Killing a victim while looking into their eyes was much more fun and interesting. He was amused by the thought that the two guys might be hiding somewhere. The protagonist had only attacking skills and no defense. Despite this, he took a huge blow. He was badly hurt, but thanks to his agility and bravery, he survived. The surviving victims turned the maniac on even more, and he advanced into battle and sent his army forward. He was sure that Yoon-jae wouldn't be able to fight back with such wounds, and he had a strong soul in store for Jung Ji-wyu. With so many people to worry about, the gentleman had nothing to worry about. He was going to have a good time, and waited for the heroes around the corner. Surprisingly, when he saw Yoon-jae, he didn't have a single abrasion on him. After the explosion, the hero used a secret skill that washed away his wounds and burns like water. This skill was a real cheat, but it had a not-so-good effect and consumed too much mana. Just before the explosion, the hero received a hardening skill, which, when activated, created a strong shell on the surface of the skin. Unexpectedly, Jahar's shackles were synchronized with the hardening skill, thanks to which the hero managed to survive. This incident ended quite lucratively for the young man. He received a magical armor, which, when activated, enveloped his body in a strong, enchanted armor. It was not just protection, the hero could change its shape as he wished. It turned out that the man on Young-Yu's piece of paper was the very killer who took away the hero's wife and daughter. It was just amazing, because the clue was always in their hands. Yoon-jae had already told him how he left the company, and devoted himself to tracking down the killer. Now the memories of that day came back. After half a month of searching, he managed to find the man and stop him from committing the crime. That day, the maniac began to run away, but the hero chased him, and the rescued girl called the police. He wanted so much to kill the scumbag with his own knife for everything he had done. The girls quickly arrived at the call and managed to stop the young man. The police caught him a few seconds before the tragedy, when the boy was already aiming a knife directly at the killer's back. After those events, nothing was heard about him. Although it was a serial killer, no one, including Yoon-jae, remembered his existence. These crimes shocked the world, but then everything was forgotten as if nothing had happened. The hero calmly returned to work and began to live a normal life. Now the sworn enemies have finally met. Yoon-jae went through many events just to catch the maniac, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to meet face to face. Park Yoon-sung laughed loudly and joked at the young man to get emotional. He said that he didn't want to fight the strong ones because it was easiest to kill defenseless women and children. The hero wanted to personally kill the maniac brutally and slowly, but he stepped aside and sent his men, who no longer had a mind of their own, to fight. Park Yoon wasn't going to get his hands dirty and said goodbye until next time. At that moment, the guy didn't hold back and used his skill of adjusting his own timing. It allowed him to bypass the bastards in a flash and hit the culprit hard in the face. The maniac's puppets were under his power, sensing danger. They immediately ran to their commander's aid. Jong-yu pierced them without a second thought with his sword, which had been lengthened by the skills of the giant's ring. Park Yoon-seong had been in hiding for a long time, but there was no turning back now. He had to pay for the murders with his head. The hero used his skull like a sledgehammer to smash the ground. When Yoon-jae wanted to strike the very last blow to destroy the culprit, the maniac suddenly jumped up and slipped out of his hands. The blow hit the ground. The brave warrior had only come to this world a month ago, but his strength was of fantastic size. He used his skill to strengthen his defenses and created an impenetrable fist out of his enchanted armor. Park Yoon-seong wasn't going to die so quickly and decided to defend himself. Thor's fist pierced through the maniac's pathetic weapon and headed straight for him. There was no way the bastard could escape punishment now. He'd get enough for his nasty murders. Now the hero became a real maniac, only his victim was only one person. He struck with his hands and feet, despite the state of the nasty bastard who deprived him of his family. The vile Park Yoon had always only killed the weak, so now he was bound to get the same. Yoon-jae remembered all the pain the bastard had inflicted on him and struck him so hard that the sound of his skull shattering was heard. The severe blows were incompatible with life. The maniac could hardly breathe and struggled for life. He was begging for mercy, but he did not deserve to be saved, because every man killed by his hands was begging in the same way. The young man remembered for the rest of his life the day when he heard his beloved wife's voice in the telephone receiver for the last time. That night she begged to save her, but not even a small child could stop the killer. Memories of the past turned the hero into a real monster. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes. He beat the killer to death because he would never see his family again. Yoon-jae had finally finished off that bastard. He had managed to do something that didn't work out in real life. It was the hero's dream. He thought about it over and over again. Now that the boy had taken his revenge, he should have been relieved, but the thoughts did not leave his head. It didn't get any easier, because the pain of loss was still in his heart. Killing the maniac wouldn't bring Eun-gen and Mina back to him. Park Yoon-seong's death didn't change anything. The incredible pain burning through the boy's body, he hugged the last thing that was left of his wife and cried bitter tears. The meaning of his life was lost forever. The heroes managed to complete the introductory assignment to the assassin clan to perfection, and as soon as the heroes came to their senses, they brought the heads of the slain and the flyers to the post. From that point on, they passed the clan's test. The girl handed the guys 2 black pills that they had to swallow to become full members of the assassin clan. It might not be safe, but the boys had to decide here and now. The boys were assured that it would do them no harm, but on the contrary would add strength, so they swallowed the pills without question. Now the brave warriors safely joined the killing clan. When Yoon-jae crushed the black pill in his hand, a strange purple smoke began to emanate from it. The demonic energy flowed into his body at a tremendous speed. Something terrifying was happening. The shackles were clenched too tightly. The hero was in great pain. He was very scared and didn't understand what was happening. The black smoke continued to spread around. At this moment, Jahar's shackles began their transformation. The demonic energy was increased by 1. Jahar's shackles increased the strength of the wearer, and now their power was increased by 40%, and the intensity of mana consumption was reduced. The shackles had practically grown into the hero's hand, but he was fine. His stats had increased, and now it didn't hurt him at all. The color of the seed had changed as well. The shackles had absorbed his magic. Meanwhile, all was calm in Melon. Abram was dead, and the chimeras had returned back. Suddenly, the Skyscraper clan received happy news. Their joy was unbounded. Yoon-jae and Young Ji-wyu decided to visit them. Walker was surprised that the boys were back so early. He immediately realized that something had happened. The hero's gaze immediately turned cold. He showed the badges of the Assassin clan. Everyone who joined the Assassin clan had to eat the Devil Seed. Newcomers who did so would suddenly have their abilities improved. Thus, the strange beads spread throughout the world. It was believed that thanks to the seed, one could easily and quickly become stronger. Because of such rumors, everyone began to consume it. As a result, it took root in the human body. Slowly, but surely, the demon seed was changing the essence of people. Eventually, the people who absorbed it became demons. The hero told the Skyscraper clan about how he passed the entrance exam for the Assassin clan and received the seed. Crumbling it in his hand, it was clear that once absorbed, the shell would dissolve and the demon would take up residence in the body. It would then slowly begin to devour the person. Walker had assumed something like this, but he didn't think that diabolical forces, the bastards of the Assassin clan, were involved. This situation was far more serious than Abrams. Alvin began to suspect something. He realized that, wanting to avenge the death of his wife and child, the hero had traveled to Darkmum. Then in the process was forced to complete a mission to join a clan of assassins. Such an opportunity did not come every day, but the boy knew in detail what the Devil's Seed was. The boy decided to show something to make it clear. At this moment, the young man let out demonic energy. He could control an incredible power. He said that this time, the bracelet was able to absorb the magic into itself, and also assessed what the seed was. The body was fine. After the incident with Abram, that might well have been the case. Alvin understood everything and made sure that they had no bad intentions. He was going to go to the head of the clan and tell him. Jong-gyu was afraid of what kind of trouble might await them as well. After all, they were officially members of the Assassin clan, and their actions were considered treason. He only breathed a sigh of relief when Yoon-jae promised safety. The situation could explain such a dangerous situation. Joining the battle wasn't necessary, so there was nothing to worry about. Left in charge, Lois called a meeting in the capital city of Trum. The representatives of the 5 clans were already waiting for her in their seats. They wouldn't be summoned so soon unless it was urgent. Time was short, so the girl got straight to the point. She said that the Skyscraper clan had proof that the Assassin clan had teamed up with the Devils. To confirm this, Lois showed the vessel that contained the Devil embryo. The Assassin clan had partnered with the Devils to spread their seeds. This situation was urgent, and while the clan representatives were talking, Devil seeds were probably being made somewhere. The girl asked him to take this situation more seriously than others. Thanking the representatives for listening, Lois announced the guidelines for the military operation. After the meeting was over, war would break out in the Truma. Even though there wasn't much information, Yoon-jae could count on a reward. Elvis Walker had promised that the heroes would be protected by the Skyscraper clan until the end of the military operation. But the young man was going to fight. This unpleasantly surprised the Lord, for this war was much different from battles with monsters. Especially since the boy's face had already lit up in the Assassin clan. The hero was aware of the danger and responsibility that lay upon his shoulders. He wasn't going to back down, and instead of a reward, he asked Walker for a favor. It seemed odd, but the young hero had challenged Walker to a fight. It was the best option for him. Lois was left alone to conduct boring meetings because Alvin hated boring conversations. Some rules were set for a change. The clan head was only going to use his right hand. Yunjae could use any way he wanted. Only hitting once was enough to win. This was only the first level of their battle. Without thinking for a long time, the boy rushed into battle. He could complete the first level without much difficulty. His strength was enough to defeat quite a few opponents. Meanwhile, Lois was already continuing the meeting. She said that they needed to destroy those who were consuming the devil's seeds. They could have settled in any town, and it would have caused confusion. There was no way to find these people at the moment, so the girl was going to completely exterminate the clan. The killers would only accept people who had swallowed the devil's fetus.
Exterminating all the assassins was unthinkable. The Skyscraper clan couldn't just attack them. They could not be given the opportunity to escape or prepare for battle.
The Skyscraper clan needed to cover the entire perimeter. No one could be allowed to escape. They agreed to divide the men into attackers and those who would wait in ambush. Lois said that this operation was strictly confidential until it began. The military action was to begin in a week, so all the clan representatives were ordered to begin preparations. The fight was gaining momentum, both sides trying very hard to show their true strength. No matter how hard the hero tried to outmaneuver his opponent, Alvin managed to land the first hard blow and push the boy away. It had been a whole week and the second phase still hadn't started. None of the heroes could hit Alvin. The hero had to pay attention to mana control and skill usage. It would be much easier to win. Tomorrow was a lot of work, so the guys needed a rest, but the boy suddenly wanted to try again. His skills, stats, and defense during the battle had improved greatly. With this level of skill, he could probably win. This was the hero's last chance to show his true strength and use of skills. He wanted to surprise his opponent, so he quickly jumped into the air and was about to strike. In the air, the young man was vulnerable, but he was going to strike from above, using the enhanced defense to cover himself. He turned the enchanted armor into a square platform that could act as a springboard. Yunjae pushed off the platform hard and rose even higher in the air. The boy clearly had a plan that would lead him to victory. He was now significantly taller than his opponent. The guy used the enhanced defense in a fantastic way, and created another platform in the air, from which he pushed off to climb down. His imagination and strength amazed everyone. Yunjae went down in a matter of seconds, but as soon as he was near his opponent, he abruptly moved aside and the young man was struck with his sword. The hero didn't hit his opponent. Again, it didn't work. However, he was able to successfully try out the enhanced defense in a different way. This was already a huge achievement for a newcomer. It turned out to be different. The boy earned the second level for his efforts, and the journey he had made. Alvin said that the hero had finally made it, and now it was Jongyu's turn. After the hard training, the heroes needed rest. Tomorrow they had training waiting for them. Alvin wondered why the hero wanted to join the battle. There was only one reason for that. If the boy could avoid all the worst things written in the diary, he might be able to meet his family again. The topic of conversation was rather awkward, so the guys remained silent. Yunjae revealed that he was going to go to Garan. Among the other major cities that were being attacked, it was quite small. The situation in Dark Moon was much more complicated. The assassins could claim a place among the top 5 clans, so the Skyscraper clan needed to rally against them. But coming to a common solution was always problematic. However, what happened was a good opportunity to unite the clans. No change was going to happen, unless the devils themselves intervened in the war. When they arrived in the new village, the new recruits were not welcomed by the clan. The thought of Alvin sending them all to a backwater suburb made Zikael's blood pressure rise. He wasn't happy that they'd sent 2 undersized men with them. Although Zikael was rude, but he was right. There was a whole line of people who wanted to join the Skyscraper clan. The leader thought that only small clans used such a system. There were enough newcomers in the organization, but the boss was very unhappy that those 2 were sent to the war. From now on, he was forced to carry the burden. Jongyu was upset that they were greeted like that and wanted to punch someone. But the heroes were not allowed to get into trouble. It would be rude to Alvin Walker. The guys had to only think about their goal. When the Clan of the End reached the territory of the Assassin clan, people started walking towards the smell. At the intersection, they split up. Zikael and Dahi went to the right, and the boss took the newcomers to go to the left side.
Everyone had to act very carefully, because danger could be waiting in any corner. The heroes remained vigilant and suddenly came upon a building from which a monstrous odor emanated.
When they went inside, a horrifying picture appeared before their eyes. The whole building was filled with girls who were begging for help. They were lying exhausted on the ground and did not raise their heads. The odor came from a strange substance that the boss immediately destroyed. The killers used drugs to do their dirty deeds. It was a stupefying, scented candle. The clan head ordered Yunjae to take the victims to safety while he himself would investigate the second floor. The boy immediately suspected something strange and gave one of the girls a fatal blow with his sword. The Lord was simply furious. He grabbed the boy by his clothes and began to shout at him strongly. All this was not for nothing, for having waited for the right moment, the injured girls pounced with sharp blades. Never before had the protagonist been wrong in his guesses.
He reacted immediately and put up a magical barrier, using enhanced defense. In fact, the girls were not victims. Everything was planned. The scented candle caused hallucinations, so from the beginning, the heroes saw girls instead of guys. At that moment, the truth was revealed, and armed ninjas pounced on them. Even as he fought off his enemies, the boss kept thinking that the boy had saved him from death. However, the scented candle had no effect on the young man, and the boss thought he had unusual abilities. After a while, the guys still managed to deal with all the armed opponents. The hallucinogenic candle couldn't burn for several days. The assassins knew perfectly well when the clan planned their attack and prepared for their arrival. Meanwhile, in the city of Bram, a real horror was taking place. Everything went wrong. Thousands of brave warriors died in the bloodthirsty clutches of murderers. Turner said that apparently the information leaked out, and other cities were also attacked by the assassin clan. All the fighters were wiped out. The situation wasn't like the assassins had been preparing for this arrival for a day or two, so the traitor was definitely someone in the leadership. Elvis was just furious. More traps could be waiting for them. There was no choice. The Skyscraper clan needed to attack. From now on, the scum of the assassin clan had to be wary of meeting Elvis. He wanted to attack even if it had to be done alone. Yoon-jae and Young Gyu were still considered hopeless, but that was to their advantage. The hero just wanted to get out of this place unnoticed, and everything worked itself out as luckily as ever. The assassins reached their destination too quickly. They immediately spotted Yahello and wounded him badly. They said there was no one else to catch but the young man, but it was just a trap. The situation was hopeless. The creatures from the clan of maniacs surrounded the guy and were not going to let him go alive. But suddenly, a voice was heard at the end of the street that sounded like salvation. The brave heroes came to help. Although the assassins were sure that they had destroyed everyone from the clan, the two warriors were real daredevils and were not afraid to give their own lives to save a drowning man. The boss was just furious. He had been watching from around the corner the whole time. The assassins had ambushed him, for they obviously knew the heroes had arrived. The boss realized that there were no survivors, so all that was left was to wait for help to arrive. The guys were rookies, but fought like real trained military men. Jung-yu kept up with his partner and used the ring to extend his weapon to cut through the bad guys. The assassins had dealt with the other guys very easily and quickly, but this fight was too hard for them. They were surprised to see what fantastic things the hero was doing. Using all his skills and superpowers, the boy attacked the maniacs with fury. After a while, there was no trace of them left. There was no end to the killers. There was an urgent need to act. Yoon-jae told Zakale to join the blockade and call for reinforcements. Then someone needed to guard the exits, because those who were sitting in ambush could enter here. The assassin clan already knew that the heroes intended to attack. Those who wanted to escape had long since fled. The hero was going to buy some time for the others to call for reinforcements. Zakale was 5 years older than the young man, but he obeyed his order without a word and immediately rushed out of his seat to call for help. In the meantime, the clan assassins were already running for their lives. The heroes needed to hurry, but first they had to delay the maniacs for a bit and then remove themselves. They couldn't just walk past them. The battle started rapidly. The assassins were not going to hesitate even for a minute and wanted to pounce right away. Yoon-jae activated his enhanced defense skill and created an impenetrable armor for himself and his partner. Just a moment later, an incredible flow of energy swept through them, as if the boy had anticipated this moment and saved the team. The reinforced magical armor protected them from such power. At that moment, an unknown gentleman appeared in front of the heroes and praised the hero for his excellent reaction. He twirled a sharp blade on his finger and said that a large number of the guys from his clan had died. Mr. Jeffrey was known in the inner circle for his incredible power and instilled fear in the hearts of the people. He ordered anyone who wanted to die to get the hell out of here. A deadly battle began in which the opponents were very strong. Mr. Jeffrey fought steadfastly, using a sword that could not be seen. Bright red blows were flying in all directions. They could not be caught even by a glance. For the first time in the history of his battles, the young hero was very tense in battle. He was unable to completely block the invisible ball's attack with his strong defense skill, and it seemed that he had to lose this battle. At the most unexpected moment, the unbelievable happened. The assassin clan was hit so hard that they left a deep trench in the ground. The bad guys were literally wiped out. It was the leader's doing. With his incredible fists, he managed to scatter the enemies in a second. He wanted to wait for help to arrive, but at the last moment he saw the young heroes, and he felt ashamed to hide. From such a force, the killers were lying lifelessly on the ground, but Mr. Jeffrey managed to escape the sudden thunderous impact. It was simply unthinkable. His body was not injured in any way. Jeffrey Dahmer was a well-known personality in the assassin clan. This guy was definitely good in battle, but his distinguishing feature was that he was a cannibal. The Lord specialized in destroying those who were weaker. The boss had spent the last of his mana on his strike, and now the heroes were in trouble. They had to catch Jeffrey because if they ran away, the people who came to help them would be hurt too. The gentleman with excellent taste wasn't going to scratch his tongue for long. He wanted to eat quickly. His strength was incredible, and because of his cannibalism, he was too cruel. After deciding to take on the enemy, the head immediately rushed from his seat and wanted to destroy him. It was dangerous, because even if they joined forces, it was extremely difficult to kill Jeffrey. The invisible sword of the cannibal immediately went in and dealt the master thousands of strong blows. But it didn't kill the man, because the protagonist was able to use enhanced defense and activate a protective film around him. The head realized that this was his last chance. With the enhanced defense skill, he could use Jeffrey's attack against himself. The strong fists flew straight into the cannibal and threw him back. Such outbursts by the cocky bastard did not please the ogre. He swung his sharp cleaver and chopped the enemy in two. He was not to be trifled with. Jeffrey could make soup out of his enemies right after killing them. In that instant, a true miracle happened. The boss, who had literally just been cut into two, dexterity caught the sharp sword of the enemy. His magic gloves were shattering before his eyes, but he steadfastly held the enemy's weapon. Suddenly, something happened that no one expected. To the surprise of all the heroes, Jongju's finest hour had come. While everyone was distracted, he had climbed to the roof of a building, and now that the enemy was literally blind, he jumped on him from a tall building. The young man had always wanted to emulate the great Yunjae, so he decided to surprise everyone around him by all means and seize the moment. He used the magic ring spell and extended his sword to pierce through the enemy. Jeffrey had a great reaction. He immediately turned around and managed to repel the ball's attack with his cleaver. Such pathetic strength was not a problem for him as he had been involved in bigger battles. No one could doubt the strength of the young heroes. They were unfazed and always won. Taking advantage of the perfect moment, Yunjae approached his opponent from behind and deftly chopped off his head. Jonggyu's huge longsword immediately pressed the cannibal into the ground. The brave guys were actually a great team and helped each other. Now, thanks to their mutual help, they were able to defeat the famous cannibal of the Killer Clan. The boss was badly hurt and lost a lot of blood, however. The most important thing is that he survived. Only with the help of his steel armor he managed to escape death. The boss did not know that the rest of the team had gone to catch Jeffrey and was not alone. He told Zakil that he couldn't have done it alone, so he had the help of 2 rookies. It was hard to believe, but it was the first time Alvin Walker himself had made such sacrifices for the rookies. The guys were real monsters. They weren't at the level they usually were after the time they had arrived here. The head couldn't even imagine what would happen to them after a few years. The head wanted to discuss a few more things with them, but Zakil said that they suddenly disappeared. The kid first of all decided to look for them, because it was thanks to the guys that he was able to bring help. But the search was not successful. From what he heard, the Lord was simply furious and immediately sent the boy to search for them. The boys were excellent fighters and could not be dead. After the fight, the head asked the boys to go rest. If anything happened to them, he would no longer be able to look Alvin Walker in the eye. Meanwhile, the heroes entered the cave of Naran's underground labyrinth. Because of Jeffrey, they wasted too much time, but they finally reached the place. Thanks to Quan Ki Huan, they were able to deal with the enemy. There was a secret lurking in the cave that was kept by the Assassin clan. Jongyu wasn't even aware that there was such a cave in Karan's dungeon, but the hero found out because he was very smart. A disaster had occurred here. However, knowing the future, Yunjae was not going to stand idly by. He couldn't let the tragedy happen again, so from now on he would decide his own fate. At that moment, the hero felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was pierced by a sharp sword. There was no one else in the cave, so when the boy turned around, he saw his partner piercing him with force. At the very last moment, the boy managed to break free and jump away. It was just incredible, for the 2 heroes had been inseparable from the moment they met in the game. Their union complemented each other like halves of a heart. Jongyu was not in control of his actions. The guy was out of his mind, hallucinating, and his eyes turned white. It all started too suddenly as soon as the guys entered the cave. The hero was puzzled, for there was no one else in the cave but them. He didn't understand what made his partner and friend become possessed. The maddened young man attacked Yunjae again and again. The brave warrior managed to avoid the attack. He pushed back the blow with his sword. Now the partners were real enemies, although they had been protecting each other not so long ago. The boy assumed that all this happened because of the smoke that enveloped the entire cave. It was reminiscent of the situation in the village when the clan hallucinated over a scented candle. The boy needed to remedy the situation, so he struck out with his fists to bring his partner to his senses. But even that didn't help, and the eyes of the framed guy still remained white. With great strength and fury, he attacked his friend relentlessly, but suddenly he quietly asked for help. When the heroes were going through the training trials with Alvin Walker, young Jiwayu was very tired. At any moment, he could have given up and not fought anymore, but he was ready to go all the way. It was very hard for the boy. He didn't have as much stamina as the others, but he couldn't stay on the sidelines, because if he just watched the slaughter, he would become a burden to Yoon-jae Henim. The protagonist did not know how he should have acted in such a situation. He did not understand how he could bring his friend to his senses, so he did not strike him, but simply dodged. Suddenly, the young man assumed that it was all because of the demonic energy that was in the smoke. He immediately decided to act to save his friend and pounced on him, throwing away his weapon. Yoon-jae fell Jung Gi-yu to the ground and pinned his throat with his hand. The savvy young man decided that perhaps his shackles could absorb the demonic energy that had penetrated his body. The maddened guy struggled hard and tried to break free, but the black energy began to gradually leave his body and penetrate the shackles. This was the only way to save him. When Jafar's improved shackles absorbed all the demonic power, the boy's eyes immediately turned white. He rose abruptly from the ground as if he'd been asleep the whole time. He couldn't remember much of anything, but his face looked like it had been bitten by a swarm of shoulders. The boy didn't understand what had happened to his face, but as the hero was just bringing him to his senses. After Jung Gyu found out the truth, he felt very uncomfortable. He felt guilty and asked the hero next time not to make things difficult for himself and just kill him. He got another flick for those words. It all sounded like nonsense, but the young man really did think it was easier than trying to deal with the burden in his face. Jung Gyu didn't need to feel like a burden. The boys had become a real family throughout the game and training. This touched the boy's heart and tears flowed from his eyes. The other villages were all affected except Darkmeum. It was known that the first attack was successful, but then Alvin Walker came in and fought back. A member of the assassin clan said that a new batch of seeds was 3 months away. The clan head ordered his assistant to carefully check whether the newcomers ate the seed or not. He was furious that he hadn't done his job, because then this wouldn't have happened. The boss had a bad feeling, so he was going to go to Gran and check things out. He wanted to carry out his plans no matter what it cost him. The heroes spent about 15 days in the cave, but they were lucky because the monsters there weren't very strong. Yoon-jae was only glad that the effect of the stupefying mist was a one-time thing. They continued on their way without rest, but Jung-gyu doubted that they were going in the right direction. The roads looked like a labyrinth, but the young hero didn't doubt that he was right and moved forward. Passing through the red door, the boys found themselves in a new place. The situation there looked more terrifying. There was a huge bear sleeping in the middle of the room. Even in a sweet dream, he looked quite strong. Fighting it was not necessary at all. Yoon-jae said that they only needed to enter the black door behind the creature. The guys had to stealthily walk past it. That was the best solution. As they took each step, they were as cautious as mice and tiptoed around. Suddenly, Jung-gyu tripped over a rock that flew straight at the bear. This thing could be their last. This time the heroes were lucky, and the bear only turned on the other side. The boys slowly opened the door and found themselves in the next room. This was their fastest time through the level. What the boys saw inside made them doubt that they were in a dungeon. In front of them was a large open-air clearing where a tall tree grew and rested directly against the clouds. Jung-gyu had never seen such a tall trunk in his entire life, but it was not a sacred tree. In fact, the tree that was hidden behind hundreds of rooms was the devil's tree. It was on it that the seeds of the devil grew. Looking closer, the guys saw hundreds of millions of black pills on the tree, which were provided by the assassin clan upon joining. The devil seeds needed to parasitize on someone to hatch, so Yoon-jae wanted to destroy the tree. The tree was huge. The heroes might not have been able to handle it alone. But in this situation, they had no choice, so they had to make a lot of effort. When Yoon-jae touched the trunk, he let out the demonic energy that was imprisoned in his shackles. It worked, and an incredible power enveloped the entire tree in its entirety. The demonic power began to increase, and the hero's health began to decrease. The boy wondered if he could absorb the power of the seeds. In this way, he was able to increase his demonic energy level, but his health was decreasing too fast and his arm was about to break. At the very last moment, the hero ran out of breath and sat on the ground. Jung-gyu said he was overdoing it, but the guy just needed a little break. His health had decreased temporarily, so there was no need to worry. Demonic energy and mana were at the same level. If the demonic energy couldn't be higher than the mana level, then today was the end of the day. When the young warrior's strength ran out, he wanted to stop and continue tomorrow, but his partner decided to try one last time. He wanted to imitate his teacher in everything. Jung-gyu used his new giant sword skill everywhere, so he decided to use it this time too. After gaining strength, he swung his sword and struck the tree hard. Meanwhile, in the town of Thrum, Lois was once again holding a meeting in the hall. The current situation wasn't so bad. She said that the operation in Bram had been a success, thanks to Alvin Walker and Mr. Tom of the Singer clan. All that remained was to solve the problem of shipmen. The master suggested that Alvin Walker be sent to Darkmeum, for there were not many among the people who could defeat shipmen. It was complicated, A spokesman for the other clan said Mr. Walker became aware that clan members had been captured by Jeffrey, and he left Bram. All the reps thought the guy was out of control, but it was worth recognizing that he had incredible skills. Those guys from the reserve that were mentioned were also good. At this moment, a servant rushed in. He brought bad news and told them that Shipman had left Darkmoon. It was good news, however. No matter what the Lord did, it would still be difficult for him to resist the clan alliance. The next information brought by the informer shocked everyone. He said that some of the murderers who had been taken prisoner had been vomiting. Along with the vomit, the seeds of the devil were coming out of them. Meanwhile, the sounds of heavy blows came from the cave glade. The giant tree shook as if it were being chopped down by hundreds of warriors. Jong-gyu huffed and puffed for a long time, using his best efforts. Finally, he managed to cut down the tree. His sword was much harder, and he had been chopping down the tree for half a day. Along with victory came failure. After such diligent work, the young man's sword broke. The sword had broken from a huge steel weapon to a thin strip of steel that was falling apart. Suddenly, when Yoon-jae was approaching his partner, he suddenly fell down. There was a hidden pit under his feet the whole time with no end in sight. Jung-gyu immediately ran up to help, but the hero called him down. Once the guys were downstairs together, an incredible view opened up in front of them. It was most likely the secret vault of the assassin clan. There was a lot of gold, armor, and supplies. Such a small dungeon hid a devil's tree and even a hiding place. The hero would never have guessed this place if not for the clues in the book. In the stash, Jung-gyu had gotten the best sword that was there. The blade generated by Muhammad's lightsaber and absorbed his blood increased its cutting power due to the mana absorbed from the absorbed blood. The young man also found a suitable weapon in this vault. Baltrix's half-demon sword had excellent strength and cutting power. The greater the amount of demonic energy absorbed, the greater the percentage of cutting power enhancement. Unexpectedly, the guys found there a real jackpot, an elixir that could heal even a lion. The legendary undiluted potion healed even the dead and helped to bring the body to its best condition. There were no cool rings or anything like that in this hidden place, but the heroes had taken everything that could be useful. Now it was time to head back. In order to get out of the cave, the heroes had to go all the way they had come to get here. When he opened the door, he saw that the bear was no longer asleep. Yoon-jae's strength hadn't recovered yet, but it was impossible to stay here forever. To destroy the bear, the guys just thought they had an opportunity to test out new items. The bloodthirsty bear looked much scarier than it had originally appeared. With every attack, the unusual monster released an incredible amount of demonic energy. This effect was manifested from behind the cave. The partners needed to get back in, so they had no choice and pounced on the monster with ferocity. They agreed to use their usual tactics to attack and deal damage to the bear until it would tire. With the help of the Ring of Properties 198, whose powers were able to endow the object with the desired property, turned the weapon of war into a real torch and sword in one person. The bear was not even afraid of the flames, but pounced greedily on the men. Jung-gyu wasn't going to stop. He struck the beast with his flaming sword with all his might to drive it away. It didn't last long, and the beast came back again. The bear was of abnormal size, and the man seemed like an ant in comparison. The owner of the giant sword was not going to stop there, and hit the beast with a new skill. After a while, the monster's speed and stability had noticeably decreased. If the guys continued like this, they would be able to defeat this monster. Only now they had to find out how best to use the demonic energy they had gained. Suddenly, something happened that shocked the boys. When the bear came close enough, it opened its jaws wide and released a charge of tremendous force. Its tension surrounded the whole cave. With blistering speed, this incredible power charge swooped straight at the warriors. This power was capable of destroying an entire army. Now the boys were in a terrible situation. Yoon-jae reacted quickly and activated his enhanced defense to transform the protective layer into a platform. He managed to grab his partner and escape with her help. The young man was extremely surprised that the bear had such strength. It was all because of demonic energy. He decided to immediately use the enhanced defense. After a while, the hole in the ground turned into a real ravine. The earthquake around it caused huge rocks to fall down and turn the place into a real death zone. The guys managed to survive only thanks to the skill of the protagonist. The attack was very powerful, but not enough to break through the reinforced defense. Thanks to the monster, they were able to just make it to the surface. None of them expected that the monster's attack would be able to push the guys to such a distance. At that moment, Harold Shipman appeared at the ravine. He was very categorical and asked the boys what they were doing in the cave and whether they were members of the clan. The hero showed the badge of the assassin clan and said that they had come here instead of Jeffrey because something had happened to him. The Lord decided that the rumors about Jeffrey being hurt were true. Mr. Shimpan could not be fooled, so the heroes decided to rush away. The main character apologized and said that they had accidentally disturbed the bear, but the tree was fine. The man from the assassin clan decided to personally check the condition of the tree, but as soon as he wanted to go downstairs, he suddenly announced that he remembered the guys. He told the guys that they had killed Dean and were the ones who had betrayed the clan. Ever since Shipman had disappeared, things had gotten easier. The gentleman from the clan was very courteous, and there were few people like him in this world, which was why they called him Gentleman Turner. When Turner returned, the young man from the clan was already about to leave Darkmute. If the Devil's Seeds were destroyed, it was no different from failure. Shipman had set off before him, but he was too late. The boy didn't understand what was wrong and decided that Turner was guilty. The assassin clan assumed that the existence of the seeds would have been revealed sooner or later, but everything had happened too fast. Turner was well aware that it was impossible to overcome the maze. The angry assassin said that no one but the leadership of the assassin clan even knew that the labyrinth even existed. The most logical option was that Turner's spies had betrayed the clan. Mr. Turner was offended by such accusations. He told Kim Tae-han that he had grown a lot and could go on if he wanted to die. Either way, the young man was going to be missing for a while. He thought that the demons and the clan leader would soon spring into action. It was obvious to Turner that the head of the clan was the mastermind behind the deal with the demons. Shipman was due back soon, so the Lord was going to talk to him, because no one but the leader would be able to keep him away. Harold Shipman didn't expect to meet such celebrities. He realized that the guys had passed the maze and gone back. He wondered how they knew it existed, so he wanted to get the information out any way he could. The blood mist abruptly stole his breath. The concentration of blood in the air made it difficult to breathe. The ability was extremely problematic and caused difficulty for the heroes. It was hard, but the boys held on with their last strength. Suddenly everything turned into a real fight and sharp bloody spikes swept past. Now the heroes were in real danger because the speed of the spikes was prohibitive. Shipman said that the guys weren't simple beginners since they lasted so long in the bloody fog. But by then, Jong-gyu had fallen, and now Yoon-jae was left to face the enemy alone. The hero decided to distract the enemy and revealed that he destroyed all the hosts before they hatched and killed a bunch of people. There was no problem with that, but nobody asked Shipman about it. The Lord was literally seething with anger and lashed out at the young man, striking him with a sharp, bloody weapon. At the very last moment, the young man managed to dodge. But that was only the beginning. When the hero thought that the danger was over, several hundred more bloody spikes were flying at him from the sky. At that moment, the boy was in a critical situation and could easily have died. Perfect in his skills and techniques, the kid was doing great, and he managed to bypass each of the bloody spikes. He moved so fast that it was impossible to keep up with him. To do so, he used a clockwork mechanism that allowed him to adjust his own time. And thanks to the magic armor, his body was wrapped in a strong, enchanted armor. But it didn't work, and the enemy's blows blew through it. The enemy was very determined. He was one of the best assassins in the plan. The Lord wielded his bloody weapon with consummate skill and thought out his every move. He swung hard and gave the boy a single blow. Yoon-jae immediately wanted to strike his opponent with his weapon, but Shipman was much stronger and struck first. This was the first battle in which the young hero was defeated and was sidelined. Harold Shipman smelled demonic energy emanating from the hero, even though he said he had destroyed all the seeds. The Lord was stronger than Alvin Walker and told the young man to forget about a quick death. The battle was gaining momentum and had been going on for a long time. The head of the assassin clan was throwing serious, crushing blows, and the young man was doing his best to repel them. This fight was consuming an incredible amount of energy. Shipman noticed that the boy was almost exhausted and ordered him to tell how he knew about the labyrinth and the seeds. For this information, the Lord promised to kill the boy painlessly. The hero's clockwork mechanism was useless. Magic armor could not withstand the onslaught of the enemy. Blood mist skill used blood and increased the effectiveness of attacks. Besides, it made breathing very difficult. Yoon-jae wanted to know why a human would cooperate with demons. After all, humans wouldn't be able to live among them anyway. To Harold, neither humans nor demons mattered. He only chose the side he could kill the most. It was a stupid question. The hero already knew what bastards like him were thinking. The opponents didn't understand each other at all, and Harold was tired of it all. The Lord didn't want to play with the stupid boy anymore and decided to make him die. He pulled out his bloody blade and pointed it straight at the boy at great speed. The sharp blade stared straight into his eyes. The brave newcomer woke up just in time, but he looked a little different. His eyes bloodshot and his strength felt a mile away. Now he finally understood how to use the sword created by Muhammad's blood. The blade spawned by Muhammad's lightsaber was perfectly suited for the battle with Harold. The sword grew stronger as it absorbed blood, and it was as if it was specifically designed for the skills of the nasty Shipman. But the sword feature was a big problem. It absorbed all the blood accumulated for the blood mist. If Jong-gyu managed to absorb the next attack, he would have a chance to win. He doubted that he would have made it alone, but now he wasn't alone. It was only by working together that heroes always got the upper hand over evil. Harold Shipman was not about to grovel and lose to such pathetic bugs. He was a true master of his weapon, and he wanted to destroy the last survivors from the clutches of his clan. The Lord attacked sharply, and the bloody sharp spikes headed forward. The brave guys were definitely not ready to bow down to such a bastard. They wanted to win even at the cost of their own lives. Nothing could stop them. Justice had to be served. Using their new swords, the heroes activated their fantastic skills and fought desperately. Bloody blows flew from all sides, trapping the boys in the center. They had to try hard and work together to survive. They stood back to maximize their view and protect each other. There were too many blows, and some of them managed to injure the brave warriors. This only made Jong-gyu even angrier. Suddenly, the entire pack of bloody daggers seemed to gather in a heap. A huge explosion filled the entire battlefield, covering the young heroes head to toe. The bloody lights from the explosion flew in different directions. By then, more than 15 days had passed since the search. Kwon Ki-hwan said that judging from the fact that the heroes' bodies had not been found, they must have been alive. The master hoped that they were okay. At this moment, a huge explosion was heard not far from the village in the forest. Bloody smoke and fire showed above the forest. The boss immediately realized everything and immediately sent Zakali to contact the clan. Jong-gyu and Yoon-jae were caught right in the epicenter of the explosion. The incredible force left a large hole in the ground. The entire space was filled with bloody smoke that was slowly killing them. Now the chances of survival were extremely slim. Jong-gyu suffered the most. His strength and defense weren't as good as his partner's. He could barely breathe and sat with his head bowed. His body was so exhausted that at some point he couldn't stand it and collapsed to the ground. The hero ordered his partner to get up, but suddenly noticed that he was not alive. He ran over to the boy and started shaking his body in different directions to bring him to his senses. But Jong-gyu didn't move anymore. By absorbing blood, this sword made its owner furious. Gaining a lot of power in a short period of time, it had a corresponding payoff. The young man had used it recklessly and was now on the verge of death. The hero has already several times prevented the clan of killers in the realization of their plans. But now Harold Shipman was going to destroy him with his own hands and summarize his arrogant actions. At this moment, nightmarish memories surfaced in Yoon-jae's mind. He remembered his wife who begged for help, Park Yoon-sung, who took special pleasure in slaughtering his family and then mocking their deaths. The young man had memories of Jong-gyu crying because he didn't want to die. He always said that when he died, there would be no one to take care of his youngest. The boy really didn't want to die. He had a kind soul and a heart that beat like clockwork. For all the time they spent together, the heroes became the real family that Yoon-jae didn't have now. The hero promised his partner safety. He wanted to protect him from all the troubles and attacks from assassins and other creeps. Jong-gyu trusted him with all his heart and always followed his footsteps. Now his mangled cold body was lying on the ground. He didn't deserve to die like this. A much better portion was prepared for him. At this moment, Yoon-jae rose from his knees, his heart filled with hatred. He wanted to avenge another loss. Mana and demonic energy mixed together, the hero's magic power increased dramatically. Bloody smoke surrounded his body, but now the boy could easily stand on his feet. His thirst for revenge had made him turn into a real monster. Thanks to the shackles, mana and demonic energy changed their flow. Regression skill was obtained. Thanks to the change in the flow of mana and demonic energy, magic power was temporarily increased. Shipman was alarmed. The power of the enemy's forces had tripled. He could not understand what had affected the young man so strongly and quickly that he had reached the incredible limits of his abilities. Now, the real assassin should have been careful. But as soon as he let his guard down, the brave hero immediately attacked him from behind and wanted to inflict critical damage. It could have been the last day for the assassin clan. But Harold turned around at the last moment and spotted the enemy. He repelled his blow with his two bloody swords. Now the side of good and evil faced each other in a single battle in which they had to survive. Shipman's vast experience in killing didn't help him at all. He tried to defend himself, but Yoon-jae was very agile and quick, moving very fast and striking from different directions, confusing the enemy and depriving him of any chance of victory. Although the young warrior was still very new to this world, he had never lost. The boy always punished his nemesis, and this time he attacked the enemy from behind to kill him for good. Using all his strength and fantastic skills, the protagonist managed not only to hit Harold, but also to turn away from his blow. He was not going to back down and had to be killed by every last enemy. At this moment, something that no one expected happened. The young man's last attack didn't even hurt Shipman. It seemed unbelievable, and Yoon-jae couldn't believe his eyes. He was confident in his strikes, but it was worse than he thought. The guy suddenly increased his mana, so Mr. Harold was very surprised. But he said that even with that, it was impossible to break through his physical defenses. The enemy was practically invincible, so the poor young man had no choice. All of the hero's plans immediately collapsed. He couldn't believe his ears. It was inexplicable. the enemy had blocked the blow with his main defense. There was a huge difference between his skills. The chance of victory was critically small. Although Yunjae's movements were not predictable, the end was quite expected. The cruel lord already knew the ending of the battle. He was going to punish the boy. But before he did, he decided to listen to his last word. At this moment, a strong energy was felt in the air. A lord appeared on the horizon who was heading straight for the heroes with incredible strength. His power was enormous, and the rushing stream of energy demolished everything in its path. Breaking through the red mist, Quan Ki Huan flew at all speeds. He said that he hesitated for a long time, but in an instant, he used his fist of heavenly thunder and swooped in to deal with the evil one. The hero couldn't believe that after all this time he had met his boss again. His help now would certainly not be needed. Harold Shipman was not at all happy about this meeting, because then he would have to deal with another garbage. Suddenly, the sound of armor was heard, and Alvin Walker himself appeared on the horizon. Calling the gentleman trash, Shipman was greatly overreacting, for the brave warriors had had great difficulty in getting there because of the real trash. Alvin Walker was honored to be recognized by the assassin. Without a second thought, he threw his first punch in the air to challenge his opponent to a fight and told him to leave the kid alone and fight. Quan Ki Huan was willing to help the boss and fight alongside him. But Mr. Walker was going to take down the assassin clan alone, so he took the fight to himself. He told the boss to take care of the two guys who suffered from Shipman's clutches. Harold didn't understand why he needed to fight Walker specifically, but the commander's boldness appealed to him strongly. The brutal gentleman couldn't let an opportunity like this pass without getting even with the Skyscraper clan. Quan Ki Huan immediately ran over to the boy and made sure that his wounds were serious enough. The boy was surprised to see him, but he had made such a mess of it that it was impossible to ignore. The master informed the clan as soon as he saw the bloody mist. Fortunately, Mr. Alvin Walker was just in Garan, so they arrived fairly quickly. Mr. Walker had too little time and a bunch of other things to do, so he wanted to finish this pathetic fight as soon as possible. Armed with his sword, he was very serious and planned to end the war with the assassins for good. Shipman was in complete agreement. He was already tired of the garbage from the Skyscraper clan and wanted to get rid of them all as soon as possible so that he could implement his plan again. This time, the Lord wasn't going to spare his bloody energy for such an occasion. At that moment, as if a holy energy was felt in the air, Walker activated his hidden abilities, and an incredible power surrounded him. A real miracle took place. The gentleman acquired an angelic garb, and wings grew from his back. Cursed Harold was not left out and finally showed his true appearance, which was hidden behind human skin. Bloody weapons were not his only attribute. The Lord had incarnated into a real blood demon. For the first time in the history of the creation of the world, a guardian angel stood in the way of a demon. The struggle between good and evil, light and darkness, kindness and self-interest, was to end the discord between the clans forever. The demon rebellion led to a complete breakdown of the two sides. The most feuding of creatures began a war. Alvin used his holy powers to defend himself and defeat the evil, but the demon was stubborn and powerful and attacked back. Shipman was going to use all his evil powers. After a while, a huge explosion rose above the quiet, peaceful sky overhead. Bright beams of fire illuminated the whole space and penetrated through trees, houses, glades, and mountains. It seemed like the end of the world. A short time later, in the thrum of the Skyscraper clan building, Alvin Walker was having lunch with Lois. This was the day the newcomers were to show up, and there were more and more of them each time. Mr. Walker said that not all of them wanted to stay in this world. They had already discussed it earlier, but the warrior maiden was still very upset. I realized that they would all have a hard time in the end, so the clan needed to get this over with as soon as possible. If the young rookies arrived on this day, it had already been exactly a year since the last appearance. This frustrated Lois even more, for it had been 9 months since he had left. She made it sound like he was dead, but they really didn't know what had happened to him. The last time he'd gone into the Devil's Forest, and Lois wished that no one else would get hurt or die. Alvin was much colder about it, and he knew perfectly well that it was impossible in this world, or in the original one. There were emotions that swam inside him sometimes, but he never showed them to people. Lois knew that, but she still didn't want situations like the one with Shipman to happen again. That bloody fight had left a huge wound in her heart, and she remembered it forever. On that unfortunate day, Mr. Walker was badly hurt after a battle with a demon. The guys from the Skyscraper clan managed to save him and brought him to the clan on a stretcher. Mr. Walker urgently needed the help of members with healing skills. What she saw left the lady in complete shock and horror. She didn't understand what had happened. Quan Ki Huan told her that they had encountered Shipman in the forest, and the two young heroes and Mr. Walker had suffered greatly from his cruelty. After a while, Alvin did regain consciousness, but was being treated in the hospital. All this time, Lois had been on pins and needles, blaming the master for his irresponsibility. She got really angry and slapped him on the back. The young man cried out in pain, for his body was still mangled. But after that, the girl started hitting him even harder. Someone who was aware of the feelings of pain would never do that. It was indeed possible to die in a fight with Harold. When she saw the young man unconscious that day, and with those wounds, really worried a lot and thought he could not have survived. It was unbelievable, but by then, Yoon-jae and young Gyu were still alive. The people from the Skyscraper clan had managed to heal them. It seemed like they were about to die, but now they were healthier than Alvin Walker himself. Suddenly, Yoon-jae bowed and apologized to the master. He felt guilty because he started acting alone. A lot of people were in danger. Mr. Alvin was glad that the young man understood everything. Fortunately, everything ended well, but the master asked the boy not to decide everything on his own from now on. When he remembered Shipman, Lois had told him that he had been shackled with the strongest chains and sealed with magical power. A demon from the assassin clan wouldn't be able to get out on its own. That was great, however. The clan would greatly benefit from the information Shipman knew. In any case, Alvin was glad that they had managed to deal with the Devil Tree and capture the assassin, so now it was possible to rest. Suddenly, Yoon-jae intervened in the conversation and said that now was not a good time to rest. Taking his partner with him, he was going to go into the Devil Forest for a few days. After all, it was a great opportunity to escape. This idea really displeased Walker. He had saved the boys with such great difficulty, and now they wanted to go straight into the hands of death on their own. The hero already knew that the forest had labyrinths with confusing paths and mirages, which made it impossible to even determine the location of the entrance. There were also ghost-like monsters that were affected by physical attacks. Approximately 90% of those who stayed in the Devil's Forest for longer than 3 days never returned. This place harbored many dangers that were prepared for uninvited guests. Because of all this, it became forbidden. Alvin Walker was even more angry at what he had heard. He didn't like that the boys were going into the forest, knowing the danger. Even considering the hero's abilities, the Devil's Forest was too dangerous, but that was exactly why the heroes were going there. Yoon-jae said that they could become many times stronger there than they were now. No one wanted the recent situation with Shipman to happen again. Lois wasn't thrilled about such a venture either, because it was too dangerous for such inexperienced guys. The girl said that the young man had recently apologized for his actions, which had caused everyone to suffer. Even though Shipman had been apprehended, the warriors from Medora were on the loose. Alvin said that the Devil's Forest would be perfect to hide from them there, and the heroes would only be stronger if they came back alive. Everyone doubted that the guys would make it, but they had no other choice. Yoon-jae didn't want to die for nothing. He had to do something to save himself. Suddenly, Mr. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, but Lois wasn't ready to let them go just like that. Walker actually liked his train of thought. He'd thought the characters had gotten downright boring, but now he was convinced they'd stayed the same. Yoon-jae knew that the Skyscraper clan had an item that helped them return from the Devil Forest. They visited Walker to ask him for this item, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Decision made, Alvin decided to let the boys go and give them the returning item. In return, he asked them to come back and promise to kill them if they died. There had been no word from the heroes for 9 months since then. Lois regretted letting Walker let them go. The girl was very worried, but the Lord was sure that they were all right and considered their disappearance a plus. No one knew it could have happened that way. Alvin said it was best for them to stay out of the world now. Otherwise, they would pull more problems with them. Meanwhile, something fantastic was happening in the Devil's Forest. It was literally turning upside down. Honing his skills, the young warrior overcame all the obstacles in his way and destroyed the monsters that were now within his reach. In this terrifying place, he destroyed the demons and devils he came across. Using his marvelous sword, the young man did well even in death. The boy lost his guard for a second and turned his back to his enemies. At that moment, another death with a scythe decided to take his life with him and attacked from behind. In this monstrous place, monsters could kill even sleeping people. Suddenly, a bright flash of light blinded the death, and an incredible impact pushed it aside. This force destroyed the vile creature of the Devil Forest, and Mr. Yoon-jae survived. Death was destroyed by the nimble and brave Jung-gyu. He climbed a tree where he couldn't be seen, but he had an excellent view. All this time, he had been practicing and getting stronger, imitating his master Jae. When the heroes finished fighting, they needed to head onward. They had been in the Devil Forest for about 9 months, so Yoon-jae took out a guidebook. The pointer showed a saved location, so the hero decided to activate it. The decision was made to return to Trum. Now they had finally finished their long and arduous mission. Meanwhile, in the dense forest in the intermediate area, a group of people wandered among the trees and bushes. They picked their way through the grass and bushes and felt gross every time they got there. They had wandered into unknown places and were very worried. Many did not want to go there, but these were important territories for them, so they went ahead and marked everything on the map. Suddenly, the commander-in-chief of the detachment said that the danger zone had started. Another gentleman replied that he could not work normally because of the cartographers. Everyone was ordered to gather, for the demons had recently started appearing. No one knew if the Deviltree or the Assassin clan was to blame, but people had to be prepared. They made their living by going to places like this. If the Wanderers returned this time with nothing, the clan leader would definitely be furious. Suddenly, they heard strange sounds coming from the forest and assumed it was an omnivorous bear. Gathering in a circle, the Seekers drew their weapons and prepared to fight. The news of the deaths of the cartographers reached Trum and the Skyscraper clan. They were very important to the clan, but they all died a brutal death. Now Alvin Walker realized that the clan was in big trouble. However, they needed to scout the dangerous territories that the cartographers had traveled to by all means, so Golden Forest, who was the head of the clan, sent Walker and the 2 new recruits from the reserve. The Lord didn't want to go to the intermediate lands. Even ranked cartographers had died in that place. The reserve was too foolish and reckless to go there. In the head's opinion, such a team could be productive no matter what level of training they had. The Golden Lion was an excellent ruler, but he was cold to death. Alvin was just furious and asked to go on the trek alone, but the head was against it, so the Lord refused the task. He said the reserve wasn't even part of the Skyscraper clan. They couldn't be burdened with the clan's worries. In that case, the Golden Lion made the decision to see the reserve. He ordered Walker to bring them to continue discussing the exploration of the intermediate territories later. Upon arriving at Trum, Zheng Yu was glowing with happiness. He was incredibly happy to be back. Now he could finally eat a proper meal, take a warm shower, and sleep on a soft bed. Now the hero needed a good rest since they only had a few days left. Yunjae had already made plans and was about to go to the intermediate lands again. He wanted to go to the place that Alvin Walker had told them about during the passage of the stage, when the heroes had first arrived in Melon. It was even more dangerous there than the Devil's Forest, so the boys had to prepare. When the guys finally arrived at the Skyscraper clan, they were met by guards at the entrance and blocked the door. Only by showing the pass would they be able to get in, so they immediately pulled out their reserve badges. The guards were puzzled and talked among themselves. One of them was unaware that the Skyscrapers had a reserve, and another said that Walker himself had brought the newcomers. When the guys walked inside, they realized that the rumors they had already spread throughout the entire clan castle. They were now real celebrities here. Before they knew it, Lois had suddenly grabbed them and dragged them behind her. She was glad they'd made it back alive and well, but she'd taken them away because they couldn't be seen by the head of the clan. The girl didn't have time to hide the newcomers. The clan head was already standing in their way. Arkan already knew about their arrival, so there was no turning back. The head took the heroes into the study and told them his plans. He would like them all to go to the intermediate lands together, and was going to send a cartographer with them so they wouldn't worry. They were offered a choice of tea or beer. The lady wanted tea and Jongyu preferred beer. Yoon-jae and Alvin refused everything. They were not happy with this decision of Archon, and didn't want to go to dangerous lands with each other. This assignment was too dangerous. Even a demon or angel could be encountered in the intermediate lands. That's why they were called a location dangerous even for ranchers. Alvin didn't understand why the head wanted to send the newcomers to a place like this. He'd volunteered to go there alone and not drag uninvolved people into it if the Golden Forest wanted to get rid of those who got in the way. Despite the huge danger, Yoon-jae decided to go and make Walker very angry by doing so. He knew that the intermediate lands were more dangerous than the Devil Forest, but he wanted to give it a try. He said that he and Jongyu had gotten business near this place. They had gotten one assignment. Archon was very happy about it. Everything was working out perfectly, and his plan continued to progress as it should. He was overjoyed and told the boys to go together since they all had their own things to do there. In parting, he promised to give them a map maker so they wouldn't worry. When everyone left Archon's office, Alvin Walker walked ahead of everyone and remained silent. Jongyu and Yoon-jae thought he was angry because they had agreed to go to the intermediate lands. It really was very dangerous out there, which was why Alvin and Lois were against it. It wasn't really just about the boys. They were only one of the reasons. Alvin didn't have the best relationship with the head of the clan. The thing was, Mr. Walker didn't like the first generation. They were the people who first came to this place, to the backworld. It was said that their power was now at an extreme level. It was difficult for anyone who came after them to reach such a limit. Lois said that they were disliked because they did nothing but hold high positions. They were completely uninvolved in matters of returning to the original world or preventing the war with the demons. They had the most information about the world, for they were not at all interested in solving the clan's problems. The clan members began to discuss Alvin becoming the head of the clan, and eventually problems began to occur. Suddenly, the gentleman turned around and asked if the boys could continue living like this if they went back. He realized that they didn't want to go back. He didn't like it. After making sure that the heroes definitely wanted to go to the intermediate lands, Mr. Alvin agreed after all. He was just going to keep them company, but only on one condition. Unexpectedly, the Lord led the entire team to the underground room of the Skyscraper clan. There were dozens of stumps standing in the empty, huge room. They reached the size of a person, and it was the first time the guys had seen such a thing. Alvin told me that this part of a tree growing in the forests of the intermediate lands, because of the incredible strength of the power tree, it was often used as a tool to test attack power. The index depended on how hard the heroes could chop it. Such strong materials could be used to make weapons, but wood had low conductivity with magical power, so it was ineffective. Mr. Alvin Walker gave a task for his team. They had to chop the stump to more than half the width of a palm, and then they could travel to the intermediate lands. This required a strength similar to the level of the rankers. Suddenly, the Lord decided to set an example for the boys and chop the stump himself. He boasted that he could chop it more than halfway, and swinging his sword, he struck a strong blow. Using no small amount of strength, he chopped down about 80% of the tree. Now, no one doubted his abilities, but the heroes now had to try harder to earn about the same result. Yunjai volunteered to chop first. He had a great responsibility on his shoulders, for if one alone could not chop the tree, the trek to the intermediate lands would be cancelled. The young man used his magic sword skills that he had learned during his time in the Devil Forest. He sprinted harder and delivered a devastating blow. The entire team now depended on his results. The task required chopping at least half a palm to pass, and the young hero did well. He chopped the stump more than one palm and amazed all the others. This result deserved 300 points. It was a ranker level, but the hero wasn't happy with the result. He struck with maximum concentration, but he couldn't chop even to the middle. It seemed impossible. The boy realized that Alvin was very strong. When it was Jongyu's turn, he wasn't afraid and ran to deliver his decisive blow with great joy. He concentrated hard and swung his sword with all his might. His score was 100 points, which was exactly half a palm. This meant that the guys coped and completed the task. Now the most important thing was ahead of them. The members of the Skyscraper clan were shocked. They had never seen something like this before. Alvin himself had only started smashing the stump into the middle of his palm a year after he came to this world. Now he was convinced that the guys were amazing. The boys had done a good job and passed the test. Now they had to go to the intermediate lands. They were so excited that they couldn't contain their emotions. Only true warriors could be happy that they were going to certain doom. The guys had just recently returned from the Devil's Forest, so they needed to rest and recuperate. Lois decided to take care and prepared a fancy dinner, which they deserved rightfully. The table was bursting with dishes. There was a huge roasted turkey, salads, grilled meat, fried chicken, and a lot of sauces that gave off an incredible aroma. The smell of the fried meat crust had the kids drooling. After a hearty meal, the heroes could finally rest in a human way. They had been warriors for too long, and sometimes didn't even bathe. Yunjae lounged in the hot bathtub in the courtyard. Even there, the young man was reading his diary left behind by his dead wife. Jongyu started to worry that the notebook might have gotten wet, and then the hero told him that he protected it with magic armor. The guys were having an idyllic time, but suddenly Jongyu remembered Shipman. He said that he was killed when he was locked up in the Skyscraper clan's underground prison. Miss Lois and Alvin suspected that Demon had done it. They also believed that the death of the cartographers in the intermediate lands was also because of demons. The young man was actually afraid, but he said he wondered what angels and demons were like. Angels and demons had been in this world since the beginning and battled each other for the Grail. No one knew much about them, but when they heard that Yunjae had already met a demon, they were simply shocked. During the last stage of his training, the hero saw a demon named Warlock. Even though it looked like it had been summoned in a hurry, it was still very strong and looked quite fierce. He spoke as if he knew something about the human world. The hero never understood what the demon meant, but he was an enemy anyway. At the sight of an enemy, he was always to be killed. Until now, Yunjae had lived by these principles. In the future, it was enough to just follow them, so the boy told his partner not to worry unnecessarily. From time immemorial, demons have underestimated humans, so the hero decided to change that. At that moment, he opened the diary and saw that the following pages were filled. The war with the Assassin clan ended in victory for the Skyscraper clan, but the warriors didn't think so, because too many people had died. The lands that had previously served as vacation spots were now a dead zone. But this was not the end. The joy of victory was short-lived. The great border mountains separating the intermediate lands and cities proved to be no barrier to the evil entity. The mountains had long withstood the onslaught of demonic energy, but suddenly the bloodthirsty monsters swooped down, easily crossing over them. Their strength was overwhelming, and their numbers could not be counted. Lying in bed, the hero was going to go to the intermediate lands and deal with the monsters before they reached the city. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, the stranger at the door introducing himself to Lois. Meanwhile, The head of the clan was playing backgammon with his acquaintance. The Lord asked Arkan to walk faster, for they had been playing for 3 hours. But he was in no hurry. Baek Cheon was the leader of the White Tower clan. He already knew that the Golden Lion had sent the boys to the intermediate lands. Lois was indeed behind the door. She had brought the boys a reward for dealing with the Devil Tree. The box contained 2 adorable pendants in red and blue. She said that the boys deserved even more. Besides, in the intermediate forest, a good object was not superfluous. Therefore, the heroes accepted the gift with great gratitude. Jung-gyu chose a pendant with a blue stone that contained physical defense. It could be used to summon the heavenly dragon armor and absorb the damage, which was a great option for a young man who wasn't that strong yet. These items were created by the White Tower clan's special technology. Their value was close to the annual budget of a large clan. The heroes were supposed to move out tomorrow, so Baek Cheon asked why the head wasn't at his desk. Arkan didn't care about that, and replied that it wasn't convenient for the guys to choose items in his presence. The White Tower clan member thought that sending newcomers to the intermediate lands was a bad idea. It was worth it to gather a trained team, because they might just die. Arkan reminded him that he could not go there himself, for the lads were always watching. His companion was struck by how easily the Lord spoke of it. The fact that the people were in a bad situation was mostly their fault. The chief knew it was his fault, but he was perfectly calm. He wasn't even afraid of the death of his men, for he thought that Alvin Walker's asshole was better than any trained team. As expected, a cartographer was sent for the heroes to go with them and show them the way. Jungpeng Taek, a cartographer with 10 years of experience, was working in the intermediate lands. He immediately assessed the situation and realized that Jung-gyu and Yoon-jae were too weak. Even considering their accomplishments, it wasn't enough. The Lord was glad that the team at least had experienced fighters he already knew. Jungpeng Taek's eyes grew dark at the mere thought of having to go to the intermediate lands with the newcomers. However, he had no choice and decided to show them the territory they had to explore. On one side of the map was Melon, and in the middle was a border in the form of the Great Mountains, separating the city from the intermediate lands. Behind them were the intermediate lands. Putting a cross on the map, the cartographer said that was where they needed to come. It was where a team of cartographers had recently died. Along the way, the heroes came across a beautiful view from the cliffs. Jung-gyu rejoiced at every tree like a child, but the cartographer was convinced his mood would definitely change when they reached the intermediate lands. Yoon-jae didn't understand why they were going through the forest. After all, it was much safer in the air. He was sure that there were people with flying abilities. It would solve a lot of problems, and the Skyscraper clan thought about it all the time. But the sky was inviolable territory. Dragons lived there, and no one had the right to trespass on their habitat. The dragons were as strong as a demon king, even though their numbers were not large. Jungpeng Taek said that nothing good could be expected from meeting them, so no one moved through the air. The intermediate lands were the forest separating the territories of demons, angels, and humans. In other words, they were explored by all 3 races. No one knew where or when the heroes might encounter them. After a while, they finally entered enemy territory. The guys were surrounded by trees of abnormal size, which were used to make a power tree. It was exactly the same wood, so the heroes felt quite familiar. Suddenly, the cartographer got curious, and he suggested the guys try their hand at it. He wanted to see their abilities. Without thinking for a long time, Yoon-jae decided to act as the first. He swung around and gave the tree a devastating blow, but this time he only used his fist. The tree immediately shook, affecting the other trees with its top. The hero's fist punched a huge hole in the tree. The trees were indeed similar to those in the Skyscraper clan. Now the young man had an excellent understanding of them. At this moment, a slight vibration was felt in the air. A terrible noise began to come from all sides of the forest. The heroes were immediately frightened, but Jungpeng Taek said that it was impossible not to hear such an impact noise. In fact, the Lord knew that would be the case. He deliberately said to have the heroes test themselves to see what their abilities were. Now the heroes' opponents were omnivorous bears that could reach 4 meters in length. Their roar could be heard throughout the forest, and 10 of the most common monsters in the intermediate forest were already running at full speed. It was the first time the young warriors had come face to face with such creatures. Although they were one of the weakest species here, their teeth and claws could easily tear the bark off the trees. Therefore, the boys had to act urgently. The boys saw it as another test of their strength. They were not going to step backwards, for they had many defeated monsters, enemies, and battles behind them. In a matter of minutes, the partners coped with a whole crowd of furious monsters. They were perfectly trained and skillfully wielded their weapons, applying the right skills. Only together could their strength really go beyond. The cartographer was simply shocked that the boys had such strong abilities, even though they had only been in this world for a year. No one had warned him beforehand, so now he was convinced with his own eyes. Alvin Walker said it was best for the gentleman to see for himself. After all, many people still doubted that the boys could have dealt with Jeffrey. Normally, 3 tankards were needed to fight 10 omnivorous bears, so even the cartographer was going to help them. These two had become very strong over the year, especially Yunjae was impressing with his abilities. The hero asked if that was enough for Jung Pengtek's test, for he said the bears were the weakest in the intermediate forest. The boys had a lot more to show. Zheng Yu showed his Muhammad sword, which he never wiped clean. The sword liked it better this way. The more blood it absorbed, the stronger it became. The young man had already gotten along well with his weapon and mastered it. However, the guy never managed to learn how to cope with the berserk state. The more the strength of the sword attack increased, the harder it was for him. The young man had been trying to learn it for a long time, but he still failed. It might have been because the sword had absorbed a huge amount of blood during that fight with Shipman. When the guy used the berserker, he couldn't control it. It was a bit difficult in the Devil Forest because Zheng Yu couldn't hold back in such a state. He would completely lose his mind and become unhinged. Lois said that such items were very dangerous. In other words, because it absorbed too much power, it became much more difficult to use this sword. But if the young man was able to handle it, the sword would become much more useful. On their way, the guys met wild omnivorous creatures, which attacked every person who came into their sight. The warriors destroyed each of them without much difficulty, leaving blood on every forest clearing. After 6 days, there were fewer and fewer of them. They were much weaker than the other monsters living here, so they couldn't survive inside the forest itself. The road was still long, and even the hardy Alvin Walker was very tired. As they continued on their way, the heroes noticed that the bears were just watching from the forest. They saw the people fighting and did not attack them. But in fact, they were biding their time. Because of this, the guys could not rest properly. This was the beginning of a territory that was not on the maps. The unexplored zone held many mysteries and secrets. A normal mortal would not be able to spend more than an hour there. Meanwhile, the young demons were already watching the uninvited guests through the magic orb and hoped that this time they were interesting people. Laraj and Beled were already eagerly awaiting the arrival of the important guests. Mr. Turner said these were the men who killed Abram and cut down the Devil's Tree. Judging by the fact that they'd gotten this far, these guys weren't so easy. Suddenly, monster energy appeared in the air. The general realized that there was a demon nearby. If was able to feel free even deep in the forest, they should have met a demon not below the level of the general. With each step in the forest, the heroes found more and more horrifying things. This time their attention was attracted by huge claw marks on a tree, but they were too big for omnivorous bears and were far away from their habitat. At that moment, a huge omnivorous bear came out from behind the trees. It looked exactly the same, but it was 4 times bigger. The cartographer had never even heard of such bears. They couldn't live in this forest. The bloodthirsty bear looked terrifying, and one glance at him could make you petrified. When it saw the people, it attacked at once. It was very dangerous because its claw alone was as big as a human body. Zheng Yu decided to be bold and pounced on the monster. He jumped into the air, and when he was already close to the beast, he used the elongation skill. The huge golden sword flew straight at the bear and was about to chop off its head. Going at such a beast alone was a bad decision. It was too dangerous. The ugly monster obeyed its demonic instincts and swung at the young man to swat him like a fly. Lois got there just in time to stop the bear with her magic. She imprisoned him in a magical cube that was impossible to break through. That should have stopped him for a while. It was the strongest monster the heroes had encountered in the intermediate lands. Lois was sure that an intermediate-level rancher would have a hard time fighting against such a beast. Lois' magical barrier was removed for only a second so that Alvin could attack the beast. When he struck it, the girl immediately ground the bear back into the protective cube. Chong Peng-dae began to think about why the omnivorous bear had become so huge. He realized that the one was most likely a mutant, and suddenly found a small black ball on its fur. It was a devil seed that contained a small minion. Since the seed had been planted in a bear, it meant there was a devil tree in the intervening lands. It was possible demons could use the fact that bears fed on tree bark. Yunjae was sure that his target here was the devil tree. His diary said that the monsters in the intermediate lands were turning into demons just because of the tree. In the end, they broke into the territory of the humans. Judging from the fact that they had only encountered one monster that ate the seed, there was still time. The hero was going to destroy the tree as quickly as possible to end the evil. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something strange in the bushes and immediately struck with his sword. A clot of magical power immediately appeared, and it was an eye that followed the heroes all the way. The eye allowed the demons to see everything through the magic orb. When the hero destroyed it, Beld's orb burst. He was just furious at the pathetic humans who dared to do that. The young man was sensitive enough to demonic energy that they could be calm now. Lois hated the thought of someone watching them. Elvis assumed it was confirmation that the demon general was there. The heroes needed to move on sooner rather than later. But according to the cartographer, this area was unexplored and the distance unexplored. When everyone let their guard down for a while, the omnivorous bears suddenly appeared and surrounded the travelers. Now the boys had a huge problem, for the creatures were very numerous and filled the whole area. This battle would be incredibly difficult. The heroes were facing about 40 huge wild creatures that would never back down. The warriors immediately rallied and stood in a circle. They had no one to count on. They wouldn't be able to handle so many, so they had no choice but to just run away. Yunjae stayed behind as bait to give the others a chance to break away. There were only a few individuals chasing them, so they wouldn't have any trouble dealing with them. Jungyu went out first again and tried to stop the nasty bear from eating them all. Together they managed to attack the beasts and trap them under Lois's protective layer. It wasn't that hard, so the heroes were quickly done. The protagonist was originally going to be a decoy and informed everyone of his decision. Alvin Walker thought it was nonsense. He said that he was the only one who could deal with the bears. But the young man had an ace up his sleeve that he wanted to try out. The ghost pendant possessed the additional skill of ghostliness. In this state, all attacks were ignored and it was impossible to deal damage. Beld already knew that the humans had left one as bait. He was going to kill them all, for the lousy humans had dared to destroy his crystal ball. The demon General San said that they didn't deserve to fight the demons personally, though most likely the ones that escaped should have survived. The demons had their doubts about the runner. The Vel Forest was a hunting ground for omnivorous bears. Running away from some of them, he could easily have run into others. The boy ran with all his legs, using all the methods that could help him. In the forest, he tricked a bear and ran through a tree, only to have the nasty monster smash his muzzle right into the thick bark. The illumination skills really were amazing, and they helped the boy along such a difficult path. He could pass through creatures and even objects with it. Suddenly, one of the monsters took the young boy by surprise and was about to destroy him. He struck him with his huge and heavy paw, so that the boy was turned into a real meat cake. Yunjae was not under his paw, but on top of it in a second. With his new skills now, he was invincible. He was fooling the bears like clowns. This fight was incredibly easy, even without weapons. As expected, the young man didn't take damage from the attacks. Of course, it was impossible to attack in this state, but it was easy enough to cancel the skill at the moment of attack. Although the mana consumption was incredibly high, if used correctly, the hero would be able to finish this fight without damage. All he had to do was concentrate and finish the job. Turner said the young man with outstanding abilities was Alvin Walker. He was considered one of the strongest of the humans. His victory over Shipman was his doing. Now the demon understood why everything happened like this. It had been a long time since anything interesting had happened here. Now that it had happened, Belad decided to wait for the humans to kill them with their own hands. Yunjae managed to deal with the bears, but he got lost in this scary forest. Alvin had left markings for him in the trees, but everything around him was covered in bear marks. The boy couldn't understand what the marks were of. At that moment, the boy felt a hot breath behind him. When he slowly turned around, he saw a huge dragon that lived to look at him. The hero grabbed his sword and was about to kill the dragon, but the dragon abruptly transformed into a human and stopped the weapon. The strange guy said that a normal human would have been dead by now. It was simply unbelievable. Yunjae couldn't believe his eyes. The wanderer left the attack with his bare hands, but the guy put all his strength into the strike. This was something he had never met before in his path. Though the young man did lash out, the blow was more painful than the stranger expected. He didn't intend any harm, so he asked the hero to put his sword away. The young man from the forest was actually a dragon. He came to pass on information. The heroes passed him and told him that they had another straggler, so the dragon showed them which way they went. The young man could not believe the stranger so easily, but the man said he was several thousand years older. It was unnecessary to distrust him, for he did not want to hurt anyone. Not much was known about dragons, but there were a small number of individuals of them. Each of them could compete with the devil in strength, and also dragons have always maintained absolute neutrality. The dragon wished only good and escorted the heroes to their desired location. Yunjae thought it was strange, because he knew that dragons preferred to be neutral. The stranger told me that he felt an energy invisible to human eyes. He was uncomfortable being in his true form all the time. Life in a human body was much more comfortable. Meanwhile, a group of heroes traveling to the intermediate lands came to a place that theoretically could not be in the forest. In front of them stood a huge building built in the Gothic style. Hundreds of huge steps led up to it. Yunjae still wasn't with them, but Alvin Walker didn't want to waste time just waiting. He wanted to go inside and look around. Even the cartographer was distrustful of this place. He didn't want to risk his life for mere interest. It was the first time the Lord was in this place, so he wouldn't even be able to show the team the way in case of anything. Alvin Walker didn't listen to anyone, and asked Lois to survey the path using her magical skills. Leaning her palms against the wall, It was as if the girl had opened a magical portal that began to scan the structure of this building with magical waves. The maiden had no physical defense or attack. She was a support mage, but she was one of the strongest. Her mana level almost impossible to measure. It took some time, but now the heroes could know the entire inner workings of the building. Suddenly, with the help of magic waves, Lois saw the Devil's Tree. However, it wasn't as simple as she thought it would be. There wasn't just one tree. This place could be called a small forest. Every tree in this forest was completely covered with demonic cores, and in the next room there were 2 demons and 1 human. The cartographer thought he was completely worthless. Jongyu understood his feelings and tried to reassure him by saying that they would soon know the internal structure of the building. The boys absolutely did not want to believe it was true. Alvin had said that they would get more power if the demons turned out to be demon generals, but no one knew what kind of person was connected to them. Suddenly Lois felt very sick, dizzy, and her legs went weak. She had used too much mana, which was taking a big toll on her body. The girl had done this for a reason, she suddenly said. The demons were coming. At that moment, 2 cold demons smashed the wall of the building and flew out. They made a huge hole in the wall and the bricks flew apart. Those who could easily kill the pitiful humans had come. They appeared too suddenly and took the heroes by surprise. LaRage immediately found Alvin Walker and attacked him. The Lord drew his sword and fought them off. Mr. Walker struck another strong blow and threw the impatient demon general off. The devil girl flew aside. Now it was getting too dangerous for ordinary people here. It was quite noisy. The 2 demon generals possessed immense power that wasn't easy to deal with. Even a lineup of human heroes could hardly handle it. At that moment, something happened that no one expected to see. The demons suddenly parted and Mr. Turner appeared on the battlefield. All this time he had been a real traitor and now he showed his real face. He told the demons that the humans were in no way related to him, so the nasty creatures were going to kill them. Though they never needed Turner's permission. They were free to do whatever they wanted. The prey was too easy for the devilish creatures. Beld greeted the cowardly humans. He figured they had gotten there so quickly because they wanted to die sooner. To begin with, the demon general was going to kill the bastard who had destroyed the glass magic ball. However, he was greatly surprised when he didn't notice the right person in the crowd. The dragon needed help, asking the hero to destroy the devil's trees. He didn't like the fact that the demons disposed of the intermediate lands as they pleased. He was sure the boy had come for the same reason. It pissed the dragon boy off that the demons were turning cute little animals into something strange. Besides, they kept sprouting their trees, and soon this place would be demon territory. The intermediate lands were to remain intermediate lands, but the dragons couldn't start killing demons. So they hoped the heroes could get rid of their trees and themselves. For this task, the young dragon was going to reveal the road to Yunjae. The comrades had already gone ahead, so the hero no longer had anything to worry about. The young man realized that this could mean that even with a target, the dragon would still be watching. He had no regard for other people's lives at all, but he himself had perfect power. There was no incident in the diary at this point, but the boy tried to think positive. Though conditional, he even had the dragon's help. The future was changing. After thinking for a bit, Yunjae thanked the dragon. Thanks to him, the heroes would be able to find the devil trees. This was what dragons did for their own sake as well. When finally all questions were answered, the dragon disappeared. Before he left, he told the hero that Arkan knew what was really going on in the temple. These words made the young man think for a long time. The appearance of a new person meant that there was a new key. The young man didn't understand how he was supposed to react to it. He watched the hero from the tree and looked for questions for his answers. The dragon girl asked why the boy had helped the human, but that wasn't really the case. He just liked the way Beld was starting to settle in here. Something unusual was happening at the side of the Lord of the Heavenly Worlds, so it was time for them to go. The fellow dragon really hoped that the human could be the key to ending this unbearable war. Meanwhile, the battle between the Demon Lord and Alvin was gaining momentum. Using the cold sword, the Lord fought as hard as he could, but it was hard enough to resist the demon's power. Lois saw that this battle was very hard and was helping. She was using her magical abilities to imprison the demons in a space they couldn't get out of. Even the cartographer intervened in the battle. He was just furious that Turner had betrayed people. The gentleman swooped down on the traitor at great speed, and Jongyu tried to hit him with his sword, but those blows didn't even hurt Mr. Turner. For him, it was not a betrayal, but a matter of existence. He did all this for a reason, and he didn't expect that the other clan members still didn't realize it. Walker's blows were weak for the one who had killed Shipman and confronted the omnivorous bears. The cold and cruel demon was going to show him real strength and used a tail that could lengthen and move in any direction. The devil's tail was impossible to cut off, and it was very fast. Walker would have a hard time getting close. If there was only one demon, it wouldn't be a problem, but now, the Lord was trapped. The two demons were a real tragedy. Larej was like a kamikaze with an immensely powerful body. On top of that, her body could recover instantly. Lois had used too much mana on the temple scan. Her strength was running low. The situation was really desperate. Fighting against the demons was very difficult. From her last strength, the girl imprisoned herself in a magical cube that protected her from attacks. For Walker, she prepared protective platforms that could be used for attacks. The situation was critical. The demon's tail detached and shattered Lois's protective cube. Now the girl was in danger. There was no more time to defend. A real miracle was needed. The girl was on the verge of life and death. The demon's sharp tail was already right next to her face. Only one touch of that arrow was capable of completely destroying a human being. Lois couldn't stop the arrow. She was sacrificing her life and manipulating her magic to help Elvis. At the very last moment, a strong hand stopped the arrow. The one who would bring justice to this unfair fight had come. The great and unique Yoonjae always showed up on time and helped his partners. He never left those who had once done him good in trouble. Now, after his appearance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The demon general immediately spotted the man who had broken his magic ball and fought with the omnivorous bear. He was determined, for starting with Abram and ending with the Devil Tree, the boy had ruined their plans one by one. Beld was going to see if the young man would be able to foil the devil's plans this time too. He used his tail as a sharp arrow, which he aimed at the enemy at full speed. Now the young warrior had to act quickly, for there was no time at all. The tail was very close, and the boy decided to take matters into his own hands, so that the others could help Alvin. The hero was not going to just go for a frontal attack. He came up with a much more interesting plan of action. Using his additional ghost skill, the boy deftly passed through the sharp tail and ran at the enemy. The demon general was simply bewildered that the guy had outmaneuvered him so deftly. His signature weapon had done no damage to the man, and now the situation had turned against the devil himself in the flesh. Since the hero couldn't deal physical damage while the pendant was active, he canceled the skill at the very last moment and dealt a devastating blow to the nasty ballet. The devil was furious and let out all his hidden power that was capable of destroying everything in its path. He couldn't allow the wretched humans to use their items as a way to destroy the devil's kind. A bright stream of demonic energy surrounded the entire space around him. The merciless demon spewed its energy like a fire-breathing dragon. He was not going to retreat and wanted to truly punish mankind. At that moment, the brave hero ran up to the enemy from the back and struck a strong blow with his magic sword. But the horned man managed to dodge. The demon's mind flashed for a second that his plans had been thwarted by a simple coincidence. It was all very dangerous. Fighting against the demon general himself could have been fatal. The magical armor and ghostliness didn't help the boy at all. Suddenly, the demon felt the presence of demonic energy and decided that the boy had eaten the seed. The sensation he felt was different from the others. Compared to other people, there was something different about the young boy. A bad feeling made the general decide to kill the hero right now because he could find out everything even after death. The cruel Beld let out all his power, which had a destructive effect and became a real invincible Satan. The searing demonic flame had completely changed him, and now the demon had gained his true form. He had acquired his usual skills and his faithful devil horse with white eyes. He was much more familiar in this body. This transformation was perfect for killing poor humans, so the cold demon was going to play with the hero for a while. He wanted to finally make people shake in fear of the power of darkness. Meanwhile, the fight with Turner was winding down. He held on tight and fought as hard as he could. The Lord didn't want to use superpowers, but he had to straighten out the heroes before Mr. Bellalade and Mrs. Larage would be done. Turner decided to show his true attire. The heroes froze in horror. Now the gentleman did not look like a human. He had white eyes and horns like a real demon. He was no longer human. The team had lost one fighter. Lois was no longer obeying her body. She had used too much mana, and now she couldn't even get up off the ground. The girl felt really bad, but she couldn't do anything about it. She blamed herself, because the rest of the team was desperately fighting against the evil country. The mapmaker had had his share of battles against Turner. He could not believe that Turner had really decided to stop being human, for it was impossible to return to the original world as he was. Turner had great strength and cold weapons, so he had a huge advantage over Chong Peng Tak. He was striking very hard, and the cartographer had no choice but to retreat back. Devilish strength could make Turner a real assassin. His strength was enough to grab and lift a man with one hand. Before such greatness, the cartographer was in danger. Mr. Pungtek resisted with all his might, but the demon's ferocity was stronger. The gentleman flew straight into the wall with tremendous force. From such a blow, it was unlikely that anyone could survive. At that moment, Jong-gyu happened to be nearby. He wanted to help the cartographer, but before he could turn around, Turner immediately punished him with one strong sword strike. Walker's battle was much harder than he had hoped. Defeating such a strong demon general was not easy at all. These things were like unkillable. They didn't get tired at all, so they fought without a break. Larege had a lot of fun participating in a battle like this. She enjoyed tormenting people. She could regenerate endlessly, so any blows were no problem for her. The Deviless could regenerate entire limbs, and she wasn't even embarrassed by the hole through which her insides were visible. The heart, neck, and head were vital organs in humans, but it wasn't much different from demons. Meanwhile, Yunjae was bravely resisting the attack from Beld. The demon had the advantage of being on top of the horse and controlling incredible magical energy. The only thing left for the boy to do was to flee. The Devil Lord was not interested in playing catch-up, and he demanded the young man to make the same confident attacks as before. At this moment, a torrent of devilish power lifted the horse up. The demon was about to destroy his opponent. The devilish power enveloped the entire space like a thick fog. The young hero decided to take advantage of the situation and used magic platforms to find himself on the other side. The boy managed to deceive the demon. He was going to inflict critical damage. Yunjae was sure that he was able to confuse his opponent, but at the most unexpected moment, Beld turned towards him and sent a crushing stream of devilish energy. The enormous power collapsed on the hero. The boy was saved from death only by the magical armor that enveloped his body. He passed many trials and killed many monsters on his way, but in this battle the young man fought with too strong an opponent. The strong demon used a long spear that threw out flames. His horse could also create fire. Judging by ability alone, there was no way the protagonist could defeat him. However, the warrior saw a chance of victory. He activated the magic armor skill and created air platforms with which he moved forward quickly. And Clockwork 98 allowed the boy to penetrate the devil's fire. Belid did not expect such endurance and strong ambition from his enemy. He ordered his horse to rush to the attack. The beast immediately began to spew devilish flames. This power immediately consumed the hero with his head. Just when the demon thought it had defeated its young enemy, Yunjae abruptly jumped out of the searing fire. The surprise effect worked, and the boy struck the vile demon with his cold sword. One with such tremendous power never lost a fight. The hero realized that his opponent always started with flames, but this technique was not universal. You couldn't call someone who was losing to a pathetic human a demon. Beld was easily out of his depth and had a huge wound, but he was still going to burn this whole team down. When the devil horse leaped up, it instantly hit the barrier of magical armor created by Yunjae. The demon didn't realize what was happening because he was much stronger. But he was wrong. The real power was with the one who ran. The hero grabbed his sword and immediately cut the demon in two along with his horse. He was the only winner in this battle. It was only a matter of time. Now the demon was finished. It was dangerous. The young warrior was just lucky. If Beld had dodged its last attack, the boy would have lost. The power of the demon general was incredible. Meanwhile, even Alvin Walker's situation had improved. His opponent's regeneration rate had become many times slower. Now the girl was badly wounded and tired, so her enthusiasm dropped to zero. It was very simple. After talking about the vital body parts, Lariage concentrated on protecting them. Eventually, she began to miss attacks that weren't aimed at her head, heart, or neck, and her movements became hesitant. In fact, it was all taken care of. Mr. Alvin had done a great job and turned the demon's strengths against himself. Now the monstrous wench was badly battered, but she had enough strength to come to her senses in a state of frenzy. There was no turning back. Every attack by Larage ended in failure and a great loss of physical defense. Her body now resembled a leaky pot that would burst at any touch. It was time to end this crap, and finally the bright time had come. With one deft movement of his hand, Alvin Walker chopped the demon general into two even halves of one whole. The battle with Turner had also undergone some changes. Zhang Yu had activated the Berserker mode and was now like the town madman. He was no longer an ordinary rookie, but a real killing machine. Zhang Peng Taik only lost consciousness for a moment from the heavy blow, but things had changed drastically. He was sure that Berserk skills couldn't be used in normal battles. Zhang Yu talked about how he couldn't control himself in Berserk mode. But this was a different person who showed phenomenal fighting ability and excellent striking techniques. The young man wasn't afraid to go for it and fought with his last strength. The Bloody Balls abilities made the boy a real monster, but he managed to defeat Turner. The boy threw several strong blows and then pinned the gentleman with his throat to the ground and was about to deliver the final blow. The boy, who from the beginning had been crying after the brutal kills, was now getting more and more excited with each blow. He took great pleasure in striking his opponent with the sharp blade of the blade. When Zhongyu was about to attack again, Mr. Turner suddenly dropped his sword and said he had lost. He didn't want to continue the fight, and now he could be killed or left alive. Now the young team of Titans has finally completed the Massacre of Evil. At first they lost a lot of strength and lost, but using experience, agility, and sharp mind they managed to defeat the cruel enemies. Turner was actually surprised that the heroes were actually incredible and defeated the two demon generals. Alvin said that they weren't that strong, but Youngyu almost died in that fight. The master was going to let Turner go, but in return, he had to answer a few questions. Mr. Walker wondered why the master had gone over to the demon side, but he would find out later. Suddenly, the Lord said that today the heroes had won, but there was no way they could have prevailed in the war. After saying this, blood came out of his mouth and he collapsed to the ground, the heroes frozen in surprise. Lois said that the man had altered the flow of his energy through magic. Magicians sometimes use that method of suicide, and Turner was no exception. After the gentleman's strange words, the whole team discussed them for a long time. The cartographer said that the gentleman was probably not talking about something ordinary like a difference in strength. He was talking about something more serious. Alvin stopped the stupid train of thought. There was no point in thinking about it now. The team had to move on, for they had not yet finished what they had come to do. The task ahead of them was to destroy the Devil's Tree. Only one room bothered Lois along the way. Back when she was still scanning the area, a strong security magic had been cast on her. The girl had said it was an A-class skill. The strange magic didn't scare Alvin Walker, and he decided to open the door to try to get in. Inside, the heroes found something they had never seen before. All the walls and ceiling were scribbled with patterns that resembled some kind of paintings or text. It was as if the whole room was made up of drawings whose meaning was unknown. Lois thought there was some meaning in them. They just couldn't make sense of it. It was decided between the team members to first deal with the Devil Tree and then return to this place. But suddenly the main character froze with surprise, fear, and horror on his face. Jong-Yu suddenly realized that the drawings on the walls were words that he could read. This was most likely due to his rings, which were not such ordinary objects. By this time, Jong-Yu had already woken up. His body was fine. In berserk mode, he was losing control of himself, but his healing level was increasing. Despite the risks, the sword was admirable, and the kid had to learn how to wield it sooner rather than later. The room wasn't that huge, but it would take a considerable amount of time to read all the writings on the walls and ceiling. Lois had said that in order to get to the room with the devil trees, they just had to keep going straight ahead. So Alvin made the decision to go deal with the devil trees, while the young man would read the writing on the walls. Behind the huge stone wall was the very place where the devil's trees were hidden. Mr. Walker did not hesitate to break through it and began to strike hard with his fists. Huge stones flew in all directions. This time the devil trees were incredibly huge. They reached such a size and height that the people beside them seemed like real ants. All the trunks were filled with devil germs. As expected, there were a lot of omnivorous bears here. It would be difficult to confront them and destroy the trees at the same time, but Lois decided to save the situation. She was going to contain the bears so they wouldn't get in the way. There were plenty of trees, so the heroes had to get to work as soon as possible. The first, as always, was Mr. Alvin Walker, and with one blow he managed to cut down a huge tree, in spite of its size. Meanwhile, in the seventh heaven, Kim Jin-seok was meditating in the fresh air. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence and wondered why the wanderer had come this far. Arkan said he had come because he missed him. No reason was needed to meet an old friend. But the real reason for his coming was that a new key had appeared. The young hero was left alone with 1,000 drawings. Even though there was a huge amount of information, it was easier to read than he thought. Humans, demons, and angels waged war to obtain the Holy Grail. Each race was given a key that was capable of helping those in need. The Holy Grail could only be obtained with the help of this key. In other words, the race that lost the key could not possess the Holy Grail. When the key met certain conditions, then he would be entitled to possess the Grail. Whoever succeeded in taking possession of the Grail would have everything he wanted. The heroes chopped down the huge trees one by one, and now they finally managed to cut down the last devil tree. Even Jong-Gyu had tried hard to completely cut down the entire trunk. The omnivorous bears were slowly beginning to calm down. Lois said that by growing devil seeds into them, they had forced them to protect the trees. Now that they'd been cut down, however, the bears no longer obeyed them. There were only 5 heroes, but they were able to complete the mission safely. Not to mention, they had encountered 2 demon generals and dealt with those trees. Now it was time for them to rest until Yunjae arrived. The cartographer had to make notes on the map. It was his job description. The heroes saw how maps were actually made for the first time and were shocked. It was very turbulent in the Skyscraper clan. It had been over a month since Alvin Walker's team had traveled to the intermediate lands, but there had been no word from them. Unexpectedly, the 5 experienced riders finally returned to their lair. They were safe and sound and had enough information for the clan head. After the terrible ordeal, the heroes still couldn't relax, even though they had returned safely. Mr. Cartographer left the skyscraper building. He said that this was not what he was supposed to be doing. Lois and Jong-Yu waited for the others to arrive, waiting to talk to the head. The girl didn't know what kind of person the head was, because he hadn't been active for a long time. The people of the first generation didn't do anything. Kim Jin-sung, Arhan, Bagcheon, and even Emily from the assassin clan didn't interact with anything. The head of the assassin clan was a girl from the first generation, but for some unknown reason, she became the master of the assassin clan. No one knew who Emily was in real life, for the Skyscraper clan had no interest in her. They couldn't even be sure that she was alive. After all, even if someone in the assassin clan died, it didn't spread. There was a beer on the table to create atmosphere. Alvin Walker decided to talk to the head directly and told him that the dragon knew about him, and was sure that Arkan was hiding something. At this moment, an amazing thing happened. The Golden Lion bowed and apologized. Everyone thought that if one defeated the demons, angels, and got the Grail, one could return to the real world. But the master said that it was all a hoax. The heroes listened to him with great disdain, listening to every word. The Lord had already deceived them more than once, so the boys didn't trust his stories much. Arhan said that humans couldn't win this war until Yunjae appeared. The boy was essential for survival in this war. He was the key that could be used to get the Grail. In fact, the Golden Lion had long known about the hero's status. What he was able to read was written in that room and was proof that the guy was the key. The first generation kept one secret. From the very beginning, they were very strong. They didn't have any problems in this world. They had no trouble getting into the temple that the heroes went to. And of course, when they entered that room, they were able to find out who the key was and how the world was organized. The people were glad, for they were sure they could return to their world if they found the Grail. But at that time, they did not know what problems they would have to face. They met the dragon. Having experienced a previously unknown sense of danger, the humans attacked it without really understanding anything. In the end, they defeated the dragon, but the price was high. Arkan told me that during that battle, the key had died. At that moment, everything lost its meaning. It was obvious what would happen to the race that lost the key. So the humans decided to take the secret with them to the grave. The clan head was sure that if the demons or angels found out that the humans didn't have the key left, everyone would be dead now. They also had to hide it from ordinary people as well. If the inhabitants had no hope of returning, they would probably exterminate each other. The team hid the whole truth and told everyone that they had to survive at all costs and find the Grail. The head thought that this would not last long, for he believed that a new key was soon to appear. But 20 years passed, and the key never appeared. The Lord revealed the truth that the people of the first generation had ceased their activities and could not do anything without it. To keep order somehow, they created clans and did not dissolve them. But now there was a new key, and it was time for a change. Now the clan had to unite for a common goal, for there was no reason to stand idle any longer. Of course, it would have been nice if the clan leader had told the story from the beginning. But Alvin Walker was glad that at least now he could change his opinion of him. On such an occasion, the Lord even wanted to drink a mug of beer. In fact, nothing justified their lies. Arkan said that they gave people a non-existent hope, pretending that they were doing it for their own good. It wasn't too late to fix things, the clansmen just needed to get on the right track. Raising his beer glass, Alvin said that not everyone had given up yet and he was always willing to help. Rumors of the deaths of Larage, Beldad, and Turner had reached the head of the assassin clan. It meant that the plan with the devil trees in the intermediate lands had failed, and Walker, Lois, and the two newcomers from the Skyscraper clan were to blame. All of Emily's plans had gone awry, but she wasn't too worried about that. She said that by cutting off one piece of flesh at a time, starting at the feet, the man would only be long enough to reach his waist, after which he was surely dead. The black-hooded assassin was not afraid of such death threats. He was no longer human, and simply chose to remind the chapter that he would now resolve the situation by his own methods. Emily reminded herself that the assassins didn't need her anymore. That pleased her, for he had thought the same. But none of that mattered, because everyone died the same way when they were shanked, something the girl was an expert at. The next morning, Yunjae jumped up from Elvis's arrival. He had slept so soundly that they had already lost him. The guy was surprised that he didn't even hear the knock on the door. His body was very relaxed. The clan head relayed that he had a conversation, so he was expecting Yunjae and Alvin at his place in 2 hours. The young man realized that if Arhan was looking for him, it was probably because of his next destination. Glancing at the shackles, he suddenly discovered that they had changed again. They were now able to use the absorbed mana freely by combining with the wearer's body and ignoring the opponent's defenses. If the hero could freely use his accumulated magic power, the effectiveness of his attacks would increase many times over. He had expected an increase in magic power, but the unhindered use of mana was a complete surprise. Health was directly proportional to stamina. The hero hadn't pumped it recently. Mana and demonic energy were already reaching 104, so the young man decided that now the power of his attack would increase even more. That meant he couldn't tackle her without improving his stamina. It was the hero's highest priority right now. Alvin had told them in training that mana was important, but for those like them who used weapons and magical abilities, it was important to keep the balance. There were times when people couldn't control their powers. Yunjae now understood the meaning of those words. People who fought like heroes were strong because of combined attacks. People like him and Alvin fought by placing magic power inside them became more invincible. And their maximum effectiveness was achieved when there was a balance between magical and physical power. However, there was no use of huge mana reserves now. Alvin said that he had all of his stats at the same level, but how he came to that was unknown. The hero always tried to think optimistically, but he wanted the same results. The hero was sure that there were more than just cons to this system. After all, now knowing all this, he could raise other stats, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. Exactly 2 hours later, Alvin and Yunjae went up to the middle floor of the clan building. When they entered the office, Arhan was already waiting for them, but all the treats had already been eaten. Kim Jin-seok was also sitting at the table. He was the only first-generation person who was not listed in any clan. The Lord surpassed everyone in the room in terms of strength. It was a whole other level. He was the only one equal in power to a large clan. It was not clear to anyone what such a person had forgotten in the clan, but the Lord welcomed the heroes to sit down. Yunjae was distrustful of such a strong person. He didn't understand why a person who lived in seclusion suddenly decided to come out, but he assumed it was definitely because of the key. When Arhan told Kim Jin-seok about the hero's abilities, the Lord was the first to come to the clan when he heard about the appearance of the key. He wanted to train the boy. Everyone would be in trouble if the key died as easily as the last one. It was not often that such a training opportunity presented itself, but the choice was still up to the young man. It was time to stop just surviving. It was time for the hero to step up a notch. He had to develop comprehensively and maintain a balance between stats. The boy decided that this Kim Jin-sung was the one who would probably lead him to his goal. As he crouched down, he wordlessly asked the Lord to take care of his training. The guy agreed, but he was still a little worried. There was nothing to worry about because this guy's abilities sometimes amazed even the head of the Skyscraper clan. It was strange that Arkan had called the heroes to a new meeting place. The young man thought that he had kept the meeting secret from the scouts in the clan. The head only nodded his head and was glad that the boy knew everything. Yunjae said that they had met Turner in the Intermediate Lands. He was no longer human at that time, but he knew the secret of the pioneers. It was obvious that Mr. Turner had heard about it from Emily because she knew everything. She probably thought humans didn't stand a chance and joined the demons. Kim Jin-seok was sure that her cronies also knew the truth. It was no longer a secret to many, and there was a good chance that they had told everyone in the clan. Arhan said that the problem was that not only in the Assassin clan, but also in the ranks of the Skyscrapers, there were those who had made a deal with the demons. There was a search for the traitors, but they were unable to catch the fox by the tail. Those who made the deal with the devil were very cautious. Perhaps they were even people above the leadership ranks, so now the head was definitely going to cooperate with the protagonist. People would have questions if the clan leader and the newcomer met too often, so Yunjae's task now was to become stronger. Arhan was going to find the moles in the clan. The hero had hard training ahead of him, but he had to cope and surpass his limit to become stronger, for the sake of getting one step closer to the Grail. After taking all the necessary things and Jongyu with him, the hero went straight for the new teacher. The boy didn't understand who this person was yet, but he would definitely be able to teach him. The road was very long and hard. The heroes walked under the open sun, climbed through rocks, and went around the desert. This journey alone was already a real challenge. The three of them headed in the opposite direction of the Devil's Forest, just beyond Trome. They got to a sheer cliff that was on the border of the two towns. Climbing to the top, the boys couldn't believe they could be in such a place. The boys, exhausted and tired, climbed up. They could not keep up with the teacher's speed, so they began to wonder if he was human. In a place where ordinary people couldn't even climb, there was indeed a house. Tiny and cozy, it was a perfect place to live, hidden away from everyone. When Jongyu found out that this gentleman was Kim Jin-seong, he was simply ecstatic. The young man couldn't believe that such a strong man had agreed to train them. It was true because the Lord was of the first generation, and he knew the fate of the past key. That's why he was trying to prevent such an outcome. Heroes had to stay in this place for a minimum of 3 months and a maximum of 6 months. In fact, Yunjae thought that wasn't enough. If he could, he would start acting right now. But he didn't have enough ability yet. The Holy Grail was in a special place located in the Demon and Angel camp. The teacher told the boy that in his current state, he could die even in the Intermediate Lands, not to mention the Demon camp. It was a great opportunity to become as strong as Kim Jin-seok, so the guys went inside the house. At the threshold, they froze in place, unable to believe their eyes. Everything inside had been provided for in case of training. There were a great many weapons in the room. Swords, sabers, spears, and even a mace were hung on the walls. Everything needed was here. Kim Jin-seok gave the hero a sharp sword, and from then on, it was his personal weapon. The single-bladed sword was sharpened on only one side, and the end of the blade was slightly raised. The hero always used a double-bladed sword because it cut and chopped easily in battle, but never picked up a single-bladed sword. The Lord tried all the weapons in his room, and only then concluded that the double-edged sword was perfect for him. He asked the heroes which particular weapon they had decided to use right away. To take the first step toward self-improvement, the heroes needed to learn which weapon suited them best. After all, conscious and unconscious use of weapons were very different things. Kim Jin-seok used each weapon for 3 months. It took him 10 years to try everything in the room. He told the guys to use at least one weapon for at least a day. The Lord felt that the hero was too weak for the magical power he had. Stamina and physical defense were indeed necessary for those who wanted to wield immense power. What the young man had learned was that strength, agility, and damage reflection were not the most important stats. If the bowl wasn't strong, it would definitely crack because of the power that filled it. The master also knew that Jong-yu devoured the sword in berserk mode and ordered him to use this skill every day morning, afternoon, and evening from now on. There was no limit to the lad's surprise. It sounded completely reckless, but for some reason the young man believed his teacher. If he could grow stronger using the berserk mode without losing his mind, he would be Turner's equal in strength. From that moment on, severe trials were to begin for the heroes. The master warned them that they would not be able to leave the place until the teacher himself had made that decision. Kim Jin-seok would be satisfied with the result when the head of the assassin clan, Emily, couldn't kill the guys. If she found out about the existence of the key, she would definitely want to eliminate it since she was no longer human. The hero was surprised at how well informed the teacher was about everything. There were rumors that no one escaped his attention. But still the guy was amazed by his informativeness. Once the boys were ready, their training session began. They took all the weapons outside and something told them that the torment was just beginning. Suddenly, the teacher brought out a long iron chain, and so far the guys weren't quite sure how it was supposed to help them. Jong-yu immediately thought that it was also used as a weapon. In fact, the arms and legs of the heroes had to be sheathed while training. They had to wear it for the whole time. It was the most effective and easiest way to pump up stamina and physical strength. The chain was very heavy. Even holding it in my hands without using magic was a bit difficult. The master immediately forbade the use of magic and said that the guys were also forbidden to use regenerative skills. The heroes spent the next few hours practicing. Their limbs were wrapped in heavy chain, and their weapons for fighting so far were long wooden sticks. From now on, they had to do their best to go beyond their limits. They had to practice until their bodies would start to tear apart. Fight after fight, the young warriors had to fight until they thought they were really dying. The heavy chains made it difficult, and dug into their skin until it bled. There was nothing easier and more effective than a training session like this, where the boys could learn self-control, endurance, and stamina. All this would lead them to the final point where they could become stronger. The moment when the heroes thought they were on the verge of death would be the beginning. Only in this way could they become real strong fighters. It had been 10 days of training from the beginning. Even with the chains on his arms, the hero didn't make meaningless sweeps, but stretched as far as the rack allowed. He hadn't learned from anyone before, but his learning ability was truly astounding. Kim Jin-seok thought it would take almost a year to train the young man to pump up his stamina. But who would have thought that the boy had such a tough temperament and a steadfast warrior spirit? It had been quite some time since he had surpassed his limit. By now, the hero must be feeling his muscles tearing, his breathing interrupted, and it felt as if his lungs were about to explode. It had only been 10 days, but the teacher was already pleased with the boy's excellent results. It was impossible to get bored with them, so the master wondered how much they could endure. Meanwhile, Emily was back in town and came to the meeting. It had been 6 months since she had met her mate. The time had passed unnoticed because the gentleman's face wasn't one she wanted to see more often. Scarface-san revealed that Kim Jin-seok had taken the key. He was sure that the girl wouldn't be able to destroy the key Kim Jin-seok would train. Emily immediately ran up to the bastard and put her palm to his throat. She warned him that he wouldn't get off with just a scratch if he was false. Lastly, he said that Fleeton was very angry that the girl had killed the demon that had been coming to her. Now he was thinking about how he could get rid of her. If Emily didn't want to be found, he would never in his life be able to catch her. She wanted to destroy the key so that everyone would forget about the recent mistake. After all, the death of a demon who didn't even reach the level of general wasn't a terrible loss. After hard training, the hero liked to rest in the clearing, washed by the last rays of the sun. It took him about a quarter of a day to get accustomed to any weapon. At first it took 24 hours, but you could get used to everything, and this period gradually shortened. Every day the boy learned to use the new weapon, which after the training there was nothing left of. It had been over a month since the guys had come here. Because every moment was like a punishment, the day seemed incredibly long. At one point, the young man concentrated so hard that he even forgot about the passage of time. The characteristics were growing faster than he thought. The boy thought that he wouldn't have enough health, but it had increased a lot during this month. Thanks to the fact that he was always in chains during training, his strength and agility stats had also increased. But regression was still pushing him hard. Yunjae didn't know what the pattern was here anymore, but regression, which was an effort to increase mana, had become a skill. The longer he used it, the more his body got used to it. When her skill level increased, her side effects should have decreased. All of this gave the hero some thoughts that he pondered at sunset. Junggyu's last training session was quite hard. He couldn't get out of bed. Judging from the fact that he wasn't losing his mind so easily now, it was safe to say that he was getting stronger. Yunjae said he was fine, but the teacher knew that his body was not at its best and asked him not to show off. The hero's body was only overloaded by one skill. Kim Jin-seok said in order to get used to overloading his body with the skill, the hero practiced with the weapon while continuing to use it. Because of this, his body tired several times faster and deteriorated. He didn't understand why the boy was working hard and working until he was exhausted. Yunjae said it was because of his dead family. It was just that the young man thought he could see them again if he got his hands on the Grail. He knew it was ridiculous, but he was going to go out of his way for even a ghostly hope. It was unbelievable that the hero could go crazy to such an extent, not for his own sake, but for someone else. The teacher said that this world defied the laws of logic, or to put it more accurately, it was upside down. Those who were carried away were resurrected after death. The Lord believed that anything was possible in this world. After all, there must still be room for a miracle in this world. Rumors of resurrection had reached Kim Jin-seok. Many people said that there was an item that could be used to change what had already passed. These thoughts kept the boy's mind on his own. In a world like this, he shouldn't have been surprised that such things existed. He already knew what the object was. The guiding star. There was no mention of any objects in the diaries, so the hero was sure it was all somehow connected to the backworld. There was no denying the existence of an intermediary object. If Yunjae could somehow find out how the future him had gotten hold of that item, he wouldn't need this diary. It was time for him to open up. The future had already changed. The present was strikingly different from what was written in the diary. The frustrated hero began to realize that these notes were probably useless. Suddenly, the guy tucked one of the pages and it flipped. It was incredible because at some point the pages did open. Every time a new page opened, something happened. Early in the morning, Alvin Walker was having another conversation. He'd heard about people teaming up with devils, and he was going to track them down. Only he had no idea yet who it might be. The Lord was not only observing the Skyscraper clan, but also the others, but he still couldn't understand anything. So many people were related to the Assassin clan and devils, so the war with them couldn't end so easily. Alvin said that originally the Devil Trees had supplied this place with infinite power. The moment they destroyed them, the Killer Clan fell. Even if there were other traitors or people who had teamed up with devils, there was no reason for them to reveal themselves after that. Turner was in charge of getting the information. Mr. Walker was sure the problem was that almost no one but Turner had revealed his face. The master suspected Cheon Woo-hyun of the Jingo clan of betrayal. Soon, Yunjae came into the room. He wanted to know if the clan members had figured out who the traitor was. Alvin said he had watched a few people and was about half sure about one. The Lord was checking out everyone who was related to Turner or the Assassin clan. Most of them were members of the Jingo clan. It had been 6 months since Kim Tae-han had started living a life of hiding after the dissolution of the Assassin clan. He couldn't walk around in plain sight like the rest of the idiots. The big guilds would immediately decide to catch him. The guy had no choice but to continue living his life in hiding. He hadn't killed anyone in more than 6 months, so he felt like his whole body was itching. Suddenly, a gentleman came into his room with a message from the head of the clan. Emily was relaying to all the assassins that someone needed to be killed. She needed extra hands. The young man was shocked that the Black Widow couldn't handle it, and asked for help. Kim Tae-han was even more surprised when he found out that it was necessary to kill Kim Jin-seok. Even the widow herself couldn't be sure of defeating him. This was getting more and more interesting. The boy was just bored, and here such wonderful events brightened his day. No matter how far away the journey was, the boy decided to deal with the bastard in the nastiest way possible. It had been about a month since the training had started. The guys were still practicing hard under the teacher's guidance. He told the boys to take a wider step, to think of the foot and sword as one whole. If the foot and sword moved together, even applying the same force, the speed and power of the hero would increase. The young man obediently carried out all the orders and tasks of the teacher, growing stronger every day. In 1 month, Yunjae managed to try each weapon once, but in the end, he still returned to the sword. Even though he had returned to his roots, it couldn't be said that there was no progress in development. Jongyu kept going through trials, practicing his case under the effects of berserk. Each time, he would faint and go insane 5 minutes after the fight started. The teacher said that from the beginning it took the guy 10 days to stretch from 1 minute to 5. But now he had to make big leaps in increasing that time. It was still early in the day, but suddenly Kim Jin-seok stopped the practice and allowed the guys to drink a revitalizing remedy. A guest had come to visit them. A strong energy was felt in the air and a strong wind began to blow, which lifted leaves from the ground. At this moment, the head of the assassin clan, Emily, landed on the training ground. The heroes were incredibly surprised. It was the first time they saw the head of the clan they had been fighting against all this time. The whole world had heard about Emily's fantastic power. Even though it looked like she didn't intend to bat right now, there was no telling what might happen and when. The hero watched in disbelief as the teacher walked away with the assassin to talk. He was sure the girl wouldn't act badly for no reason. Even knowing the possibility that she might have killed the key, the teacher went after her. Emily led her enemy far away from home, flying through forests and glades. Suddenly, Kim Jin-seok decided to stop this chase and stopped abruptly, landing on the ground. The girl was puzzled. She just wanted to talk in a quiet place. The Lord asked the Deviless not to do anything that would make her suspicious. After all, then, he wouldn't be able to let her go quietly either. Kim Jin-seok questioned the girl about what she had already told him. She wanted to live, and being human, it was impossible to win unless there was a key. The master didn't think it was a worthy cause for betrayal. Emily didn't think she was bad, after all. The Lord had also picked up a sword when he wanted to live. For her, making a relationship with the devilish side was just a way to get ahead. It was too late now to criticize the choice she had made. If being a demon would put people in danger, the Lord would have no choice but to point the blade of his sword toward her throat. They had once been old friends, but the teacher thought they were just fleeting emotions brought on by the surrounding atmosphere. Emily said he never learned how to lie. It was written all over the gentleman's face that he still had feelings for the young girl. Kim Jin-seok was furious at this talk, and he was literally seething with anger, ordering the girl to shut up. After the assassin clan was formed, everything in his life changed and turned upside down. It was time to end the interrogation. It was just a pointless waste of time. Now the Lord was sure that they would not be able to go back in time. It was all just a ruse. The gentleman realized that the girl was aiming for the key. He asked what Emily wanted, for she had not come to talk about the past. In fact, the head of the assassin clan had already planned everything long ago, and was only pretending while sweetly talking about love. At this moment, the cold assassins were already flying out from behind her back. The armed demons hid their faces under large hoods. They came at Emily's will and surrounded the master on all sides. Now the teacher needed to stay a little longer. Kim Jin-seok slowly pulled out his long blade and prepared to fight. He was sure that the nasty girl had already sent her clan members there as well. The Lord blamed himself because of that one single moment when he couldn't let go of his foolish hopes. But now that his feelings were locked away, somewhere far inside, the seasoned warrior was no longer going to give in to his emotions. He had set himself up for a serious fight, and it would take him 5 minutes to get out of there. At this time, Jung-gyu was very worried, because it was impossible to even feel how far the teacher had gone. The guys were ready to fight. From the beginning, Yoon-jae had only relied on his body, so he had plenty of mana. The hero said that health was the problem. He hoped that nothing bad would happen before full recovery. After all, the teacher had left there for a reason. In fact, the main characters really needed to prepare for a strong battle. At this very moment, the cold assassins were already climbing at great speed up the high cliff right towards the teacher's house. The members of the assassin clan were an incredible number. They were heading straight to their goal in a crowd. It was quite difficult to defeat so many enemies, because they were real maniacs. Yoon-jae had sensed their presence for a long time, but Jong Ji-won was panicking a lot. The boy was really looking forward to the teacher's arrival and was sure that Mr. Kim couldn't have foreseen this situation. The assassins were approaching too fast, so the heroes needed to act as quickly as possible. They couldn't wait any longer. Jong Ji-won said that he could maintain a berserk state for about 5 minutes now. The lust for killing each of the members of the assassin clan, taken individually, was not that great, even though there were a few people with higher levels among them. In any case, the heroes needed to pull themselves together and deal with them. It was the first thing the guys did after training. The hero immediately rushed into battle. If the assassins had time to go upstairs, the guys would have even more problems. Although the uninvited guests were quite fast, this was the hero's only chance to use his strength in a real fight. Yoon-jae sprinted as fast as he could and jumped off the cliff to pounce on his opponents. The assassins were already halfway there, but the hero was quicker and reached them in seconds. He used the skill of enhanced defense to make platforms in the air, from which he could push off. Using platforms made of protective film, the boy deftly bypassed all the gang members. They froze in mid-air and couldn't believe their eyes. This was the first time they had encountered such a fantastic technique. The young man was literally elusive. He moved so fast that the killers did not have time to notice his presence and were immediately hit hard. Despite their numbers, the criminal group was beginning to lose. The Lord was just furious that the pathetic guys had attacked their team first. He was pretty sure they should have been in a total dead state. The armed bastards continued to climb the rocky mountain, trying to reach their goal. Their only obstacle was a boy who was deftly jumping on the platforms and throwing down all the enemy bastards. A gang of assassins surrounded the young man from all sides, but he deftly dealt with each of them. His magic squares were distributed all over the area, so the guy easily scattered the enemies in different directions. On the other side, young Yu fought bravely, his madness driving him and doing incredible things. The guy fought with a smile on his face and turned his opponents into meat. His crushing berserk skill allowed him to use no other abilities. The young man was as if in a fog and had no control over his actions, the sword deftly doing everything for him. The craziness in his eyes was frightening to the point of terror. Jung Yu was invincible and dodged all the blows. His body was perfectly suited for the berserk skill that possessed him completely. Now, the assassins were only losing to one person. The monstrous faction couldn't just leave it at that. They had to punish the boy, but he was too fast. The assassins aimed hundreds of sharp swords at him, which flew at a tremendous speed. The pathetic attempts were not terrible for such an experienced fighter. But suddenly, while the guy was distracted, one of the swords grazed his arm. Fury began to overpower him, his body even stronger, his thirst for revenge uncontrollable. At this moment, a gentleman from the assassin clan waited for the right moment and struck the boy from behind. The boy didn't expect it. The blow hit him in the back, and he immediately flew aside. The enraged Jung-Yu landed directly on the stone wall, but he managed to avoid the impact. Under the influence of the berserker's fantastic skill, the boy braked his feet and lingered on the rock. Plunging his long sword straight into the rock, the young man performed incredible things. He stayed on the rock in a horizontal position, as if he had no gravity to the ground. Such things were not something an ordinary person could do. Meanwhile, Yunjae's situation was getting more complicated, with a team of thugs trying to surround him from all sides. Now the young man was only on one platform, and there was only one chance to defeat them. While the hero was thinking about which way he could go to escape, one of the clan members suddenly swooped down on him. The boy managed to repel his attack with his sword, and now the two opponents were clashing weapons in battle. The brave warrior tried his best to resist the assassin's attack. At that moment, an unknown lord appeared from the abyss and pounced on them to stop their battle. He wanted to stop this fight immediately so he could pounce on the nasty young man himself. Now the boy was in a desperate situation. He was standing alone among a whole crowd of nasty bastards. The lord was not going to hesitate. He wanted to destroy the nasty guy who was in their way. He swung his sword with all his might and swung it at his opponent. At this moment, something amazing happened. His attack didn't work. The horned member of the assassin clan was just out of rage. His sword literally broke into several pieces. The protagonist was red stronger than one could assume. He was not going to lose for anything, so he gathered all his strength together and created a magic funnel from his blows, which pushed the enemies away in different directions. The enraged member of the assassin clan tried to destroy the boy with a blow of his elongated tail, but at the most unexpected moment, the hero changed his direction and avoided the attack. Any of the assassin clan's methods did not work on him. It wasn't easy to completely destroy the nasty gang, but a lot of strength had to be used to do so. Using a few magic platforms, Yunjae slipped through the opponents and decided to escape. The team of assassins immediately all came together. They started using their long tails to attach themselves to the rock. The thugs couldn't just let the guy go and immediately chased after him. Applying his skills, the protagonist quickly reached the top of the cliff and found himself on the training glade. He assessed the strength of his opponents and realized that he could fight them here as well. The bloodthirsty killers were already breathing down the steamy man's back. Their lust for killing made them rush to the clearing with incredible speed. Most of them had already turned into demons and had devil horns. When they reached the top, there was no turning back. Now the battle was to continue on the ground, and the hero had to face their kind, those who were no longer human. The cruel lord was the leader of the army. Now he realized that the boy was the key. He said that luck had smiled on him today, so he was going to get the key to get the grail. There was no master more experienced and stronger than Kim Jin-seok. His incredible training allowed him to gain tremendous power. An entire gang of thugs could not stand up to one master and fell before his greatness. Kim Dae-han couldn't believe his eyes. He blinked only once, but he didn't realize what had happened at all. He realized that everyone was wrong about the strongest of the first generation. But now the assassins could see his fantastic abilities with their own eyes. The Lord had only one moment to turn a bunch of creatures into dead men. Emily said that the Lord's technique was still as rough. People who used to have the warmest feelings for each other were now pointing weapons at each other. The girl had changed a lot since then. The face of the head of the assassin clan shone as if she was a magician. She said that there was no need to judge her by her appearance alone, for she hadn't changed that much since then. The girl had actually come to offer an old friend to become like her. Her body suddenly took on a different appearance. Her skin was now black, and all her features showed her true demonic essence. Emily snapped out of her seat and threw herself into the attack. The girl didn't strike right away, but began to play with her victim, moving quickly around the Lord. She only wanted to give the other men a taste of her pouring power. Cloning her body, the Deviless surrounded her old friend. Nothing had changed from the next appearance of the key. She was going to bring everyone to their knees before this power. Kim Jin-seok silently watched her actions and didn't move. Every step the nasty girl took made him sure of her intentions. Suddenly, Emily grabbed 2 sharp knives and swung them at the master. At the very last moment, the head of the assassin clan used her clones, who rushed into battle at a great speed. The devilish creatures were like killing machines. It was not easy to stop them. Even such dirty tricks of the assassin were not afraid of the ruthless and unique teacher. In a single motion, he easily dispatched the clones and sent them back to hell. Killing Kim Jin-seok wasn't Emily's main goal. She said he was too calm while his students suffered at the clutches of the cruel members of her clan. The teacher didn't worry about it and was completely calm. He was sure that if that kind of rabble went there, he shouldn't even bother going there. Master was talking about how the key wasn't something that only needed to be protected. The thugs burst forward and pounced on the boy as if he were the last piece of bread. The boy activated his enhanced defense and fought off 2 enemy swords at once. His speed allowed him to take out 2 black-robed bastards in a second, who were getting on the hero's nerves. Even though the fight had been going on for a long time, the boy's stamina was far greater than before. The Horned Lord was very surprised that the ordinary man wasn't tired at all, and endlessly ran in different directions. Because of his defense wall skill, the assassination gang couldn't do anything to him. Under the effect of the defense, the hero not only did not take enemy blows, but also could not strike his own. When the moment was right, the guy immediately canceled the defense and killed his opponents. Blocking blows and dodging wasn't that hard. It was just a battle of attrition. The boy was uncomfortable using clockwork in such a messy fight. The hero steadied himself until he received a sudden blow. It knocked him down hard, for something invisible ran alongside. The boy restrained himself from falling, but now he was badly confused. The assassin clan master could no longer watch his team being brazenly bent over. He was incredibly angry and was going to take revenge. Using the stealth skill, he slapped the young man on the back. His advantage now was that he was invisible and could strike unexpectedly. Jong-gyu managed to catch this energy and dodge the sword. He realized that because of the Devil Seed, the Lord was now more accurate than before. In such a case, the hero completely decided to change the place of battle and escaped. A little off the ground, he jumped off the cliff. Wild thugs immediately rushed in pursuit. It was impossible to miss such a valuable bait. When the battlefield was already empty, Jong-gyu deftly climbed up the mountain and came to help. His berserker skills were still working, but the boy was very surprised because there was no one else in the clearing. The bloodthirsty assassins were on their way, perfectly armed and rushing at full speed. They had to make sure that the young man would not hurt them, for his sword sucked blood. The boy had come just in time. Only the stronger ones remained. It was as if the sword was alive and angry at his opponents with the tantalizing scarlet blood flowing through it. There would be no mercy for anyone now. At this time, the brave hero took his feet away. He led the enemies already far into the forest to cleverly destroy them. The members of the killer clan were already on his tail, so the boy urgently needed to act. There was no time to think about it. Yoon-jae only had one chance to win. Even though Kim Jin-seok had said to refrain from using the secret weapon in the ring, now was the time for him. Suddenly, something incredible happened. A bright flash in the forest illuminated the whole space. The maniacs heard the strange sound of a clock. At that moment, the hero abruptly disappeared from the enemy's sight, though he was right in front of their very noses. Suddenly, he reappeared in another place, and with a sharp movement he swung his sword straight at their heads. The young master did things that could not even be imagined. He stopped his own time and destroyed all enemies in his path. He was like Sonic, who had acquired a magic watch. In training, the hero told the teacher about the clockwork. He could use a different flow of time. In a sense, it was the opposite of acceleration. To use this skill, one didn't need magic power, but concentration and strength of mind. It was a physical skill that could be honed along with increasing stamina, but the teacher forbade its use. Kim Jin-seok felt the same way, but the other problem was that the young man would definitely lean on him. Habit was the most dangerous thing in battle, so the skill was forbidden. The most important thing was to release the feeling that came out in a dangerous situation. The teacher asked to use the skill as little as possible, and someday the day would come when the guy would figure it out for himself. Yoon-jae didn't just speed up, he used his skill completely freely. The enemies didn't even have time to blink an eye, after which their heads were immediately sliced off. The battlefield was completely filled with the hero's techniques. That was completely different from what Emily had said. The girl said that the key was only approaching the level of the rankers, so the demons decided that the forces of such a composition would be quite enough. But it was very little, for the warrior was able to reach even the demon commander-in-chief. The sharp blade of the sword pierced his body several times. The lord stopped breathing and dropped his weapon from his hands. Although Yun-jae was a key, his skills were drastically different from the green rookie who had only been here for 1 year. He was a true master and could equal the strongest. Emily had never seen Mr. Kim Jin-seok so strongly convinced. He wasn't used to lying, so the girl was going to destroy the sprout before it even got any bigger. At that instant, several more Furies pounced on the teacher. He was like a red rag to a bull to them. Alone in the field, the warrior was focused on his energy. He was going to get out of there alive. Emily's clones pounced on the spot where their target was. They swung their weapons and struck, but suddenly they noticed that the gentleman had abruptly disappeared. It was unbelievable, for he was centimeters away from them. The master had no intention of continuing the idle conversation. He appeared as suddenly as he had disappeared. Using his power, he slammed the two clones' heads together. There was no turning back, and now he had to try hard to win. Emily and her clones had no time to strike. The master was a very skilled fighter who had no equal. He used his skills to throw the nasty clones in different directions. To him, all the blows were nothing. Kim Jin-seok deftly bypassed all of his opponent's tricks and pinned her against the wall, grabbing her by the throat. Now the girl would not be able to escape and would be held accountable for her actions. His hand gripped her throat tightly, but he didn't finish. Emily could barely breathe, but she laughed in her old comrade's face. In fact, she decided to cheat all the way to the end. Emily's betrayal made the master's heart grow cold. He had no soul. It was time to end it. So he left his beloved and closed the wound in his heart forever. The head of the assassin clan thought she could fool even Kim Jin-seok. She used the same face, the same voice, the exact same magic and soul for the clones, but every single one of them died. Now Emily had to hurry. There wasn't much time. She'd seen him again, and she couldn't pass up the chance. Yun-jae continued to fight against the demons. There weren't many of them left, so he decided not to use magic power. Even during the battle, he thought about his buddy and hoped that the distraught Jong-yu was doing well. Suddenly, Emily ran past him. The hero couldn't believe it was her. The girl looked completely different, but the boy was sure that the teacher was all right. Suddenly, blood spurted from his neck. The boy was perplexed, for he had used clockwork. When the head ran past, she stabbed him with a knife and wanted to get out of sight. She thought the young man was incredible, and came down to earth to talk to him. The demoness had sent so many people to find the key, and the man was still alive. Making a contract with the dark side turned Emily into a true monster. Her main goal was only the key to unlock the opportunity to obtain the Grail, so she pounced on her trophy. Yun-jae put his sword and resisted with all his might, but the girl pushed him back with her strength. With such a small dagger, the demoness was capable of launching an incredibly powerful attack. She let out her magical energy, which gave her immense power. The girl only appeared small and fragile. She was not a real killer. Using only the strength of her own fist, she brutally pushed the hero away. Yun-jae surprised Emily. She actually intended to kill him. Now the opponents had to face each other more seriously. A hero had to be strong enough not to die at her hands, that's what Kim Jin-seok kept telling him. But right now, the most important thing for him was to recover enough to at least just survive. In this fight, the boy had to endure by any means necessary. He decided to slow down the time in the clockwork as much as possible, but even using this skill, the boy was the same speed as Emily. The head of the Skyscraper clan had insane intrinsic speed and excellent techniques. She led her clones back into the battle, and now the young man was in danger. Kim Jin-seok's disciple was so much like his teacher. Grabbing a sharp, small knife, the girl pounced on the boy and tried to kill him. At that moment, Yun-jae activated a protective film that enveloped his body and saved him from the strong attack. Emily did not hesitate and pushed the young man with her foot. He immediately bent in half and flew aside. The battle was unequal. The protagonist could not overtake his opponent neither in strength nor in speed nor in magic power. It really was dangerous. The boy crashed straight into the stone at great speed with great force and crushed it with his own body. Now he didn't understand how he was supposed to resist such a force. His breath caught as he tried to keep up with her movements. The task was made more difficult by the fact that Emily's real body was among the clones. Yun-jae couldn't just use his hard-to-use reinforcement. Suddenly, he decided to concentrate the enhancement and regression in one place. First, the boy was going to strengthen his special senses. Closing his eyes, the hero finally felt that very feeling. He needed to maintain this feeling, and the mysterious energy was coming out. At that moment, as if an epiphany came to his mind. It seemed unbelievable, but the boy was able to spot the real Emily among the several clones in no time. He used the crushing flow of energy to pounce and strike at her. Due to the expenditure of magical energy she had created from maintaining all the spears, the girl's movements became heavier than before. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before her body would be in a complete state of failure. The head of the assassin clan couldn't believe her eyes. She had never encountered an amplification of such strength. A true devilish power was moving towards her with crushing energy. Kim Jin-seok doubted that she could handle a hero. The girl didn't think his words could mean something so serious. Her incredible strength wasn't enough to resist the guy's power. In an instant, the protagonist was able to not only reveal Emily, but also attack. Her opponent had incredible power, but she couldn't stop here. The head of the thugs couldn't just give up and give the victory to the nasty boy. She went into a state of rage and unleashed her true demonic energy that filled the entire space. With this blow, the girl was going to put an end to this battle, but the young warrior still had strength left, and he was going to confront her. Two completely different demonic energies collided head-on. Yunji's stamina was astonishing. All the magic power that had been accumulated in his body was now coming out in huge clouds. His eyes were filled with wild rage and a thirst for revenge. Emily hovered in the air and was about to deliver her critical strike, but the guy had to stop him. Fury stirred the power in his body even more, and he concentrated the amplification of energy into the sword. A young master of fantasy skills and the head of a clan of thugs collided together. Their two incredible powers could destroy each other. Seeing the two bright flashes, the members of the assassin clan fled. The hero didn't die under the pressure of all the magical power, but Emily did attack, gathering all her strength. The young man realized that there was a limit to what he could adjust to after all. The boy had no more strength, but he wasn't going to bow his head to the nasty girl. He struggled to his feet and stuck his sword into the ground to hold himself up. The head of the assassin clan was about to strike her final blow and finally end this war. When the girl got as close to her enemy as possible, she suddenly felt a strong blow and flew aside. Kim Jin-seok was a little late, but he still came to stop the Deviless. He came faster than she thought he would, and just wanted to hear something Emily would say in person. The master considered the girl a fallen one. Whatever her past choices had been, there was no reason for her to continue doing all this to this extent now. In fact, the key was to be stronger than anyone else, so Emily thought her choice was not wrong. She said that if the chosen one turned out to be a good-for-nothing, it would have been better to get rid of him from the start. Teacher wondered if she had different thoughts from the choice she made when the girl crossed swords with Yunjae. The question was whether she was really doing it for the key. At that moment, Emily realized that she had lost her desired goal while she suppressed the pleasure of becoming strong. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. In fact, she just wanted to go back. The most important thing was that she had admitted to herself that she had made a mistake. But Kim Jin-seok had apologized. That was the reason he had to cut her down. It was too sad to end it like this, but there was no going back. At that moment, the girl pulled out a knife and plunged it straight into her heart. It was as if time had stopped. She told the gentleman not to pretend that they knew each other. It was a plan she had made personally. She came to this world as the head of an assassin clan to destroy the heroes and failed in the realization of her plan. The head of the assassin clan, Emily, has decided to choose death. Kim Jin-seok was aware that Emily was going to round up criminals. There were many more criminals from the outside world who were used to this world. They would be a huge obstacle to their plan. That's why the girl decided to gather all the criminals and create a clan capable of controlling everyone. She pursued only one goal. The girl needed to return. Seeing her dying friend, the teacher immediately ran up and took her in his arms. Now the girl had finished everything she wanted, but the master hugging her couldn't accept it. There was actually another reason for the clan, but Emily had asked Kim Jin-seok to tell Kim Jin-seok about it. Reaching out with a gentle hand to the Lord's face, she was going to tell him why she tried so hard. At that moment, the demoness's hand fell to the ground. Her breathing froze and her eyes stopped blinking. The Lord couldn't believe his eyes. He thought Emily had changed, but everything remained the same. For a long time, the gentleman could not forget holding his dead friend in his arms. In the evening, he sat by the fireplace and thought about the kind of person Emily had been. He told his apprentice that there were 10 people left alive after the training was over. Emily was the only girl among them, and was stronger than any woman he had met. This girl had created a clan of assassins and led criminals. She had always talked about it, and it was obvious, but it took someone who could do something incredible. Discipline was capable of restraining people with different goals. The girl had tarnished her reputation to get rid of them. Emily continued to act, keeping everything a secret even from Archon and Baek Cheon. Only Kim Jin-seok knew about it. He said that they should have made a different choice no matter what it cost them. Emily had a look of wanting to protect something. Her face resembled Yoon-jae's. If they had met earlier, the young man would be stronger now, and then maybe she would have made a different choice. Meanwhile, Arhan came to the city of Baram to visit the Jingo clan. The head of that clan was surprised that the Lord had come to visit him himself, although communication had really been lacking lately. In the office of the head were books that had some sort of relation to Abram. The gentleman studied them so carefully that it was not even noticeable that someone was flipping through them. After Fukushi Kenji would find out everything about him, he was going to do the obvious, because he was looking for them because of the chaos that happened long ago. He was doing this sort of thing because he was originally interested in it. Fukushi was always like that, avoiding his gaze when he was trying to hide something. The Golden Lion decided to ask again what Abram had left in that place. The Lord was so eager to talk about the past and get nostalgic for the first time in a long time, but it was difficult. He was in a very cordial mood and said that he and Arkan had been great friends at one time. Several other friends were already waiting outside the door to greet the Golden Lion. They were all armed, and the Lord could sense it immediately. It turned out that it wasn't just Turner of the Assassin Clan who was a spy. Mr. Fukushi didn't know about his betrayal. He said the seed was planted by Emily, who trusted no one. The head of the Jingo clan no longer remembered how long he had been associated with demons. The thing was, the devil tree had been growing for a very long time. Arhan really considered the Lord his friend, which was why he had told him about the appearance of the new key. The Golden Lion's kindness had turned against him, and now Kenji-san was going to kill him. At that moment there was a great noise in the room. A great cloud of dust flew in with Alvin Walker. His appearance surprised everyone here. He was sure his intuition was worth trusting. Yun-jae was telling Walker that he should have been wary of Kenji. There were many suspicious people in that clan, so Alvin was also investigating everything about them. He became aware that the Jingo clan was looking for information related to Abram. The traitors were up to something and most likely wanted to find a clue about the key. After all, no matter what anyone said, Kim Yun-jae had the most merit back then. Mr. Arhan had to be more careful than the others. Though outwardly inactive, it was hard to replace the symbol he was. The hero was the one who warned Alvin Walker and warned that Ara and Kenji's meeting could have been very dangerous. After all, there was no telling what might have been behind it. The clan head wasn't afraid of a late visit. Nothing would change from it. This was Jingo clan territory, the huge city of Baraum, so the Lord was ready for anything. At this moment, Baek Cheon, the head of the White Tower clan, walked into the study. He really hoped that this would become a meeting place for old friends, although the picture seemed pretty good as it was. After the battle, the young hero survived with only minor abrasions and bruises. He said he had lost the battle, but somehow he was still alive. A lot of things had happened during the time Jong-gyu had lost his mind. When he woke up, his wounds were already almost healed. It was too unnatural a rate of healing. Suddenly, Kim Jin-seok said that it was time to move out. The heroes didn't have to stay at the teacher's training camp any longer. Something more important was waiting for them now. Upon returning to Trum, they learned that there had been a big commotion last night. People were saying that Baraum had been attacked by the Skyscraper clan. Many people didn't know the details, but they knew that even Baek Cheon had helped in the attack. Rumors spread very quickly. Being a famous person here, even if one wanted to hide something, it was extremely difficult to do so. The heroes headed straight to the clan building to find out about the rumors. When they went inside, they saw Arkan not in the best of health. It wasn't the time for drinking, but Alvin and Lois outside had told them that the clan leader had missed Kenji. The master was in no state of reflection, and said that it just so happened. He demanded that everyone except Yun-jae leave the room. He was going to talk about other matters later. When they were alone, Arkan told him that Kenji had been his friend and battle buddy for 20 years. It was hard for him to get used to the fact that there were fewer and fewer people he could trust in this world. If Kenji would agree to a meeting, it could be taken as a sign that he wished to destroy the Golden Lion. The Lord was not on the best of terms with him, but not to the point of killing him. The area connecting the lands that belonged to humans and demons was called the Intermediate Lands. It was because the opening of that path was already almost completely completed. Yun-jae learned the secret of the other world. Arhan told him that he went to the Intermediate Lands and told him the secret of the past. The future written in the diary he guessed was going to happen in about 3 years, but the hero had already experienced it. He had reason to believe that the course of time had been completely altered. This meant that what was to happen in the future would not happen in its turn. Leafing through the pages, the boy tried to find what was supposed to be in the even more distant future. Suddenly, he discovered that Fukushi Kenji, who had been with Archan in the first generation of participants, had committed the murder. In the book, it was written that the Skyscraper clan was swiftly destroyed. The fact that Baek Cheon had survived could be considered a stroke of luck. Yun-jae told the chapter that the path was opening up, and by that, it meant that the creatures were about to move into the world now. This meant that they were planning to kill the dragon. The role of dragons was close to conciliators to keep angels, demons, and humans from attacking each other. But for some reason, small groups were secretly invading each other's territories. The hero said that the dragons he met were also like that. However, the dragon he saw nearby said he couldn't do anything to them. That was true, for there was a rule that said they could not be active on those that did not belong to their territories. Arkan said there was a chance they were hiding in the territories of the dragon he'd killed. That meant they had come with advanced knowledge. The demons had begun to act in order to get their hands on the Grail. Arkan had a headache from all this, so he drank alcohol to wash it down. Yun-jae felt that there was no need to think so pessimistically. If an all-out war was inevitable anyway, it was better to shorten the fights as much as possible. If the demons were the first to engage their forces, the clan side might be able to expend a little less effort. The hero's advice was that they could organize a counterattack if that were the case. The head of the Skyscraper clan decided to act faster than he had anticipated. Since the demons' plans were now revealed, they had no more time to hesitate either. Meanwhile, from the dreaded castle came the cries of the king. The petty goblin told him that they had failed to kill the key and reduce the fighting force of the people. Upon hearing this, the cruel king was simply furious. He used his magical ability and lifted the small servant above the ground, tearing his body from the inside out. The servant begged for mercy, but the master could no longer rest. The demon king Flyton was cruel, but he wouldn't kill the informer. The crime committed had not been long ago, so he was going to get a price for it. There was only nothing left to complete the journey. The little demon said that they had chased the last remaining dragon and were almost quite finished. He promised that everything would be resolved within the next 6 months. The devil servant wanted to prepare a little more. After all, their plans had failed. They had nothing to lose, but he was still a little worried about the outcome. Despite that, the demon king ordered to finish everything in 3 months. There was nothing to worry about, because those guys hadn't discovered the path yet. Flyton said that they needed to push their plans a little further, and as soon as the path would be completed, the demons would have to cross the intervening lands at once. The head of the White Tower clan came to the Skyscraper clan to help. Jin Seok told him that the ability they were using had side effects. They had become much smaller than they were before, but they hadn't disappeared completely. It was impossible to get rid of them completely, but the basis of the ability, called reverse action, was a way to enhance magical power through an intermediary expressed by an object united with and subordinate to reverse magic. It was worth a try, for the Lord believed that everything that was not perfect had its limitations. The side effects of the technique were only one part of those limitations. Bak Cheon said that by replacing it with an already learned theory, it might be possible to shorten the trial and error process. He had previously tried to shorten something that could not be completely eliminated. The research books that were in Abram's research lab have gone missing. They were acquired under the name of the White Tower. There was really a lot of interesting research there. The research in the books could not be counted. In fact, it took the gentleman more than 1 year to read more than 1,000 research books alone. They described a way to get rid of the side effect of the flow change technique. After a while, Yoon-jae and Baek-cheon came to the lab for Abram's experiments. In order to increase the physical strength of his chimeras, Abram made the brains of most of them degenerate. He placed such incredible power in them that their heads had a hard time dealing with it. The mediator was a mana stone that was placed in the chimeras. It was not a pleasant sight, but Abram's experience was successful. Baek-cheon assumed that after acquiring a new body, the magician was going to put his experience into himself as well. It was a sign that he was confident that the side effects could be reduced. There were 2 methods in total. The first was research on maximizing lost magical power, and the second was obtaining a superior human physical body through experiments conducted on chimeras. Research for the sake of enhancing his stats and were the potions of a strong living creature. When the protagonist first discovered the laboratory, those potions were already here. Without hesitation, he drank them. The ability to change the flow placed a weight on the body that could not be endured with normal stamina. This was the reason why there was no theory about this ability. Thanks to this potion, the hero would be able to endure anything. Originally, its effect was not to develop the abilities of the physical body, but to strengthen it with magical power. Now everything became much simpler. If the potion had already stopped working, the heroes could start without any delay. However, the head of the White Tower clan could not guarantee that the experience would necessarily succeed. The gentleman said it was possible that other side effects would have followed or they would have failed altogether. The probability of success was unknown. If the hero stayed alive until the very end, it could be considered a success. Yoon-jae only verified the success of Abram's experiments through his research records. It was better not to know what happened when failure befell him. The hero had made up his mind after all, and agreed to it. The Lord knew that all living and breathing life forms of this world had magical power. All of it was at least somewhat infused with mana. Even every living cell had at least a little bit of magic power. Depending on the mana controller and the living object that was filled with it, the nature of their use differed drastically. Simply put, it wasn't the pathways that hardened, but the muscles protected by the mana pathways. Bak Cheon found out that Abram's research was focused on developing the pathways themselves. He believed that this maximized the reviving power. The master had told me that if one did so, even possessing the exact same amount of mana, one could use it more efficiently and steadily. For the sake of this, the very essence of magic power was necessary. For a long time, the Supreme Magician has been growing his new body inside this laboratory. Using his talent, he had found a way to achieve eternal life. If he hadn't been interrupted, it would have turned out to be a real disaster. The protagonist didn't want to be cut by knives, so a sphere to that side would be much more convenient. The head of the White Tower clan was going to conduct a similar experiment on him. Yoon-jae was sure that Baek Cheon and Arhan were friends. It was really an unusual experiment for him. Even while in the liquid, he didn't feel any tightness in his breathing or movements. The hero could clearly feel the flow of mana. Both time and the place itself were blurring. He felt great, but he didn't realize how long he needed to be underwater. Suddenly, the boy saw a strange light in the water and felt a wild pain in his chest. Some force had taken complete possession of his body. His veins were swollen, and the boy could not cope with such pain. From the beginning, the young man had been in blue water, but now it had taken on a red hue and blood rushed into his body faster and faster. The head of the White Tower clan realized that it had begun. It was like a real mutation. The kid was experiencing incredible painful sensations. His body was getting stronger and expanding before his eyes. The transformation was inevitable. The master had been watching the progress through the glass intently, but it was not safe now. The young man became a real strong monster and started beating his huge fists on the glass. The mana flow paths were located throughout the human body, as closely together as veins. This solution that transformed something surrounding the entire body into such pathways of mana flow. It was something like a squirrel. Destroyed mana pathways were torn, broken, and then rebuilt. And so it went on and on. There was no escaping the pain. The research of placing mana into a person, harvested from another living being so that they could absorb it on their own, was truly incredible. After a fantastic change, Yoon-jae suddenly woke up in bed, but he didn't realize where he was yet. The White Tower clan head was happy to see him and moved him to a place where the young man could rest. The master said that it had been many days since the boy had lost consciousness. In any case, the fact that he opened his eyes was very comforting. After all, he was in a lot of agony to make it through to the end. The hero didn't remember anything from the moment he felt like his body was about to burst. This was the first time something like this was happening to him. So far, he only felt a little sleepy. It was logical. Though the method was different, the essence was the same, as if the hero would be forcefully placed into mana. The young man was sure it was a bit like when he took that medicine. But this time, the young man received much more mana than he did then, and came to his senses much faster than expected. Yoon-jae and Baek Cheon went into the forest and wandered into a place where the leaves on the trees were no longer growing. It was as if they were walking through a lifeless area of the forest that was frighteningly mysterious. When they finally reached the right point, the Lord was about to begin. He was going to show the boy his new skills and fight him. Since he was in charge, testing was part of his plans as well. The head of the White Tower clan started first. He activated his abilities and blue magic energy surrounded his body. The Lord took out the sword he was going to use to fight in the battle. Meanwhile, Arkan was bogged down in business and worries. He had no time to sleep. The head had endless work to deal with. That was what he was going to do without wasting time sleeping. The head was in charge of distributing clan members and responsible persons, examining documents and residences of ordinary people who were not in the clan but contributed to it, rewarding their help and deciding after their death. Kim Jin-seok told him that the rumors were spreading very quickly. Because they had started acting out, something bad would happen. The heroes had always acted secretly, and now they were really getting caught out too often. Suddenly, an aide came into the room. He had come to report that someone had made a lot of noise at the beginning of the intermediate lands adjacent to Melon. It was now known to the gentleman that it had attracted the participants who were in Melon. It was said that the tiger came if he was recalled. They didn't hold back and came to the part of the forest where Baek Cheon had come to fight. They were extremely determined and wanted to find out what the White Tower clan chief had done. At this moment, they noticed Yoon-jae lying nearby. He was resting against the rocks and had his eyes closed. The young man looked quite broken, and it seemed like he was dead. Baek Cheon thought the fight would end quickly, but he didn't know he could turn into one. Suddenly, he crouched down beside his opponent and said that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. When the maimed and tired hero returned home, rumors of his fight had already spread everywhere. He had been gone for about 10 days, and Jong-yu was getting worried. Seeing that everything was in order, the young man was about to go back to practice. His control was still not perfect. Miss Lois was helping him, so it wasn't dangerous. Opening the system panel, Yoon-jae was greatly surprised. Mana, which had hardly increased after reaching 100, had drastically increased by 6 units. This incredible effect seemed unreal. In the battle in the chapter, the hero was wounded by mana that looked like tiny blades. He tried for a long time to just hold out and resist the force, but suddenly realized that attacking was the best option. Using his incredible speed, the boy pounced on his opponent. If Abram's medicine had an effect, it was definitely going to come in handy. Compared to using a defense system similar to magic armor, Yoon-jae was able to sufficiently dodge and approach Baek Cheon. This was already a completely different strength. Now the minimal preparation was complete. It was important to get used to the mana he had just received, but the hero still had something important to do. Although the guy's body was still not fully recovered, it was time to move out. The expected future had already changed a lot, but there was still something unchanged. At this time, the forest was filled with a whole crowd of monstrous demons. They marched forward in cold blood, carrying their King Flitten on their shoulders. Torches lit the way, the nasty bastards instilling fear. The Demon King had waited a long time for the journey to be completed, and now it had begun. At last the last dragon had been disposed of, and the Lord was just overjoyed. Flitten's face immediately changed when he learned that the key had gone alone. His master had always told him not to act alone, but now he wished he had listened to his gut. The king's servant said that Kenji's man was hiding and promised to join him once the demons would have arrived on the scene. The little demon doubted that the man was worth keeping to himself. Rumor had it that the man had been badly injured in the last war, but the Demon King thought he wasn't so bad to use and discard. Flitten's plans were unbelievable. It was time to move out. The members of the Skyscraper clan gathered at the top of the Great Mountain. In a deft way, Lois was able to recognize that they were approaching. Arkan had only taken a few people with him, but he was completely calm. The girl said that so far, they were far away, but if they kept moving at the same speed, they would arrive in a quarter of a day. She couldn't keep track of them for long. They were already reeking of demon energy. Being on top of a mountain, Lois already had to use a great deal of magical power to concentrate on their location from such a distance. Things had turned out worse than the Skyscraper clan head had expected. When he first heard about it, he thought it was a delusion. He heard something that even Lucia's former key didn't talk about. Arkan ordered his men to alert everyone that the undead were approaching. Everyone was to orient themselves to rancher levels and prepare to become one, and to request the missing forces from the Alliance. Alvin Walker met up with the heroes in the Devil's Forest. They had met Lois several times, but they hadn't seen him in a long time. The gentleman had been very busy lately. Yoon-jae and young Gyu had to join the battle and help the Skyscraper clan. They had found everything they were looking for in the forest, and now it was time to set off. It was the beginning of a new coup in the reverse world. The heroes had to hurry. Time was running out. The sky was changing colors. It was the beginning of war. The monstrous minions of the devil had no spiritual qualities whatsoever. They were ruthless killers who were almost impossible to defeat. The place where the two different worlds met was glittering with bright rays of light. Everything truly resembled a battlefield for the coming war. The clan suspected that the monsters were already aware of their presence. The evil was approaching at an incredible speed. The monsters smelled of death. There were several strong sources of energy in their pack, and as expected, the ruler had the most. The ringleader knew that the humans were waiting for them, but he hadn't expected such a welcome. There were quite a few humans, and they had evolved enough to be able to kill Beldad and Lariage. The king knew that they would be able to do considerable damage to his military forces. Suddenly, the commander noticed movement on the part of the ugly people. They were coming first. A wild rage took over his body. The demon roared at the top of his voice and began to emit his magical energy. The battle had begun. The bloodthirsty creatures roared into action. Now they had only one goal. For the sake of the victory of the great demon camp, they were going to kill all humans in their path. The battle between demons and humans was the most brutal in the history of the two worlds. Humans used their magical power and skills to resist the terrible monsters. The monsters had the advantage of being savage. Helping each other, people still managed to get ahead and destroy every infernal creature. Every second counted in this battle between the fighters for justice and the monsters from hell who wanted to take over. The army commander-in-chief was not involved in the battle. His main target was the clan leader. Even at a great distance, he sensed Arkan's energy and was going to destroy him. The ringleader recognized the ringleader. The Lord had already been prepared for this. He was sure the demon was in charge only for today's fight, and the real Lord never came today. Arkan wasn't in charge either, so since they were both pawns, their battle would have to bring out the strongest. These things already knew of the coming war, and that the humans would start it first. Across the reverse world came the signal of war. A red-pink light spoke of an emergency. The war had begun, but the Demon King and the Key were nowhere to be seen. The heroes arrived just in time for the heat of the moment and were not too late. Now it was their turn. They were like an ace up their sleeve that would come at the monsters when they least expected it. Meanwhile, one of the demons was hiding in the forest, waiting for the Demon King to arrive. Flitten had ordered him not to act alone, but the Lord was so fed up with everything that he couldn't stay still. The demon was really pissed off that Jerk Dragon was milling around. He couldn't understand why the king had brought such a crowd with him, and he hadn't expected one jerk to show up in the battle. Demon Ball apologized for inconveniencing Mr. Satan. He wasn't as dumb as the others and that jerk. Truly, everything was a comparison. At that moment, Fukushi Kenji finally came out to them, but the Demon King didn't believe it was him. The young man said that they had all underestimated him, and now it was up to him to lead them further. Fukushi was human but had already cooperated with the evil side for a long time. He revealed that most of the seeds, including Emily, had died. The survivors were already waiting to be contacted. That was a problem for Satan. He actually wanted to kill everyone indiscriminately, but he said he was going to do everything in moderation. However, if he had a lot of fun, anything could happen. The head of the Jingo clan was grateful to be the chosen one and asked to be taken care of. A good choice had been made. The acquaintance was over. The demons remembered all his efforts and promised to reward him for it. Yunjae was worried about Lord Archon, making sure that he would be all right. Even if the demon lord wasn't in this one, this confronting evil was too dangerous an undertaking. The head of the Skyscraper clan had already led a reclusive lifestyle for a very long time. If he couldn't handle such a trivial matter, someone else would have already taken his place. Lois had said that even they were a long way from the first-generation humans, and the hero had only been here for a short time, so he hadn't realized his power. If he ever saw her, he wouldn't have any more questions. The two strongest sides clashed in battle. Archon's opponent was Agaresra. It was quite a high rank among demons, but it didn't scare the Lord at all. The bloodthirsty demon decided to attack first and swung around to hit the Lord. The head of the Skyscraper clan was much stronger and immediately dodged the blow to deliver his own crushing blow. It seemed simply impossible. An ordinary human had the strength to defeat even a demon commander-in-chief. The monster flew into the wall with force and smashed its head into the wall, this battle clearly revealing the winner. Archon was a first-generation man and did nothing, but he didn't really hold his position for nothing. There was a power lurking in him that was scary to talk about out loud. The cold-blooded lord was going to destroy his nasty opponent.
The Golden Lion's strongest energy strike flashed like a glowing sun. A huge bright explosion appeared in the sky and spread over the entire forest.
It was just as Yugong-jae had said. Although the demons pretended to fight fiercely, the strongest of their kind were just observing. Arhan decided to act separately. Before the battle, the hero was going to go to the Devil's Forest. He heard that there were hidden rites there. The boy was sure that the demons also got this information. This was adding to the headache, so the clan head suggested splitting the army in half, but Yun-jae flatly refused. There was no need for that. He knew better about the location of the shard. The Golden Lion was convinced that the boy was right, but it was too early to congratulate him on his victory. Archon was only a helper and decided to vent his anger on the battlefield. The demons came to that very place to get the key. Suddenly they realized that rats had already been there, even though Satan said that no one knew about the place. There were still remnants of the emotions he had experienced: fear, tension, and determination. But more importantly, Satan felt the presence of a guy who looked like him. He realized that it had been at most a few hours since he had come. To eliminate the possibility of a mistake, the Lord decided to go inside and check. Putting his palm to the entrance, he magically opened the passage to the confinement. At that moment, the entrance to the dungeon seemed to explode and thousands of huge stones flew everywhere. The demons tensed up, because the human key could take away the object. The bloodthirsty Satan's guesses turned out to be correct. There was a huge space waiting for the demons inside, where Yun-jae and Jong-ji-wyu were already tired of waiting for them. The two sides of the same world were in a closed space. Satan felt that Yun-jae was the key. Seeing him caused the demon to have a strange feeling. In the book it was written that Trum was destroyed. Demons came to them from the Devil's Forest. The main character met a wrench like himself. This was the supreme demon that was mentioned in the manuscripts. The crowd of demons studied the wild, evil energy that gradually filled the entire room. Satan was their key, and was in reality a Fire Lord. He incandescent the entire underground room, which had been quite cool, in a second. The Demon King didn't know how the heroes knew about everything even waiting inside, but it was a bad decision. He said that if the humans wanted to confront them, they should have come not just the 4 of them, but brought 10 million people with them. Yun-jae was completely confident. He said that their numbers were really not enough, so he brought in allies that could pass for 10 million people. At that moment, the gate to the room opened, and Baek Cheon and Kim Jin-seok appeared inside like savior angels. They were the guys Kenji was talking about. Together with Archon, they made up the 3 people who were to be feared the most. They were the first participants to arrive on the other side of the world. The human Demon Key was only amused by this situation. He didn't even know if it was stupidity or desperation. He was sure that with such a composition, humans would not be able to resist the demons. After reincarnating, Yun-jae was fully prepared to fight such monsters. He possessed some crazy magic that was capable of destroying the entire world that already belonged to him. The Demon King immediately ordered his servants to rush into action and stop the nasty boy. The wild, furious creatures sprang from their seats and attacked. They were ready to tear any human to pieces. The warrior wasn't going to delay. He activated his magic power, and with his palm on the ground, he created a magic circle. It was originally used to suck out people's souls to use as the main ingredient in potions. The hero had used it on himself. so he should have known that also these circles could be used as a trap. Bei-cheon had told him that in theory they could work on demons. This was only possible if there were satisfactory conditions on the availability of souls. The master said that in such a case race could not matter so much. The magic circle looked like a true miracle of nature, and the young man wielded it like a magician. The blue magic patterns spread all over the ground and emitted incredible energy. When the magic circle was fully created, the heroes found themselves protected. The entire floor of the room was covered with patterns that resembled winter frost. This did not stop the demons, and they moved forward. When the foul creatures fell into the circle, its magical power immediately began its effect and penetrated their souls. The demons' bodies rose into the air and twisted in pain. Never before had the cold demons encountered such incredible energy. The power of the magic circle penetrated their bodies, and their heads split in two from the pain. This power could not be resisted. In the lab, Bei-cheon said that wouldn't solve the problem that way. He allowed that the hero would have activated the magic circle, and then their companions would have fallen under its influence as well. It was a foolish decision for the sake of destroying demons to endanger the entire team of the Skyscraper clan. The head of the White Tower clan was looking for some way out, but it wasn't that easy. He had heard that back then, the hero was not affected by the magic circle. Yunjae himself didn't know why this was the case yet, but he wrote it off to the peculiarity of his body. Mr. Cheon couldn't believe his ears when he found out that the young man had a heart that he had received while undergoing training. He wanted to find out more about it as soon as possible. The head of the White Tower clan believed that the heart held the soul in the body, but he didn't know how it was related to the key. He needed information on why the magic circle didn't work on the boy. He decided to ask Yunjae for a favor. If this was all happening because of the heart, then the master would definitely be able to find out what principle Abram's invention worked on. Something incredible was happening in the room. Bei-cheon was impressed. Sucking out the souls and minds of the demons, the magic circle was only getting stronger. Under the influence of its power, all the little things had already fallen. Fukushi Kenji was literally boiling with anger. He couldn't deal with this pain that was going through his head. The young man couldn't understand how the enemies had restored Abram's magic circle, and why it wasn't working on them themselves. Fleeton was furious. He was spewing his demonic power like a burning volcano. It seemed like an unbelievable phenomenon as he moved, resisting the effects of the circle. The great and bloodthirsty Demon King had awakened a savage rage. His strength was unbeatable. A single king would have been enough for such bugs as these people. The situation was out of control, so Kenji offered the king to retreat. But the ruthless Fleeton was even more angry. He wasn't going to run away from the battlefield when he had such underdogs against him. Kim Jin-seok pulled out a sharp blade and stepped forward. He was going to kill the demon. He was the only one who was capable of facing this jerk alone. Bei-cheon's method only weakened the power of the magic circle. The heroes were also affected, but to a lesser extent, so they didn't have 100% strength right now either. The Demon King was amazed at the resilience of the humans. He had heard about the strongest of them from Kenji, but Kim Jin-seok was stronger than he thought. There was no turning back. The two strongest opponents stood against each other in a fierce battle. Their strength was of a fantastic nature and went beyond what was possible. The two experienced fighters pounced on each other. The master used his magic energy to attack the enemy, but the strong and huge demon handled it. He delivered a crushing blow, and Mr. Kim Jin flew aside. The opponents attacked each other again and again. There was no limit to their ferocity, but there was a friendly atmosphere in the air. This battle was to end their enmity. At this moment, a strange energy appeared in the air. All the space around was illuminated by a bright flash, which illuminated the heroes. In the center of this flash was Satan, who was obviously up to something. Satan said he was bored. He wanted the humans to entertain him, so he made the first move. The heroes didn't know if they had a chance, but they were going to face this battle. The Skyscraper clan's team immediately rushed into battle. The four heroes were now Satan's opponents. Alvin Walker and Yunjae attacked first, but the master of the evil side cleverly dodged their attack. It was now clear that the Demon Key was not amenable to a strong magic circle. Thanks to his abilities, he could move sharply and float in the air like a real spirit. The demons were amused by the silly guys who originally picked their opponents. Fukushi Kenji decided not to be left out and picked Bei-cheon as his opponent. For the bald demon, only Youngyu and the girl were left. This was hitting his pride, so the master decided to end it as soon as possible. Baal possessed great spear and lightning power. People said that he was one of the strongest demon generals who failed to become the Demon King because of one misstep. Using his magic wand, the demon went up against his enemies, whom he considered mere ants. The battle with him inspired enough fear in the heroes. The battle against Satan was not as easy as it originally seemed. Yunjae fought bravely, but this demon's strength far exceeded human capabilities. The hero's strength was almost running out, but suddenly they were interested in something interesting. Yunjae wanted to know who really killed Lucia. Satan spoke of death as the most important event in life. Finally, he was able to confess that he had killed the former human key. It turned out that all this time, people had been tormented because of him. A great many corpses were piled up at Satan's feet, but sooner or later, everyone had to die at his hands. Talking was a waste of time. Satan's soul could no longer be saved. Alvin Walker decided to act immediately and critically damaged him with a sharp sword. The demon managed to step aside and thought he was on top of his game again. But suddenly, his joy was replaced by surprise, and the vibrant scarlet blood flowed from his face. Wiping the blood from his face, the Lord was simply furious. No one dared to touch such a great demon, so he was going to take a cruel revenge on his offenders. On the plus side, Mr. Alvin could see only that now the demon wouldn't be able to piss them off with his speeches. But after such a blow, the real battle was about to begin. The entire room was in agony. The Demon King was used to even the energy of such a magic circle. He admitted honestly that he felt extremely dizzy at first. Fleeton didn't think that a person who was usually weaker than any average demon could come out against him. Kim Jin-seok also didn't know that the guy who had become a Demon King was so weak.
Their battle was like a veritable volcanic explosion, energy flying in all directions. Man and demon clung to each other like cat and dog.
Kim Jin-seok waited for the right moment and was on top of his enemy. Using his magic power, he immediately rushed to attack. He was so curious about how incredible the demon was, but now he was disappointed. The demon had time to react and immediately formed a huge protective dome with his energy. Hundreds of magical attacks of the experienced teacher could not penetrate inside. Fleeton shouldn't have relaxed too soon. At the most unexpected moment, the teacher's attacks broke through his flames. The crushing magical power descended on the pitiful demon. The main character's fight was gaining momentum and becoming more difficult. It was not easy to outwit the experienced Satan, but the young man tried his best to defeat him. When Yoon-jae got close enough distance, he struck his enemy with his sword. The bloodthirsty demon grabbed the sword with his bare hand and slowed its movement. Demonic energy began to flow out. Satan was an incredible fighter. His body was suddenly surrounded by a red demonic haze. It seemed simply unreal, but he absorbed the demonic sword energy. It turned out that this energy didn't do any damage to the demon. He didn't know how the man had gotten hold of such power, but it was very tasty. It was time to end the games. Satan decided to play and show people his real power. His powers were far greater than anyone could have imagined. Along with the energy, a loud, deafening sound that was painful came out. Yoon-jae covered his ears and couldn't understand what was happening. The sound gave him goosebumps. It wasn't just the demonic energy coming out. Satan summoned local ghosts who immediately arrived at the scene of the battle. Such an incredible phenomenon the heroes had never encountered before.
The king of all ghosts of evil spirits swung upward. All those who died and couldn't go to the next world belonged to him, and there were tons of them in this place.
The heroes could not resist the demon Baal. He used his magic wand and struck hard with lightning. His greatness and bloodthirstiness were his advantages. Without the berserk skill, Jung-gyu was practically unarmed, but he bravely fought off the enemy's blows. The demon was so strong that even with their combined strength, the heroes could only repel the attacks. Lois was a fragile girl, but she used her defensive skills to the fullest. She couldn't fight like a warrior, so she protected herself and her partner from the demon's attacks. Both heroes had defensive skills, so lightning attacks were just a waste of time and energy. Bloodthirsty Baal decided to deal with the humans with a killing blow. The nimble Jong-gyu was able to dodge the blow and swung into the air to strike back. The two opponents fought breathlessly, using their most incredible techniques. Human strength was not enough, and the young man gave in to his opponent. The demon pressed with such force that he threw the boy aside in a second. When Lois sensed the danger, she immediately used her skills and enveloped Jung-gyu's body in a multi-layered barrier. Baal didn't stop at that, but he struck even harder, shattering the sheath. Suddenly, the demon flew up and pounced on the guy. Its energy of 1,000 lightning bolts completely enveloped the rod. The ruthless beast immediately thrust it into the man. Yoon-jae cried out loudly in pain. It seemed like it was his last breath. When Baal thought he had gotten rid of the annoying boy, he decided to destroy the nasty girl. She wasn't much of a threat, but she was going to buy some time. At that moment, Jung-gyu returned. He flew toward the enemy at high speed and sliced his head off in one motion. The surprise effect worked perfectly, and the demon didn't have time to dodge the blade. Baal roared with anger, and thousands of ghosts flew out. It was impossible to harm them physically, but if you didn't let them clump together, the strength of each one individually wasn't a problem. At this time, Satan's sound echoed throughout the entire neighborhood, his entire body emitting incredibly loud sounds that tore his head from the inside out. The situation worsened when hundreds of Satan's ghosts flew out into the world. There were countless of them, and now the heroes were in real danger. Suddenly, Alvin Walker decided to act differently. He left the ghosts to his partner, and he himself swung up and was going to deal with the demon. The brave Yoon-jae had to cover for him. Baek Cheon was the only one who managed to survive the battle. The young man had handled his enemy perfectly and made him bleed to death. He was sure Kenji had joined the demons because he thought they would be the victors. That wasn't really the case right now. Behind the Lord's back, the Demon King was getting a good kicking from his enemy. All that came from there was the cry of the demons losing. Fukushi asked the Lord to bring the matter to an end, so he wouldn't have fun with the one-armed invalid. Because of the traps of the White Tower clan head, Kenji lost all his powers. Suddenly, the head of the Jingo clan snapped out of his seat and attacked. He couldn't go back anymore, so he asked the Lord to do as he should. Only death would stop him. Even with one hand, Fukushi Kenji fought desperately, but his opponent was decent and had excellent striking technique. Mr. Beck was sure that the young man had created a clan of assassins and implicated demons not for the sake of his men. If the Lord knew about everything, he should have told his own. The Lord in the White Tower said that Fukushi had left things the way they were, so that Emily would have fingers pointed at him. Baek Cheon's anger had no limit. Emotions ruled his body. The Lord wanted justice. He attacked Kenji with renewed vigor and was about to kill him with a sharp blade. The sword blade sliced Fukushi's body apart in a second. He screamed from the savage pain that burned through his body. For all his actions, he deserved to be punished by the same method he had used. The traitor originally had too many secrets. Baek Cheon knew it was wrong and counted on the young man to come to his senses. But the head of Jingo hadn't stopped and now deserved payback. Brave Alvin Walker could no longer watch Satan humiliate everyone around him. Suddenly, his strength increased. It wasn't just a change in appearance. The master was invincible. The very flow of mana changed, so Mr. Alvin fought and dealt crushing blows. The ugly Satan didn't expect such power from his opponent and was simply furious. Applying his fantastic energy, the Lord surrounded the demon on all sides and struck quickly. It was all fun. Satan hadn't felt such vivid pain in a long time. Now the situation for the demon has fundamentally changed. It has become much more difficult to defeat him. To hide from the enemy, he summoned 100 of his demons, who immediately surrounded his body. Suddenly, something strange happened. Alvin could no longer sense the demon's presence. He hid well between the ghosts, and it was hard for a human to find him among their energy. Among the ghosts, the Lord's body was quickly tiring. It was as if the life was being sucked out of him. He recognized that Satan was really strong and didn't think it was so dangerous. Fighting the man, the demon didn't expect that he might be in danger. As a reward, he was going to reward the man with a devilish attack. Alvin Walker was having trouble not only fighting, but even straightening his body. His wounds were much deeper than they appeared. The Lord was trapped, for the cold demon was waiting for the right moment. Satan realized that he had to finish soon, so he armed himself with his most critical strength and rushed into battle. At the most unexpected moment, his attack was repulsed by Yun-jae himself. While trying to push the youngster's sword away and suck the power out of him, Mr. Satan was seriously wounded in his arm. He was seething with anger at the thought that the boy was up to something. Yun-jae bought some time and immediately ran to his master's aid. He created a magic circle that strangely lifted Alvin from his knees. Although outwardly this power was not particularly noteworthy, it was quite dangerous, and it was as if the hero was suppressing it. It was only a temporary measure, but the Lord was going to get better. During the battle, Alvin felt like he was fighting with his hands and feet tied. He said it wasn't easy to get out of the Spirit Gathering Center. Satan was not to be underestimated. His power was too atypical. He had heard that it had not yet been 2 years since the new key had crossed over into this world, but it had developed faster than expected. When the master finally met a worthy opponent, he could barely resist his skills. Yun-jae's strength was very powerful, and it wasn't even the limit of his abilities. Every outburst of Satan's rage ended in failure. He couldn't believe that the young man could learn to control his power like that. It had been a long time since the Demon Key had felt such powerful blows. The Demon King had lost 2 arms and all his strength. He was practically destroyed and could barely stand on his knees. He didn't understand why such a pathetic man was able to fight so steadfastly. Abram's magic circle seemed to have only slightly restrained Fleeton, but its effect was gradual. During the time he had been inside, the demon had gradually weakened. Since ancient times, demons had looked down on humans. That was why they went inside, knowing it was a trap. That was the payback for reckless bravery and arrogance. It was unreal. For the head of the demons, King Flitton could not lose to a normal human. Fury filled his body. The Lord was simply furious and let out a bright flame. The battle against the demon was in full swing. Jung-gyu had activated the Berserk skill and was now invulnerable. His body didn't get tired at all, so he moved with great speed. He rose to his feet and pounced on the enemy. Baal was already very tired, but the boy was still full of strength. Somehow the bangs were getting stronger as he lost blood. The invincible warrior pressed down on the enemy with tremendous force, the berserk in his body doing incredible things. The wounds on Baal's body were appearing too fast. His strength was running out. Now he realized he had messed with the wrong man. The brutal demon tried to deliver lightning strikes, but they no longer worked on the boy. The horned monster needed to buy time to survive. The demon's incredible strength did something murderous with his lightning skill. He raised his rod into the air, and huge charges of lightning surrounded the entire space. Now the Lord resembled the real god Perun. He said that the young man was alive only because of the woman's protection, but was still quite resilient. At first Baal had thought him ignorant, but it was not so. The strong energy created real thunderclouds in the room. The Lord was stronger than even King Flinton. Waiting for the right moment, he began to generate a strong lightning attack. In this horrible place, Baal might not have given out the maximum he had. However, with such a volume, there shouldn't have been a problem with completion, so the Lord was going to destroy the two nasty people. When the enemy was already too close, Jongyu suddenly heard the call of his sword. He asked the warrior if he needed more power with which to defeat the demon. The boy needed that strength, so he accepted the offer of the sword. At this moment, the berserker's skills improved. The hero's body turned into a real monster. His eyes became as red as blood. The sword desired blood. Meanwhile, Satan resisted the blows with his last strength. His body had become stronger due to the increase in mana, but if the second hero recovered and attacked him, the demon would not be able to withstand it. Demon Key decided to hurt his opponent one last time and let the spirits out, but the ghost no longer worked on the hero now. It was a waste of mana. Suddenly, Yunjae noticed a strange figure among the ghosts that was a copy of him. The unknown person said that his family's murderer was still alive. At that moment, the image of Park Yun-sung appeared in front of the hero. The assassin was smiling broadly and looked like the real thing. The old memories of the assassination surfaced in the hero's mind. It seemed simply unreal. The young man could not believe his eyes. He was sure that he had killed the maniac with his own hands, but now his exact image was standing there unharmed. The restrained mana rushed out. At this rate, everything in the vicinity would shatter. Alvin didn't understand why Yunjae suddenly lost his ability to control his strength. It was as if the hero was in a dream, old images popping up in front of his eyes. Yunjae saw the maniac killing the family again, but it was all just a pathetic attempt to confuse the boy. The guy realized that his family was already dead. Suddenly his illusions confused him, and the hero gave the killer a strong blow. All this was only in the head, and in reality, only emptiness. Satan found the enemy's weak point and pressed on it with all his might. He said the boy's family was still alive, but he would give up the chance to save them. The hero's patience was gradually coming to an end. Thoughts of the family confused his mind. Yunjae was under the strong influence of illusions, the ghosts around him taking on the appearance of his wife. Satan said that the boy should have been saving his family, not searching for an object he didn't know anything about. The image of Oingen was so warm and native that the hero began to believe in what was happening. For a moment, he was completely immersed in the illusion and began to believe that the family was alive. The warrior completely trusted the non-existent reality and moved as close to his wife as possible. At that moment, she kicked him in the stomach with great force. All this was just a created world. In fact, it was Satan. He pierced the hero's body and experienced heavenly pleasure. The demon had lived on this world for a long time, but he had never seen a man who kept such sadness and anguish in his heart. The poison was seeping into the boy's body through his fingers. His strength would be gone in an instant, and then the suffering would begin. At the most unexpected moment on the battlefield appeared Alvin Walker, and became the savior of the protagonist. With a sharp movement, he cut the demon's arm and severed this lousy alliance. Yunjae immediately collapsed down, but Alvin managed to catch him and put him on the ground. The wound in his body was huge. The black hole seemed to be destroying the boy's body. After the strongest attack, Jongyu should have died, but he survived. His black wound in his body was too extensive. This was the young warrior's limit. He apologized to Lois and exhaled heavily. There was no need for Lois to be alone in this battle. Kim Jin-seok and Bae-cheon had come to her rescue. They were ready to deal with Baal. The demon couldn't believe that Fleeton and Kenji were dead. Now the situation had turned against the evil side. Two whole monster-like guys were going to end the war. Baal could not accept that some humans had destroyed an army of demons. He rose up and decided that now they were all to die together in this cave. Kim Jin-seok knew that the nasty demon wouldn't be able to just accept his fate and lose with dignity. Master had decided to put an end to these games. Baal was a madman until his death. For his cruel deeds and conspiracy against the human people, he was punished and lost his own head. Even though Jongyu used Abram's magic circle, Kim Jin-seok didn't expect the boy to be able to fight Baal. Even though Yoon-jae didn't notice it, Jung Ja-yu was still stronger than the other participants. Meanwhile, the hero was catching his breath behind a rock. Fortunately, he wasn't wounded by a physical attack. The demon was just trying to get into his mind. Satan hurt him mentally, and was only able to grab the boy because of one emotion he couldn't handle. Yoon-jae almost ruined everything. Alvin Walker attacked the last demon who was bravely holding on. The huge wound made it difficult for Satan to even cast a spell. It was all his first opponent's fault. No matter how wounded Satan was, he always felt great. But now, for the first time, he was tense. The confidence that had been there before was gone from his face. Mr. Walker was sure the demon was puzzled. The demon key realized that his opponent was already fighting demons. The Lord was very insistent on aiming only at the vital organs. At that moment, Kim Jin-seok and Baek Cheon appeared on the battlefield and noticed the huge mess. The heroes revealed that they had almost dealt with everything downstairs, and Yoongyu's life was not in danger. The three experienced fighters were going to get rid of this satanic jerk as quickly as possible so that the war would finally be over. They had to hurry before the demon did something else. Suddenly, a magic circle surrounded the entire space. It was the work of Satan. It was obvious that the demon had noticed the intruders and was now going to hit them with all his might. The head of the Skyscraper clan watched the bloody battlefield with horror, torn corpses of monsters lying at every turn. The war between the two sides had reached a terrible conclusion. Ri Chahan suddenly ran up to him. He had too many questions. He said that the people were confused. They didn't know if they had to catch up with the demons that had gotten away. The Golden Lion wished he could catch them, but the situation didn't allow time to waste on that. The Lord dismissed the chase and said that it was now necessary to focus on mopping up the demons opposing the clan face to face. Right now, their main concern was treating the survivors, and most of the escapees were just lowlifes. Agaras and the demon generals had been destroyed, so there shouldn't be any problems. In any case, the outcome of this war would not be determined here. So Arkan was convinced that it was necessary to conserve strength to the maximum and observe the result. The Lord ordered that Ri Chahan should gather 50 able-bodied fellows, rankers, and those who were about their level. The clan was to go to the Devil Forest now. The brave heroes were trapped in Satan's trap, with ghosts of incredible size flying above them. It seemed like all the ghosts of the Devil's Forest had gathered there. It was obvious to Baek Cheon that the jerk was up to something. Satan turned into a real monster and used all his strength to drive his enemies into a circle. He sensed the ghosts of Fliton and Baal, who had been brutally murdered by humans. This was even better. The bloodthirsty demon was going to absorb all the souls himself, including the souls of his partners. The demon was incredibly strong and immediately began devouring the ghosts that surrounded him everywhere. The dead souls who couldn't get to hell went straight into the demon's body. His power grew unceasingly and his body became stronger and stronger. Satan was rapidly becoming a real devil. Yoon-jae said that the book was about the demon's endless source of power. It had a limit on the amount of power it could use at one time. Now it was clear that Satan could once again obtain this enormous power. By devouring the souls of others, Satan gained the abilities and powers they possessed. The bloodthirsty monster took possession of Baal's thunder skills and the firepower of the Demon King. By gathering the powers of all the ghosts, the demon had reached its limit, but had gotten the greatest power. He was now much stronger, and was about to destroy the 4 people who were considered capable in his camp. Without a second thought, Satan immediately attacked the people. He used 2 skills of his partners at the same time to speed up the process. The heroes were in danger, with the power of fire and the power of thunder against them. The acquired power of thunder was incredibly powerful. It played out in a completely different color in Satan's strengthened body. A huge ball of lightning came straight at the boys and blinded them with its energy. Kim Jin-seok was unable to withstand the enormous attack. He could not withstand such an onslaught. His body was not at all prepared for such a war. The Lord needed much more time to recover. The fiery power of the Demon King came into play. Satan unleashed a huge volley of fire that demolished everything in its path. This power destroyed Abram's magic circle in a second. Yoon-jae couldn't even guess that the demon would have consumed Baal and Flitton's souls. The hero noticed that Baek Cheon had fallen into the abyss of fire and immediately ran to help. He was subverted along with the young man, in an attempt to protect him, while Alvin Walker was distracted and watching his injured partners, found himself in danger. Satan picked the perfect moment and attacked him from behind, using the power of lightning. With a little more left, the absorbed magical energy surged out. This energy lay on top of the power with which the shackles were cast off. With all of this, the brave hero would be able to defeat that guy. Yoon-jae looked right inside himself and released the magical energy that surrounded his body from head to toe. His eyes filled with a crazy rage that was capable of destroying everyone. Satan was fed up with all of this, so he decided to end these games as quickly as possible. Using his energy, he decided to kill the boy and consume his soul. The hero was no longer an ordinary warrior. He had become a real obsessive with devilish energy. The boy was not going to give up his place of leadership to a nasty devil's henchman. When Satan wanted to launch a devil core at his opponent and absorb his soul, Yoon-jae suddenly disappeared. He abruptly found himself right in front of the demon's face and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him high above the ground. It was time to finish. The hero was already tired of these games. Now his strength was enough to defeat the enemy. He swung his sword and struck with all his might. It was unthinkable. Even Satan himself sagged under the warrior's fantastic strength. The demon could not believe that the man had such power, and decided to devour other spirits to survive. Both fighters were the keys of two different sides of the same world. The protagonist wondered why and for what his opponent fought. Satan didn't understand what he was talking about, but the young man came closer and closer and turned him into an invalid, cutting off his limbs. The boy knew that the demon never fought for the sake of anyone, so he was not capable of defeating people. The people of the Skyscraper clan weren't fighting for themselves. They fought because of a long-standing promise, because they wanted to protect the people who mattered to them, to right their wrongs, and to get back to their old lives. The hero fought because he had people waiting for his return. He had a reason why he had to survive at all costs. Yunjae didn't talk for long. He swung his sharp sword and cut off Satan's head. Now the evil was finally over. It was more complicated than he'd imagined. When the demon's head was on the ground, a huge torrent of power burst from his wow neck and shot upward. This power concentrated into one big ball that resembled a huge pink gum. The hero realized that Satan had decided to go crazy until the end.
Yunjae wasn't going to lose anyone else. He jumped high into the air and swung hard to thrust his sharp sword into the incredible cluster of energy.
The boy was going to stop the nasty thing no matter what it cost him. The cold sword went deeper and deeper inside, but the sheath was very hard. Under the intense pressure, the ball was beginning to burst.
After a while, the brave heroes were returning back to the clan with good news. They were badly crippled and could hardly walk, but they were going to return as soon as possible, for victory was in their pocket.
It seemed unreal, because after the battle, there was only a huge crater left in the ground, as if it was the mouth of a volcano. The heroes managed to send the nasty monsters back to hell. Called the Golden Lion because of his extraordinary strength, the strongest of the companions, Arhan, looking at the scene in front of him, felt two things: hope that people could win the Holy Grail War, and fear of Yunjae's capabilities. Until a functioning human key would feel excellent, the clan could not act deliberately. The hero longed to heal soon to help, but Alvin asked not to worry. Now the humans had managed to defeat the demons, but their next opponents were angels. Nothing was known about their power, what abilities they possessed, so people had to prepare seriously. Because of this, Mr. Walker considered it a high priority to rebuild the army. According to Baek Cheon, it wouldn't be a big deal if a boy died in the battle against evil. It was the first time the young man was in so much pain, and it took much longer than usual to regain his strength. His level of magical amplification was twice that of the rankers. As he gorged himself on the soup, Alvin said that the percentage of magic expenditure was at most average of that of a normal human. Even the rankers borrowed power from objects, even though they were born with incredible power themselves. It was only because of what Yunjae had become that he was able to survive. Extraordinary magical power, and the chains that stored it. A heart that endlessly spread magic throughout his body, and an intermediary that constantly amplified the power. This level of amplification surpassed that of a human.
The boy was certain that he had only been able to activate the change in the current through the proper use of these three parameters.
He was experiencing a completely different sensation, unlike the past changes in currents. Even though he felt that the power belonged to him, the hero felt that he was not controlling it perfectly. Left alone, the boy thought of his wife and child again. He was sure he had to learn to control the magic power to see them again. After visiting his partner, Alvin Walker met Baek Cheon in the hallway, who had been coming from the beginning, to meet. The head wondered if the gentleman was sure of his intentions. Baek was always welcome, but if anything went wrong, Jin Seok would beat him to death. If that was the case, the head of the White Tower wouldn't care what happened to Alvin anymore. Walker's associate revealed that he and Yunjae were very different. Their magic chains weren't the same as the normal participants. Plus, the Lord's physical body would be enhanced by the influence of the skills. The possibility of success was only 50%. If it happened like Yunjae and failed, Alvin would be dead. And if it succeeded, it would take a long time. The head of the White Tower clan wasn't even sure if it would have been possible to keep the fighter's appearance. Magical chains could not be changed. People only extended the existing ones. It was possible to influence only the sphere that man created with his own efforts. No one knew what the limit of expansion was and when to stop. Baek Cheon led his associate to Abram's lab, which he was still using. People were causing problems, and the machinery was flawless. The odds of success were mixed, but Alvin had to hold out for his maximum. The end justified the means. Soon Walker would be stronger. Before starting, the gentleman asked Mr. Baek to keep everything that was going on a secret, especially from Miss Lois. The reason was that if the girl found out, she would try to stop it. Meanwhile, the head of the Skyscraper clan and Kim Jin Seok colored their evening with alcohol and waited for Baek Cheon. He hadn't been seen for a long time, so Arhan figured that he had run away for the first time in a long time. The Lord said that Flitton's fire wasn't easy to heal from, so the hero needed a good recovery. He begged everyone to rest, but he never did. It was expected for him that Yunjae was still alive.
Arhan assumed that the young man had become so strong in a short time because he was the key. Despite his serious injuries, the warrior continued his training even in the hospital room. He didn't have to stop, for he could rest even after the ordeal was over. The foretold day had come. The time had come. The day they had been preparing for 20 years was not the cause of their fear. The angels were determined. Gabriel and Michael may have lived there forever, but ordinary and young angels hardly crossed the threshold of 200 years. They gave their lives for this moment. It was the moment the angels had been waiting for a long time. Metatron was about to move his army to the other world and retrieve the long-awaited Holy Grail. The angels finally gathered together and awaited the king's arrival. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and completely hid their appearance behind their hoods. Uriel, Raphael, Anael, and Ragel had their faces completely covered by the shadows of their robes. Their ruler, Saint Metatron, reported that he had greatly succeeded in opening the gate between heaven and the netherworld and summoning an angelic army. The angels were immensely happy that they would finally be able to fight beside the heavenly king. It took him 20 years to open the gate, and he also had to spend his strength in the heavenly world as well as in the opposite world. But now everyone was gathered. Humans, demons, and even dragons. None of them could prevent the angels from rising. It was no longer possible to stop them. After a few days, Yunjae's body slowly recovered, and he continued his training outside. Thanks to Bei Cheon, he was able to increase his magic amplification limit. After the hero approached the border, he needed a lot of time to recover. He could not increase it with the help of other people, so there was no choice but to endlessly train in an attempt to do it himself. Suddenly, the young man's training was interrupted by uninvited guests. Miss Lois and Jungkyu came to report Alvin missing. He left a note and went missing. Lois was extremely unhappy that the Lord was putting himself in danger again, but Jongyu reassured her. There was no more danger after defeating Flighton and Satan, he said. Seeing that the young master was already practicing, Jongyu wanted to practice his skills a bit too. He needed to recover since he needed rest to get used to Berserk. Lois hadn't expected that there were fools worse than Alvin. She'd asked them to start, since the time was already spent. The girl wouldn't have been able to stop them anyway. The training finally started. The young man became a berserker much faster than before. The boy was in better condition now and wasn't afraid to overexert himself, using his strength to the max. But just in case, Lois looked up information on Lamar, which referred to the demon swords. It was known to gnaw and consume the mind of its master, driving him insane. Its properties were enhanced after absorbing Baal's blood. Jongyu would torture himself to adapt to him, and when he did, he would have to fight stronger opponents. If he survived, the guy would have to get used to Lamar becoming even a level stronger. All the while, Lois was defending herself with a fence in case of berserk madness. Yunjae tried to stop his friend several times, but he still only listened to the girl. After thinking it over a bit, the hero passed through the protective wall and found himself one-on-one with the berserk. He was going to do something, because his partner always wanted to be useful and hold on at all costs. This was the first battle between the companions. Jongyu was much stronger than one would expect. He held himself well and fought like a real pro. Yunjae decided not to hesitate and make the young man show his true abilities. He deftly swung his sword and struck hard. The possessed boy struck back, but was immediately struck again. The heroes were fighting on equal footing and wielding their weapons skillfully. When Jongyu was confused for a second, he was hit by a powerful punch that made him fall down. The boy immediately rose from his knees and wanted to continue fighting. But suddenly something began to happen to his body. The warrior twisted in pain, a voice and some kind of energy entering his head. It all seemed rather cruel, but Lois continued to watch as the young man squirmed in pain. It was incredible. He wasn't overpowering Lamar. He was trying to fight with him. Alvin didn't care about training. He was already in Abram's lab under full surveillance. His body was floating in the water at the same spot where Yunjae had gotten stronger. When he finally woke up and got out of the water, he looked absolutely amazing, as if he had been reborn. It was fantastic. Alvin had absorbed all the energy perfectly. To test the resulting result, Bak Cheon challenged the Lord to a fight. The goal of Walker's magic power was to expand. He just needed to increase it as much as the limit before. Mr. Walker had a great absorption ability, so Beck wasn't going to spare him and entered the battle. During the fight, the gentleman needed to give his best for once. Yunja's battle was gaining momentum. The guy's strengths had equalized. Suddenly, the hero was in a better position and decided to pounce. He jumped into the air and was about to deal critical damage. 10 days later, the Golden Lion called the heroes to his office. It was time to move out. He said that they had to leave tomorrow, and he was going to prepare everything that would be useful on the way. The boys had to be careful. Before the road, Arkan had told them that even though the Demon Kings were dead, it was still dangerous outside the territory. Someone below the ranker level would die there. When all the heroes were finally assembled, it was time to move out. Someone had to stay behind and look after the guild, so Arkan wasn't going to go with them.
The company of the guys was enough. If there were more people, it would greatly affect the speed of travel. Kim Jin Seok told the guys to be careful and promised to give details on the way. This time, the guys reached the place faster than before. Suddenly, Kim Jin Seok handed the hero a bag containing a gift from the White Tower clan. Lois was delighted. Inside was a rare invention. It was said that this bag was infinite and anything could be put in it. There was no limit to the girl's admiration. It couldn't be bought for any money. The pouch was worth as much as an entire guild. When the heroes sat down to take a break, they shared with each other what they had been doing during their absence. Alvin didn't want to tell what he'd been doing. He was trying to distract the team with the stunning skies. This evening, all the guys were having a great time around the fire. They were joking and laughing, but only Kim Jin Seok was sitting separately. He was silent all night and was absorbed in his own thoughts. After capturing the demon camp, the clan leader celebrated the victory with his companions. They laughed, and the Lord joked that Baek had become the local fool. Baek Cheon said that Yoonjae had more strength, but he wouldn't be able to defeat Alvin using his abilities yet. However, he asked to wait to feel the fear. No one would have thought that the strongest people of the first generation could laugh like that. There was still something human in them. As they looked at the power of the new key, without noticing it, they found hope. The heroes had already traveled more than half of the Central Territories. When they first traversed the Great Mountain, they thought it was very far away. Back then, they had no information and had many more enemies. Suddenly, Jongyu noticed that the forest was suspiciously quiet and peaceful. It would be harder to follow them now, and Alvin knew that if he said it was deserted, people would start piling in from now on. Suddenly, a scary monster appeared in front of the heroes. Next time, Yoonjae needed to keep quiet. He decided to take on the Hell Snake. He wanted to see the results of his training. Alvin said that the snake's teeth and blood were poisoned with deadly venom, but allowed the young man to try himself. Jongyu had definitely gotten stronger. Something like this shouldn't have made him go into a frenzy. Activating his berserker skill, the young boy immediately rushed into battle. The Hell Snake was incredibly fast and threw itself at the living prey, but the boy was not afraid and was going to cut off its cold head. Using incredible striking techniques, the warrior managed to bleed the monster, but that wasn't the end of it. The infernal snake was mad. Its eyes filled with red flames, and it was about to pounce. It was too little to defeat such an experienced fighter. The boy kept his skill under control, but continued to strike the snake and drink its blood with his sword. Suddenly, the cold creature became even angrier and turned straight at the man. The snake opened its mouth wide and wanted to sink its venomous fangs into the enemy. Jongyu knew what he had to do and didn't hesitate for a second. He jumped high and flew down at a tremendous speed, cutting the snake's body into 2 pieces. The sword quenched its thirst and was energized. It seemed like it was all over, but suddenly a few more cold heads appeared from behind the hero's back. He knew it wasn't easy and thanked that the fight hadn't ended so quickly. Jongyu worked perfectly and destroyed the wild forest creature. After defeating his inner berserker, the boy completely infused the sword with bloody energy. The heroes couldn't believe their eyes and stood stunned. The young man had killed the monster with his own strength and turned back into a man in a second. It seemed unthinkable. A month had already passed, but there was no end to the monsters. They had expanded the area of the intermediate lands far enough. The closer the heroes got to the demonic domain, the more monsters they encountered on their way. The monsters were very different. It was impossible to predict. In a flash, the hero was attacked by a skeleton that used oro, but the young man managed to repel its blow and destroy it. Jongyu fought desperately and destroyed all the monsters that were in his way. Even with his berserker strength, the boy was tired and wanted to take a break. He was a bit overexcited because of the berserk mode, but the guy was able to control himself. He could handle the monsters just fine, and then he would return to his original state. Suddenly, a huge stone monster that looked insane and was not comparable to the previous creatures came across the guy's path. Its size was enormous, and its strength was amazing. This type was very strong, not even a sword could take him. The brave Alvin Walker decided to run for office and destroy the enemy to test his new powers. The monstrous golem immediately pounced on his opponent, but Alvin had a plan. He used his angel wings to fly up and climb on top of the monster. The battle was very dangerous. The monster could crush the hero with its own weight or easily push him away with a stone arm. Using his abilities, Mr. Walker cut off the enemy's limbs. The last blow for the golem was the decisive one. The Lord cut its stone body in 2, and the huge cobblestones rolled to the ground. Walker was absolutely sure of his strength from the start. The heroes wandered around in circles for a long time, but they couldn't find the exact spot. They began to suspect that the map had been corrupted, but Lois suddenly said that they were almost there. She felt the golem's magical power stretching from the hill. After passing through the magical wall, the heroes found themselves in an incredible place. Everything around them was in a red mist. The mountain range, the Scarlet Star, everything was here. Yoon-jae was the only one who could see the Scarlet Star. The other heroes couldn't see anything through the thick red fog. The boy saw it because he was the key. What the heroes were looking for was right below them. The guys without a second thought began to use all their strength together to chop the ground beneath their feet. Huge rocks suddenly fell down, and the gang fell into the abyss. After a successful landing, the team found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place. Everything around them resembled a cave. Lois was very frightened and hadn't expected such a fall, but Alvin managed to catch her. None of the heroes were surprised. They had been through too much. Inside, the girl immediately felt the power of the cave, but did not feel the hostile monsters. The heroes needed to set off, but each of them was in the cave for the first time. They hoped that besides the star, Yoon-jae had also seen the right path. This greatly surprised the hero, since he didn't have a cheat code for the game. Kim Jin-seok suggested that the team drop their stuff and take a break, but the guys decided to do without resting. They had been walking for too long and still had some strength left, so they wanted to find her and return. Yoon-jae felt the same way. The entire team had already been delayed a lot, plus no one knew who could attack them while they were resting. At this moment, something strange happened. Kim Jin-seok listened to the opinions of all the guys and pulled out a sharp blade. He decided to fight everyone, and only let the one who could overpower him pass. The boys did not appreciate such jokes at all. They clustered together like hurt kittens. They did not understand why the gentleman was so angry. The teacher decided to tell them that when they first set out to search, they suddenly found themselves in a very dangerous situation. Then they gave up, and only after losing the key did they realize that the most dangerous situation was one that could not be expected. Master thought that at least this time he had to protect the key. Without the Skyscraper Guild, Arkin, and the key, none of this made any sense. He wasn't afraid of dying and suggested the heroes go rest after all. After this speech, the boys went to rest without objection. They made a fire in the cave and laid down on the ground around it. Everyone dozed peacefully, but only Kim Jin-seok couldn't relax. Jong-yu slept soundly, but he was tormented by nightmares. There was a lot of blood in his dreams. The lust for the sword was calling to the young man and asking him to become stronger to get more blood. The sword's voice made the boy remember that feeling of being feral and reassured him that he felt good in that moment. It told the young warrior to keep killing to avoid another death. In his head, the boy heard cruel words that made him remember the murders and become a real thug. Even in his dreams, the young man couldn't cope with such pressure. It wasn't really his real self. These dreams were literally driving him crazy. Suddenly, Jong-yu felt a sharp pain in his chest. The image of Yoon-jae, who had impaled him with a sword, appeared in front of him. The hero said that if the boy couldn't become stronger, then he should have just died. The young warrior begged not to and fell down in pain, but the protagonist was ruthless and was a major key, not just a human. It was all too cruel, but Jong-yu always wanted to emulate him. The demon tempter was doing everything to get the boy's consent to receive the new power. The puzzled boy began to doubt, because with a little power and could never be on a par with his idol. The power of the sword was incredibly dangerous. It was literally devouring its master. Its devilish image had completely entered into trust, and Jong-yu was already too close to agreeing. At the most unexpected moment, the kid grabbed the demon by the throat and threw a punch. He wasn't crazy for blood, and to get stronger, he didn't need to go after the sword. To gain strength, the warrior needed to defeat the sword's bloodlust. From these incredible nightmares, Jong-yu woke up abruptly and jumped to his feet. His heart was pounding frantically. The boy could still feel the power of the berserker inside. He calmed down a bit when he saw that the team was sleeping sweetly nearby. Suddenly, the young man felt someone touch his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Yoon-jae behind him. The hero already knew everything and praised his partner. Since recently, the sword had been talking to Jong-yu every now and then. The more power he absorbed, the easier it was for the sword to contact him. The guy was clearly in doubt and didn't understand his purpose. It was hard to advise the young man on the right decision, because the hardest part was himself. Jong-yu was disappointed that he couldn't be as decisive as his partner. The guy was unable to handle the sword and was in pain every time. Unexpectedly, Yoon-jae held out the diary to his friend, because he couldn't read it quietly. It was like he was going crazy when he thought of his wife and daughter. But even so, running away would torment him even more. Now this family existed only in the hero's heart. The young man couldn't imagine life without them, but he lived only with the memories of them. If he forgot them and ran away, they would be gone forever. It seemed too cowardly to look away and put something out of one's mind. But the protagonist said that although it was painful, the moments of thinking about family were the happiest for him. Yoon-jae revealed that that's why he wrote the diary. When the guy first started writing it, he couldn't stand it, but then he felt like he was talking to his wife and daughter. The young man forgot about the difficulties and remembered the good moments, so he continued writing it. But now the present situation was different from what it had been before. The hero really believed that he could go back to his family, because he had already met them. What happened to them was also hard to believe. Thanks to his partner's encouragement, Jong-gyu gathered his thoughts a bit. He realized that his friend defeated everyone, not because he was just being himself, but because he put in the effort. The next morning, the heroes continued their journey. They were still unhappy that the human key didn't see the right path, but such details were unknown to Yoon-jae. Kim Jin-suk demanded that they focus and turn on their brains. The team walked through the dungeon for a long time, and suddenly they came across huge wrought iron doors. They were completely written with strange drawings, and Yoon-jae immediately realized that there was a lot of information written there. A warning was written on the door, stating that anyone who dared to go inside would face death. The boys were bored out of their minds and wanted to get inside as soon as possible. The wrought iron gate opened and the boys stepped inside. Inside they saw something incredible. In an empty room there was a pedestal with a red ball on it. Yoon-jae asked Lois to put up the fence immediately, but he was going to do it all by himself. He jumped high into the air and sliced open the scarlet ball. It was broken into 4 equal parts, and at that moment some terrible energy came out. It was filling the space too quickly, so Lois immediately activated the protective barrier. Yoon-jae ran away with all his might, but the energy had too much speed. At the most unexpected moment, it still caught up with the boy and took over his body. The boy was petrified and fell to the ground dead. With his last strength, he jumped out of the energy and found himself outside the energy barrier. The young man was alive, but his body was slightly affected by the poisonous fog. The hero didn't fall under the full effect of the poisonous fog. It made him angry as he thought he couldn't just leave it. The guy didn't expect it was a trap and miraculously escaped death. There was nothing in the poison, so the wound was easily cured by the potion. Kim Jin-seok said that since she was cured by the antidote, it was probably just an ordinary acid poison. Suddenly, the gentleman changed his face and grabbed the hero by the throat. Such behavior could not be tolerated, for the young man could be mortally wounded. He ordered the human key to act on command from now on. Master couldn't let the key die any longer, so he told Lois to pull herself together. If she hesitated just a little, she could have lost her life. In emergencies, you always had to do, and then think. All of this made Kim Jin-suk very angry. He was afraid that at this rate the plan might have failed. One of the team was too slow and the other was too frisky. Jong-gyu wanted to dilute the situation and suggested going to the next level. He said that the poison gas had already dissipated and there shouldn't be any monsters. But at that moment, a violent rumbling sound was heard behind him. At that moment, the room began to quake violently, the ground shaking under their feet with such force that it was hard for the boys to stand. Huge stones fell on them from above, crashing to the floor. Thanks to the diary, Yoon-jae knew what would happen next, but he trusted what was written there too much. Even though the diary didn't describe the smallest details, the hero rushed in and almost put his comrades in harm's way. Just as the book said, scarlet monsters appeared in the dungeon, their bodies seemingly melting. The huge weight made it hard for them to move around. The monsters attacked by spraying poison. Now everyone had to act on command. Kim Jin-seok ordered a protective barrier to be put up, and he was going to go into battle first with Alvin. If the enemies weren't too dangerous, the others could join in. Before the teacher would go inside, Yoon-jae decided to warn him that after death, these things would explode their body and spray poison. One had to be extremely careful with them. The experienced fighters threw themselves into the battle. They now knew the secret technique of the monsters and struck very carefully so as not to get hit by the explosion. Teacher Kim had an excellent strike technique and was literally dismembering the monsters. After another attack, the monster suddenly inflated and immediately burst, its body shattering into hundreds of pieces. At the same time, the poison sprayed in all directions, and the Lord immediately jumped back. Alvin Walker also barely escaped the poisonous monster and ran away to a safe distance. This fight was more difficult than it seemed. The blast radius was quite huge. Suddenly, the nasty scarlet creature pounced on Mr. Walker while he was distracted. He wouldn't have had time to repel the attack, but suddenly Jung-gyu flew into the fray and protected him with his body and bloody sword. This was not the last attack of the monsters, because they were waiting at every corner. Their size was enormous, so only with joint forces could the team of heroes overcome. The fighters fought on equal footing and fought hard against the vile monsters. Lois's task was to hold the magical barrier. For her, this mission was pathetic. The girl didn't understand what she had to do. As her partners fought hand in hand against the creatures, the warrior maiden realized her worthless position. In a moment of utter despair, she felt useless. When Lois questioned Alvin Walker about his adventures, he wouldn't tell her where he went, and that made the girl very angry. The master was always lying about being in training. Miss had told Alvin not to worry about her and to rest easy. With a clatter, a resentful Lois left the room. When the girl peeked into the guy's room, they had long since started their workout. They thanked Lois for her help and told her not to bother visiting anymore, just to rest. The girl didn't know how she needed to fight to help, so she turned to Arkan for help. The clan head only laughed at her and told her not to overwork herself so much. Anger overwhelmed the girl's body and literally shrank from resentment. Everyone around her felt sorry for her and sent her off to rest. But being a participant, Lois also wanted to fight, help, and win. When defeating monsters, Alvin Walker had said that the best defense was offense. He was always on the offensive in battles, but he only won because Lois was protecting him behind him. At that moment, the girl realized that everyone could fight only because of her help. She felt her real importance, her eyes filled with joy. Suddenly something incredible happened to the girl. Crazy energy was coming out, her hair flying in all directions. She was no longer a helpless princess to be protected. Gathering all her strength together, the angry girl was going to show her partners what real defense was. Using her skills, she created a huge cube in the air, which fell with a crash right on the monster. It was unthinkable, for Lois had no physical skills whatsoever. She used her defenses and aimed huge magic cubes at all the monsters, which would crush the creatures in a second. Magical power was now in her hands, a true mass weapon. The cubes fell with force on the monsters and killed them. All that was left of them was a large scarlet explosion. This kind of method easily wiped out all the vile monsters the guys had fought for so long. They couldn't believe their eyes that they didn't use their power, but just stayed in the protective space the whole time. The brave maiden decided not to stop there. The delight of her partners only excited her more and more. She activated a protective barrier around the monsters, which trapped the enemies and literally squeezed them to the state of a tortilla. It seemed that it was simply impossible. The dungeon monsters had been defeated. Lois wasn't a fighter, but managed to use her magical defense and convert it into a decent physical attack. Hundreds of doors appeared after destroying the monsters. The heroes, incredibly tired from the battles, had to think for a long time about where to go next. That was only what the diary said. There was really only one way out. Everything was different from the situation in the diary. Once inside, it was up to Yunjae to find out if it was the right way. None of the crew knew if it was the right road, but they all followed the hero. There was another cave inside, where the waves were crashing noisily against the low shore. Suddenly, Yunjae stopped and realized that something was wrong. He had noticed the same rocks in the water several times before, and figured they were going in circles. Inside, everything was very similar, so the heroes thought this situation was strange. From the very beginning of the journey, Lois had suspected it and used her power to set up a magical thread that dragged behind her the whole way. At that moment, the thread turned into walls, and it turned out that it wasn't that simple. There was an illusionary maze in the cave. In such an inconspicuous place, there were exploding monsters and illusions. Kim Jin-seok was finally convinced that this was the place where the shard was located after all. The guys wanted to just ruin everything, but Yunjae stopped them. If by going forward, the heroes went back to the same place, something would happen by going back. The hero was quite shrewd, but sometimes a simpleton. The whole team listened to his decision, because it was possible to break the walls at any moment. Soon the heroes miraculously came out of the dungeon. As always, the guy said it was just intuition, but it wasn't really him who found the solution. It was Kim Jin-seok. After they'd passed all the forks, the gentleman would suggest turning back. The path of the heroes was not easy at all. On their way, they met demonic graves that made goosebumps run. The sky in this place was purple and resembled a real Halloween night. Alvin thought to the last that these were not real graves, but suddenly the heroes were stunned with horror. Cold skeletons began to burst out from under the forgotten gravestones. It was a true revolt of the dead. The brave warriors didn't hesitate for a second and rushed into the attack. They were not going to stop because of some pile of bones, which should have been sent to sleep long ago. It was too easy a battle for such experienced fighters of the Skyscraper clan. Each of them used their best skills and striking techniques to overpower the skeletons. Their bones scattered so quickly that the guys didn't have time to get tired. The heroes became very strong. It seemed to Mr. Alvin that the skeletons could be defeated not only by the rankers, but also by ordinary participants. In this battle, Jung-gyu didn't even need to activate Berserk. The skeletons seemed familiar to Yunjae. He had already seen them in training at the last checkpoint. They should have been very strong back then, but there were worse monsters out there. Suddenly, Lois felt something incredibly huge and strong. At that moment, a frightening monster landed from the sky that had 8 eyes, huge horns, and strong muscles. The bloodthirsty warlock flew in on devil's wings. The monster had been in training and was now finally back in the back world. He smelled a familiar scent and noticed the boy, who was now much changed and could use magic in battle. Warlock couldn't believe the lowly man was so proud of catching a single clone. Last time, the hero had only broken his body, his spirit never fully summoned. It turned out that by interfering with the summoning ceremony, the tower warriors were unable to defeat the monster. He thought people were real fools who only pretended to be geniuses. At that moment, the hero suddenly suspected that it was still an illusion and stuck his sword into the ground. He realized that that summoning ceremony was for Warlock to come out of this backworld. A magical flower formed on the ground. A mountain of dead people, whose bodies had long since rotted away, appeared on this very spot. Warlock was chained and could not move. Mr. Alvin said he was sorry for what had happened. Even though this place was holding back the monster, it belonged to him. He didn't kill the heroes from the beginning, because he had something to talk to Yoon-jae about. There was a naked dragon skeleton lying beside him, which was quite tasty to the demon. He said it was the first time he'd ever eaten a dragon alive, and it was tough, but fresh meat tasted the best to him. Yoon-jae was surprised that the monster's power allowed him to go on a dragon hunt. The hero decided to butt in and suggested that Warlock was shackled because of the dragons. The Demon King decided to tell why he was locked up. He wasn't weak enough to be rendered useless by a dragon. The one who had chained him was Jahar. Realizing some connection between the Demon King and his own shackles of Jahar, the boy was puzzled. None of this was in the diary. The story began to diverge. Warlock had told enough information to know. He had already expected such an ambiguous reaction, so in a flash he activated the magic cube under which he had locked himself and the hero. The bloodthirsty demon offered the boy a bet because he was interested in Jahar. He promised to tell him everything he knew, but in return the man had to beat him. If he lost, the protagonist had to free the demon from its imprisonment. If he defeated the young man, the monster would leave no one alive, so it was too risky to fight him. Brainwashing and mind control were not Warlock's strong suit. What mattered most was an argument where lives were at stake. It wasn't worth arguing if the stakes were so high. The demon didn't want the hero's partners to know about the bet. After all, one of them might survive and remove the shackles. The monster was sure the young man was looking forward to it. With a snap of his finger, the monster shattered the cube into sharp shards. He told the young man to prepare himself and come in his best form. He wanted to soon find out what such human lowlifes were capable of. Even though the terms of the dispute with the Warlock had not been respoken, everyone was ready to fight. To face the monsters at their best, the heroes drank potions and decided to get more sleep. There was only one problem: the new page that opened after the meeting with the demon. There was no guarantee that everything would have happened as it was written there. The heroes had already been able to take a different path. When everyone had had enough rest, it was time for action. Kim Jin-seok suggested that they all attack together, but it was too dangerous. Yoon-jae said that if the first attack didn't work, it would be the end for everyone. The hero had a different plan. Jno-gyu's important role was that the berserker's strength was the most unusual of all. The guy could easily attract the enemy's attention. It was enough to just catch his gaze and force him to act. One might as well not fight. Yoon-jae said for the young man to just dodge the attacks and fuel the berserker's strength. The fight finally started, and the young warrior activated the berserk skill to make the first step of the plan. He got very close to the monster and struck hard, but the chains not only held him back, but also protected him. The demon abruptly grabbed the chains and began to twist them with all his might to push the boy away. Jung-gyu reacted in time to dodge the attack. Warlock used a huge metal object that acted as a weighting device and spun it in the sky. With tremendous force, the ball fell directly on the boy, and the demon thought he had killed him. The huge head failed to crush Jung-gyu and landed directly on the protective dome. Lois did a great job and protected her ally in time with her magic power. Next in line was Alvin Walker, who found himself all alone against the giant head on a chain. He had to act now, or the time of reckoning would come. The projectile reached Alvin faster than he expected. The gentleman had no time to do anything and received a tremendous blow that sent him flying. It was clear as day to the demon that the heroes intended to use the numerical advantage and attack from all sides, but in that case they would attack simultaneously. Suddenly, Warlock saw that there was no one around. At this moment, the demon did not expect the attack that flew at his head at all. Kim Jin-seok jumped on top of him and threw a straight punch that confused him greatly. Immediately after that, Mr. Kim jumped to the ground and began entangling the monster's legs with chains at a tremendous speed. The Warlock couldn't stand it and collapsed to the ground with force. Rising from his knees, the cruel monster decided to repeat the ingenious course of action of his petty enemies. He once again unwound his head on the chain and was about to hamstring every hero. The king was getting angrier and angrier, but the boys continued to defend themselves. Lois performed her protective functions to the best of her ability and let the heroes fight in peace. Alvin Walker picked a great moment and took advantage of the fact that the opponent was huge. Usually big cabinets fell loudly, so the Lord grabbed the chain and pulled the monster's legs over again. The Warlock fell to the ground with a clatter. The frightening monster wasn't going to give the victory to the ants that were stirring under his feet. He used the space technique, and the Lord found himself in the air, his body feeling like it was being torn from the inside. The hero asked everyone to trust and buy some time. To save absolutely everyone, it is he who must fight. When Warlock first heard about the human key, he had expected much more, but that wasn't the end of it. Yunjae appeared on the horizon, finally showing his fantastic skills. He thanked everyone for waiting and pointed his sword at the enemy. In fact, the heroes were just stalling, and now that the hero had activated the superpower, they were going to defend the human key altogether. Since the humans had decided to be smart, the Demon King used his strength to the fullest and pounced on his main opponent. Yunjae only advised him to prepare and flew forward without retreating. With his incredible speed, the boy deftly sidestepped the enemy from the other side and used his magical power to strike. The first thing Warlock did was to lose one of his horns. The team members immediately pounced on the monster and started hitting it with all their skills. They were smaller than the demon, so they stayed in a favorable position. The beast couldn't keep up with the agile and sharp movements of the men. He was like a huge mountain trying to turn around to catch them. While it was distracted, Yunjae once again flew as close to it as possible and forcefully stripped the second horn as well. With effort, the boy chopped Warlock's body into several pieces. It looked as if the monster had just been through a meat grinder, but incredibly, he regained his body in a matter of seconds. The monster's body glued itself together before his eyes. It was actually immortal, which was why Jahar had locked it here. The demon said that humans couldn't kill it, but offered them a little more time to twitch before they died. Yunjae decided to not just move, but to completely destroy the arrogant demon. He used fantastic energy and managed to dodge every strike from the enemy. The hero spewed energy with all parts of his body, creating a circle of magical energy capable of striking the enemy. Without a second thought, he viciously attacked the demon and dealt critical damage. It was at least something to excite Warlock's state of mind. He decided to show his opponent his true strength and opened his mouth wide and began to spew a huge stream of fire. This force was already quite close to the hero, but Lois's defense function immediately kicked in. The girl activated a protective barrier that stopped the demon's attack. The bloodthirsty Warlock immediately became enraged and wanted to destroy the girl. But while his attention was distracted by his rage, Kim Jin Seok pounced from above and dealt a critical blow. The heroes clearly followed the plan and helped each other. They missed not a single opportunity to strike the enemy. As soon as the demon turned its attention to Mr. Kim, Yunjae immediately engaged and hit the king hard with his sword. One was for all, and all for one. The guys clearly executed precise techniques and gradually drove the enemy into a stalemate. Jongyu wasn't left out either and flew up to the monster and let it feel the full wrath of the berserker. The demon was in a desperate situation where the humans had completely misled and tricked him. The final blow was dealt by P. Walker, who flew up very unexpectedly and cut off the demon's wing. From the surprise, the Demon King immediately rolled over and collapsed to the ground with a clatter. There was no limit to his rage. The humans were too sharp. Now he had to gather his strength to resist their power. The angry monster immediately rose to his feet and spun his chain in the air. He wasn't going to die just like that because of some pathetic people, so he decided to unleash his berserk fury. He wasn't the only one with a fantastic berserk skill, so the monster was already stumped. Jongyu focused on self-control and awakened his hidden sword power to destroy the enemy. With one deft move, he managed to sever Varlak's limb, and the monster was left to fight on one leg. Now the most interesting part began. In a few moments, the bloodthirsty monster had already lost all of its limbs. The heroes were working harmoniously and wielding their weapons perfectly. Yunjae was about to deliver the final blow that would take away the demon's head. Everything went well. The brave hero used his improved strength and cut off the enemy's head. This was not the end, for Warlock could still talk and offered the boy to kill him. The boy's plan was amazing. He couldn't kill the demon, but he was capable of making it suffer. The warrior pierced the monster's head with his sword, and all its body parts were sharpened to pieces into Lois's protective shells. Continuing to thrust his sword into his head with all his might, Yunjae assumed that Warlock's immortality had been given to him along with his devil power. But Lois' barrier was blocking her as well, so the monster had to do something. At the most unexpected moment, the hero pulled the bloody sword out of his head. He said he wouldn't have dared to do that, but just wanted to see how Warlock felt when he was dying, but he couldn't die. It wasn't easy for Lois to contain such a force, so the hero demanded all the information about Jahar. Warlock said that he would eventually rise when he shut his mouth and endured, and then the heroes wouldn't be able to resist him. All of this was starting to displease Yunjae, because under the terms of the bet, everything was at stake. The Demon King wouldn't dare to chicken out and say that he knew almost nothing about Jahara, only that the Lord was similar to him. The lad Zahar was the one who had taken possession of the Grail, and the one who, just like Warlock, had the right to do so. The Lord had the first sword entitled to hold the Grail. The boy didn't expect that the Holy Grail was already in someone else's hands. He realized that if Jahar was the first key to get the Grail, then perhaps the young man would have to take it away from him. All this was an occasion for serious reflection. It was now clear that this was the key that had put Lucia and Abram to sleep. They had never been able to get their hands on the Grail. Yunjae wondered how long Warlock had been imprisoned. The demon said that he had been chained for about 200 years. Counting time had become meaningless to him. After that, the young man asked a couple more questions about the Grail and Jakar, but the demon knew almost nothing. Suddenly, the monster offered to help the heroes and promised to open the door leading to the shard. Such an offer was viewed with suspicion by the boy, for the monster could have fooled them. But the Demon King asked the young man to shut his mouth. With such a body, it would take him a lot of time to recover. After a little thought, the hero agreed to the deal with the demon. After Lois's defenses were removed, all of Warlock's limbs were in place. Now he was going to reveal to the heroes the right path leading to the shard. The bloodthirsty ancient monster whispered a magic incantation, and at the same moment, the ground beneath his feet parted in different directions. There was a huge hole in the ground, in which the steps leading to the dungeon were hidden. Alvin Walker still doubted the monster's words and feared a setup. Warlock would have been glad if that had been the case. What he really wanted was for Jahar the Freak to get what he deserved. The demon didn't want to stoop to the level of a watchdog. Yunjae convinced the entire team that the demon was telling the truth. By lying, he wouldn't get any benefit. Kim Jinseok was worried that the key might be in serious danger. The young man vowed to survive no matter what it cost him. The fearless and brave Yunjae sent to the dungeon to find the shard. The boys were very worried about their partner, but asked the demon if it was safe for them to wait outside. Warlock said that it would take him several weeks to recover his body. His main goal was to check the key, so he wasn't interested in the rest. Ri Chahong came to the clan head to report the results. The inside of the dungeon was set up like an intricate maze. The Lord handed over a map made by rankers with exploration skills. With the work done, Arhan was satisfied. He said that it had been a month since Yunjae's team had left, and hoped that they were okay. The clan had taken the shard located in the forest for this purpose. Mr. Ri said that the exploration had found a few more monster species, but it was still a long way from the depths of the dungeon. It was not difficult there, but very dangerous. All the groups thought it was impossible to get in there. The young man sent 10 men there, but it was still not safe inside. During the reconnaissance, 2 veteran mapmakers died. Archon was furious and couldn't believe what his assistant had said. It seemed impossible because the cartographers had died even though the ranchers and Baek Cheon had been sent to the dungeon. Apparently, Baek Cheon came back in a hurry. The aide didn't hear the details, but the gentleman told the whole group that if they wanted to go inside, there were many casualties waiting for them there. The exploration had to be stopped at this point. The clan head felt that it was his mistake that had put the people of the guild in danger. He decided to continue the operation after Kim Jin-seok returned. Archon thought it was over, but suddenly, Ri Cheon flew into the office again. The young man brought the injured Baek Cheon with him, who was covered in blood and could barely move. Collapsing on the sofa, the exhausted Mr. Beck said that the shard had been stolen. It had become the ultimate combat power gauge. It was all too dangerous. The angels had crossed the line. The great Metatron was heavily covered in blood. He was just in a good mood because of the long-awaited walk. The angels of death idolized their king and asked if he had gotten what he wanted. The winged servants assumed the dragon had tricked them, since the king was able to find what he wanted. They bowed to Metatron and apologized for daring to speak foolish thoughts despite his own. The people were content to be interesting. This excited the Great Lord greatly. He said that since the shard had been found, everything was fine. Now it was time to find the demon shard. Metatron was going to go after the second shard immediately, even if he had to fight Satan. The servants said that Satan had been killed, and the master realized that the irrational bugs had achieved amazing results. After reading the people's thoughts, the winged warriors set off. They had to be careful, for the people of this world were not the same as before. Now the angels were on their way to end the war. In the meantime, the protagonist had already gotten to the place where he could go, who had the right to do so. Inside, he saw a huge white hall with large columns and arches. The giant gentleman met the young man. 3 years had passed since their last meeting. He said the kid had changed a lot. There was no longer doubt and pain in his eyes. This time, even after seeing the giant, Yunjae was fine. The boy told Varlock's story that Lord Jahar was the first to hold the Grail, the first human key. The Lord was not only meeting with Warlock, but with all the keys of the angels. They had much to talk about, for the giant was in fact a dragon. Yunjae immediately guessed it because he had already met a real dragon in the intermediate lands. All dragons had a similar energy that was hard to miss. The hero had too many questions for the king's vassal. He wondered why the Lord was here, why he worshipped Jahar as his lord, and why he was protecting the shard. Arian was surprised that the boy had come to retrieve a shard he knew almost nothing about. The young man knew that this object was the clue, and permission needed to obtain the Grail. The Lord didn't want to give up the shard, but there was nothing about it in the journal, so the hero wouldn't be able to defeat him in battle. He said he hoped that Arian would have thought him worthy of possessing the shard. Yunjae's victory over Warlock meant that he was more than worthy. The king's vassal had confidence in him. The monster had an unkillable body, so he had to exert himself. But from Aryan, the hero felt a lot more energy. If the Demon King wasn't weakened, none of the heroes would be alive. It was all about the chains that entangled his body. Always with one of them, the monster was capable of sealing several Demon Kings. Now, Warlock's power wasn't even 10% of what it used to be. In fact, he was a creature improperly created by the former Overlord. Aryan had told him that the demon was indeed the key, the worst key of all. The former Lord believed it was enough to make someone just a little weaker than himself. That's how Warlock was created. The demon lost and became this. It was an incredible Grail choice. The Lord realized he had said a lot of unnecessary things and asked the young man not to think too much. Eventually, he agreed to give up the shard. The shard was stored in a place that bore the mark of demon wings and was kept by them. Yunjae had never thought that the item was in such a place. But it was all worth it. Humans were colorless, angels were white, and demons were black. These colors were usually remembered by people when they talked about races. There was a prejudice that angels were good and demons were evil, but each race fought for their own purpose. The world on this side was a kind of testing ground. When Aryan moved his hand closer to the holy place, a strange red energy came out and completely enveloped the shard's storage area. Many people, angels and demons, were called to this place for the Grail to choose its master. Those who stood in this place of examination, and they were all of them. Handing the red ball to the boy, Aryan asked him to think about the meaning of everything he had said. He would find out everything about everything within a few days anyway. Now the hero had finally gotten his hands on the shard. The master said that the shard had to be absorbed, so Yunjae ate it without speaking. Once it was in his stomach, Aryan immediately gave the boy a strong flick and threw him far away on his journey. The young man flew backward with great speed and shattered the glass into thousands of shards with his body. He flew with them into the abyss where it was completely dark. A moment later, the boy was back at the entrance to the dungeon. When the team members saw him, they immediately rushed to their partner. Yunjae said he had found the shard, and now something dangerous was coming. This evening, the boys gathered around the fire again, where the hero told about everything that had happened. There was no proof that it was a shard, and the boy felt a change that was not clear at all. The warrior still didn't know exactly who the guided ones Ariani spoke of were, but he felt a vast and vastly different energy. While it wasn't unreasonable to prepare, Kim Jin-seok put a taboo on making assumptions that the heroes couldn't be sure of right now. Exploring the dungeon and retrieving the shard was done, so the heroes had finally completed the task. It was time to go back, and Jung-gyu was overjoyed. If, just like Yunjae said, something unknown was heading towards the heroes, then they had to be careful. They wouldn't be able to go back on a straight path, so Kim Jin-seok asked everyone to follow the path they had come. The road was long and led through the forest, so Yunjae wasted no time and studied the diary. It was important for him to notice the newly written pages. Jung-gyu thought it was strange because the young master didn't even notice the stone, and almost got killed. Lois was concerned about what the boy was reading as he walked. She already knew it was the same notebook that held the memories of the hero's dead wife. The girl said she understood the boy's feelings, but reading the diary too often would only torment him more. The boy always said that everything was fine, but Lois saw that the diary kept him awake almost every night. All this did not please Mr. Alvin very much. He told the girl to stop immediately, because everyone could think for himself. The conflict arose on an even ground. The partners fought like a cat and a dog, defending their opinions. The argument had to be interrupted. The heroes were attracted by the sound of a stream nearby. Lois offered to get some drinking water and wash up a little before moving on. Her blood was so sticky it was hard for her to step. Mr. Alvin was against washing right now, but he reeked strongly of rot. The heroes clung to each other again, proving their point. Their relationship was like a never-ending struggle. In the end, the guys still decided to freshen up and replenish their water supplies. These memories were so vivid that Yunjae wondered if he had actually experienced them. No matter how much he flipped through his diary, there was no information about it. After the battle with Baal, Jung-gyu noticed that his body was deteriorating. He was adjusting to become an S rank, and then he absorbed the warlock's blood, and his body increased. The heroes hoped the guy didn't have a problem with the sword. But as soon as he said his mind became clearer, the guys immediately sighed in disappointment. They were in big trouble. Suddenly, Lois grabbed the young man's shoulders and said that the demon sword was absorbing both the enemy's life force and its master. Jung-gyu was already beginning to merge with it. The main character's sword appeared to be S rank. Until recently, it was of the evolving type, but now a parasitic type had been added. It was now clear that Lamar had become a parasite for Jung-gyu. The heroes couldn't believe that the second S-class item was Lamar's demon sword. Until now, they only knew of one such item that was kept by Arkan. The sword was dangerous, but that spoke volumes about its strength. Jong-gyu couldn't be happy that he could give his partner more help now. In fact, it could only get worse from here. Until the young boy would learn to fully control Lamar's power, or until the boys would return, Kim Jin-seok put that power under a ban. The boy couldn't hold back his tears and even tried to beg to return to fighting. It was very hard for him to do nothing and just follow everyone, so the boy promised not to use that power. Tears and snot were unnecessary. The teacher's decision was firm. Jong-gyu mumbled something to himself all the way, so Yoon-jae decided to cheer him up and promised to help him when he got to the clan. The boy was afraid of not fighting and being a burden again. The youngster thought that if he became weak and stopped being useful, he would be thrown out immediately. The hero told him that the deeds done earlier would not disappear anywhere because he had already put in a lot of effort. No one would leave Jong-gyu behind. Partners to the very end. They had to walk together and find a way forward. The warm words made the little boy literally squeeze his master like a teddy bear. At that moment, Lois felt something terrible approaching. She touched her hand to the ground and felt the energy of the black hell snakes. There were as many as 5 of them, and they were very dangerous. Alvin Walker said that black hell snakes hunted common black snakes for their sustenance. They usually traveled in female-to-male pairs, but 5 snakes was an odd occurrence. The cold monsters were advancing at an incredible speed, their hissing coming even from underground. It felt as if the hero's team were their targets. As soon as the black hell creatures got too close, the brave guys drew their swords and threw them into the fight. There were 5 black snakes, just like the heroes, but Jong-gyu was ordered to stay out of this fight. The first to attack was the great Kim Jin-seok. He used his fantastic sword, and his great strength chopped the snake's body into several pieces in no time. Unafraid of such monsters, Alvin Walker went up against the black infernal creature and struck it directly into its open mouth. This fight was too easy for such an experienced and fearless fighter. Because of the unequal numbers, Yoon-jae had the hardest share. There were 2 bloodthirsty black snakes standing against him. But suddenly, he noticed that the snakes flew past. They weren't attacking them at all. The hero said that the black hell snakes didn't come for the heroes at all. They were running from something that was much stronger than themselves. In the struggle, the angels missed in several snakes and asked the Great Lord if they should have gone after them. Mr. Metatron thought that if there were people here, there would surely be someone who had the shard, so he sent the angels in pursuit. The ones Arian spoke of noticed the heroes. They had wings and their energy was the opposite of demonic. Yoon-jae finally realized that they were angels. A whole lot of angels were heading to this place. They were determined to fight, even if someone stronger than the dragon was there. One of the angels said that everyone should have behaved carefully, for the people would have definitely dispersed. The angels knew that there was a key among the people that they were protecting with all their might. The team already had a plan. For starters, Kim Jin-seok ordered everyone to disperse. He was going to immediately head north towards Melon, which was to deceive the angels. Yoon-jae had a disgruntled face, but if he died, all the people would die. One of the angels was going north. There was a good chance the shard was there. Otherwise, the Lord was going to block that direction. Mr. Alvin was ordered to go in a northeasterly direction. His main objective was to finish the battle as soon as possible and join the northwest. A man who could join the north at any time would have traveled to the northeast. It was obvious to the blindfolded angel that he would be good in battle. That was the direction Uriel had been sent in. Lois and Jong-gyu were facing northwest. Even though because it was just the 2 of them, there was a very high chance that they would be attacked, but the guys would have to cope. Yoon-jae needed to head west. He would have to take a detour, but the likelihood of the angels attacking him was decreasing. That was where the weaklings were supposed to be sent. The roles in the angel team had been assigned. Everyone else was to head west. If the person heading there turned out to be a shard, the commanders who had sorted out their destinations were to follow there as well. One of the angels was not given the direction of the path. He was the sharpest and strongest angel, so at the last moment the commander-in-chief ordered him to just kill everyone in his path. There was less and less time left, so the heroes had to get out of there as soon as possible. The only one who didn't run away was Lois. Jong-gyu had come to get her right away, but the girl had other things to do. The warrior maiden came here for the sake of saving the key and leading the humans to victory. She didn't want to just be a cowardly girl like the rest of the team. Gathering together the accumulation of her magical power, the girl threw the charged cannonball directly at her enemies. At that moment, a protective magical barrier was formed that blocked the angel's path as well. Lois was no longer a defenseless little girl who could only defend. Having tried once to convert her magic into a physical attack, she was figuring out that the best way to save her allies was to kill her enemies. Finding themselves near the protective barrier, the angels were in trouble. Lois immediately activated her ability and manipulated the barrier to gather all the angels together and send them as far away as possible. This wasn't the end, and a huge force was heading straight for the girl. The brave Jong-gyu was not going to leave her in trouble and promised to help. Apart from the 2 heroes, no one else dared to stand up to the angels. An unexpected charge of crushing energy hit the boys and exploded immediately. The tremendous energy from the explosion spread out in all directions, but Lois managed to get away. Jung-gyu had foolishly walked into the center of the explosion and his body lay breathless on the ground. The cruel angel was having the most fun killing with a single blow, and he figured that was what the man thought too. The girl had managed to kill many angels already, with about half of them left. The winged lord was sure that the nasty girl was very happy, even though she was not the key. Lois had said she had the shard, but she could have lied all she wanted. Angel didn't care at all. An autopsy could tell any truth. The master thought the girl was too boring and suggested she have some fun. Using his power, he immediately pounced on her. Now the brave lady was left alone on the battlefield. Uriel was greatly worried that Raphael would go on a rampage. The commander-in-chief only reassured her. He said that if there was a shard in the man, his friends would definitely come to the rescue. The man wasn't the key if no one would come to him. Suddenly, the angel head noticed a strange energy that flew straight at him. He managed to pull out his holy sword and repel the attack. It was not clear who dared to oppose him. After a moment, Michael finally spotted the enemy who had emerged from the flow of his power. The master was the strongest angel in history, controlling the flames of the heavenly world. Kim Jin-seok knew that his enemy was really just a garbage man cleaning up after the heavenly king. The teacher didn't believe in God and was going to kill his minions. Michael didn't like killing, so he only asked the master one question. It was important to him whether his opponent was the key. This question meant that only one dead could be enough, so Kim Jin gave an affirmative answer. Pulling out his sword, the experienced master was going to see if the angel would be able to ask such questions after losing you his holy wings. He used his magic power and pounced on his opponent. The king's aide didn't wait for the enemy to get too close. He activated the fireball and launched that crazy energy straight at the man. Meanwhile, Uriel asked for forgiveness before the departed souls. There was no resentment in her. Despite her title, the girl had a very pure angelic soul. Alvin Walker felt the same way, but he didn't like the way the good-for-nothing girl looked down on others. That insolence was an angelic trait. Angel thought that if the Great One said such a thing because of mere looks, then angels would be an arrogant breed. The Lord was a little offended by these words, so he offered to compare the levels of their gazes. Mr. Walker wasn't just a strong fighter. He possessed some sort of ability that mimicked angels. Gathering all his strength together, the gentleman activated his angel wings. He wasn't afraid of some pathetic girl in white robes, for he himself possessed incredibly strong abilities. Clenching his steel magic fists, the warrior was going to check who was inferior. The angels possessed fantastic skills. Closing her eyes, Uriel created a magical portal, through which a sharp arrow flew out. At great speed, the girl aimed it straight at her opponent. Meanwhile, Jung-gyu heard the voice of his demonic sword in his head again. He noticed that the master was in trouble and craved his power, so he offered to let the boy get some blood. The sword commanded to confront those who blocked the path and enjoy the fight. Only victory would be able to prove the boy's existence. At this moment, it was as if Jung-gyu's berserker's second breath had opened up. Once in the west, Yun-jae found himself in trouble. He ran and dodged the angels' magical attacks for a long time, but they still caught up with him. They had to make sure the guy was the key. In case the hero would turn out to be the key, the angels were to kill him at any cost. As servants of Metatron, they had no fear of death and were loyal to the king. It was only a sacrifice in the name of duty. The boy thought they were crazy bastards. It was foolish to think that someone who felt no guilt when others put their lives on the line for him, someone who insisted on those sacrifices, was not a true king. At this point, the angels realized that the boy was a human key and had to die. If they died, the remaining enemies would have to be dealt with by the head. To begin with, the hero was going to use clockwork to save the power of time regulation as much as possible. He was going to stop the angels and cancel all their plans. The fantastic clockwork energy completely surrounded the angels. They were very determined and were going to destroy the human key and get the shard. When Metatron's helpers were ready to stop the young man, they didn't have time to make the first move and were immediately struck by the enemy. Yun-jae was incredibly fast and strong. Running alongside the angels, he cut them in two. The weakest of all the angels who had traveled to the west were falling alive. If they were going to have to meet before more serious enemies came anyway, the warrior decided to reduce their numbers as much as possible. Despite the fact that Raphael was the fastest and wildest of all the angels, his blood slowly dripped to the ground. His opponents did fantastic things and turned into a real devil in the flesh. Jung-gyu had drastically changed his appearance. No longer was it just a berserk skill. The young man had a demon mask on his face with huge horns sticking out of it. His hands turned into the actual paws of a bloodthirsty demon. The warrior had to finish the fight before Lamar completely consumed his body and mind. But the boy wasn't going to finish. He pounced on the already crippled angel with renewed vigor. The fun was just beginning, so Jung-gyu jumped high into the air and pounced on Raphael with crushing force. It was the best the angel could feel. He wanted the battle to continue and easily repelled the attack. Suddenly, the angel swung harder and struck the young man on the part of his body that Lamar had already taken possession of. He didn't have time to dodge and got a good punch in the face. That didn't stop the distraught warrior. He struck until Raphael reached the protective barrier. Zhongyu viciously landed the strongest blow, but the angel dodged the attack at the last moment. He immediately wanted to hit the youngster with his fist, but suddenly his punch came right against the protective wall. Zhongyu was protected and managed to slip away from the enemy. It seemed crazy, but the young fighter surrounded his enemy and appeared in front of him suddenly. The angel didn't have time to move aside and received several critical blows with his sword. Being a half-bloodthirsty demon, Zhongyu finished off his opponent with a finishing blow. The sword that absorbed the blood immediately absorbed a new portion, but the angel's blood tasted disgusting. Despite his many wounds and blows, Raphael was still alive. The boy was a real bastard, and while he was still breathing, he was going to take revenge with all the ferocity he could muster. When the angel was quite close, the master of the bloody sword was sure he could destroy him and delivered his signature blow. At that moment, something strange happened. Raphael used his magic power and stopped the attack with one hand. It was a real battle between an angel and a demon. The boy was pushing his sword as hard as he could, but his opponent was also strong. The enemies were going to fight to determine who was the strongest. At that moment, Lois suspected great danger and ran up to stop her partner. She shouldn't have gotten in the way because the angel had thrown her aside immediately, using his strength. Raphael was sure that after hitting his comrade, his opponent got really angry, but all he heard was laughter. Zhongyu said that he and his friend had a contract. They agreed that instead of taking the body, the young man would get something important. At the very last moment, the demon freed his hands from his sword and pounced on the enemy. The angel could not have even imagined such an attack. The young man's body was the source of his strength. The fight continued on equal footing, with the opponents striking each other hard and then going to different corners again. Two completely different forces clashed in a battle for the title of the best. Even without the demonic sword, Zhongyu was capable of fighting perfectly. He couldn't stand it anymore and gave his opponent several strong blows in a row. The angel was barely breathing and was already spitting blood. The fight continued for a long time. The opponents fought with all their might. They were hitting each other with their fists without sparing any effort. There were three things that could be watched endlessly: the water flowing, the fire burning, and Zhongyu trying to defeat the angel. Lois realized that the situation was getting dangerous. If it continued like this, the team could lose Zhongyu. The girl set herself to attack. She had to end this. The warrior angered the angel and forced him to reveal a secret appearance. Raphael activated a superpower that gave him fantastic lightning energy and 2 pairs of wings. He now had more skill than Metatron. This fight had greatly fatigued the demon sword guy. He snapped out of his seat and pounced greedily on his enemy. The boy decided to devour the angel at once and end it once and for all. At that moment, something incredible began to happen to the gentleman. Bright rays of light pierced through his body. Raphael began to beg the heavenly king to send him strength. Even in death, he asked the king to punish this man. Not waiting for the god's gifts, the beautiful Lois activated her magic power and created a huge object in the sky, which fell directly on the angel at great speed. His body was a mess. Uriel found it hard enough to resist the man's strength. She used her magic portal again and again to pelt the enemy with sharp spears. These blows were nothing to Mr. Alvin. He easily used his sword to repel the blows. Angel had talked too much about human weaknesses, so Master was going to show her what the last moments were like for people like them. Uriel became even more angry. She teleported hundreds of spears from the portal, which immediately headed towards the Lord. Even in this situation, the Skyscraper clan member wasn't scared and repelled each of them with her energy. He had to finish with the king's aids, so Walker used all his speed and quickly got in front of the angel's face. He swung hard and pushed the girl back. Now the man was looking upward as he should have. Uriel admitted that she didn't think there was another person who would have surprised her. She had once met such a person where the shard was located. The girl said that the man had killed 3 heads of angels and was strong enough to escape from her hands. Although he could not compare to Mr. Michael or Metatron, he was very strong. Mr. Alvin was not interested in these stories, for he was much stronger than the man from the dungeon. He grabbed his sword sharply and attacked the angel. The great Metatron had not expected that the heads could put up such a fierce fight. It turned out that the hero's comrades were surprisingly strong. Yunjae was already badly injured. His nerves were on edge. He didn't understand how the one who called himself a king, despite the deaths of a huge number of subordinates, continued to stare blankly at everything around him. The clockwork action was finally completed. The hero had only to try his luck. He decided to show the King of Angels something interesting and rushed into battle armed with a sword. At the most unexpected moment, Metatron swung his hand and hundreds of spears fell from the sky. Each of them was capable of piercing the boy, so now he had to do his best to survive. Using his clockwork strength, Yunjae deftly avoided all the spears. He was able to perform such techniques with great speed that not a single spear even touched the tip of his hair. As the boy wanted to attack, he noticed that his opponent had suddenly disappeared. Metatron abruptly appeared behind him and channeled magic to attack, saying that the man was too slow. At this moment, an unbelievable thing happened. Yunjae was behind the back of the head of the angels at the speed of light and slashed his body. Things were much more interesting than Metatron had anticipated. In fact, it wasn't the end yet. The great and terrible king was invincible, his wounds regenerating as if nothing had happened. The energy allowed him to regenerate at a tremendous speed. The protagonist was simply furious. He couldn't let angels or demons look down on humans. The guy awakened the incredible rage of the new energy he had received and snapped into action. At that moment, hundreds of spears immediately fell down on him from high, and the guy barely managed to get his feet away and avoid death. It was like a game of mousetrap, with the human key as the main prize. Yunjae knew that the king's doppelganger wasn't in front of him now, but it felt different. Metatron's body wasn't real, but he had begun to avoid the young warrior's direct attacks. The lad's guess was debatable, but if he was right, he wouldn't have to hold back any longer. The hero scattered and threw himself into the attacks, holding all the juiciest power for the enemy. There might not have been another chance, so Yunjae was going to fight the enemy to the fullest. His rage was causing incredible energy to awaken in his body, capable of destroying everyone around him. Metatron had lost his arm in a second, scarlet blood dripping to the ground, but now he was no longer recovering. At last it was clear to the hero why the Lord was so cold to his subordinates. The Angel King said that he didn't regenerate. Therefore, he could fight against such a foolish person, even without an arm. Coming closer and closer, Yunjae was sure that the Lord could revive endlessly. But now he was clearly saving something. Every time the Great Head was mortally wounded, he would use life and be reborn. That was why his followers were only expendable. The hero thought it a waste to waste an entire life because of one hand, so he suggested that the Lord waste lives until one of them would die. Using his magical power, the King of Angels directed a stream of energy towards his enemy. All this only amused him, but his preparation time was different from a human's. The flow of energy created a whole army of fire angels on the surface of the earth, who were mere puppets. The king showed the boy how a real leader was supposed to use his subordinates. The angels immediately pounced on the hero and began to wrap their arms and legs around him, making his position difficult. The boy literally couldn't move and was in a difficult situation. Suddenly, one of the angels began to beg God for mercy and strength, and gradually his eyes began to pop out. Bright light was shining through every crevice, and the gentleman would burst into flames. When the energy was already exceeding all possible limits, the angel exploded after all, and the huge explosion threw the hero aside. Bright flashes of flame engulfed the battlefield. A moment later, all of the king's other puppets exploded, and incredible explosions engulfed the entire space in fire. Watching his deeds, Metatron marveled at himself and was certain that the inferior being had perished. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared out of the thick smoke. The young dragon had shielded himself with a protective dome and had come to finally end this war. Metatron was furious when he saw the dragon. He wanted to strangle it right now, for he didn't understand why it had abandoned its role as watcher and sided with the humans. The dragon said he didn't take sides. In fact, the angels broke the rules and came to this world. It was obvious that the matter should have been handled by an observer. What had happened could no longer be undone. The tragedy was terrible, so the young man sent Metatron back. The master was ready to leave, but he wasn't sure if the other angels would. Meanwhile, under his berserk state, Jung-gyu was pouncing on Lois because he thought she had taken his prey. The Angel King was wrong, for the other dragons knew all about it and had already begun to act. If the young dragon failed to restore order, his partners would know about it immediately. The dragons had no choice but to intervene themselves. Metatron was seething with anger. If he attacked now, all dragons would become enemies of the angels. The Lord had had enough of everyone, so he turned around and strode away. After the battle with the king, Yunjae was badly hurt, but his old acquaintance arrived just in time. The boy was exhausted and vomiting blood, but even at this moment he was thinking about saving the other guys. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim Jin-seok continued to fight with Michael. Their strengths were about equal, and their swordsmanship was excellent. In this fierce fight, one of the warriors was bound to lose. The pressure from the angel was so great that at the last moment the master gave in and loosened his grip. Michael immediately took advantage of his weakness and ran past him, inflicting a fatal wound with his sword. The Lord didn't go in pursuit. He crouched on the ground and bowed his head in pain. Angel was enjoying this, and he turned around, about to stab his opponent in the back. When the angel was almost there, Kim Jin-seok jumped up from his seat and wanted to strike him with his sword. Michael laughed in response and dodged easily, but he wasn't used to such tricks. At that moment, A beautiful dragon lady appeared on the battlefield. She used her power and said that she had deigned to come for the sake of reconciliation, but got something else. A puzzled Michael could not believe his eyes. The young man realized that his enemy had sensed the girl's presence and attacked without him noticing it. At this, the friendly meeting of the boys was over. The dragon girl sent the angel back, for his master had already left. The brave dragons were not afraid of the angels and accomplished their mission. They managed to help every hero in trouble and carried them to safety. Now everyone was finally all together. Lois had been in a very difficult situation, but she was fine now. She wasn't hurt at all. After the brutal attack in his altered consciousness, Jong-gyu was sweetly sleeping it off. Alvin wanted to say that he was all right too. He said he could easily stand up to the angels, but his lies were exposed by the blood rushing from his mouth. The dragon realized that the Lord was only pretending to be strong. Kim Jin-seok was the only one on the team who was hurt the most. The master was in critical condition and was slowly dying. The dragon girl took charge and gathered to heal the master so that the others could rest. Not much time had passed after the fight, but Yun-jae still couldn't recover. He couldn't believe that everything had ended so well. If it wasn't for the dragons, the whole team would have been dead long ago. Suddenly, one of the dragons approached the hero and held out his hand. He introduced himself as Abraham. He already knew that the boy was a human key. The girl who helped Kim Jin-seok had the human name Mara. Eden and Galleon, whom the hero had seen once before, came to help the team. Mara didn't understand why her partner was introducing everyone by name. Abraham hadn't seen humans in a long time, so he said he wanted to try to do things by their rules. Here was the territory of the dragons. They hardly ever left it, nor did they invade anyone else's. It was a rare situation where the boys interfered with anything. The young man revealed that the reason was because the Heavenly King had broken the rules. Being in the key area and Kim Jin-seok receiving treatment was also a violation of neutrality. But what was scarier was that the Heavenly King had broken the order and personally summoned a huge army. No one knew how he opened the dimension, but it wasn't supposed to happen. Originally, the head of the Archangels Gabriel and the Archangel Michael may have been in the reverse world. But from the heavenly world, 4 more archangels came after them. Raphael and Uriel were defeated. Michael was different from the other archangels. This man, formerly in intelligence, was also a good fighter, but he ended up like this. If the angels brought the archangels and pressed on, the heroes wouldn't stand a chance. So Galleon asked how much time the boys needed. The heroes could interfere in the affairs of the human clan outside of the territories, meaning they could interfere as much as they wanted in the intermediate lands. In this way, the dragons could buy time. The more time the heroes had, the better the situation was, so Galleon allotted 3 years. If more was needed, he could consult with the other dragons. Yun-jae realized that most likely Metatron and the angels were avoiding direct contact with the dragons. It was the best of the worst, so after a little thought, the boy agreed and asked the dragons to take care of it. Now the guy's task was to clear all the monsters in the area, so the clan members could now rest easy and return. Their next meeting was to take place in 3 years. The situation was a little confusing. Once the guys would wake up, the hero was going to take Alvin, Jin-seok, and young Ji-yu to go back. But he was still curious as to why Lois hadn't escaped. The girl's face grew sad. She thought she could at least reduce the number of angels. She was a very important part of the team, just like the others. Yun-jae asked her to just try to survive next time after all. That was what fighting was for. Lois was very pleased. She said that the guy wasn't a husband and father for nothing. The hero was always called a member or a key, but he had completely forgotten that he was also a member of the family. He missed being called husband and daddy. Meeting with the angels, Galleon informed them of the 3-year delay. The king saw it as a threat, but it all depended on how the Lord took the news. This made Michael very angry, and he drew his sword and was about to lash out at the dragon, who thought he was safe and was talking too much. But the King of Angels stopped him immediately. Metatron promised to wait 3 years, and only then the dragon was sure they would fulfill their promise. There was nothing more to talk about, so Galleon disappeared immediately. Michael didn't understand why the Lord was so quick to agree to the dragon's words, since Uriel and Raphael were dead. In fact, if they refused, they would probably not be able to resist the dragon's power. The angels had been waiting for a very long time, so the king was going to wait a little longer for victory. Besides, he was sure that the humans had not killed the archangels by their own strength. The key was strength, but it was obvious to the Lord that the dragons had intervened in the battle. In 3 years, just as they wanted, the king was going to destroy first the humans, and then tear the dragons themselves to shreds. Metatron has been alive for a long time, and his emotions have already been erased. Michael's comrades were dead, and for the first time he was given a sentence. The king had to hold out on this thirst for revenge for 3 years, for it was the way to create a new empire. When Jong-gyu found out about what happened when the bloody sword possessed his mind, was very upset. The boy apologized to all the team members for his behavior. The young man felt very sorry, tears streaming from his eyes. He promised to give up that sword, keeping it to himself, the boy would only hurt everyone. Everything was fine and Lois didn't hold a grudge, but Jong-yu considered it his end. He thanked his partners for everything so far and apologized again. All this time, Lamar had been talking to him constantly. He desired the young man's body and was about to consume his consciousness. All this was causing the boy great pain. In the battle with Raphael, Jong-yu had been thinking about the need to win by any means necessary, and because of that, he had teamed up with Lamar. It was obvious that if the young man continued to use the sword, everyone would be in even more trouble. Suddenly, Lois told him that she had heard his voice too, at the moment of joining forces with Laran. He was saying that in exchange for the warriors keeping his body, the Lord was going to get his hands on something important. None of that mattered right now, so Yunjae interrupted their conversation. He said that if the partner was scared at the moment of suppression, he could run away as much as he wanted. When the hero first came to this world, met Warlock, battled Satan, and met Metatron, he was very afraid. However, nothing could be done by being afraid of what had not yet happened. If Jong-yu wanted to keep fighting with his comrades, to come out victorious in the battle with himself, U-Team would help him. With only 3 years left, the boy was needed by everyone. Yunjae would be happy to fight with him on the battlefield. The boy couldn't hold back his emotions and cried. He was incredibly happy to feel the great support from his closest friends and promised to try harder from now on. So 3 days passed, during which Alvin woke up and realized the situation. The heroes headed back. It was very hard for the wounded to return, and they had to carry the unconscious Kim Jin-seok on their backs. Most likely thanks to the help of the dragons, the boys didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Their path was calm and measured. So, having found the shard, the heroes found themselves back in the Skyscraper clan. All of them returned alive, but the battle with the angels had taken its toll on them. When he heard what had happened, Arkan understood everything. The fact that the team had returned alive and found the shard was already a great achievement. The Lord thanked the boys for their excellent work. When everyone had dispersed, the clan leader revealed that the shard had been stolen very carefully. He'd sent 5 or so ranchers to do a thorough sweep of the area. Arhan even went there personally, but never found anything. That was why he was so happy that the guys had brought the second shard. Yunjae didn't hesitate and decided to go there personally. The next day, when it was already dark outside the window, the hero packed a bag with everything he needed and set off. In the corridor, he ran into his partner and said that he had to go somewhere for a while. The guy didn't bring his friend with him because he had a reason. Jong-yu stayed behind to have time to read up on his problem. After a long and grueling trek, Kim Jin-seok decided to visit an old buddy. The first face he saw today turned out to be Baek Cheon. Judging from the way he talked, he could definitely live. The gentleman was shocked that he missed the whole 10 days and slept through the team's return. If he had continued to bat, he would have surely died. He thought that fighting the Archangels was truly insane. Even Jin-seok wasn't capable of it, but that was why he had come. The master came with one request. He needed something with which he could withstand Michael's flames. The shape wasn't important. The item just had to withstand it. Baek Cheon knew that Michael was one of the Archangels who used Hellfire. It wouldn't be very easy to get a weapon against him, but the Lord couldn't accept that his friend had been brazenly humiliated. The hero's journey was incredibly interesting. He could smell dead people in the forest, but they were wary of him and hid in the thicket. The young man was helped by the energy he surrounded himself with for safety. When the hero finally reached the dungeon, he immediately went downstairs. Previously, it was incredibly difficult to reach this place, but now it was no big deal. The atmosphere inside the cave was a bit frightening. There were pools of blood on the floors and white feathers scattered everywhere. The boy assumed that humans and angels were fighting in there. Entering through a secret exit in the ceiling, the hero finally found himself in the shard's storage area. This time, the sacred place was empty, and Arian did not meet him. Suddenly, another giant came out to the hero and asked what kind of treatment the boy wanted. The young man replied that he wished he had not been ignored. The giant recognized the human Ki, who was the next generation of Jahar. The Lord was sure this place was not what the boy had come for. Yunjae asked for help and said that the shard was already in the hands of the angels. Metatron broke the rules and brought a huge army to the backworld. The heroes managed to get a truce thanks to the Dragon Galleon, but the hero didn't think it was fair. The boy wanted to know what way the shard could be used. After receiving approval from above, Garan began to train the hero. He said that in order to take the power of the shard and use it, it was necessary to pass a severe test. All this time, the master was pointing a long energy spear at the young man, which was pointing straight at his head. He was worried about whether the boy would be able to withstand this ordeal. But Yunjae was going to try his best. Meanwhile, Jong-yu challenged Alvin to a practice fight and asked him to chop himself up if anything went wrong. Mr. Walker was pleasantly surprised that he was the one called. During this fight, the young man was going to awaken the powers that were forbidden within. He promised himself to defeat Lamar and end this fight forever. When Yunjae least expected it, Mr. Garen dealt him a heavy blow. The boy flew aside with force and hit his head against the wall. The giant said that in order to properly utilize his skills, the boy needed to know more about the power of the shard. That was why the heroes had come for help. He had been fighting Jiran for days but had never heard the information. The giant was doing everything by the book. If Yunjae quickly learned the power of the shard, he wouldn't be able to use it. It didn't matter how many times the young man would learn the information. He had to learn the power himself. Deciding to give a hint, the king's vassal asked the young man how he would act if he had to defeat a man who thought the same way. The hero replied that he would have to spend a long time picking out his weaknesses. But the most interesting part began when Haral asked if the young man could cope if his opponent used the same amount of strength and tired at the same time. At that moment, the lord snapped his fingers and a stranger emerged from the thick smoke. Yunjae couldn't believe his eyes. His opponent was an absolute replica of him. The opponent was made of sand, but had the same skills and striking techniques as the hero. Fighting himself was harder than the boy thought. The sand copy exactly replicated all of the hero's abilities. If Yunjae saw his weaknesses and attacked, his opponent did the same. The young master's every strike did not lead him to victory. He had already stopped hundreds of blows, and it was getting harder and harder to concentrate. The boy began to notice more and more of his weaknesses. When the number of strikes equaled 1,000, the king's vassal immediately stopped the fight. This number was enough to test the ability of the human key. The sandy opponent immediately disappeared and the fight finally stopped. This battle was challenging enough for the hero, but the vassal told him to remember his life's journey. The lord said that the young man had developed differently from humans, had faced many enemies, and definitely knew about these situations beforehand. The vassal was sure that it was all due to the leading of his eye. At this moment, a sand funnel appeared in front of the hero again. A new clone had appeared. The purpose of this training was not to improve his combat skills. The one the hero had to defeat was himself. For the sake of the white robes, Alvin Walker went through incredible training. He did whatever was necessary to bear the weight of the white robes. The master strengthened his body to bear that weight. After seeing his tough workouts, Jongyu was shocked by the gorgeous body. The kid had to do the same thing to himself to become stronger. But simply training and improving the body was not the right approach. Mr. Alvin said the warrior had to defeat Lamar, who began the alliance with him. It was a crucial moment in the boy's double life. He had found out what was necessary to control the demonic power and what was necessary to control Lamar. There was no turning back. The warrior had to put an end to the inner demon. Jongyu was brave and had not been afraid of death for a long time. In one motion, he thrust the demon's sharp sword into his chest. The warrior finally understood his own desires and what he had to surpass. At that moment, a demonic image appeared in the boy's subconscious. The girl hadn't seen the swordmaster in a long time and didn't think he would have summoned her in such a way. The main reason for Jongyu's sacrifice was to get Lamar's power. It was no problem at all for her. The young man only had to give her his body. The bloodthirsty inner demoness had already looked at the boy's memories and feelings, and realized that he wanted to become stronger than Yunjae, or wanted his strength to exceed that of a human. The young man wasn't ready to give her his body, but that wasn't a problem for the demon either. The boy could easily use another way, throw Lamar away and train for 100 days like he was about to die. Lamar's power couldn't just go to even such naive fools. All Jongyu wanted was to stay alive, to protect the people he cared about with his own hands, and to live together even with those he hated. Daredevil wanted his life back, but he needed power to do so, so he turned to the demon for help. This all only amused the girl. Such an offer was absolutely not favorable for her. As they drew closer to the demon, the young man told her that when they merged, he felt her agony. Lamar's torment was also very hard. The boy said something that made the girl recoil and wonder greatly. The demoness was furious. If the swordmaster took another step, she would suck all of his blood. Jongyu was not afraid. He too had seen her memories, a past in which the sword with his own ego was too weak. Lamar didn't want to be alone, but because of her own weakness, no one wanted her. At one point, she thought that if she drank blood and hoarded her strength, she would gain value, and her loneliness would fade. Eventually her master died, and rumors spread around the world that she was a demonic sword. People wanted to take possession of the girl and make her even stronger. The young warrior was the same way. He didn't want to be alone either, so he was obligated to become stronger. The young man asked Lamar for help so that he could be together from now on. This made the demoness laugh even more, and she pulled the bloody sword from her chest. She considered the boy to be the weakest of all the swordsmen who held it. That was why Lamar decided to do as her master said, to test his mettle in such a battle. She suggested that the boy try to defeat her. In order to defeat himself, Yunjae had to anticipate actions. At the most crucial moment, he began to think about what kind of punch his copy would use, a top-down or a cross-kick. At that moment, the hero realized that his enemy was going to use a direct attack. When the sandy youth was very close, the real boy dodged the attack in a flash and ran away. It seemed that everything was already behind him, and the hero began to make steps towards victory. But suddenly the boy was defeated. The enemy thrust his sword right into his throat. Suddenly, something happened that no one could have expected. Yun-jae was back on the battlefield, where the enemy was about to strike a blow that the hero had literally just dodged. It was now clear to him that he had seen the future. Thanks to what he saw, the guy deftly dodged the already past attack and immediately made a fantastic strike. It was unthinkable. The head of the sand clone flew aside. The victory was on the side of the protagonist. Mr. Garan was satisfied. Finally, the young man understood what the power of the shard was. It was now known to Yun-jae that it was a key that went against time, that is, possessing an ability. With the help of this power, the hero could foresee the future. The book did not describe in detail the new skill he had acquired, but now the young man was able to stand in the way of any sworn enemy. The power of the shard manifested differently depending on the user. In Yun-jae's case, it was time. He could palpate the situation that would come in the future in advance. It was different from normal viewing. The warrior could experience what would happen a few seconds later as if he had already experienced it once. He could experience seeing, hearing, smelling, and even death beforehand. From now on, Jaren was going to nurture those feelings in the boy. He ordered him not to use techniques like time reversal or time stopping. The hero was to rely entirely on the sensations of the shard within. The giant immediately engaged in battle with the human key. Yun-jae had to fight not for life, but for death. After all, just the line between life and death would be a great training for him. The king's vassal brutally struck his opponent with a huge iron spear, but despite the difference in size, the hero managed to avoid the attacks. It was still hard for him to get used to the new sensations, but it was only a matter of time. Fully focused on what he had felt earlier, the boy bravely rushed at his opponent. He struck a strong blow with his sword, but it was as if the Lord had foreseen this moment and immediately repelled it. Losing control of the situation, Yun-jae was unable to resist the giant and weakened his strength. He received the strongest blow that made him fly aside. At that moment, the timing skills that the hero had gotten were triggered. He found himself right in front of his huge enemy, and his head was immediately pierced by a sharp spear. One boy's death was already counted. The moment the hero, even though he didn't know the future, couldn't avoid it, he palpitated death. It was frustrating, but the guy didn't have to think about seeing the distant future. He was not a soothsayer. At least for a second, Yun-jae could create a future that could be changed. This process was quite difficult, but the brave warrior was going to try. After all, he had already suffered enough torment because of a future he couldn't change. Jaren knew that this power was perfect for the boy. When he wanted to attack head-on, he suddenly noticed that the young man was already behind him. The young master saw his target and saw no obstacles. The young man swung his sharp sword and tried to hit the giant, but he dodged sharply. His strength had reached a good result in a short period of time. This was much more interesting than Jaren had thought. Meanwhile, with no small amount of effort, Jongyu finally defeated the demon inside him. He could still hear Lamar's voice, who didn't expect that the boy wasn't going to attack, but was just coming closer and closer. Now the demon trapped inside the sword was not alone. Having established contact, now they could go to the vastness of the back world and walk together to the very end. Time flew by, and soon 3 years had passed. Jongyu continued to train on monsters, testing his abilities. He put a lot of effort into defeating a gang of goblins. Surprisingly, the boy had become very weak, but Lamar thought he was an idiot. It was all the young man's body could do to withstand the demon's power. All the while, the guy spent his time following his goals. By mopping up the space of the reverse world, he was going to become as strong as possible. The entire fearless team fought to overcome the weight of their own strength. Each of them developed their skills to reach the limit to perfection. For 3 long years, there was not a single day that the masters of their craft did not train their bodies and temper their fortitude. Any obstacle was within their reach. They were developing, so that they would never lose again. Their abilities reached perfect form. Their striking techniques were honed to perfection. The heroes strove for a goal to lead all, to change their own past into the future. After long and grueling training, Jiran had to appear in front of Yun-jae in his true dragon form. Their battles had allowed the young man to fundamentally change his body and mind. It was a long-awaited victory for the protagonist. He completely defeated Jiran in 1 second. The guy fixed the past and changed the future, but it had nothing to do with the present. The hero was going to fix the future that had become the past. He wanted to return everything and make sure that the family was alive. That's why the fighter got the time feature. Meanwhile, Arkin was doing the bookkeeping and signing papers. The academy report was over, so the head was writing the information. The Lord knew that Jongyu was fine and had almost complete control over Lamar's power. But the more important news of Yunjae's return made the clan head realize that the time had come. Throughout the time Jung-gyu was exploring the forest area, the bloody sword was talking to him. The Lamar inside him was saying that it took the incapable jerk too long to deal with the lowly snakes. Even though they were insignificant snakes, the guy still had a hard time controlling Lamar using his own strength. He felt like he was fighting underwater. The demoness imprisoned in the sword was displeased and called the young master an idiot. So far, Lamar had spent all her strength on this. She had not only taken the young man's body away, but also saved him. Throughout the time they had been working together, the girl had helped the warrior a lot. In 2 years, he had only reached this level of ability, but to fight the angels, he had to try much harder. After a while, when Jung-gyu returned back to the Skyscraper clan, his sword sensed Yunjae's strange energy before the gate. The youngster didn't wait and flew into Archon's office and finally saw his old partner. The boy immediately pounced on his friend and started crying. For a long time, he had been waiting for Yunjae very much and longed to see him live. The boys had fought evil hand in hand for too long, and now their bond was unbreakable. Surprisingly, the hero spent about 2 years alone and changed a lot. All this time he was engaged in self-development and learned a way to use the shard. Upon hearing this, Arhan couldn't contain his emotions and started rubbing the young man so hard that Kim Jin-seok had to separate them. The master said that there was about a year left, so the boy needed a good rest. Before leaving, the teacher asked the young man to cut his hair, for they had become too similar. If the master was joking, then something interesting had really happened during the hero's absence. Jung-gyu said that since the kid was cracking jokes, he really didn't like it. The whole team started laughing loudly, but Yunjae was the only one who didn't understand the humor. Suddenly Lois said they all had a pinch in their hearts from worrying that something might have happened to the guy. But he had come back so manly and strong that the girl had relaxed immediately. Those words were pissing Alvin off. Suddenly Mr. Walker ran up to the hero and grabbed him firmly by the shoulder. He told the boy to get a good rest to see if his training had gone well. Studying the newspapers, Mr. Arhan laughed out loud. He was shocked that in times when he should have been stressed, celebrities were doing silly things. The representative of the academy, Jong Seong-hoon, strongly criticized the unsatisfactory Skyscraper clan. He believed that the Skyscrapers held the key and were trying to gain benefits not only for mankind, but only for themselves. The next day, the Skyscraper clan's party was on the occasion of training. The restless team members wanted to see a way to use the shard, but Yunjae was in no hurry to do so. At that moment, Lucy appeared in the hall. She reported that she had sent all the clan members outside, but things turned out a little differently for her. Mr. Walker had told her that there would be no special treatment, but the girl was not satisfied, for there was no need to vacate an entire hall for the sake of training 2 people. Lucy regarded the heroes with contempt. She said that if they were such incredible people, it would be better to fight in front of the clan members. It would help their training. Mr. Walker was tired of listening to stupid claims. It was actually different. All the members the clan had spent so long gathering would die. Soon, the installation of the protective barrier was completed, and the heroes were placed under the magic dome. It had been a long time since the partners had seen each other and fought in the same battle. For a long time, their skills had grown, so now they had to compete. Jung-gyu was no longer the snot-nosed boy who cried while trying to imitate his teacher. Thanks to his excellent connection with Lamar, he had become possessed and was perfectly capable of handling the demon's power. With 2 years of refinement, Yunjae had finally reached the limit of perfection in his abilities. He was an excellent fighter before, but with the power of the shard, his power equaled the boundless sky. 2 fantastic warriors clashed in battle. They crossed swords to start the fight. Despite their unbelievable battle intentions, they were really happy to see each other. The bloodthirsty Jung-gyu attacked first. He snapped out of his seat and gave his partner a bloody blow, but Yunjae professionally dodged the sword. It was impossible to defeat him with simple blows. Using all of Lamar's amazing powers, the youngster tried to hit his opponent at least once, but the protagonist easily dodged all the blows. The experienced fighter used all of his newly acquired skills. The master's evasive ability pissed Jung-gyu off greatly. The young man didn't realize how his enemy had been doing nothing but dodging for some time now. The hero was completely invulnerable and could anticipate his opponent's every move. This was the power of the shard he had discovered. Against such an ability, young Jung-gyu wouldn't be able to stand to the best of his ability. Unexpectedly, Mr. Alvin suddenly became very angry and lashed out at the young man. He activated his powers in a second and took on a garb with angel wings to punish the owner of the shard. Yunjae managed to repel the attack with his sword, but he didn't quite understand why the master had become so violently furious. In fact, Alvin Walker just wanted to clash and see what the young master was capable of. Lucy was dissatisfied with everything that was happening. Even though this man named Kim Yunjae looked strong, she was sure that the conversation would change once Alvin, who was the strongest even among the rankers, stepped forward. It seemed as if student and teacher had switched places. Alvin's strength had never been in doubt, however. Now he was inferior to his opponent in the use of skills. Young Yunjae had completely leveled up with his opponent. With all their strength, the heroes fought with all their combat power. Their magical attacks sent sparks flying in all directions. At all times, Mr. Elvin was the strongest, but now the opponents were equal. Seeing Archon on the battlefield, Lucy was immediately frightened and bowed to him. The Lord said that the girl had too bad an attitude towards that hero, who was the same ranker, but only kept everyone waiting. Lucy and all the clan members were very strong, but the density of that man named Kim Yoon-jae's time-filling experiences was different from the rest. In the midst of the fight, the Golden Lion suddenly decided to stop it. That was enough. The Lord suggested that the guys put someone down after they arrived to calm down. Such a check was enough, but Alvin didn't really want to stop. He decided to hit his opponent one last time. Arhan ordered the fight to stop immediately, because the guys wouldn't be able to cross swords every time they met. At that moment, Kim Jin-seok decided to join in and test his strength. The constant training was getting to Lois, so this time she couldn't take it anymore and yelled at the guys. She ordered the two of them to finish the fight immediately and calm down. When the whole team was already heading for the exit, Yoon-jae suddenly turned around and noticed Lois figuring something out loudly with Alvin. They were arguing heavily, and some of the words could be heard. When he turned around the next time, there was peace and harmony between the guys. In a second, they were already smiling at each other and looking at each other with loving eyes. Their strange relationship always caused a storm of emotions. Lois had always been very reserved on positive emotions and was constantly rude, but at this moment it was as if her heart had melted. Alvin gently stroked her cheek, and Yoon-jae realized that he had seen something strange. Unexpectedly, the loving couple suddenly voiced that they were now boyfriend and girlfriend. The main character was surprised only because he thought they had been dating for a long time. The thing was, Alvin wasn't doing anything about it, and the boys agreed to meet again after returning to their world. If only for the sake of his family, for the sake of Young-gyu, Lois, Alvin, and everyone here, the hero owed it to himself to go back. It was important for Archon to know if Jung-gyu had gotten better, and Yoon-jae told him that the danger from before was gone. The young man had gotten stronger and had become a bit of a friend to Lamar. The young man was pleasantly surprised that his partner had bonded so closely with the demonic sword, even though he had fought very honorably himself. The power of the shard did incredible things to him. Arhan had known about it for a long time. Even though it wasn't very noticeable, the clan leader could see that the young man was moving slightly ahead of Alvin and Jung-gyu's attacks and succumbing to them. The bloody sword wielder was also excited about such an exciting battle. The young man had a lot of new sensations that he hadn't encountered before. He felt like he was fighting in a different space. In any case, the clan head called the guys over to do something. While Yoon-jae was away, Melon had changed a lot. A lot of clans had united, and for the sake of preparing for the battle with the angels, a lot of participants had gathered. So, an academy was founded to unite the people gathered there. But the people there knew almost nothing about Yoon-jae. To them, he was just a ranker-level person. There were forces that did not trust the hero and wanted to hold him back. Therefore, the Great Archon wanted to ask the boys for a favor. Before fighting his enemies, one needed to know about his allies. The clan leader wanted the boys to go to the academy. Since they were back, they would warm up, train, and help out a little. Training people was only a superficial goal. After a while, the heroes still came to the academy building that had been built in just 2 years. The task of the chapter was a bit tiring for Yoon-jae. He didn't understand why it was assigned to him. At this moment, Jung-gyu assumed that this assignment was most likely to get rid of a person named Jung Seung-hoon. This was something the young hero definitely didn't expect. He had never heard this name before. This person used to be the master of the clan called Fate, but now he was absolutely against the Skyscraper clan in every way. The master was watching the situation and waiting for the moment to seize power. It was going to be over in a while, so Yoon-jae didn't understand what kind of power Jung Seung-hoon wanted. It was obvious that Arhan wanted to take the chance to brag about an experienced warrior, and at the same time, punch the envious man on the nose. The former master of the Fate clan was unhappy that the master had asked to invite mentors to the academy, but after 3 weeks, he replied that they were Kim Yoon-jae and Jung Ji-wyu. The aide said that there were rumors that after the massacre of Jeffrey and the Demon King, Yoon-jae disappeared for 2 whole years. Jung Ji-wyu was said to have used a sword that was mad with blood. The Lord had to add some rumors too, for all the news was only for the better. He asked to tell all the mentors to give a solemn welcome to the newcomers. At the entrance to the Hero Academy building, a serious burly man blocked the way. He stopped them to check their documents, because they didn't let everyone inside. Recognizing the new recruits and the boys, Cho Woo-mong indicated that he was the head mentor, and was now the boss of the newcomers. Even though one of the heroes was a key, the Lord thought they were pathetic brats with no experience. The boss was very harsh, and didn't even treat young boys with ceremony. He didn't know how they got to the top-level coaches. But such tricks wouldn't pass in the academy. The heroes should have followed their mentor, but were stuck in a stupor for a while by this manner of communication. They didn't expect people at the academy to be so rude from the doorstep. Young Q said that they didn't have any information about the next steps since it was their first time coming to this place. Despite the respectful communication, Zhou Wu Mong replied that it was too noisy and asked the little brat to shut his mouth. Such rudeness made the young man furious, but Lamar inside the sword was even angrier. The demon was offended by such words, but the boy tried to calm him down by saying that what he said to him was not addressed to the sword. Since Yunjae wasn't going to be kind and obedient, his partner suggested that he get into trouble. If they were going to fight the person in charge anyway, it was possible to create trouble from the start. Lamar was a great provocateur, which is why he and the host became friends. The protagonist suggested to deal with what was about to end as soon as possible, and to leave the academy. The demon imprisoned in the sword was greatly confusing the young man's thoughts. He said that Zheng Yu had made the right choice and had to follow other instructions from now on. There was a special bond between them. Suddenly, a young boy approached the mentor and asked what principle they used to choose their chief. Putting his sword to his throat, he was about to do something terrible. The possessed young man suddenly felt as if he had lost his mind and followed the sword's instructions. He asked if he could take over from now on if he went after the chief and cut the throat of the chief. They both disliked each other, but Zhou Wuman suggested the guy let the words pass his ears, as long as one of them wouldn't die. Even though the youngster wouldn't be able to kill all the people here, his plan was different. The demon sword wielder was going to make sure that at least the boogeyman couldn't stay with all his limbs. Zheng Yu spoke perfectly and had full confidence in Lamar's strength. Mr. Mentor showed the heroes the steamer to the restrooms. There at the end on the first floor of the building, in the leftmost room was the place where they were to live. Rejoicing at the distribution, the partners went to their room. The warden realized that there would be a lot of trouble with these guys. On the way back, he had to be careful. When the boys went inside, they were literally stunned with surprise. The room was incredibly beautiful, with expensive furniture and jewelry glistening in the sun. It was obvious that the academy was rich in money. At that time, Zheng Yu wanted to land in his soft bed with a sprint, but suddenly a member of the academy came to them. The higher-level mentors hadn't rested yet, but they were already being summoned. The academy was to hold a demonstration of the mentors, so the heroes were urgently led to the main one. Mr. Ruslik was already waiting for the members who had arrived from the Skyscraper clan. The boys came right after that man after they were summoned, but the master was not pleased. He said they should have come even before they were called. No sooner had they gotten inside than Ruslik immediately barraged them with insults and accusations. He said that they had become mentors, but didn't know the rules at all. In addition, he was not satisfied with the number of abilities of the newcomers. Unable to stand such nonsense, the guys laughed at the top of their voices. Zheng Yu told his buddy that they were too weak and should have practiced hard first. The whole thing was really hilarious to them. Mr. Wolverine was immediately angry because he took their laughter personally. He grabbed Yunjae by the scruff of the neck and wanted to hit him, but it didn't matter anymore. The hero asked why they had been summoned, because they couldn't stay in the dark. There was a class where the mentors showed their strength in practice. The high-level participants gathered here were stronger than other people, but they couldn't reach the ranker level yet. Ruslik said that in the process, the mentors showed on their own bodies what a truly strong contestant was. All this was strange, because the participants were supposed to be trained before the heroes came. For starters, the fights were to be held after half of the teaching staff had been eliminated. The gentleman was going to take questions later. It was noticeable that he had decided to teach a lesson. Without a second thought, Zheng Yu offered his candidacy to team up with Yunjae so that everyone else would attack them. Be that as it may, the two of them were going to battle against high-level mentors. The participants were eagerly awaiting the spectacle of looking at the key's abilities. Some of them didn't believe the boy could win, while others even saw the partners for the first time. Since the academy was going to test the newcomers, Zheng Yu was going to show the meaning of the strong member status, since Ruslik was unaware of it. The young master was literally enjoying the manipulation. Mr. Ruslik also decided to bring out 2 people at a time. In order to test the new recruits' abilities against the 2 top-ranked mentors, he summoned Marin and Leon from the crowd. The opponents were ready to fight. Yunjae told his partner that he didn't have to fight alone. The 2 guys could finish faster. Zheng Yu refused to help. He was going to fight alone. All this time, there were rumors about him, that the boy was a Key 6, stuck to Arhan, a psycho with a demonic sword. The young man was going to prove to everyone that he was a worthy participant. Lamar fully supported him, and asked him to show his abilities to the lousy men who would never put her down. The 2 cruel mentors armed themselves with cold weapons and rushed into battle. Zheng Yu didn't hesitate and charged back at them. He was capable of more than they expected. It didn't take the boy more than 2 arm movements. At breakneck speed, he chopped down 2 opponents at the same time. Thanks to Lamar's strength, there was no flaw in his skills. Impatiently, the guy looked forward to the other contestants against him. He was sure he could deal with another 20 people. The situation was heating up, so suddenly a gentleman from the crowd agreed to go up against a new recruit. The weakest mentors had been before, so no one knew yet what would happen next. The young man had heard many rumors about Zhongyu and his demonic sword that controlled blood. It was too much for the possession of someone like a hero. Daredevil rushed to the attack and wanted to win to take Lamar's sword, but his opponent suddenly disappeared. The possessed young man appeared as suddenly as he disappeared. With a deft move, he dealt critical damage to his enemy. The ruthless Bloodsword Master didn't even have time to draw his weapon, but he managed to deal with 3 top-level tutors in one go. It seemed impossible, but his strength exceeded all human capabilities. Rustic was shocked by the capabilities of the newcomer, and he couldn't believe his eyes. He could not believe his eyes. Not even the highest-level mentors had achieved such rapid results. The gentleman received an offer he could not refuse. The young man offered him to fight a whole team of 20 men against him alone. At this rate, the disciples would begin to think of the leader as a weakling. The rest of them rushed into the fight in case they were allowed to kill even Yunje. The young warrior wasn't even afraid of the crowd of mentors, no matter what rank they were. He was even more comfortable fighting this way. Left alone with his opponents, Zhongyu utilized Lamar's incredible powers. The strongest demonic strike was able to capture every mentor that surrounded the boy. The others also tried to attack and used their greatest strengths to take down one person, but their numerical advantage didn't save them. The bloodthirsty warrior managed to overpower the whole crowd in a second. Mr. Rustic couldn't believe what was happening. This was very different from Zhongyu's abilities that he had heard about. He had to do something, or he wouldn't be able to look the head of Yung Seong-hoon in the eye. The fight was too boring. As soon as Yunje relaxed and yawned, the mentors pounced on him like a pack of jackals. Now it was the young master's turn to have fun with the dogs of the academy. Ri Cha-hong didn't understand what would change if Zhongyu and Yunje went to this place. After all, this place was actually tantamount to an enemy camp. The deputy just hadn't seen them fight. Arhan told him that no one of Kim Jin-seok's or Alvin Walker's level could attack those two. The master had given them something just in case, so everything was fine. All the heroes, whether knowing it or not, were under the influence of Jang Seong-hoon's brainwashing. If those two went there and made a ruckus, Ri Cha-hong was sure it would cause the opposite effect. That was why the clan head had sent them. Because if the participants didn't see Yunje's strength, there were still chances of winning. If the clan wanted to gain the trust of the people of the academy for a long time, they would have many ways to do so. But things were different now. The heroes needed to unite quickly within a short time and fight, ready to die. It was obvious that the enemies would doubt the credibility of his opponent. And at this point, instead of showing people friendliness and gaining their trust, it was better for the hero to show superior strength and win even more of their faith. The battle looked like a gang of bad guys caught in a hurricane that blew them off their feet. It seemed unreal, but the young hero was throwing his opponents apart in no time. It was time to finish looking at each other. So Yunje stopped the fight. He extended a hand to his opponent and suggested that they stop their training there. Rusli had learned something from him this time. When the news of the loss reached the head, the Lord was furious. The Lord didn't understand how 20 people could lose without even fighting. He scattered the dice and ordered Rusli to just disappear. For this loss, Rusli was humiliated and insulted. He said that the opponent was very strong and the swords didn't even touch him. This nonsense was of absolutely no interest to Jang Seong-hoon. He yelled at the top of his voice and ordered to bring the results. The master said that his subordinates could have killed those freaks or brought them to a state of death. It was as if Rusli had been replaced, and he began to question whether it was really necessary to destroy the new arrivals. If they were that strong, then they were believable. After saying that, the academy head wanted to punch him. Suddenly, one of the chapter officers calmed him down and suggested his plan. He whispered that if the newcomers could not be defeated by force, they must have other weapons on them. Late in the evening, Yunje went out for a run while his partner was sweetly sleeping. Yunje chose a good time so that it would be quiet and no one would bother him with their conversations. Suddenly, the hero noticed a strange gathering of people where they didn't even hide their magical power. He hid behind a corner and overheard their conversation. His surprise was not limited when he found out that they went even to such a thing. The boy returned to his room at dawn, and his partner woke up immediately and asked him where he had gone in the dark. Yunje closed the shutters of the windows and said he had gone for a walk and sent the boy to bed. That day, the heroes who arrived at the academy were training the students to fight. They listened to all the teacher's instructions and tried their best to fight to become stronger. The first-class masters were given a task to practice. They were tasked with teaching the students the simplest things. Looking at the list from top to bottom, Zhongyu still didn't understand what was to be done. The training session was fairly quiet and peaceful until the doors opened and a crowd of people poured in. led by Jung Seung-hoon. His bespectacled assistant walked behind him and unwittingly followed orders. All the students bowed at the head's feet before his majesty. It was a rule invented by the head of the academy himself, and failure to do so would result in severe punishment and expulsion. When Jung Seung-hoon approached the guys, he immediately found Jung Ji-wyu among them and swung his hand at him. Yoon-jae couldn't bear the insolence and immediately stopped the gentleman's hand. Being a senior master, the hero wasn't going to let anyone hurt his partner. He said the master had to explain what was going on. Jung Seung-hoon said that the six had done monstrous things and held out a piece of paper. The master was sure that the despicable Arhan would do such a thing. The picture showed the corpses of innocent people who were bleeding. The head recognized that Jung-yu was wielding a demonic sword. During every battle, he went crazy, and the mentors who participated in the show fight said the same thing. The heroes denied everything and said that the abilities were to blame. Then the head showed a picture from a camera capable of capturing a special demonic energy. It captured an ability related to blood. Jo Woo-man said that Yoon-jae's six killed the academy students at night because the hero flatly denied all the accusations, even after seeing all the evidence with his own eyes. The head of the academy couldn't wait any longer. He ordered the newcomers to tell the truthful reason for their appearance. He suspected that either the six had gone mad and made a fuss, or it was an order from Archon. The academy's management community had prepared a lot of evidence to accuse the newcomer of using the demon sword. There were witnesses that indicated that the young man was the murderer of several students. The Lord even had witnesses, and the young heroes continued to refuse. As a final show of concern, the head even led them to a place where no one was present. Since no excuses worked, the young man had no choice but to reveal his identity. He pulled out his sword, the demon's energy surging out of it, and offered to talk to the demon himself. The gentlemen couldn't believe their eyes and were stunned with horror. The demon's energy swirled above them, capable of killing each of them in a second. Now each of them was in danger from Lamar's bloodthirsty clutches. A terrible power took over the entire space in the room, but no one was familiar with this energy. When Lamar was finally ready, she stepped outside and greeted the people who wished for her appearance. In the reverse world, there was no power more powerful than that of the blood demon. The girl filled everything around her and increased in size. She wrapped the head of the academy with her energy and lifted him into the air. Lamar would never take a chance on such useless creatures. She supposed that to humans she seemed like nothing more than scum, devouring everything in its path. The savage pain made the men realize the demon's true power. The bloodthirsty demoness was about to chew up and swallow the people there, but her pressure was already enough. So Jung-gyu urged Lamar back into the sword. When the demon released the pitiful souls of the men, the young man told them that he might have been at fault, but it was all strange. If Lamar went on a rampage, the entire academy would be his target. Suddenly, Jung-gyu turned to Jo Woo-man and told him to watch his words, or else confess that he had killed 20 people for the sake of catching one. The boy was determined and was going to use the power of his inner demon at every opportunity. If his enemy didn't want to admit it, he could feel the boy's anger. The angry boogeyman pulled out his sword and was about to pounce, but he was suddenly stopped by Yoon-jae. The hero ordered his partner to stop. Nothing would be solved if he performed so emotionally. There was another way to find out the real culprit and brighten the youngster's reputation. The protagonist pulled out a magic ball that projected a scoreboard and asked everyone to focus on it. This thing was given to him by Arhan just before he left. Master was sure that the jerk, Jung Seung-hoon, wanted to use the newcomers by any means possible, and would try to create something. The clan had warned that the people of the academy didn't know about Jung-gyu's ability to control Lamar's power. They didn't have a chance to use the hero, so they would try to make the demonic sword wielder the cause of what happened. For 2 years now, there had been rumors about the instability of the swordsman wielding Lamar. Most likely, the people of the academy spread them and believed them themselves. The Golden Lion had instructed him to go out every evening for a walk to explore the surroundings. The skyscraper clan head's words were all transmitted to the projector, but Jung Seung-hoon said that Arhan just felt inferior to him. This wasn't the end. Soon people would have to see and know everything. In the next movie that showed up on the projector screen, Jung Woo-man gathered the academy students in a deep forest and lined everyone up. These were students who had exceeded the academy's allowable penalty points, and 2 of them had failed to mentor them. The Lord couldn't believe that they were behaving like this just now. But still, thanks to this, the head would be able to destroy the 2 skyscrapers who came from the clan, so the assistant head thanked them. The guys were surprised and promised to try harder from now on, but their fate was sealed. The helpless students were not to be expelled. Their deaths were to benefit the academy. In the video, young Woo-man pulled out his sword and chopped 20 defenseless people. There was a lot of blood around. The master's plan was to make everyone believe that Jung-gyu was guilty. It looked like it was him. Now it was enough to leave only one piece of evidence. When the truth came out, Ruslik couldn't hold back his anger. Even though the academy was in an adversarial relationship with the skyscrapers, but killing the innocent participants was too cruel after all. They were students. This item was created by Baek Cheon, so the head asked everyone to shut up. The item could substitute memories and create lies, being an incredible creation. There were rumors among the students that it was like that. They said that Baek Cheon came back alive after the battle with the angels, so there was something to it. In this situation, it was impossible to agree by words, so the academy head sent his men to attack. The assistants had to be dealt with by the assistants, so Young Woo Man flew straight at Young Yu with fury. Waving their steel swords, the opponents fought as equals. They repelled each other's attacks and then fought again. The battle was going to be interesting because the young man had the hidden energy of a demon. After applying a few blows, Jung Yu made the enemy fall backwards. The master was very angry and tried to resist the boy with all his might, but the young master pressed with such force that even the sword felt strained. With another crushing blow, the young boy managed to break his enemy's sword into 2 pieces. From the strong energy, the lord flew back with force. Now he was completely unarmed and humiliated by the young boy. All the remaining disciples and assistant heads opposed the new master. They were determined and were about to destroy him. But Jung Yu threatened with his sword and warned that every attacker would die.
Suddenly, something happened that even the protagonist couldn't expect. Jung Seung-hoon possessed a crazy energy with which he surrounded the battlefield with a huge force that was impossible to escape from. Having created the perfect conditions for his victory, the head of the academy flew out to fight. He wanted to punish the guy who had lifted the veil of the murder mystery. It was just getting started. The enemy used his abilities and attacked with huge magic spikes, but it wasn't that easy to defeat Yun-jae. He easily dodged the attack and realized that his opponent had the ability to control space. This skill wasn't that threatening. The hero thought for a long time whether it was or not. But when he saw the ability, he immediately realized that he had once opposed such a one. The guy knew very well that the energy emanating from the enemy was the angel's magic power. When the Lord realized that he was finally exposed, he wasn't going to delay any longer. He decided to use his powers to the best of his ability to destroy the guy. Huge magical spikes emerged from the ground and appeared in a millimeter from the hero. They were capable of destroying him, but the brave warrior steadfastly held on. The shard skills allowed him to see the future, so the young man easily withstood everything. Chong Seung-hoon used all the techniques available to him, but all of his strikes passed by the experienced master. The master had already exhausted a lot of strength, but he didn't stop fighting for his honor. Despite all his efforts, the head of the academy stood in a stupor and didn't understand what he had to do. His opponent was doing fantastic things and saw through all the attacks and repelled every crushing blow. The battle for the Lord ended as quickly as his deeds were revealed. Yun-jae was a peerless fighter and spilled the blood of a man whose hands had killed 20 innocent lives. Seeing the blood, the other disciples immediately bowed down to the strong fighters. They said that they had no choice because of Jung Seung-hoon's despotic nature that made them do all this. Before the hero left, Rustic suddenly called out to him. The Lord was shocked that the head turned out to be of the angelic race, and now he didn't know what to do next. Yun-jae promised to bring his man to the academy and asked him to wait until then. The master was insanely grateful and bowed low to the boy for his help. A man became a teacher but could do nothing when his students were sacrificed. He would have nothing to say for himself, even if he had 10 mouths to feed. The hero realized that there was at least one person in the academy who was still sane. Even though all the bad things were behind him, he had to try to fix them. A few days later, the heroes returned to the Skyscraper clan again, where they were happily greeted by the head. He heard that the boys had done everything they needed to do this time too. Taking out another bottle of alcohol, Arhan said that he had sent a person there so there would be no problems with the disciples. He had also sent Baek Cheon there, so he could quickly find out who the angels were working on. The clan head was telling him that Jung Seung-hoon might have been in cahoots with the angels. He wasn't completely sure yet, so he waited for Yun-jae to go to the academy. At this point, the hero realized that the clan head knew of this outcome and kept silent. The Lord said that it was somewhat of a quarrel of the armed parties, but the boy was very angry because dozens of innocent people had died. Archon had nothing to do but apologize. He said that he had only guessed about the attack in the middle of the night, but he didn't think that the academy could have used the students. This blatant case made Yun-jae suffer a lot because of his dead family. He felt very hard about the death of innocent people. The young man blamed himself for pretending to be fair, having already come this far. The guy didn't want to save absolutely all people, but taking part in such brutal massacres was a hard task for him. Sometimes he got confused in his own thoughts and didn't know if he could fix everything. Since then, when the hero began to see the future coming a few seconds later, the dragon spoke to him. He knew about the power of the shard and said that there were times when even knowing the future could not change it. For the first time, the boy as a player hesitated to go back and change the past. Yoongi said that there were people the hero wanted to protect by going back in time, which meant he had to think only of them. Yun-jae wasn't the key or the savior of mankind. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to fulfill his wish. The young warrior had to work hard for his goal, for his partner would always follow him by his side.
Seeing the hero's longing, Arkan realized that he had placed too great a burden on him. Henceforth, the Lord promised to lighten them and resolve the issues related to the students in such a way that there would be no casualties among the innocent. After a while, the hero decided to go to Jinseok because there was only 1 year left. The young man thought that it would be useless to spend the whole year. The master received a suggestion to bat until one of them would fall. The teacher immediately realized that his student had definitely learned something while at the academy. No more innocent people could be sacrificed, so Yunjae wanted to fight because he needed confidence. After all, if the hero could defeat the strongest person, he could put his plan into action. This was a good reason for Kim Jin-seok to help his student believe in himself and change the past. He pulled out his blade and swung it at his young enemy. At this time, the academy was still training students, but now even Arkan himself was teaching them. He taught the inexperienced fighters the proper techniques of striking and sword position. Suddenly, all the experienced fighters who were training the academy students felt a strange energy in the air. Bloodsword immediately determined that those two people had started fighting. It was tense. The heroes decided to go there. The fight between teacher and student resembled a battle between real enemies. The combatants fought hard. Yunjae had been trained by the master, so he could easily dodge his blows, but the master wasn't going to give up. With great strength, the hero was able to make his opponent fly aside. The boy with great power struck with his sword, but the lord dodged, and the blow went straight into the ground. Teacher Kim Jin-seok was famous for being the strongest man for a reason. He had incredible power that was capable of creating tragedy. He rose high into the air and fantastic energy surrounded his body. The master was using real magic. The battle had been going on for a long time, but the fighters still could not neutralize each other. They fought steadfastly and did not concede victory. Even the teacher's secret striking techniques could not break the young hero. It was necessary to end the fight, but the passion between the opponents was only getting hotter. They were already seething with anger and suddenly jumped into the air to attack at the same time. Their attack patterns were almost identical. The collision between the student and the teacher led to a real magical catastrophe. A huge energy explosion appeared above the forest, which covered the entire space around with a dome. A strong flow of mana scattered in the wind throughout the forest. The skyscraper team was nearby at the time of the explosion and immediately felt the powerful energy. They began to doubt that it was sparring. What was more important was who would come out victorious. This fight was insane, for the student and teacher really had to go to such lengths for the sake of determining the strongest. They had their own reason for doing so. The moment either of them drew their sword, the blows of the person who could see the future and the person who could see the trajectory, having reached the speed of the sword, made contact. Every tiny movement was outnumbered by 10 or even 100 blows. Each put everything he had on the line. The opponents thought only of their own superiority, to outshine each other. It was only when one side achieved victory that the battle of these two was complete. In this battle, Kim Jin-seok lost no matter how hard he tried, and gave way to the young master Yunjae. No one expected such a final blow. The guys froze with surprise, for the entrenched teacher had lost the battle. In the end, there was such a result that made the team believe in a miracle. Tempted by the strongest hero, the sword immediately wanted to devour him. Jongyu had to refuse because he wasn't sure he could defeat his partner. The results of this battle would take the clan members to the grave with them forever. The battle left a huge mark on the history of the backworld, and the battlefield became a veritable crater in the middle of the forest. The battle was very hard, but it was worth it to give his best effort and use all his skills. Finally, Yunjae could just relax and enjoy the victory. This was true key strength. The clan members immediately swarmed over the boy like kites. Bei Qian arrived on the scene and asked the young hero to stay still. Even though he had won, he was also injured a lot. To begin with, the magician asked the young man to drink a strange potion. As soon as Yunjae opened his mouth and asked what it was, the master immediately poured the contents into his mouth. It was especially a medicine created in the White Tower. Now the young hero had to rest for a while. When he returned to the clan, he went straight to the academy, and after that he also tripled sparred with Jin Sok. This guy hadn't rested for a day, so Alvin carried him to his room. It seemed that the young man had something serious in mind, and before that, he should be allowed to rest. The boy was good at everything else, but he didn't know how to rest at all. In the subconsciousness of the hero, there were thoughts that it was impossible to rest for the sake of the family. Suddenly, the image of his wife, who was standing at the stove as before, appeared before him. She said that her husband looked very tired, and asked if everything was all right. Suddenly, her mood shifted and she began to scream violently. The girl demanded that her spouse exercise more, live on a schedule, and stop going to corporate parties. The young man could only smile at his wife's words. His great joy in life was his daughter, who always welcomed and saw him off to work with joy. In her childish, bright eyes, one could find any answers to difficult questions. Mina genuinely enjoyed every moment she spent with her dad, and Yoon-jae was happy to see her smile. Unexpectedly, the spouse handed the boy his present. Opening the box, he pulled out the diary with trembling hands. A lump in his throat prevented him from breathing. His emotions overwhelmed the boy more and more. Tears streamed from his eyes. The hero fell to his knees in pain and began to scream loudly. His heart was tearing apart. He missed his family too much. After a while, the hero woke up to the sun beating brightly in his eyes. He did not expect to be in the room and suddenly felt that he had some roll of paper on his nose. On the paper was a message from Bae Cheon. It seemed to the Lord that the young man had not rested at all, so he wrote that he had made him sleep for 3 days. Now the boy had gotten a good night's sleep and was now able to move again. Noticing his notebook, Yoon-jae thought of his family again. The diary that his wife had left behind was the only thing that allowed the hero to connect with his family in any way. On June 10th, the young man wrote that he had only received a notebook as a gift from his wife. He was already tired, and his wife was watching him like an eagle, so the guy didn't know how much of it would be enough to keep notes. Rereading the completed pages, Yoon-jae felt warm at heart, but he only in that instant realized his mistakes and realized that he shouldn't have shown his displeasure about the bad gift back then. On July 14th, he and Eun-gyeong went out for the first time in a long time. Mina went on a picnic, so the couple was alone for a while. It was the best day spent together. The guy enjoyed his wife. On September 5th, he and Mina prepared a surprise birthday party for Yoon General. There was a huge strawberry cake on the table that made people drool. When Mom came home from work, the boy and his daughter gave her a real surprise. They lit candles and met her at the door with candles for her to make a wish. Since April 3rd, Yoon-jae had missed his family. He tried to return to his normal life, even turning on the TV he hated before. As he continued to watch it, the young man slowly started laughing. The hero decided not to be sad much because of the thoughts of Eun-gen watching him. However, every day he spent alone, he missed her. The last page in the notebook contained horrifying information. Everyone the young warrior knew was dead. He was left alone and hid in the lands of the angels. The hero wanted to get a shard from their lands to change the situation somehow. The boy was discovered, but he continued to search for the location of the shard. Although he was hungry and it was hard, he was willing to endure it all for the sake of meeting Eun-gen. Yoon-jae was tired of living in hiding all the time. He wanted to give up, because he didn't know what he was looking for in this place. So much time had passed that the hero didn't even remember Mina and Eun-gen's voices. The battle he had gotten himself into had no end and no limit. All that was left was to wait for it to end. After all he had read, the boy was determined to change the past by all means and not fail in the future. His plans were to lead to another meeting with his family. When the young man arrived at Archon's office, the entire team had already gathered together. Bae Cheon had created the medicine, so the time of awakening had been determined in advance. The clan members were gathering because they had many questions for the young master. The clan head decided to address first. He said that during the battle, the strength of both of them was at a different level. Calling it a training session to compare strengths would be silly, so the Lord wanted to know what the reason was. The hero said that this battle was a test of capabilities. When it wouldn't even be 3 years yet, he was going to be the first to attack the angels. The heroes needed to make sure they won. A few days later, the heroes were getting ready to travel and put on all their battle gear. Yoon-jae was surprised that his partner wasn't worried at all. In fact, Jung-gyu was calm, because he was hand in hand with his master. Someday heroes had to do this. Inside his soul, the young man worried, but his partner had taught him that nothing would change from worrying. From this point on, the protagonist couldn't lose anymore. He was going to do everything not to screw up and get his hands on the opportunity to get his family back. Leaning his palm against the journal, he promised his wife to see her soon. Before departing, Arhan wished the team good luck and said that human life was more important than the shard. Yoon-jae asked not to worry and promised to come alive. Baek Cheon did his best and ordered him to come back with a victory. It wouldn't have been him if he hadn't asked his friend Jin Seok to come back and show his face one more time. Only the master didn't have to pretend like he was dying. Their relationship was indeed a bit weird and funny, but in fact these two were able to act as one organism. Their friendship was inseparable. Now the team, about to set out, could only wish them luck. They had a heavy burden on their shoulders, on which the fate of many depended. They did not doubt their decision for a second and were ready to fight. Meanwhile, Mr. Metatron was punishing one of his angels with bloodshed. He regarded all of them as traitors when they got behind his back. The Lord suspected that the angel might have been a henchman of the humans, sent by them. The aide tried to stop the king and said that he himself had asked him to stay out of the way. It was rebellion for the ruler too, so he shamelessly shredded the angel to pieces. Scarlet blood scattered in all directions. Michael realized the depth of the problem that was going on. He noticed that after the Overlord met with the key, he started killing the angels indiscriminately. This was too cruel and was causing great damage to the kingdom. There were rumors among the other angels that an angel serving the Lord of the Heavenly Worlds had died not long ago. The situation in the kingdom was making the servants very tense. Suddenly, someone grabbed Michael's shoulder. Turning around, he saw Archangel Gabriel behind him. The master noticed that his old friend was on his way to the temple and decided to talk. The Archangel sensed that lately the Lord had been behaving very strangely and was very worried. This created great tension among all the angels and archangels. At this point, Michael stuttered about the intermediate world and was lost in his own thoughts. Judging from the fact that even he was talking about it, Gabriel was convinced that everything that had been said was true. The Archangel knew that lately there had been terrible rumors and growing distrust. The angels said that the Lord of the heavenly worlds had become strange and that he did not value his subordinates. Angry Gabriel wanted to simply kill the angels spreading rumors. Metatron's cruel servant was sure that Michael was also pretending to think exactly the same way. This intention was because of the ordinary desire of ordinary angels. The angels said it had to be this way, for there was a little distrust inside. Gabriel immediately became furious and was about to tear off all the traitors' limbs and scatter them where the devil was buried. In the opinion of the Archangel, the ruler of the heavenly worlds was the heavenly world and the meaning of life of all angels and archangels. Even from Saint Gabriel came a wild desire to kill. Inside the Lord was a great desire for revenge on all those who pretended to be angels, speaking evil against such a Lord. It wasn't even funny, but an angel with the intent to kill looked even more ridiculous. Upon reaching the temple, Michael realized that things were getting very strange. Over the course of a few years, many angels had lost their lives. It couldn't go on like this without someone stopping the killings. At parting, Gabriel said that he had thought hard and decided to follow the rumors and kill all those who spread them. All this was unthinkable, for the master was going to spill the blood of his brothers. On the way to the mission, the heroes passed through a dense forest, but it was suspiciously empty. Jung-gyu talked about the strangely silent area, but monsters always came out after his remarks, so it was dangerous to talk about it. None of that mattered to Jung-gyu. He was taking this dangerous ordeal too lightly. What interested him most was that Alvin and Lois wouldn't be able to go on any more dates. All the silly jokes had bored Mr. Walker immensely. He had said they were here as representatives for the battle with the angels. But Lois wasn't satisfied. Dating was more than important to her. The girl took great offense and said that Alvin always had no time for dating, for he was always busy with his training. She knew right away that it would be like that. The role of a fighter's girlfriend was not an easy one. Even Jin Seok chimed in and said that if the guys didn't go on a real date, then there was indeed a problem. The whole team was now discussing Alvin's failed relationship. Only the protagonist wasn't thinking about relationships. He felt rather strange. If the diary was to be believed, the monsters should have appeared a long time ago. But the guy felt as if the whole forest was watching them. It turned out to be just as Yun-jae had thought. Ahead of the skyscraper team, the dragons were already waiting for them. They had long been aware of the people's intentions and had prepared the way for them. Their meeting was very unexpected, for the time had not yet come for it. The dragons asked why the humans had come earlier than 3 years, but the hero asked them in reply what was the reason for their visit. This was originally dragon territory, so there were no monsters. Galleon said that if humans had caught them, they would have died immediately, but they were all precious lives that the dragon had to protect. Mara assumed that the boys wanted to go in the direction of places run by angels. The hero thought it was okay to do that, because the 3-year limit the dragons said didn't apply to humans. It was indeed allowed. Galleon said that they unilaterally bought people time unilaterally for the sake of equal combat, so there was no problem. The snag was that the dragon doubted the men's strength. He wondered if the 5 of them could fight. The angels were very strong, and not everyone was capable of defeating them. Jin Seok said that this was their tactic. Even though the dragons were neutral, the humans couldn't reveal their strategy. In that case, Galleon couldn't stand to see outsiders invading his lands either. He was ready to send his team of dragons on defense to send the humans back. At that moment, something happened that no one expected. The dragon suddenly turned around and said that the angels dwelt in the other direction. The young man was going to at least guide the people to their destination. In fact, the dragons were keeping the balance. Mara said that the heroes were at a disadvantage now, heading for the angels. That was why the dragons were only going to escort them to Metatron's domain. On the way to the angels' domain, Mara began to flirt openly with Alvin Walker. She hovered around him and asked why he had nothing to say to his savior. Lois had been patient until the last moment, but when she saw the ugly girl hugging her boyfriend, she literally flared with anger. Mara had saved Alvin last time, and this time she wanted to kill him, because his girlfriend was capable of anything. Halfway down the road, the boys chatted, and the dragon girl told them that there were about 50 of them. They joked that Mr. Alvin would be ready to wipe them all out if anything happened. Soon the team came to the place where the angels' lands began. From the looks of it, there was nothing scary there, but it was obvious that the angels had put up barriers. Once the heroes were inside, it would be a completely different space. From that moment on, only the humans could decide if they wanted to know what was on the other side or not. The dragons couldn't go any further, so they wished the young heroes good luck and left. Now it was time for the skyscraper team to find themselves in a completely different world. They came as close to the border as possible, and at that moment, a strong wind began to blow. The bright energy blinded the heroes and opened a portal that concealed something else. A stunning world of angels opened before the heroes. At the foot of the mountains, there was a small town which was under the shadow of the mountain, hovering in the air. On the mountain was located the main temple of the ruler of the angels. This holy world was astonishing in its beauty. After seeing the Holy Lands, Yunjae finally found himself in the beautiful expanse of Lakia. The sight was breathtaking, for the angels had vast territories to fly. The temple was held by a golden sacred ring, which was chained to the ground. Now the heroes saw with their own eyes the goal they had been working so hard to reach. They had a plan by which the lands of the angels would be attacked. Meanwhile, Gabriel still kept his promise and followed the traitors of the head of the angels. He began to shed the blood of those who had spoken evil against the ruler of the heavenly worlds. The cruel archangel did it in full view of everyone, so that the other disciples could see his ruthlessness and be afraid. All those who were sick at heart about the story of the murders were immediately killed by the Holy Master. Those who would oppose the words of the Lord of the Heavenly Worlds were to face immediate death penalty. Saint Gabriel was so cruel, in spite of his wings, that he was ready to kill even his own brother if he was a traitor. He said that only those in whom fear had been planted were afraid. It was the sin of the angels who kept silent, even seeing all their irreverent actions. The Master punished all those who stood up against his majesty. The terrible deeds of Gabriel reached Michael. The angel was furious because ordinary angels were dying. The king's subordinates said that other angels were dying in Lakia, all at the same time and in different places. It could be a rebellion, or it could be an outside attack. The enraged angel ordered that the 1st through 4th squads be sent separately to the very borders on the 4 sides of the world right now. If it was a rebellion of angels, Michael gave orders to catch them and interrogate them. But if it was an invasion, the angel wasn't going to spare anyone. He was ready to deal with them personally. Meanwhile, Alvin Walker had cleverly infiltrated the angels' territory and was having fun with the employees. With his cold sword, he was chopping up anyone who got in his way. The Master was so ruthless that he did not fear even the Lord of the Heavenly Worlds. Suddenly, a whole crowd of angels guarding the temple ran out of nowhere. They were armed and were about to seize the intruder. Now Mr. Alvin would have to try hard to scatter the attacking angels. This was a true guerrilla invasion, so it wouldn't be difficult for the gentleman to outmaneuver them. He decided to act in a more unusual way than just going for a frontal attack, and ran away. Yunjae's plan was that the heroes were going to go in as guerrillas. In order to enter by defeating the many angels scattered throughout the village, they had no other way. The heroes were to split into 4 teams, travel east, west, south, and north, and then, when they found the shard, they would meet again in the forest. Alvin's road led east, Jongyu's and Lois's west. On the west side, the heroes found themselves in a very dangerous situation. An angry angel flew straight at Lois. The girl was completely defenseless because she had only magical protection and was unable to fight. Concentrating the energy into a magical core, the girl launched an attack at the enemies. Her power created a huge platform in the sky, which could easily crush all the angels. The magical platform with tremendous power and fell directly on the enemy angels. They couldn't even guess who they were facing in the battle. Lois possessed truly immense power. When her partner had seen the power with which she had defeated her enemies, he had been a little frightened. The guy began to wonder if Alvin would survive meeting her. Jin Seok and Yoon Jae went to the remaining east and south. They went to take revenge on Michael, who was going to do it himself. The strongest masters were willing to do anything to defeat the enemy army. The whole city was strewn with bloody corpses, and there was an atmosphere of death in the air. The news reached Michael, and when he saw the tragedy with his own eyes, he was furious. The aide told him that it was done by people who came from all sides of the world. The aide contacted Gabriel, who relayed that Michael was certain that the angels and humans were in secret collusion, and was now killing everyone. The angel had had too much of a share. What he heard made the gentleman even angrier. He was literally seething with anger. He realized that the people had come at the most opportune time for them. But the angel was doing other things. The casualty situation was disgusting. Buildings collapsed in the west, and there were angel casualties in the east and north. But the worst damage was from the swordsmen in the south. Michael was sure the key would want to take the safest route. There was Gabriel in the north, so that was all right. In that case, the only things left for the angel to take care of were the west and the east. With orders to gather and send fighters to the west and east, the Lord traveled south. There, the goal he had been striving for 2 long years was already prepared for him. If the swordsman was in the furthest place, the angel was sure it was Kim Jinseok. This time Michael was definitely going to put an end to this battle. At great speed, the Lord aimed for his main opponent. But as he approached the battle site, he discovered that Yunjae was the key. The angel froze in place and couldn't believe his eyes. But the hero had already anticipated this situation. Kim Jin was a very important person, so he couldn't waste all his strength here. Someone like Michael would be dealt with by the young hero himself. Since the key revealed itself on its own, the angel immediately snapped out of his seat to destroy it. The Holy Lord was heading into battle again and again. He wanted to make the boy regret everything he had done. But the brave hero was so strong that each time he pushed his winged enemy away with force. The master's blow flew straight at the angel, but he managed to dodge at the last moment, and the attack went straight at the innocent angels. The man's strength was far more powerful than he could have imagined. Michael ordered everyone to get out of there immediately, for the young man was not someone to be resisted. While he was busy giving orders, his young adversary had already escaped, but the Lord was not going to leave him alone. After sending everyone as far away as possible, the angry angel rushed in pursuit. He was not going to let his prey get away, so he flapped his wings with all his might. Thanks to his skills, Yunjae ran very fast and made maneuvers in the streets of the city so that the angel simply couldn't catch up with him. Michael was already very angry, but he had no choice but to keep chasing. At one point, the Lord simply couldn't stand it and used his magical powers to launch a stream of crushing energy at the fugitive. Anger wouldn't let him stop because the human key was an important item. The powerful celestial force flew straight ahead at great speed, the angels scattering in different directions to avoid being hit by it. Only the young hero remained cool. He didn't move from his seat and just waited. At the most unexpected moment, the guy deflected the attack and it boomeranged back to the starting point. Michael was hit hard and fell to the ground. Now Yunjae seemed like a real villain, but Angel seemed like that too. The young man could never forget the cruelty of the angels again. It was a nightmare to him that the minions of the Heavenly Lord were chasing and killing people who had escaped. They were advancing and crushing people. War was something a warrior had no choice about, but it was also something that made someone shed bloody tears. The guy wasn't ready to put up with that choice. He wanted to put an end to all the evil deeds of angels and archangels. A man who possessed unimaginable magical power and a man who was a heavenly creature clashed in one battle. Both of them carried enormous energy and were now ready to pounce on each other. The warrior tried to do his best. For the sake of the people he loved, and for the sake of those he had to protect, the boy raised his sword into the air and was going to finish what he had started. With a sharp sword, the hero cut the angel in two, scarlet blood gushing to the ground. Now Michael was finally punished for mocking God's innocent creatures, and there was no fear of his punishment. The cut place immediately began to glow with a bright flash that enveloped the angel. He didn't even have the help of heavenly powers to defeat it and stay on the dark side. Michael shouted loudly and tried to stop the lad to deal with the rest of the battle, but Yunjae was already unstoppable. Without looking back, he ran with all his legs from the battle scene. When the angel was completely sure that the enemy had escaped, Yunjae immediately appeared behind him. The angel's blindfold had long since come off. He was blind and stupid, so the hero easily outsmarted him. In one deft movement, the young man struck Michael with his steel sword, and the angel flew backward with force. He hadn't expected such cunning from the young Key, so he didn't have time to dodge his blow. The main character took the angel by surprise and kept him on a short leash. He said that Michael had too much to protect, so he wasn't allowed to die in that place. He told the Assistant Supreme Ruler to go back and tell everyone that the human Key had returned. After these words, the young man used the skills and disappeared in a flash. Yunjae was sure that was enough to keep Michael from dying. He had to stay alive. Angel wanted to kill the boy, but he was like him. The angel had a desire to protect what was dear to him by any means necessary, so he was ready even to kill. He didn't have to give up those feelings, but to continue on this path. The hero wanted to move on to the most important part of the plan, but the other guys were waiting for Alvin to arrive. It was known that St. Gabriel had gone north, but the team was sure that nothing would happen to someone like Mr. Walker. There was no need to follow the gentleman, for he came before sweet Lois began to weep for him. Mr. Walker never stayed too long, for he had excellent skills. He had taken a lot of pain and strength during the battle, so his girlfriend took care of him. The warrior collapsed to the ground and gulped down the contents of a flask of revitalizing potion. The fighter said that he met Gabriel and the pursuit began. Since Yunjae asked him not to fight, Walker held on as best he could and escaped. Even though it wasn't easy because of his incredible clinginess. But something still kept the Lord uneasy. St. Gabriel was walking as if nothing had happened, killing angels like himself. This was the divergence that the Skyscraper team members had decided to aim for. Michael was the one who tried to protect the ordinary angels, and Gabriel, the opposite of him, was an angel who served only Metatron, and now Metatron had fallen. When the great Metatron found out that Michael had lost the men without being able to strike a single blow at them, he was furious. He shouted loudly and slapped the angel, for he thought he was a useless bastard. The Lord wouldn't listen to any of the angel's excuses and ordered him to shut up. His whole plan was a failure, but the Lord needed an assistant to tear people's limbs off. Suddenly, Michael couldn't stand it and said that what was more important was that the Lord needed to take care of the safety of the angels first. Following his deceitful plan, the Lord did not attend to his subordinates at all. There was no more time to think. The Lord needed to save the situation immediately. Otherwise, the humans would invade much faster. Metatron made up his mind and ordered Anael and Raguil to go with him personally. St. Gabriel immediately fell to his knees and asked the Lord to give his order. The Archangel was willing to do anything. After a little thought, the Lord told him to personally catch and bring the escaped bastard, or kill himself. Meanwhile, Yunjae and his team were waiting for their opponents. The hero was sure that they would go outside, and then he was going to go. If the bird would fly outside the cage, then they needed to feed it to a stronger bird. After a while, angel wings appeared in the sky. Metatron and his minions arrived at the place. The Lord did not expect to see people here. He doubted that they could have come on their own. It was surprising that the Lord was not angry, but smiling. Both the shard and the key had come to him personally, so he should have welcomed them with all cordiality. His plan was even easier than expected. Yunjae didn't fall before his greatness. He was capable of destroying even such a strong lord. The boy said that he was just fodder for the Lord, even though he flattered himself so much in front of the dragons. The great and terrible Metatron did not know how the humans managed to get the help of the dragons, but this territory was in the domain of the angels. He was sure that the heroes could not have won the battle against them without the help of the dragons. Hearing about the dragons' help, Yunjae was greatly surprised. The Lord thought that their team had been helped by angels in the battles back then. Such thoughts were very fitting for such angels. Since the hero had no more tricks, Metatron directed Raguel and Anael to destroy him. The cruel angels snapped out of their seats and rushed to the attack. The young warrior was alone, but clearly stuck to his ingenious plan. What the angels didn't know was that the team of heroes always had a trump card up their sleeve in the form of a devil's sword wielded by a possessed boy. His power was capable of destroying an entire crowd. After receiving Lamar's power, Jungyu activated the demonic sword abilities and suddenly flew out at the enemies. The angels didn't expect to see him, but there was no turning back. The angry boy was amazing with his fantastic wrestling. His powerful strength allowed him to become invulnerable. The boy grabbed the two angels by the heads and pushed their foreheads together like two rams. Even the numerical superiority gave the angels no chance to fight against Lamar's peerless power. Jungyu was the best at what he did, and his body was completely imbued with the energy of the demonic sword. That was exactly how the savvy hero was going to defeat the fallen angels. He activated his magical shard energy and was fully prepared for the attack. For 2 long years, the young man waited for the moment when he could stand up to Metatron. The Great Lord wasn't going to let go of the guy who got in his way. He accepted the challenge and decided to put his heavenly technique to the test in practice. The Lord gathered all the energy inside him and grew stronger and stronger before his eyes. The bright flash of heavenly lightning was heading straight for the hero at a rapid speed. Its power was enormous. Yunjae didn't chicken out, as he had been preparing for this fight for a long time. So he flew straight towards the enemy without looking. The experienced fighter used a powerful magic armor technique with which he made his way through the air. Thanks to this technique, he was able to evade the angel's attack. In this fight, nothing would stop the boy anymore. Metatron wanted to get the victory at any cost. He did not stop even in front of such stubborn people. The Lord got even angrier, and in a flash, he directed 3 magic lightning bolts, which had a huge charge, at the enemy. To the protagonist, these attacks were just dust. Even though the Overlord thought his skills were brilliant, the kid was stronger. Using his defensive path, he deftly bypassed all the lightning and continued on his way. This obstacle course proved to be too easy for the boy, so he quickly reached for his grand prize of wings. The boy soared into the air and swung his sharp blade to chop the Lord of Worlds to pieces. One member of the skyscraper team was still inferior in strength to his enemy. The bloodthirsty and ruthless angel used the strongest striking techniques and forced the pitiful man to duck his head to the ground. Angel said the end of an inferior species was too pathetic. In spite of the humiliation, Alvin Walker held himself perfectly and said that the winged men knew no other words but these. The bloodthirsty Gabriel merely said an appropriate thing, so he got very angry and decided to finish off the nasty man. He used heavenly power and delivered a crushing blow that resembled a huge arrow. Mr. Alvin wordlessly launched his counterstrike and repelled the rushing magical flow. His strength allowed him to push the angel away. The skyscraper warrior didn't actually like the angels, but the angels felt the same way. Master said they better be honest like those guys from the Demon Clan. It wasn't clear to Mr. Alvin why they pretended to be right and good. And when all their hypocritical masks came down, the lives of the other angels who had entered this war were not on the list of important things to do. Saint Gabriel knew that man did not save all of his own kind. While he was killing angels, people were dying elsewhere. The archangel did not wait for another attack and used his rod to shoot heavenly lightning at the enemy. It seemed incredible, but Alvin sidestepped the attack with ease and abruptly appeared right in front of the archangel. Their swords clashed in battle, and now the man and the angel had to try hard to resist each other. Gabriel was displeased, for his enemy was not even an angel, but copied their ability and wore wings. He considered humans to be a pathetic inferior race, and to order humans not to talk about salvation. Suddenly, Mr. Walker made a reception with his sword and put it to the archangel's throat. The master pressed the weapon hard and asked which was more important to Gabriel, the angels or the Lord of the heavenly worlds. The archangel was completely obsessed with the idea that angels were the Lord of the heavenly worlds. He was not ready to betray his master, for he himself held the same attitude. Mr. Walker understood. He shouldn't have let go of a bastard like that who was killing his brothers. The warrior said that Gabriel was bound to see the end, perfectly fitting for a hypocrite like him. The clash of opponents glittered with bright colors. Their energy was superb and so powerful that it was dangerous to be near. The archangel was delivering blow after blow with ferocity, but Alvin held on with all his might. Gabriel laughed out loud, for his opponent was not showing him the end at all, but was merely fending off blows. He took the opportunity to pelt the man with magic blows from his wand. Mr. Alvin said the archangel's end was near, but he wasn't going to show it to him personally. At that moment, the attack stopped and Metatron's henchmen smelled something wrong and turned back. Something amazing was happening. A huge cliff was descending on St. Gabriel from the sky, on which the heavenly temple was located. The structure was completely surrounded by Lois's magical dome. This was the very end that made the archangel scream with fear. Everything was going clearly according to plan. Alvin's girlfriend was a little scary in her anger. It was like a worldwide catastrophe, and Lois was doing things that were simply incomprehensible to the mind. She was using her magical powers to move the temple of heaven, making all the angels in the world nervous. The girl's strength was incomparable to what it was before. She concentrated all the magical defenses in one place and turned it into a crushing force. Now it was not easy to defeat this fiery lady. Metatron was simply furious at what he saw. He called out to his subordinates to destroy the girl, but no one was around. The Lord realized that the humans had been up to this from the beginning and were planning to split them up. Yunjae said that no one would respond to his call. Even if the Lord died, he would definitely be reborn later. The kid wondered why he needed the heads of angels then. The young man clearly knew every step and every intention of the Great Lord. He said that it would be easier to rebuild the castle, but there was definitely something like a shard in it. The enraged Metatron howled with anger. His power began to flow from his body outward. The Lord could not accept the fact that the nasty boy had dared to reveal all his plans and ruin a plan that had been years in the making. The young boy said that if the Lord didn't want to see his castle destroyed, he could try to stop it all right now. Pointing his sword into the fray, the boy leapt at his enemy to fight back. The fight was fierce, for the Lord was the strongest angel, and the hero was the strongest man. Their swords smashed into each other with great force. Suddenly, Raguel, fighting nearby, noticed their battle. The angel shouldn't have been distracted because his opponent was a demonic sword wielder. Jongyu spared no one if he went into battle. He swung hard and wanted to spill his enemy's blood with a sword that would consume it. When the young man was very close and almost killed the angel, a nail covered his partner with his body and repelled the possessed man's blow. Even though they were angry, the angels clung to each other. The angel's staff was strong enough so Jongyu couldn't break it so easily with his blood-absorbing sword. But no one had ever been able to defeat Lamar's power contained within the sword. When Anael was about to run out of strength, he was about to succumb to the power of the sword and lower the rod. But he was saved from imminent death by Raguel, who leaped from behind him and repulsed the possessed boy's attack, throwing him aside. It was unbelievable, but Jongyu didn't dodge the attacks at all. It was as if he was teleporting from place to place and making his enemy let his guard down. This way, the angel was in range. Raguel was fully focused on striking while the enemy was still near, but suddenly the boy disappeared and appeared elsewhere. Using his strength, the warrior grabbed the angel and slammed his head into the ground with great force. At that moment, Anael picked a perfect moment and pounced from the back. He swung his staff in the air to deal critical damage and destroy the guy wielding the bloody sword. Jongyu was incredibly strong. He had managed to capture Lamar's power for a reason. The young man anticipated this attack and grabbed the angel by the throat at the last moment. In one motion, he threw Anael into the ground so that the two partners ended up in a mass grave. The angels begged for mercy, but the hallmark of the possessed man was that he never listened to the pleas of his enemies. Swinging his sword, he struck his opponents with tremendous force. They would never know how hard the heroes had worked to become stronger.
Meanwhile, Metatron was struggling to resist Lois's power. He alone wanted to stop the destruction of his castle and was stopping it with his own hands. The tension in his muscles was growing. The Lord could no longer control this kind of power. Even his third eye was bulging outward from the weight. This kind of energy could not be defeated by the physical body alone. Letting out wild cries, the Lord summoned all the angels who were in Lakia. He ordered them to protect Ratel. Introducing himself to the celestial world, Metatron called the angels to die protecting the sacred Ratel.
Since the Lord had behaved inappropriately from the beginning, Yunjae couldn't forgive it. He arranged for the Lord to have a real trial with fire, to be reborn within the tongues of flame if he could.
With her best effort, Lois did her best and returned to the ground. The hero had also given his best, but it wasn't over yet. Soon, he was going to come. The angels did not follow the order. Here they were powerless. With great force, the sacred Ratel toppled off the cliff and crashed to the ground. Huge clouds of dust filled everything around. The building was completely destroyed. Leaving even his adversary behind, the Archangel Gabriel rushed to the rescue. Amidst the dusty ruins, he was going to save his lord, who could not be allowed to die. Creating a platform in the dusty air with the help of magical protection, the hero found himself on the same level with the angel. He stood in his way to fully punish all those who were involved in the murders. Gabriel struck the boy with his spear and ordered the inferior and cowardly human to get out of the way. Yunjae didn't bother to leave and immediately repelled the attack with his sword. Someone else should have come, not the Archangel. The boy resisted and asked what had happened to Alvin since the Archangel was here. Saint Gabriel pressed his spear as hard as he could and replied that he could kill such a weak man without any trouble. Such a misunderstanding might have happened, for the hero had asked Mr. Walker to stall a little longer. But now that the heroes had reached their goal, it was possible to kill Saint Gabriel.
At this moment, Alvin was already behind him and cut the enemy in half with a single movement of his sharp blade. The Lord spilled the Archangel's scarlet blood and praised his excellent expression.
Now Gabriel had to die, for he had annoyed everyone. As he fell down, he prayed that he might follow the Lord of the Heavenly Worlds. The guys from the Skyscraper clan thought that this type was no longer a danger, but suddenly his body seemed to swell. The Archangel was turning into a real time bomb. It seemed like a hopeless situation, but Lois had gotten there in time. She put the enemy in a magical protective orb that would hold it back for a while. The girl helped so the heroes would go and deal with the rest. Deep down, Alvin was a caring guy, and worried about the girl. She brushed it off and said she was fine. The warrior maiden had already survived an explosion of her own once. At this time, the last member of the team was holding on with his last strength. His opponent was very strong, so the gentleman was hit by his magic powers. The brave heroes massacred all the angels in the world of Lakia, and Michael was the last one left alive. He suffered greatly, for his enemy had not long ago been the strongest man. Despite his injuries, Archangel Michael wanted to put an end to this fight and prepared his weapon. But suddenly, Yunjae stood in his way and stopped him. The young man said that the Archangel had already lost already, so it was enough to fight. Michael wasn't going to give up, no matter what happened. He wanted to protect the angels so the hero would die here. The boy had told him that if that happened, the other angels would have to die too. For the first time, Yunjae reached out to his enemy and offered a way to keep everyone alive. It was tempting, because if the Archangel survived, the rest of the angels would have a chance at life as well. Michael couldn't believe it was true. He'd always said that the regular angels were more important than his own life, and now the guy had a way to protect them. He was being offered to end this war.
After the battle between angels and humans, Lakia was almost completely destroyed. Huge losses were left for the angels. An act of truce was made between the two sides, so everyone else remained alive.
Even though the Archangel had accepted the situation, he wasn't too pleased. Next time, he was going to finish the fight, the result of which had never been obtained. Yoon-jae and Kim Jin-seok shook hands, the young man thanking the teacher for stalling for time, which allowed the heroes to avoid heavy losses. Hearing this, the Archangel was surprised that the master wasn't going to kill him. In fact, Jin-seok was going to kill his enemy and told him that he had a hard time fighting because of the Archangel's power. This made Michael think seriously. The team chatted about the completed trial. Jung-yu said that he hadn't killed Ragel and Aniel, but they were probably badly wounded because Lamar had lost his temper. At this point, the wounded Raguel and Anael still made it to the others. When they saw that the Archangel was in cahoots with the humans, the angels became very angry. They said it was better to fight and die. After all the discontent, Yunjae decided to talk to everyone. He explained that the Overlord had died, but was still the ruler and leader that everyone followed. The heroes were just fighting, and weren't going to argue that the people were right. The hero understood that the angels hated humans, but gave them the right to choose. He said he was looking for a way for everyone to survive. To do that, he needed the help of all the angels. The warrior was going to get rid of this world,
In order to prevent senseless wars between different species, the boy was going to execute his plan. A few days later, the hero was in the forest to have a word with the dragon. He told him about everything that was going on in Lakia. But at first, the dragon did not believe that the angels had agreed so easily. Michael genuinely cared for the angels. If Yunjae got hold of the shard, then no matter what his wish was, they might be able to return. Enjoying the forest air, the heroes talked for a long time. The boy told him that he had eaten a shard that was in the center of Ratel. The hero was looking for the previous lord to ask him something. It would definitely be dangerous, but it was also on the way to the lands of the angels, so it wasn't a big problem for the young man. Galleon really hoped that the man's choice was the right one, so he decided to help. Using his magic, he opened an otherworldly portal that led straight to the Lord's domain. If the hero suddenly wanted to see him, he would see him immediately. Yunjae jumped into the portal without a second thought and opened the door and found himself in the Lord's domain. He found himself in an ordinary room where he met Jahar, the previous lord. All this time, Mara had been watching the kid, who seemed strange to her. She wanted the kid to find the Grail, make a wish, and end it all. But he was much more complicated than that. The hero could not imagine that Jahar looked like that, for he had never met him. The Lord was glad to see the boy and said he had been watching him for a long time. He wanted to talk about the shackles that were on his wrist. The hero realized that Jahar had done so, assuming what had happened. The Lord interrupted him and said that he had only seen everything at the beginning. From the moment the thing had become the lad's full possession, the gentleman could see nothing of him. But what interested him most was the purpose of the young hero's visit. The boy came to find out what would happen to this world after making a wish. After a little thought, the Lord told him that he had once received the power of the Grail but was in this world in spite of it. The man's expression was too complicated, so the young man found it hard to understand that this world would not be destroyed. In that case, he decided to find out who had started this battle. In the boy's opinion, this battle was started by those who knew everything from beginning to end, but always kept neutral. The boy was sure that everything happened because of the dragons. Even if the key made a wish, this world would remain unbroken. No matter what choices were made, people couldn't come back. The hero had to keep choosing new people and keep fighting. There were serious disputes in the negotiations between the Angels and the Skyscraper clan. The Angels were certain that Yunjae was speaking to break this chain of battles, which greatly surprised Arhan. Michael was telling the clan leader that the boy needed an alliance, because humans alone were not enough. With his head bowed, the tired Arkan asked if he should have been thanked for that, or called reckless. If the dragons guessed Yunjae's intentions, they wouldn't give him the Grail so easily. The guy wasn't sure if it was all right, but he had to try anyway. Jahar had had such hard times too. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed. He hoped the boy could overcome human greed. The power of the Grail was close to omnipotence. Jahar could create what he wanted, and he could also deliver it. The Lord was different from the hero. He was more interested in enjoying this power than returning to the original world. It was the final test of the wandering journey from training to the present moment. The Grail contained an omnipotent power that could not be wielded by man. It wasn't easy to control this power, but Yunjae had to return to his family. He said that all the people of this world, angels, and even the damn demons had no reason to lose their lives in such senseless battles. That was why the hero wanted to know the way to control the shard and the way to defeat the dragons as soon as possible. Having obtained valuable information, Mara came to the old man to tell him about the danger. The girl said that the human key had opened another door. Her grandfather's eyes became furious, and he was literally seething with anger. This was a real problem for her, because the key had dared to do this without knowing its place. In order to fulfill his wish, Yunjae had to train himself to control a power shard. He received 2 more, one of which was strength and one of which was life. If the guy could control that near-infinite power, he could also fight dragons. But in proportion to that, his life force would also begin to shrink. Jahar told me that the boy could replenish that life force with a life shard. It was an undeniable theory. On top of that, the hero could still control time. In combat, the warrior was also close to infinity. Since there were no more nuances to the controls, the old man said there was training to be had. The hero had hoped for personal training from Jahar, but the Lord didn't have the same abilities as Jaren. But there was another way that would help learning. So the old man swung his hand and used his powers to open the space of the dead. All this was a first for the young warrior. Jahar had worked true miracles. Finding himself in total darkness, the old man lit a lamp, being near which the hero would be all right. He would not be able to die. But he had to be very careful, for danger could be waiting in every dark corner. There were ghosts swirling around Yunjae. They were the dead, the souls of those who had fought and died here. They were once humans, angels, or demons. They could be rid of them with the power of the shard. The souls who entered the netherworld for good could not return even with the power of the Holy Grail. They wandered in the space of the dead for as long as the other world existed. Suddenly one of the ghosts pounced on the old man, but he used his magic power and immediately stopped the soul of the dead man. They could not be defeated by ordinary strength. The only thing left for the young warrior to learn was how to control that very power against ghosts. He had to figure out how to do it. But at that moment, Jahar let go of the lamp and deftly stepped through the portal. In parting, the gentleman said that the flame of the lamp was fading little by little, so the boy had to be extremely careful. After all, in this world, one could only survive in the light. Immediately after the master left, the young man was a little confused. He was alone in the darkness, in the dim light of a lamp, in a room filled with sinister souls. The shard would tell him the rest. Yun-jae had no choice but to fight in his usual way. They used their crushing energy and drew their sword to fight the wandering ghosts. The boy managed to land the first blow, but it had no effect. The ghost's body glued itself back together, as if it were made of a viscous substance with a tightening property. Everything was much harder. But suddenly, a strange energy wrapped his sword around his sword with a magical ribbon. The young man didn't realize what had happened at all, but he was going to do something to deal with the crowd of souls. At this time, Jahar had a visitor. Lord of Dragons sounded too grandiose, so the old man introduced himself as the oldest dragon. The Gaon asked how the Lord had fared without him. The old man did not want to go inside, for everyone had their own place at a safe distance. He said it was ideal for everyone to be in their own place. Jahar had not expected to see the old man at this late hour. He didn't quite understand his words, so he assumed he was threatening him. It wasn't like that at all, but the face of the ancient dragon himself immediately changed. His voice cooled, and he said that he was simply asking me not to cross the line. The Gaon said that there was one who was to be behind that door, and one who was to be outside. Their places were determined with absolute certainty. Such an exhausted old man could not threaten Jahar. He had only come because of the need to do something for him. The elderly dragon had said that originally the key only opened doors that fit his body. So far there had been more than 1 or 2 people crossing the line. Now here stood the Gaon, and there instead of all of them stood the Lord. The old man hoped the Lord would have taken that into consideration. Jahar was very unhappy with the old man's words. He realized that he was strongly opposed to the invasion of his lands. The elderly dragon was silent, turned around and, turning away from everything, strode away. Meanwhile, the entire netherworld was filled with ghosts wandering in the darkness. Yun-jae desperately tried to destroy them using his usual sword strike techniques. No matter how many times the hero chopped them down, the souls of the dead kept reappearing. They flew like gnats to the light of the lantern and immediately attacked the defenseless man. The boy didn't know how to defeat them. While the kid was thinking about how he could confront the ghosts, he was in the wrong place. Suddenly there was a huge ghost under his feet, about to swallow the warrior standing on his tongue. It was unthinkable. Yun-jae had overcome many trials, but had never encountered something like this. The giant ghost abruptly snapped its teeth together and wanted to take a bite out of the man, but the hero managed to jump into the air. In the air, the boy wanted to run away from the enemy, but suddenly he felt a ghost grab his arm and pull him toward him. The spirit resembled a cyclops, but it was rounded and frighteningly shaped. Suddenly the ghost saw the glowing fire in the lamp and immediately took off from his seat and flew to the light like a night moth. The bite left a mark on the hero's arm, which hurt and baked badly. Yun-jae found himself in a hopeless situation. He didn't know at all how he could resist the ghosts, and the lantern flame was slowly fading away. There was less and less time left, so the hero couldn't procrastinate any longer. The souls of the dead, hovering in the netherworld, completely surrounded the boy. He was surrounded only by the light of the lantern, which they clung to from all sides. The warrior was all alone, and his only weapon was his own wit. The time shard was a magical power. Back then, the shard used the power of angels, while the life shard was the power of endless rebirth of demons. The sensation of attracting the power of angels was very different. After a bit of thought, the hero finally understood everything. It was a completely different power, different from the magical power or demon energy that filled him. Something suddenly flashed in the guy's body, the energy of the life shard spreading through his body. His sword shone with an unknown flash of light, and now the warrior had to show his strength first. After realizing the full essence of using the power of the shard, Yun-jae swung his energy sword and struck the ghosts. A huge, crushing stream of energy captured the hundreds of souls that had gathered together. When the protagonist thought they were finished, he suddenly choked on blood and fell to his knees. That fantastic shard power emanated from him, but the damned souls surrounded him again on all sides. The sliver of life was connected to the power of demons. The boy had been controlling the demonic power for so long that he was already nauseous. Gathering together the concentrated energy core, the boy was going to force the shard to manifest. In one motion, the hero submerged all the accumulated demonic energy into himself and ordered the life shard to act. It was the only way to finally seize its power. A bright flash of light surrounded the boy, and all the evil energy that had built up inside of him burst out. The power of the shard flowed through his veins, and the warrior attacked his enemies with great fury. Yun-jae was like a real demon in human form. He was deftly wielding his sword, and his attacks were now filled with demonic energy. Watching this kind of power, the ghosts didn't attack. It was as if they were watching from the side. This transformation was taking too much strength. The hero only regained his physical body, but the agonizing pain did not disappear, and it was as if his mind was being gnawed on with teeth. The boy was holding on with all his might. He probably wanted to give up now. The force of the shard was too powerful and caused great pain. All this time, old Jafar had been watching the boy's training. He knew the young man had to endure this ordeal. There was nothing that would make the mind stronger as much as the life force shard did. Mara and the oldest dragon were in cahoots. That evening, the two of them came to the dungeon where the detention cells were located. There dwelt the cruel creature to whom they wished to appeal. Hearing that the dragons wanted to make him an order follower, the bloodthirsty demon was simply furious. He threw the iron fetters with great force, for no one dared think him a fool to please anyone. The monster launched a huge metal ball at the humans, which restricted its movements. But suddenly, Gan stopped it on the fly with one hand. The old man appreciated the monster's power, but he was sad to see that power lying dead weight. The elderly dragon offered the demon an ability that was even more powerful than the Grail. The man who had found the shards couldn't fully control it before he'd gotten his hands on the Grail either. The bloodthirsty monster was not weak, and always wanted to get the same thing. Finally, he received an offer he couldn't refuse. In return for his grandfather's request, the demon would be able to take possession of the entire world. With the help of the dimension gates opening time after time, the monster could absorb the new strongest and become even more powerful. Then it could gain even more. The demon thought the old man was a dragon, but he turned out to be a real cunning fox. Seeing the magical energy, the monster asked to remove the spells immediately, but everything went according to plan. The old man concentrated a strong magic in his hands that opened the portal. It was the Lord's magic, so it took some time. The Jane wanted to destroy the Overlord. It could be called a kind of devotion. At that moment, strong magic penetrated right into the shackles, and suddenly they shattered right before his eyes. It was the best the old man could offer the demon in confinement. The monster was free, but he didn't understand what killing because of loyalty meant, because even the demon race didn't do that. They had natural selection too, but in return, they were honorable because they wanted to kill, because of not liking someone just because they didn't like them. Whatever the reason, but the demon said they weren't lying, that it wasn't like that, and they weren't pretending to be close so they could kill later. Before leaving, the demon was going to take with him a heavy core on a chain. In order to lock it up, the Overlord made the object very strong. No matter how hard the monster tried, it wouldn't break. He liked the core because of its amazing strength. The demon had better preferences than pretend humans. Now that the old dragon had gotten involved, the bloodthirsty warlock was going to have some fun for the first time in a long time. At this moment, Jahar felt the evil energy and immediately realized that Warlock was on the loose. This led to imminent doom, so the Lord had to act urgently. The hero managed to hold out and not give up. He was in wild pain, but continued to use the power of the shard to master it. He had now acquired the skills that one could only dream of. Kim Yoon-jae's ki had been awakened. The lower lands, where chaos and strife always reigned, smelled of doom and cruelty. The demon lands were full of miserable creatures who killed each other even though they were related. Suddenly, the madness of the demons was stopped by a huge shadow that lay right on top of them. The demon race froze with horror. Not long ago they were having fun, but now the huge devil horns made them shake with fear. Natural selection was the perfect logic. After returning, the ruthless warlock was glad to meet these weaklings. He forcefully spun a heavy core in the air and began to destroy every vile bastard of the demon race. The demon spared no one. He had been imprisoned for too long, and now he was going to restore order where his hand had not touched for a long time. The sheer force of his weapon made the demons fly away. When Yoon-jae returned after training, he learned that Warlock had been released. The hero couldn't believe the horror, because he was absolutely sealed. It was all too bad timing. Jahar said that while the boy was training, the dragons came. They had guessed the hero's plan and had called Varlock to stop him from carrying it out. But even so, the Grail could only be obtained by the key. The Lord already knew that the demon's body was immortal, but it was also still the key for now. The young warrior was very excited to hear such news. He realized that he had to hurry. The clocks in the place where Yoon-jae was and in the normal world ran differently, so a lot of time had already passed. However, before the hero was to go into battle, there was something he needed to learn. Jahar was going to tell him the way to resist Varlock that he himself had used. At that time, Ragil came to Arkyun to tell him that the energy of the demon race was gathering in one side. A strong demonic force was felt there. Angel could find no other explanation than that it was Warlock. He was sure they wanted to start a war again. The Archangel Michael came to confirm these words. He said that they had gathered men and angels to make the army look impressive. Now it was up to everyone to decide what was to be done. But there was no word from Kim Yoon-jae. The head of the Skyscraper clan only accepted the angels because of his faith in Yoon-jae. not because he trusted them. The master was going to stall for a while and endure by any means necessary. Arhan was going to prove that he wasn't a man sitting back either. But Michael wasn't amused. He wanted to prepare separately. It was his personal right to choose after all. He was brought by Yunjae anyway. The Archangel was not happy with such conditions, because he thought that the young Ki could easily abandon them and conspire with the demons. The human trust made him laugh, for leaving all the right of choice to the Ki alone was foolish. These words made the head of the clan very angry. He grabbed Michael by the scruff of the neck with force and ordered him to shut up. The Archangel was not going to take back his words. He thought the ruler was an incapable man who hid behind everyone. Raising the Archangel above the ground, Arkan said the angels willed the people and this incapable lord to side with them after the king died. The head remembered every man they had killed. He said that Michael was nothing more than a traitor who had abandoned his master and sided with the humans, and the only reason he was still alive was because of that very human trust. After a fiery speech, Arkan ordered the disgruntled angels to shut their mouths and begin preparations for war. The meeting was over. The decisive battle was about to begin. In the late afternoon, Mr. Alvin was quietly enjoying nature. The moon was already shining brightly in the sky. Jung-Yu decided to join him and started talking about how the demon clan was at war again. The young man said that Arkan and the angels had quarreled, and it wasn't clear how they were going to unite. The head of the skyscraper clan was responsible for the lives of many people. Mr. Alvin said that the head was not like Yunjae. To this man, the survival of humans was far more important than the survival of all races. Therefore, his hatred for the angels who had killed so many people was a matter of course. Originally, these were places that were frequented by demons. On the contrary, the north was safer. It was too dangerous to be in that place, but people still stayed there to live. It was to the credit of Archon who came and founded the skyscraper clan. He destroyed all the demons that were in the vicinity. This place became safer than any other. But even being like that, Arhan said that perhaps absolutely everyone would die this time. Mr. Alvin knew everything, but even being the strongest, he was scared. Jung-Yu didn't believe his fear and said that even if they cut Alvin, he wouldn't have a drop of blood spilled. In reality, the master wasn't afraid for himself. He was afraid of losing the person he loved. Mr. Walker said something that didn't suit him much, so Jung-Yu immediately threw up from the overabundance of cuteness. Anyway, his friend had just had enough of Lois. Before Alvin Walker came into this world, he had a loved one. Due to a terrible set of circumstances, he was unable to save him. Like Yunjae, the cold fighter had lost someone important. That was why, even though he was well aware of Lois's feelings, the Lord couldn't accept them with a calm mind. He told her absolutely everything. The girl knew everything from the very beginning. Lois said she could protect her loved one herself. She had asked deliberately not to leave the seat beside her empty. Even though he knew it wasn't the right decision, Alvin wanted someone to lean on again. Even though it was selfish, the Lord wanted to feel happy again. He couldn't lose Lois too, because that would be a death blow to him. Jung-Yu had never lost anyone close to him. He had been alone from the beginning, so he lived without knowing if he was living the right life. He didn't know much about the pain of losing loved ones, but the young man was sure that people who wanted to protect loved ones, or those who wanted to turn back the past in which they failed to protect someone, were unbelievable. In the midst of the conversation, a crack suddenly seemed to appear in space, through which Yunjae jumped out at a tremendous speed. He was right in front of the heroes and assumed that he wasn't too late. The guys didn't expect to see such a spectacular appearance of their partner. Jung-Yu immediately spilled over and yelled at his friend for constantly going back and forth. The hero wouldn't go anywhere else. Now he had to finish what he started. Thanks to Yunjae's appearance, Archon and Michael's quarrel had temporarily stopped. Everyone agreed that it was necessary for the two races to join forces to confront the demon race, but they couldn't easily accept each other. Both peoples were alert daily, but still practiced. One day, warm rays of sunshine lit them up, and just when everyone thought that today was a particularly good weather day, a terrible thing happened. As if to signal the doom of this world, the monsters of destruction swooped down on the Skyscraper Guild. Demons surrounded their castle and were ready to completely destroy the human race. It was the time of the decisive battle. The most experienced warriors of the Skyscraper clan came out to battle against the creatures created by the devil himself. Two completely different races of this world had to decide the fate of the world. It had been a long time since Warlock had seen the human face he had once fought with and ended up losing. This time the demon was going to have fun and show the humans who was the real lord of the backworld. The brave heroes prepared for battle. All of their enemies were survivors of war. They could not be underestimated. Arhan said for Yunjae to stop Warlock, attacking with caution. The hero was given a task to do the first time he encountered a demon. If he couldn't catch it, then no matter how much the Skyscraper team tried to kill other demons, it would be useless. The day of the decisive battle had finally arrived. Today, the human race of skyscrapers would face the greed of their enemies and put a stop to their lust for mass murder.
Archon was an excellent ruler and instructed his soldiers before the battle. He said that this was not just a battle, but a war. His warriors had to stay alive to be sure to meet at this place again. Saint Michael was sure that the angels would not take orders from humans, so he took his fighters and ordered them to fly to another location. It was obvious that something had happened between the rulers. Archon couldn't forget the conversation he'd had with Michael, when the Archangel had spoken unflatteringly against the best skyscraper fighter in the world, and suspected him of conspiring with demons. The Lord wouldn't tell anyone about the incident. The heroes have not yet had time to move from their seats and enter the battle, but the enemy attack was too close. The bloodthirsty warlock didn't wait for his enemies and unleashed the heat. Bright flames flashed across the battlefield and engulfed the entire kingdom. The situation was very dangerous, because Lois had been using magic and holding a protective barrier the whole time. Yun-jae ordered her to remove the defense immediately, but the girl wasn't going to let the demon sneak into the tower. Mr. Walker was next to her and immediately grabbed the girl and tossed her aside. Lois was angry and didn't understand why he had done that, but if she continued to use the lockdown, she would simply die. Warlock's fire was spreading too fast. The heat was burning people and completely destroying the entire world around the skyscraper tower. Archon couldn't delay any longer. He used his power and swung into the air to set things right. Meanwhile, Lois took up her post again and continued to fight using her magical defenses. She was creating a protective barrier that kept the fire at bay and prevented it from getting too close. The cruel demons were turning the backworld into a veritable ruin. The fire was their habitat, so they attacked again and again, staring the wretched humans in the eye. The Demon King attacked with such force that the blazing flames were of unbelievable proportions. Huge, fiery explosions reached the houses and burned everything in their path. There was no element more terrifying than fire destroying even the air. The heroes didn't give up and made their way through the hot flames, drawing all the fearless fighters behind them. They were sure they could win if they joined forces against the demons. Mr. Walker fought like a true pro and wielded his blade deftly. In this war, one could not be distracted for a moment, so the gentleman even blinked on schedule. Under the onslaught of his power, the demons' heads flew in different directions. Lamar's strength was perfectly suited for this battle, for the demon imprisoned in the sword was mad with bloodlust. Jongyu was a perfect match for him, and together, they spilled the blood of every infernal creature. Demons proved too weak before the majesty and power of the strongest humans. The human race has long since outgrown the development of those who lived in the lowlands, and sometimes moved on four limbs. Despite her young age and cute appearance, Lois didn't need protection and support. She was capable of protecting herself and her loved ones, so the fearless warrior maiden was not afraid to go into the thick of it. With a single movement of her hand, the girl created a huge protective cube in the air, and with a wave of her hand, it immediately fell to the ground. Under its weight, an entire crowd of demons were turned into flatbread. This was what was called a mass attack. The hero was given the greatest responsibility. He was to take on the Demon King. Amidst the hot tongues of flame, two enemies stood in the way of the same road. The fearless warrior scattered and rushed to attack with all his might. He was ready for anything, thinking about meeting his wife. To the huge warlock, this was only entertainment. He spun a cannonball in the air and rushed to fight. Yun-jae was the strongest and had the power of the shard, which allowed him to be invulnerable. Using his clockwork and shard skill, the boy deftly dodged attacks and moved around without the enemy noticing him. When a hero was driven not just by the desire to win, but by purpose, he could be called invincible. The guy was so obsessed with the thirst to kill for the sake of return, that he managed to chop Warlock's body into 2 pieces. This only made the demon laugh. All blows against him were completely useless. His distinctive ability was regeneration, thanks to which the monster could literally glue his body back together. Warlock offered the boy to kill him several times until he would die himself. The hero was not going to stop and used the power of the life shard he used in the other world and pounced on the demon. The hero's blow created a huge energy blast. All this was reminiscent of the battle in the world where the guy fought against ghosts capable of regenerating. But this time, the opponent was more powerful. A huge fire blast dome covered the entire battlefield. Bright flashes of fire flew in all directions, making a war of large-scale proportions. It seemed that in this battle of 2 worlds, everyone would be burned. Yun-jae managed to survive even in such a disaster. He used his enhanced defense and created a platform in the air that held his weight. The guy didn't have a case where he couldn't find a suitable skill. The brave boy was not even afraid of his own death. His main goal was only his family. He pounced on the demon again and again without fear to inflict critical damage. This time, the hero was not in a good situation. The warlock knocked the small man down with a cannonball on a chain and the boy hit the ground with force. Now he was in danger.
for the demon was already breathing down his back. The battle had already lasted for a long time, but the Demon King didn't understand why the guy was stalling for so long. He assumed that Yunjae had picked up a lot of knowledge from Jafar. The situation was getting more and more complicated. The men needed to do something immediately. Arkan commanded and ordered Alvin to get to the front of the line, and Lois to set up a barricade and protect the wounded. Jongyu and Jinseok were assigned to attack the strongest, because they were the strongest. Jongyu and Jinseok were tasked with attacking the strongest, because they were the strongest. Arkan himself did not remain indifferent in this war. He had always sat idly in his tower, but now he defended his men at the cost of his own life. All the fighters were fighting on equal footing. They thought out their every move, and none of them were wounded. All the attack came only on the enemy creatures. Alvin Walker took double responsibility and attacked even whole crowds. As he was about to deliver his next blow, suddenly the angel stepped in and attacked the demon on his own. Mr. Alvin was very angry about the interference, for he could have easily cut the angel. In war, you couldn't be distracted even by lectures. The demon picked the perfect moment and attacked Mr. Walker from behind. Mr. Walker was badly wounded in the wings. This amused the angel. He said that a master who could not take care of himself would never have been able to chop him up. At that moment, the demon noticed another lord who liked to be distracted and struck. The angel fell dead from the strong blow of the sharp blade. There was no mercy for anyone in this battle. All were equal in this battle, so the humans helped the angels, and the angels helped the humans in return. All the fighters acted together, no matter who their supreme ruler was or what race they belonged to. The confrontation against the warlock was stronger than one would have thought. Yunjae was too small to attack the huge demon core, so he had to occasionally fly in different directions. The demon was pressing on the subconscious mind of his human enemy. He said that the young man had heard human screams and was afraid of losing his loved ones. That was the young fighter's main fear, and that was what he fought for. There was real chaos going on all around, with people running around the burned world in panic. One of the demons noticed an angel who was distracted and decided to destroy him. When his sharp spear was about to pierce the angel's wings, Yunjae was just in time to stop it with his own bare hand. He was ready to give his own life in exchange for the lives of his partners. Arkan was in the area as well, and grabbed the infernal monster by the throat and pulled it aside. The Lord said that the angels were their allies, and in a joint battle they would be able to win. Everyone fought, joining forces. The war continued with increasing vigor. There were so many demons, but the people coped and held on as best they could. One of the creatures of hell threw an angel to the ground and tried to pierce him with a spear. Arkan again came up in time and pushed the demon away with a strong punch to the face. The clan head always helped his allies and watched each of his men to protect them. The Lord fought for his people like a true warrior, not just a clan leader. In fact, he had a good physical fitness and possessed fantastic techniques. Fear created a crevice, and from that small crevice, a wave spilled out. No matter how hard the heroes tried to endure, it was impossible to close the already widening gap. The people fought steadfastly, but the demons were countless. The city was engulfed in monsters, and fire had taken over the entire area. Looking at the stalemate, Arkan realized that this could be their end. Suddenly an arrow flew straight at the Lord, but at the very last moment the angel protected him with his body, and the arrow pierced through his body. The head of the clan survived thanks to the kindness of his partner. The bleeding angel told the leader to keep fighting, no matter what the other angels said. Arkan was the leader of the humans, and the angel wasn't really important. With the death of the leader, the whole group would lose cohesion. The angel did not want to lose the leader twice. Before he died, the young man's words sounded even more convincing. Angel died in the master's arms. It was the biggest blow to him, for the team's life was more important to him than his own. Arkan screamed in pain. An incredible energy surged out of his body. The warriors froze with surprise. The war stopped. Angels, demons, humans, all watched in horror at the huge stream of heavenly power that was rapidly heading into the sky. It was simply an incredible sight. This force was so powerful that it created a hurricane and bright flashes surrounded the space. Jongyu didn't understand what it was, but Alvin Walker told him that they had won. Arkan had a power of his own. The Golden Lion's real ability was not combat, but supreme order. It was the power by which everyone obeyed his orders. From that moment on, the Master ordered all angels, demons, and humans to follow the order. The creatures were all enemies who met in battle for different reasons, but by standing back to back for the same goal, they could always become allies. Arkan ordered the humans not to ignore the angels who remained in danger, and the angels to help the fleeing humans. Anyone who opposed the clan leader's order would be considered an enemy. The Lord's power raised a huge monster that radiated energy with its entire body from under the forgotten ruins. It resembled a giant worm that possessed fantastic magic power. Arkan's army lost a lot of strength. Their weapons were broken and their bodies were badly scarred. Summoning his power, the Lord endowed each warrior with his energy, which made everyone rise again from the battle. The demons did not expect to see such strong power from humans. They fought as if they had a second wind. The warriors were invulnerable and deftly destroyed even strong demons. With Archon's power, humans and angels acted as one organism. Each had their own abilities that complemented those of their allies. Against such a large army, the demons didn't stand a chance. Warlock couldn't believe that human fear was disappearing. He was sure that the humans had lost their fighting spirit much earlier than the demons, and now they fought as if they had never lost. Yunjae noticed that the demon had lost its strength. The monster grew stronger by absorbing negative feelings such as fear, terror, hatred, and anger. That was why it never lost in wars. But Warlock underestimated the people who lived every day in such pain as if their bones were being cut. People helping strangers because of their desire that no one else be hurt. Even though few people recognized them as heroes, people wholeheartedly supported others. They were terribly afraid of death, but they silently overcame their fear and did their job. The hero said that there was a person who knew about all their endeavors and led them. It wasn't the demon's defeat or Yunjae's victory. This victory belonged to the people who had overcome their fear. With one blow, the guy took the demon's head off, but it started laughing. Warlock said he would still continue to be reborn time after time. Even when everyone died, rotted and decomposed in the ground, he still wouldn't die. The demon could revive as much as it wanted. But this time, the warrior was going to seal it in its weakest state. Using powerful energy, Yunjae forcefully pierced the king's head. The demon's body shattered into thousands of particles that formed into clouds of dust. If Warlock wanted to return, it would take him a long time to do so now. Glowing with happiness, Yunjae said that everyone had done a good job. Both Arhan, who led everyone, and Michael, who believed in him, as well as the angels and humans who fought alongside him. They were able to win all together. The war with the demons was over, but it turned out that it was not the end. At that time, the whole sky was filled with winged dragons, led by Gaon. He said that it was better for the people to stop. Jafar had warned that the hero would have to fight the dragons. The Lord did not know the way to defeat them, for he had never fought them. Dragons, unlike other species, lived long lives, and for all that time, they could enjoy enough peace, security, and prosperity. Then, with a beginning created by someone at some point, dragons became creators. They believed that the way they created new lives was a noble dragon mission. With the help of their powers, many new species of living creatures appeared. However, this ability took away the life force of the dragons themselves. Even though their existence was long, they were filled with a thirst to live longer and longer. Eventually, to gain more life force, they had to find a way. So the dragons created a single holy grail and the shards symbolizing its power. If all the shards were gathered together with the grail, their possessor would gain power akin to that of a dragon. They made those who wished for this power fight, gathered many lives of the dead, and turned them into dragons' life force. That was the system of this world. At this point, the hero realized that it was more profitable for the dragons to let people die rather than survive. Besides, both the grail and the shards existed for the sake of the dragons. The young man realized that the dragons had created a place where they could control time and space, and even having the power to fulfill their desire. It was all done because of the desire to live longer. They led many races to ruin because there was no limit to greed. Arian and Jaren were the dragons who opposed this method. Eventually, the dragons called the need to show the way to the shards and the key, and abandoned them. However, they still felt that it was imperative to restore those senseless sacrifices and endless killings. Therefore, as a dragon, Garen asked the key to destroy their clan. Yunjae was incredibly angry and was going to destroy Old Man Gaon, who had been playing around with Changi. He had to die for everything he had done to the reverse world. The old man wasn't scared at all. He pointed out to the dragons that the man was no longer a creature they had to protect. Saying that the boy was evil, Gaon ordered the dragons to kill him. The humans still had a chance. The head of the Skyscraper clan had gathered all the angels and humans together to confront the dragons. The warriors weren't going to back down. They needed a victory. The bloodthirsty dragons rushed to attack. It was time for a sweep. Their power was incredibly huge, so the human race was in danger. The humans had to try their best to destroy them. The heroes just had time to finish their battle with the monsters, and once again found themselves on fire. The fire-breathing dragons attacked the men viciously and crushed everything in their path. The brave warriors ran away in terror. The situation was really critical. The humans couldn't keep the dragons under control. Now was definitely the final battle. Mr. Alvin realized that there was no longer any need to hold back. It was necessary to end the war. Despite the fact that the protagonist was on great terms with the dragons, now he had to fight. He didn't have to save his strength until the very last moment and spew absolutely everything at them. The merciless dragon didn't want to let the boy go forward, so it opened its mouth wide and hot flames came out. Yunjae was ready to fight to the last and jumped into the air to strike. At that moment, Kim Jin Seok flew towards the dragon and thrust his sharp sword into it. The dragon was incredibly large and had magical powers, but it could not withstand the power of the sword. The protagonist was absolutely certain that the target was on the island, so his companions told him to move forward quietly. They were going to clear a path for Yunjai. While a possessed young man wielding a demon sword and an archangel fought against the dragons, the protagonist used his enhanced defense skills and made his way to his goal. After traveling a long way, the guy finally found himself in a completely different place. Two huge dragons stood in his way and were about to destroy him. But the warrior was not afraid at all. He had the real power of the shard. With all his energy, the boy attacked the dragons and struck them with numerous blows. The bloodthirsty monsters roared in pain, wounded by a power they could not resist. Yunjai's path was not as easy as it seemed. Suddenly, he met the most elderly dragon who had been aiming at him for a long time. The old man was surprised that the boy had made it this far. The guy didn't want to have a long conversation. He was interested in the whereabouts of the middleman. He wanted to find him and destroy him immediately, to end it all. Before doing so, the old man wanted to ask the boy something. He tapped his staff on the ground, and the energy of the dragons immediately came out and surrounded the entire space. The old dragon was interested in the young man's wish. He asked it because dragons were like them in their denial of their fate. Resurrecting someone with a wish was a denial of fate. Dragons were the same way. It was normal for living organisms to go against their given purpose. The old man had dragon wings, but a snake tongue. The protagonist could not listen to the old man's ravings any longer, and attacked him with extreme cruelty to kill him. The Jain laughed, for the boy behaved and spoke exactly as befitted a lord. The elderly dragon was a real monster. He realized that humans had outstanding potential after all. That's why he liked them. Yunjai was fed up with the stupid talk, so he jumped in the air and was about to chop off the old man's head. The guy asked him to stop talking because there was no use in talking. At that moment, something happened that made the warrior very surprised. The elderly dragon's head exploded and all the energy inside burst out. Suddenly, his image reappeared in front of the hero. The Gaian truly knew what those traitors had told the boy. He said that among humans, angels, and demons, the people who had been killed just before the height of their potential were the ones who prolonged their lives the most. The elderly dragon said that the boy was just an ordinary human, but thanks to the shards, he became almost equal to a dragon. He suggested the young man to think, if he had the Grail, he could get back everything he wanted in this space. Yunjai was confused by the old man's words. He could resurrect not only the people he loved, but also the warriors who died here. But he would also be able to fulfill absolutely any wish. The Gaon decided to show the boy the life he wanted. The old man tapped his staff on the ground, and black energy poured out, taking the hero with it. He found himself in an abyss of black water that carried him forward. It seemed unbelievable, but when the guy opened his eyes, he saw his wife and daughter alive in front of him. The girl was looking at her daddy with adoration, and his wife was cursing because he had forgotten about the agreement to go on a picnic with the whole family. The hero of the boom found himself at home again, but had a completely different feeling. His wife was leading him by the hand through the city, but he didn't understand what was happening. Unexpectedly, Yunjai spotted an old friend on the way. Youngyu knew that the family had to go on a picnic, so he wished them good luck. It was all strange. The protagonist didn't realize where he met him. After a while, his wife brought him to the camp where all the members of the Skyscraper clan team were. Mr. Walker and Lois were there, as always. It looked exactly as if the world back home was finally at peace. It was the best time he had spent with his family in the last few years. It was as if he was feeling his daughter's touch for the first time, walking with her through the butterfly meadow. Yunjai listened to Mina's funny stories and rode her around his neck. The weather was beautiful, so the hero enjoyed every moment. On this day, his daughter said that she loved her daddy, and those words stuck in his mind. Tears flowed from the young warrior's eyes. He loved his daughter too. It was all unreal, just an illusion created by the old man in which the young man was in his place. The memories brought the hero too much pain, so he decided to act. After breaking the energy space, he got out of the illusions on his own and promised his daughter to return. The elderly dragon was surprised at the boy's determination. He asked to evaluate his illusion and said that it was a mirage. But if the hero took possession of the Grail, he would be able to realize everything he wished for in this place. Yunjai didn't even bother to finish listening to the old man's story. He was determined to realize his dream on his own. Swinging into the air, the martial artist swung around and struck a strong blow with magic power. People had two things that could not be touched. The first was family, and the second was loved ones. The angry warrior was going to show the old man what happened when someone touched them. Hot flames engulfed the boy's body, a strange energy coming out. Some kind of transformation began to happen to him. destroying his clothes and his former appearance. It was a real miracle. The boy acquired his appointed appearance. His clothes changed to a strict suit and tie, and now the hero became the owner of the indestructible power of the dragon. All the anger of the newly converted dragon fell upon Gaon, who had no idea what he had done. The strong hero struck blows that had never been seen before. Before his greatness, the old man had only turned his cheeks. There was no mercy for such a nasty dragon. He got what he deserved for his deeds and bad deeds. It was not a bad dragon, but it was getting what it deserved for its deeds and bad deeds. To complete the punishment, Yunjae threw the old man straight into the ground with force. The Gaon was critically injured and could barely move on all fours. He was still a short distance away from death. The old dragon did not want to give up, no matter what it cost him. With his last strength, he managed to get to his feet and knocked his staff to the ground. All the dragon power inside him burst out and illuminated the entire battlefield. The core of the staff split into many pieces. A powerful energy permeated the world. Mr. Gaon was going to leave the lives of humans right here. He awakened the power in the land of dragons, the great Topia. The unthinkable had happened. It turned out that the Grail had been hidden underground and had now awakened a huge dragon to the light. Its size could be compared to the entire universe. But Yunjae tried to escape using magic steps. The situation was very dangerous for the hero because the dragon could easily eat him whole. The guy was very lucky that he had time to use the reinforced defense and deftly climbed up the stairs, running away from the monster. The dragon's eyes burned through him, shining brighter than the glowing sun. The dragon's eyes burned through him, shining brightly in the sun's heat. The monster was one that even dragons feared. One who, along with his birth, destroyed the powers of his kin and caused them to take power from other creatures. It was Fafnir's most ruthless dragon. It was a battle between a dragon with power that went against the laws of this world, and the head of a family for whom the laws were not even visible behind his love for his family. Fafnir reached the size of huge mountains. His power was so immense that other dragons could not even be his servants. The dragon was not just fire-breathing, but spewed the strongest energy in the world of Topia. Yunjae deftly dodged the crushing stream of firepower. He used his skills to once again utilize platforms capable of helping him escape from the enemy through the air. The fact that the dragon possessed such a huge body could mean that its weaknesses were just as huge. At the most unexpected moment, the old Gaon emerged from the tongues of flame and finally showed his true appearance. The old man's appearance exactly resembled a fearsome dragon. He had a human body, but huge wings, horns, and dragon abilities. The old man was not going to die as easily as his young enemy wanted. It was all too difficult for Yunjae. He hadn't expected to face such strength in the face of Gaon. The enraged dragon was delivering the blows he himself had experienced from the boy with great force. The beaten and wounded hero found himself on the very spot where he had recently fallen, the ugly old man. The boy could barely hold on and tried his best not to drop dead. Jaren had once told him about the impossibility of dodging even knowing the future. Yunjae found the strength to rise up when he realized the point. He was getting the feeling that all the fights before were just a warm-up. This whole adventure brought Gaon much joy. After creating a core of energy power, he realized that his enemy was not that powerful. Therefore, even after becoming stronger, the humans had to die. When the dragon was about to release a magic core directly at the young man, it suddenly received a strong blow and flew aside. Jaren arrived just in time and decided to destroy the dragon race by being a dragon. The young dragon turned from his kinship with the others and could no longer tolerate all their evil deeds. These were ridiculous statements to Gaon, so he directed all the energy he had accumulated directly at him. At that moment, Alvin Walker flew up from behind and gave the dragon a mighty blow that drew its blood. The Lord was going to end the evil and destroy the dragons that created all the chaos in the world back home. The heroes completely surrounded the elderly monster to destroy it. Now Gaon was trapped. He had to urgently look for a way out of the situation. The dragon wanted to pounce and attack, but the fearless fighters immediately wounded him with all their weapons. The old man was literally chained with sharp swords and spears. The assembled angels and humans began beating the dragon to death with every means at their disposal. The monster wriggled in pain, its body a wreck from the stab wounds. When the dragon was already completely exhausted, the skyscraper team threw it to the ground. From the violent impact, the rocks on the ground rose up and a huge explosion filled the space. Suddenly, the old man stood up as if no one had hit him. The strength of the ancient dragon could not be underestimated. He was a very powerful enemy. Yunjae decided to destroy him and quietly crept up from the back. But at that moment, something terrible happened. The Gaon awakened all the devilish powers within him, which came out in a huge stream of fiery energy. This force had great power and pushed the hero aside. The power of the bloodthirsty dragon was incredibly huge. The people should not anger such a strong enemy, because it was able to lift even huge stones from the ground. At that moment, Jongyu abruptly appeared beside him and pierced his body with his blood-absorbing sword. The dragon didn't even have time to take its last breath, and Lamar finally got the desired power of the strongest. The demon encased inside the sword could taste it perfectly. Perhaps it was designed to resist the dragon's power. Once inside the gon, Lamar felt rather strange. He felt that the blood was not being absorbed, but instead it was him who was caught. From such nonsense, the most ancient dragon could not die. The bloodthirsty Gaon struck the boy very hard with his hand. Jongyu was literally folded in half, and the sound of his skull cracking was heard. The possessed boy immediately fell lifelessly to the ground. The guy's body was lying motionless on the cold ground in a pile of sand and small stones. Seeing that his loyal partner had lost, Yunjae couldn't believe that he had lost someone close to him. The protagonist immediately decided to take revenge on the old man and attacked him. But for such a strong dragon, it was not a problem. He concentrated all the energy in himself and exhaled 3 streams of fire in the direction of the enemy. This crushing force made Alvin and Lois fly aside at tremendous speed. It seemed that in this battle, the heroes could not have survived and confronted the dragon. Roaring like a real dragon, Yunjae ran straight at his enemy. His eyes were burning with vengeance, and his mouth was filled with the smoke of fire. No one could stop the warrior. His momentum was unstoppable. The hero grouped up and swept past the dragon in a flash. With 2 sharp swords, the boy slashed at Gon several times and made him feel the power of a real dragon. This attack didn't break the enemy, so the warrior attacked him with renewed vigor. The sword that belonged to Jongyu was now in the hero's hands. Lamar, imprisoned inside, said that the master was his only friend. The battle between the 2 dragons continued. The sword demon assumed that it was created to restrain the bastard and asked Yunjae to use his strength. Someone like him could absorb Pafnir's power and surely win. Lamar, with his immense power, believed in his master's comrade, so the hero was determined to destroy evil at all costs. Using his matchless sword and blood-absorbing sword, the desperate warrior swooped down on the dragon, and with one swing, sliced off its horned head. The enemy's blood spilled onto the sword, and it was silenced forever. The Jayan with the severed head glowed with a bright flash of light, then shattered into 1,000 pieces. The Grail, which had been inside him all this time, now finally appeared before the hero in all its glory. The Holy Grail spoke to the hero who had succeeded. He said that he had constantly supported him and was now ready to listen to his wish. Yunjae was truly amazing. The Grail couldn't think that the guy would have killed all the dragons. Now the hero only had to choose what he wanted. Only the Grail lit the way in the darkness where chaos was being wrought. The entire back world had been destroyed. The dragons, angels, and humans who had fought bravely in the war were dead. In this world, the boy was left all alone. Now the warrior could save his family for his own happiness, or get rid of this world so that there would be no more such sacrifices. There was no one else left. The young man realized that this time he was alone as well. The young man had reached a level he couldn't surpass, but he couldn't hold back his tears. If all people ended up being sacrificed for his family, it didn't matter to him. The hero realized that he would be no different from the dragons if he chose his family. It was not the path he desired. No one should have to die like this. After all, these people had fought with him for a long time and saved his life more than once. He couldn't just let them die. They had become a family. All of this was causing Yunjae great pain, but he had to make a choice. The young man couldn't save everyone. There was only one wish, either to make sure that no more victims like this would appear, or to save the people he wanted to bring back all the time. It was a choice without a choice, because the hero could not exclude one thing. The boy made up his mind and made a wish. He asked the Holy Grail to turn back time to the day before his family died, to do everything from the beginning, and to create a future in which everyone would be alive. Once in the real world, Yunjae once again excused himself from work early. He wanted to go home as soon as possible today. There were no corporate events that day, so the boss let him go home. This didn't happen to the guy very often, so he immediately headed for the exit. After a while, Park Yoon-seok was running through the dark streets and didn't know where to hide. A mysterious gentleman beat him badly for no reason and cornered him. Having gone through hard trials and already once killed a maniac, the protagonist caught up with him in a dark alley. Well already knew the exact time when the murder of his family took place, so he picked the exact moment. The murderer was badly beaten and begged for mercy. He did not understand why the young man was doing this, but he could not ask questions, for he would soon find out for himself. This evening, the guy came home a little later than usual. His wife and daughter immediately met him at the doorstep, but Yoon Ga-young was surprised to see him in completely different clothes. The young man behaved very strangely. After hugging his daughter, he fell to his knees and called his wife over to him. It seemed like it was just a nice family hug, but behind their backs, Yoon-jae was already crying. It was the best evening the hero had spent in the last few years. It was the first time he was near his family, where he had dinner, read a bedtime story to Mina, and said goodnight to his wife. Entering another room, the boy suddenly noticed a notebook. When he opened it, he discovered that only 1 year had passed. Yun-jae spent the next moments of his life with great pleasure. Each new day was like the last for him. The guy enjoyed even the most ordinary dinner he watched with his daughter. Passers-by thought they were too active, but this was the happiest family ever. The three of them took walks, went to the amusement park, had fun, and just enjoyed their lives. For many years, the hero had been waiting for this day, and now he finally met his family. On this day, he was going on a long business trip, which he informed his family about. But it was all to fulfill his plan. Yun-jae returned to the training forest where the other players appeared with him. This day was exactly like the day from the past when the hero first wanted to obtain the Grail. From that point on, the training began. Players were asked to present their desired weapon. If they chose nothing, they would automatically be presented with a sword. The training started and zombies appeared, which the players had to stop. No one could move when seeing these monsters for the first time. But for the protagonist, it was quite familiar. He had already passed all the training tests once before and moved on to the next levels. This time, he was going to do it right. The first and second stage passed quickly. When the third stage came, the hero walked through the Scarlet Door. On this task, he had to meet old friends. So he and Jung-yu dealt with the Demon Lich, and the guy got hold of Jahar's shackles. After that, they caught the Golden Goblin and got the Tears of the Goddess. Little by little, the hero began to accelerate in development. Going through each trial a second time, the kid met the Demon Warlock and saw Aryan again. The brave warrior passed each test with dignity and a cool head. At the end of all his training, he met the people he missed. The hero straightened out Abram, and in Darkmeum, where he had come again at the behest of the Skyscraper clan, the young man severed the sad bond that had long bound him. After that, there was a confrontation with a clan of assassins. The guys cut down the Devil's Tree and everything was as before. Jong-gyu and Yoon-jae easily defeated the demons, met up with Jin-seok, and started training. Although it was the second time the boy was training, it didn't get any easier. After meeting Emily, the hero decided to stop her and said that the girl could return to the original position without even becoming a demon. The guy offered her to follow him so that she would not gather criminals into one clan. The story began to change little by little. Thanks to Baek Cheon, the young man was able to overcome the limitation of magic power and met the demon key again. The protagonist didn't understand why he needed to fight at all, so he told Satan a real story from the past. If he didn't want to believe it, the guy was going to have a duel. Even though Satan didn't have much faith, he decided to agree. After all, fighting dragons would be more fun than fighting stupid humans. While the angels descended from heaven, the heroes were doing what they had to do. They met Varlock again and sealed him easily. In the battle with Metatron, Yun-jae had limited his strength, and because of that, he had bought time. Even though he didn't save absolutely everyone, at least 2 people had to die. The evil king of angels, Metatron, and his fanatic Gabriel were finally brought before a young man who suggested they end the war. It didn't take long for things to change. Demons, angels, humans all gathered for a common goal. The hero said they had to fight, get hurt, and even die, but not for anyone else. After going through all the cruel and hard tests a second time, Yun-jae could have died 100 times fighting in them. And after a while, he finally reached the most important one where Gaon was waiting for him. Everything was happening exactly as it was the first time. The brave hero perfectly coped with all the enemies, knowing their disadvantages and weaknesses. The elderly dragon showed its true nature, but did not know that the hero was already familiar with it. The Gaon wanted to destroy the naughty boy to show his true power, but the warrior wasn't going to fall for the same trick twice. He chose the right moment and slit the dragon's belly. This time the demon powers came in great use and helped in destroying the dragon. Satan flew sharply towards the enemy and used magic chains to immobilize him. The guy wielding the demon sword also intervened in the battle and dealt the enemy a crushing blow. The dragon's blood spilled onto the sword, which immediately absorbed it. The bloody sword was designed to control the bastard. Lamar, imprisoned inside the sword, finally felt the moment he had been waiting for all his life. In one motion, Jong-yu cut off Gaon's head. In the final stage, Yun-jae stabbed the old man through and through with a sharp sword. It was finally over, and the guy suddenly heard a familiar voice that didn't believe he had returned. The young man saw himself in front of him, who asked him if the life he had started anew had turned out to be a good one. In fact, it wasn't so easy. In the end, people still got wounded and died. The hero couldn't protect everyone. However, the brave warrior thought he had done his best. This time, the boy wanted only one thing, that there would be no more such victims. Being in his guise, the Grail said that after the boy came out of the reverse world, there would be nothing else. The comfort of everyday life would soon become inactivity, and Yun-jae would become a weak man, unable to gain the power of this world. To all these conditions, the hero was agreeable, for it was not originally his. He was only returning to the place where he was supposed to be. After making an arrangement with the Grail, the wish was granted. The boy shone with a bright glow and rose into the air. All the heroes of the reverse world watched the huge flash of light, which was getting bigger and bigger. 1 year later, Yunjae was in the real world. On this day, he was sitting quietly in his room, and suddenly the phone rang. It was Jongyu on the other end of the line, and the boy was very happy to hear him. The young man called to remind him about the meeting next week. Last time, the hero had gotten away with saying he was busy at work. This time, Alvin and Lois said they would be too, so without any excuses, Yunjae had to come. Young Jiwyu asked his friend to make sure to bring Mina and Eun-gen to the meeting. He was on a date, so it was awkward to talk, and the boy immediately hung up the phone. The next week, Yunjae came to meet his old friends as promised. All the participants of the game in the other world were already waiting for him in the green meadow. Even Archon himself came to the meeting and brought a drink. Mina and Eun-gen were also happy to meet the guy's friends. The head of the Skyscraper clan didn't change tradition and drank as soon as he arrived. He felt that on days like this he had to drink even more. Looking at the ring fingers of Alvin and Lois's left hand, the two cool partners noticed the wedding rings. The guys were very glad it had ended up that way. Mr. Walker had been very non-committal about the relationship, but he'd proposed first. No matter what happened in the future, even if the dragons reappeared and the boys went to the next world, Mr. was ready to protect Lois. The other guys had good news too. Kim Jin-seok had a girlfriend with whom he went on a trip for 3 days and 2 nights. The girl said that it was a very active trip. After hearing this, the guys were just shocked because such a cold teacher could not have a girlfriend. And after her intimate story, Mina's mom even had to cover her ears. Not long ago, the heroes who fought hand in hand were having a great time. This was the life Yunjae wanted, laughing over silly conversations and enjoying those smiles together. Now the hero realized how precious time was in ordinary everyday life, similar to a gift. Now he was incredibly grateful for this simplicity. The young man was sure that the other races of this world rejoiced in their ordinariness, and hoped that they were happy living their lives in tranquility. After going through everything that had happened, Yunjae finally made his last entry in his diary. In life, it was impossible to know all of the future or all of the past, and it was like a live broadcast. That was why it was necessary to love even more every day, to cherish loved ones, and to be more honest. And that was all Yunjae had learned, and that everyone should know.